Chapter 882. In the star field, there were many meteorites shuttling back and forth, but no one knew where they came from, let alone where they would go. It seemed that since ancient times, they had been drifting through the star field, waiting to be discovered. Xianxia even suspected that Tongxian realm itself was a huge meteorite. After searching the star field for 1 or 2 hours with Li Rong, Xianxia found several meteorites of different sizes. Some were as small as wash basins, while others were as big as mountains. After smashing these meteorites, Xianxia really harvested some rare ores, but there weren't many of them and their grade wasn't too high. The main reason he came to the star field this time was to verify that the information in Zhang Ao's memory wasn't wrong. However, since he had already arrived here, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. It just so happened that the ores in the Black Book space had been exhausted, so he could take this opportunity to collect some more. Xianxia wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to the 2 pitch-black round stones after they absorbed enough mineral essence. Master, there seems to be a large meteorite flying over there. Li Rong's divine sense detected some movement and pointed to the distance. Let's go take a look. Xianxia immediately flew over. Not long after, a meteorite the size of a house flew toward them. Its surface was full of bumps and hollows. It seemed that it had been eroded by the passage of time and could not bear the weight. Li Rong met it head-on, and before the meteorite could approach, she struck it with her palm. A shocking power burst forth from her jade-like hands, and the huge meteorite directly shattered into countless pieces, splattering in all directions. Xianxia's eyes were sharp and his hands moved quickly, immediately focusing on one of the dark red stones and rushing over to stop it. After inspecting it, he was satisfied and put it into the Black Book space, placing it next to the 2 pitch-black round stones. Inside these meteorites, there were many rare ores, and these ores were hard and difficult to destroy. Therefore, breaking these meteorites was undoubtedly the most convenient and fastest way to find them. Li Rong also collected 1 to 2 and flew to Xianxia and gave them to him. Is Master collecting these things to refine an artifact? Li Rong asked with a smile. Although he couldn't name most of the ores he collected in the star field, judging from their texture, they were at least spirit-grade ores, and many of them were even sync-grade materials. An artifact refined from such a material would naturally not be of poor quality. When Li Rong saw Xianxia working so hard to collect them, she naturally thought he was going to refine an artifact. Xianxia didn't bother to explain. While he was observing, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked to the side in surprise. Stars twinkled in the sky. A few dozen kilometers away from the 2 of them, there seemed to be a number of small black dots that were rapidly passing by. An asteroid sea? After looking around for a while, Xianxia was overjoyed and called out to Li Rong before immediately flying over. Not long after, the scene of a large number of meteorites gathered together appeared before the 2 of them. These meteorites were like a great river, stretching for an unknown number of kilometers as they flowed through the vast star field. Inside this asteroid sea, there were countless meteorites of varying sizes, creating a spectacular scene. They sped through the starry sky without making a sound. It was extremely strange. So many meteorites? Li Rong also looked at this scene in surprise. Xianxia laughed and said, "Now we don't need to look around." Saying so, he flew into the asteroid sea. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before hurriedly following. The 2 of them released the power in their bodies and wantonly destroyed the asteroid sea. Strangely enough, in the star field, it seemed that sound couldn't be transmitted and the 2 of them could only communicate with one another through their divine sense. Even when they destroyed the meteorites, they didn't make any sound. Pieces of ores of various sizes were collected by Xianxia into the Black Book space. These ores were all extremely rare and precious on Tongxian realm. If any artifact refiner were to see this scene, they would likely go crazy. Outstanding artifact refiners, in order to find rare ores, would sometimes travel thousands of miles, but even so, it would be difficult to find the ores and materials they wanted. However, in this star field, there were countless ores that could be easily obtained. Such a shocking amount of wealth could only be obtained by Xianxia. Li Rong also seemed to be infected by Yang Kai's joy, a smile constantly plastered on her pretty face as she busied herself. Most of these meteorites didn't have anything inside them, and after they were smashed apart, only a small amount of debris would fly out, but there were simply too many meteorites in this asteroid sea. Even if the probability was very low, after a few hours, Yang Kai and Li Rong's harvest was huge. Shuttling through the dense meteorites, Yang Kai and Li Rong leisurely strolled about. Gradually, the endless meteorite sea seemed to have come to an end and was about to pass by in front of his eyes. That should be enough, Yang Kai said, preparing to stop. In any case, the door to the starfield was inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so if they wanted to come to the starfield in the future, they could do so at any time. There was no need to constantly collect ores here. Li Rong nodded, taking the last piece of ore in her hand and flying over to Yang Kai's side. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a subtle energy fluctuation coming from somewhere in the asteroid sea. This energy fluctuation didn't seem to be coming from a mineral and couldn't help attracting Yang Kai's attention. Gazing in that direction, a faint ray of light entered his eyes. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing near this light in the next moment. After seeing what was emitting this light, his expression couldn't help becoming strange. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai returned to Li Rong's side. "What did Master find?" Li Rong asked curiously. "This." Yang Kai handed over the thing he found in the asteroid sea. Li Rong took it and carefully examined it, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "This is an artifact?" The thing he found in the asteroid sea was about the size of a palm and had a sleek overall shape like a long shuttle, with two sharp ends and a flat, rounded middle, and a mysterious energy fluctuation pulsing from it. However, it seemed that because it had been here for so long, this energy fluctuation was somewhat faint, almost to the point of dissipating. "I also think it's an artifact." Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the asteroid sea that was gradually disappearing into the distance, his brow furrowed. "But how could there be an artifact here?" Li Rong felt this was inconceivable. Starfield was a legendary territory that no one had ever set foot in, let alone explored. This time, if not for the Void Corridor and Shattering Mystical Palace, she and Yang Kai would never have been able to reach this place. However, there was actually such an artifact in the Starfield's asteroid sea. The profound meaning behind it was truly intriguing. If there's an artifact, it means there's a cultivator, perhaps someone has already explored this starfield before. Yang Kai quickly said, "That's impossible, right?" Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Even Great Demon God only yearned for this place in the past. He never managed to explore it. What if there's someone even more powerful than Great Demon God?" Yang Kai said faintly. Li Rong's beautiful face went pale as she was shocked speechless. Great Demon God was known as the #1 master in this world since ancient times. No one had ever surpassed him. What kind of level would someone more powerful than Great Demon God possess? Li Rong couldn't even begin to imagine. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "I was just speaking casually. You don't need to think too much about it. However, judging from the energy fluctuations from this artifact, it is indeed quite old. Even if there was such a person, I'm afraid they are no longer in this world." Li Rong relaxed a lot, letting out a sigh of relief before handing the long shuttle-shaped artifact back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, but couldn't find any information about it, so he couldn't help asking, "Can you tell what grade it is?" Li Rong shook her head. "I can't tell. There is some kind of strange power hidden inside it. Although it is on the verge of dissipating, it is still resisting my probing. Master should take it back and study it carefully. It would be best if he could figure out what it is." Yang Kai nodded and put away the long shuttle-shaped artifact, preparing to refine it once he returned. He only had one artifact on him right now, and that was the Silver Leaf artifact. This was something the previous Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land had owned, and was a Saint-grade high-rank artifact with infinite uses, both offensive and defensive. Refining this long, shuttle-shaped artifact wasn't a big deal. An average cultivator would have at least 2 or 3 artifacts on them. Those with noble backgrounds would have even more. Speaking of artifacts, Xianxia suddenly thought of something and asked, "You and Han Fei don't have any good artifacts, right?" Li Rong smiled. Originally, the ancient demon clan had some artifacts, and none of them were low grade, but they were all lost with the passing of our ancestors. On top of that, our ancient demon clan's greatest asset is our bodies, so when we fight, it doesn't matter if we don't have an artifact. That being said, having an artifact is still a good thing, at least it might be useful. Saying so, Xianxia took out a number of different artifacts from the Black Book space and handed them to Li Rong. "Take these back and let Han Fei, Huan Mo, and the others choose the ones suitable for them to refine." "So many? And all of them Saint Grade?" Li Rong looked surprised. Saint Grade artifacts were rare, and each one of them was priceless. Every Saint Realm powerhouse in the continent wished to possess a Saint Grade artifact, but not everyone could obtain such a thing. Most Saint Realm experts still use Spirit Grade secret treasures. Saint Grade artifacts were the same as pills. The materials required to refine them were not easy to find. The most important thing was that there were not many artifact refiners who could refine Saint Grade artifacts. Even if they could, there was still a chance of failure. Although the famous Saint Grade artifact refiners of the continent were respected and revered, each one of them had a full schedule because there were many people begging them to refine Saint Grade artifacts. Why was the world's #1 alchemist, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, so elusive? It was because there were too many people who wanted to ask him for alchemy. If he didn't hide his whereabouts, he would be annoyed to death by these people. So how could he have the time to teach his disciples? Chapter 883. However, Xianxia had actually taken out several Saint Grade artifacts at once, completely shocking Li Rong to the point where she was rendered speechless. Li Rong couldn't help wondering if Xianxia had plundered the treasuries of several great sects. Otherwise, how could he have collected so many Saint Grade artifacts? Shocked, Li Rong didn't hesitate to accept Xianxia's gifts and put them away. She knew better than anyone that the more powerful the ancient demon clan was, the more it could help Xianxia. These artifacts could greatly enhance her and Han Fei's combat strength. Let's go back. Xianxia quickly identified the direction they had come from and returned. Although there was no reference point in Starfield, Xianxia's divine sense was quite sharp, so he didn't lose his way. After an unknown amount of time, the pair once again arrived at the entrance to the Void Corridor. Stepping inside and reappearing, they were back in the stone forest of Shattering Mystical Palace. The surrounding stone pillars were still vibrating, and ripples were spreading out from them. These ripples collided at the center of the Void Corridor and formed an entrance to Starfield. Reaching out and waving his hand, the stone pillars suddenly quieted down, and the entrance to Starfield gradually disappeared. The world once again restored its tranquility. "Master, this place is so important. Should we set up some kind of barrier? Otherwise, someone might accidentally break in and destroy it," Li Rong asked. "Do you know how to?" Xianxia looked at her in surprise. Li Rong smiled lightly. "I know a bit. Although it's not a good idea, it's probably better than the original barrier here." "Good." Xianxia nodded. He had just been wondering whether or not to send someone to guard this place. So Li Rong's proposal was exactly what he had been hoping for. With Xianxia's permission, Li Rong immediately began making arrangements. Speaking of which, Xianxia had never studied things like restrictions and formations. He could destroy them, but he didn't know how to set them up. At this moment, seeing that Li Rong was going to use this kind of method, he naturally wanted to learn, so he followed her and watched. Li Rong didn't hide anything. She explained to Xianxia while she was arranging, which benefited him a lot. A few hours later, a hidden spirit array was placed around the stone pillars, so that even if Xianxia used his divine sense to probe them, he could not detect them all. "Awesome. If I have time, I'd like to learn more about this from you." Xianxia gave him a thumbs up. After being praised, Li Rong's face seemed to glow. She pursed her lips and said, "Master, you flatter me. It's just a small trick. Let's go back first." Xianxia chuckled. He was very interested in this long shuttle artifact and wanted to refine it as much as possible to find out what it was used for. The two immediately flew off in the direction of the Holy Land. After returning to the Nine Peaks from shattering mystical palace, before he even had time to enter the Holy Land, Xianxia felt a large number of life auras converge in a certain location. Faintly, he also heard the sound of a noisy argument. Xianxia frowned and walked over with Li Rong. As they got closer, the noise from the other side gradually became clearer. It seemed that many people were shouting, their voices filled with grievances and resentment. All of them were accusing Nine Heavens' Holy Land of taking advantage of its position to bully the weak. Occasionally, Holy Land Elder Shirkuan could be heard shouting. Kai Yang couldn't help but quicken his pace and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. Frowning, he asked what happened. Hearing Xianxia's voice, Shirkuan quickly turned his head and saw Xianxia leading Li Rong over. Shocked, he cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Holy Master." Holy Master? The noisy cultivator also quieted down in an instant as they turned to look at Xianxia, wanting to see what this new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land looked like. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to Li Rong. Graceful, dignified, and elegant. At first glance, one could tell she was a beautiful woman with a slender figure and full breasts. Her skin was as white as jade and exuded a porcelain-like luster. When these people saw Li Rong, they couldn't help staring straight at her. None of them were in a hurry to make a fuss, all of them instead showing dazzling expressions. Li Rong's brow furrowed slightly as she swept her eyes around coldly, letting out a cold snort. An invisible shock wave spread out, causing everyone's face to go pale. In an instant, all of them fell into a daze, as if the beautiful woman in front of them had transformed into a ferocious beast, waving its claws and roaring. Involuntarily, all of them averted their eyes, trembling in fear. Xianxia glanced over at Li Rong and couldn't help laughing. If she doesn't let others look at me like this in the future, I'm afraid I'll be annoyed. All living beings in this world, regardless of whether they were men or women, had no immunity to beauty. When they saw a beautiful woman, they would naturally take a few more glances at her. Li Rong had always lived in Demon God Citadel, so her clansmen were all extremely respectful to her, not daring to show any ill intentions towards her. Coming to the outside world, it was only natural that such a scene would often occur. You get used to it, Xianxia quietly comforted. Li Rong's face blushed slightly as she realized she had gone too far and nodded gently. With her cultivation and identity, secretly using underhanded means to deal with such a motley crew was really inappropriate. What's the situation here? Xianxia turned to Shirkuan and asked. Shirkuan quickly replied, reporting to Holy Master, "These people are the cultivators who have been wandering around my Holy Land's 9 peaks during this time. I was ordered by the Great Elder to give them a 3-day deadline to evacuate. Seeing that the deadline was about to expire, these people refused to leave, insisting that we were taking advantage of our position to bully them. This subordinate had no choice but to argue with them." Xianxia nodded and asked, "What about Su Hui? Great Elder has other matters to attend to, so he left this matter to me." While the two were talking, the group of people also recovered from the panic of Li Rong, and a man in yellow robe shouted, "Are you the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land?" Following this man's voice, Xianxia turned his head and nodded lightly. "Yes, what advice do you have for me?" "I wouldn't dare give advice." The yellow-robed man smiled sarcastically. "We are here to seek treasures and have not provoked your Nine Heavens' Holy Land. So why do you want to drive us away?" "Why?" Xianxia grinned. "This is my Holy Land's 9 peaks. Tell me, why should I drive you away? We haven't even entered the 9 peaks yet, so why are we obstructing you? Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds?" The yellow-robed man sneered. "Or do you think our cultivations aren't high enough so you can bully us at will? Let me tell you, although our cultivations aren't high, we aren't so easily bullied." Saying so, the yellow-robed man held his head high and puffed out his chest, as if saying he could be killed but not humiliated. His words aroused the anger of many people, and in an instant, many of them began pointing their spears at Nine Heavens' holy land. Shirkuin angrily shouted, "If you don't want to die, shut up. Who dares act presumptuously in front of my holy master?" These words completely poured oil on the fire, causing the yellow-robed man to shout. "Did you all hear that? An elder of Nine Heavens' holy land wants to kill you. Since ancient times, Nine Heavens' holy land has always been a golden signboard for the human race. Rumors have it that the people of Nine Heavens' holy land are gentle and loyal, but now it seems they aren't. Or is it that after the death of the previous generation's holy master, the current generation's holy master is evil? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That's right. I also heard that this generation's holy master colluded with demon race and even raised a group of demons in the Nine Peaks. These words caused an uproar as everyone began discussing amongst themselves, the look in their eyes suddenly changing as they stared at Xianxia. The yellow-robed man stood in the crowd and stared at Xianxia with a smug look on his face, saying, "What can you do about me?" Li Rong's pretty face filled with anger as she whispered, "Master, he seems to be bullying you because you are too young." "Then he's miscalculated." Xianxia sneered before turning to Shirkuin and asking, "How much longer until the deadline given to them by Great Elder arrives?" Shirkuin looked up at the sky and quickly said, "At most, no more than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea." Xianxia nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and saying, "I won't waste any more time with you. If you don't withdraw after the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, prepare to die here." Seeing the smile on Xianxia's face, it didn't seem like he was joking, causing many people to feel fear and involuntarily retreat a few steps. "What are you afraid of?" The yellow-robed man shouted again. "They won't dare kill us. We haven't done anything to harm Nine Heavens' holy land. Do you think we'll be killed just because we're nearby? If they really are so overbearing, someone will definitely avenge us." "That's right. The world's actions are based on reason. Why would they dare kill us?" Someone echoed, "If we retreat now, we won't be able to obtain those treasures for the rest of our lives. They want to monopolize those treasures. That's why they're driving us away." Xianxia didn't say anything, simply standing there with a smile on his face, letting these people clamor. The cultivator who had originally intended to leave also stopped, preparing to observe for a while before deciding what to do next. Subconsciously, they still didn't believe that a great force like Nine Heavens' holy land would kill people without reason, especially when their new holy master was here. "Holy master, time's up," Shirkuin suddenly said. Xianxia nodded, staring at the yellow-robed man from across the crowd, his eyes filled with ridicule. Being stared at like this, the yellow-robed man couldn't help feeling his hair stand on end, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Feeling a chill in his heart, he put on a strong front and shouted, "What are you looking at, boy? Don't think just because you're the new holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land, you can do whatever you want. You're just lucky. If Father here was chosen by that saintess, he would definitely be better than you." "Is that so?" Xianxia's mouth curled into a strange smile, silently and mysteriously, tilting his head as he stared at the yellow-robed man. "You seem to think I wouldn't dare kill you? Who gave you so much confidence to make you think this way?" The yellow-robed man's face changed as he shouted, "If you kill someone here, what difference is there between you and a monster demon? In the future, there will be no place for your Nine Heavens' holy land in this world." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "Is that what that person told you? Are you an idiot enough to believe it?" Saying so, Xianxia suddenly showed an impatient expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he shouted, "A trivial first-order transcendent trash. If you die, then die. Do you think anyone will uphold justice for you?" Chapter 884. Xianxia's roar resounded like thunder in his ears, causing the yellow-robed man's body to tremble, and he instinctively tried to hide in the crowd, instinctively trying to find some sense of security. But no matter where he hid, he felt like a sword was hanging over his head and the aura of death was approaching him. "You dared to attack me. You will definitely regret it in the future." The yellow-robed man roared hysterically. Threatening me? Xianxia curled his lips, a look of disdain on his face. Those who dare threaten me all end up miserable. Asterisk chi. Asterisk, a strange sound rang out, and the yellow-robed man, who was hiding in the crowd, suddenly felt a strange force enter his body. The next moment, his body began to swell like a balloon, becoming round and large in a very short time. His face flushed red. The yellow-robed man could clearly feel his 5 viscera, 6 organs, blood, and bones being crushed by this unreasonable expansion. Severe pain spread throughout his body, and blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. A great panic descended upon him, as he felt like he was about to die. But his senses were still so clear and sharp. Save me. The yellow-robed man squeezed out a few words from his mouth, his eyes rolling upwards, only able to see white but not black, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. Asterisk pong. Asterisk with a muffled sound. The yellow-robed man suddenly burst into a pool of blood, not even his bones remaining. Bits of flesh and viscera flew everywhere, dyeing the nearby cultivator blood red. Everyone's eyes trembled, their hearts filled with fear, each one of them remaining silent out of fear. The cultivator who had shouted before no longer dared to look at Xianxia, fearing he would suddenly attack and kill them all. This is the fate of those who threaten me. Xianxia laughed, his expression joyful, as if he had just done a trivial thing, very calm. Suddenly, his expression became cold and gloomy as he shouted, "If you just came here to play, my 9 heavens holy land will welcome you. But if you have some ulterior motive, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Asterisk chi. Asterisk streaks of golden yuan chi suddenly shot out like snakes with sharp fangs. They seemed to have locked onto a few cultivator in the crowd and attacked them directly, penetrating into their bodies without missing a millimeter. Just like the yellow-robed man, the bodies of these cultivators all expanded, and when they reached their limit, they exploded. Before they died, they experienced the fear that came from the depths of their soul. Seeing that Xianxia killed without hesitation and had no intention of stopping, the cultivator gathered here did not dare to stay any longer. They all screamed and ran away with all their strength. He was no longer willing to stay outside the 9 peaks. Xianxia waved his hand, and a chain-like yuan chi shot out, binding a middle-aged man in the crowd and dragging him back. The middle-aged man's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. When he saw that everyone else had already escaped, but he was the only one left behind, he couldn't help but loudly beg for mercy and kowtow like he was pounding garlic. "You were quite loud just now." Xianxia looked at him with a sneer. "Master, holy master, please spare me. I won't do it again. I will never come to 9 heavens holy land again. Master, holy master, please spare me." Xianxia said contemptuously as he stared down at him condescendingly, "I won't kill you this time, but I need you to pass on a message for me." Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly nodded. "Please speak, master, holy master. I don't care who ordered you to do these things. When you return, tell him that the next time he dares to use such despicable means to try to provoke me, I will personally come to his sect and wipe out his sect and family, not leaving even a chicken or dog alive." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before realizing that Xianxia had already seen through his little tricks and quickly nodded. "I'll definitely pass on this message." "Scram!" Xianxia shouted. The middle-aged man thanked Xianxia while stumbling away quickly. Looking at the fleeing figure, Shirkuan's expression became dignified as he worriedly asked, "Holy Master, won't this cause some kind of problem?" "Don't worry, it's just a few clowns. If they die, then they die." Xianxia shook his head. "The next time you find such people outside the Holy Land with malicious intentions, immediately kill them. There's no need to reason with them." "Yes," Shirkuan quickly responded, his eyes gradually filling with excitement as he stared at Xianxia. Shirkuan suddenly discovered that this new Holy Master's personality was very different from that of the old Holy Master. The old Holy Master did things with the overall situation in mind, never doing anything that was detrimental to the Holy Land. But this new Holy Master was different. His methods were tough, and his personality was cold. This kind of temperament was very much to Shi Kuan's liking. Sure enough, this young man is full of vigor and vitality. I hope the Holy Land can be like this new Holy Master in the future, full of vigor and vitality. The cultivator wandering outside the 9 peaks was just a group of small fries. Xianxia didn't put them in his eyes at all. If he hadn't happened to run into them on his way back, he wouldn't have intervened in this matter. After exhorting Shi Kuan, Xianxia returned to the 9 peaks. Li Rong respectfully excused herself, saying that she wanted to distribute the Saint Grade artifact to the various great commanders so they could refine them as soon as possible in order to improve their combat strength. Holy Master Court. This was the residence of the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Generations of divine masters had lived in this exquisite and magnificent building complex, enjoying the best scenery and the densest spirit energy at the peak of the mountain. Now that Xianxia was in charge of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, this naturally became his residence. In addition to him, there was another person who lived here, the Saintess Enling. According to the original rules of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, a Saintess lived for the Holy Master. Everything a Saintess did was to prepare for the Holy Master's strength. They were willing to devote everything they had to the Holy Master, including their lives. Every Saintess was instilled with this ideology from a young age. When Xianxia returned, he happened to see Enling sitting at the table in his room, her hands resting on her cheeks, her eyes red, as if she was in a daze. Xianxia stared at her for a while, but she didn't respond. It wasn't until Xianxia sat down across the table that Enling suddenly woke up and quickly got up, politely bowing, as Holy Master returned. There's no need to be so polite. Xianxia smiled bitterly and poured himself a cup of tea, looking at her and asking, "Saintess Nan, how is she?" Hearing Xianxia ask this, Enling seemed to become even sadder, whispering softly, "She's still the same? What are you going to do?" "I want to try and resolve the obsession in her heart, but I don't know what to do." Saintess Nan was a living corpse. The only reason she could still move was because of the obsession in her heart. Once it was resolved, her body would stop moving and she would be able to rest in peace. In Xianxia's opinion, the most convenient method was to directly destroy Saintess Nan's body and end all troubles. But Enling feelings for her were too deep, so she obviously wasn't willing to do so. "Is there no record of this in the Holy Land?" Xianxia frowned and asked. "There should be." Enling wiped the corners of her eyes, because in the historical records, such a thing has happened in the Holy Land before. "Be patient and look for it. Perhaps you can find a solution," Xianxia comforted. Enling gently nodded. "I also think so." After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly noticed that Enling had a hesitant expression on her face, as if she had something difficult to say. Smiling lightly, Xianxia said, "You don't need to be polite with me. If there's anything you want to say, I will definitely help." Enling's face blushed slightly as she pursed her lips and whispered, "Actually, the elders are asking." "What are they asking?" "They're asking about us." Enling's face became even redder as her eyes became watery, somewhat embarrassed. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing something and smiling bitterly. "Why are they so anxious?" "Of course they're anxious." Enling sneered. "You're the Holy Master of the Holy Land. They all want you to grow up as soon as possible and become an overlord. Every generation of Holy Masters cultivated with their saintesses, allowing them to grow at an unimaginable speed. On top of that, every generation of Holy Masters was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint realm. This was why 9 Heavens' Holy Land had been able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy such a great reputation in Tongxian realm. Then what do you think?" Xianxia looked towards Enling and asked. Enling lowered her head as she pinched her clothes with her fingers, a look of unease appearing on her face as she muttered, "Us saintesses are taught from childhood to obey the orders of the Holy Master. So this matter, it's up to you to decide. Whatever you say, I'll listen to you." Enling's well-behaved and obedient appearance made Xianxia feel quite overwhelmed. A saintess was already an outstanding beauty, 1 in 10,000, and now that she was showing such an expression, any man would likely be tempted. Yang Kai also felt that at this moment, Ling Er's charm was boundless. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai straightened his face and quickly said, "You said before that we're friends, right?" Ling nodded lightly. "Since we're friends, I'll tell you the truth," Yang Kai said solemnly. "When I was in the Holy Tomb, something happened and I learned why the Holy Master of the Holy Land was able to rapidly increase his strength." "What secret?" Ling couldn't help becoming interested. Although she was a saintess, she still didn't know much about this secret. The reason why the Holy Master was able to rapidly increase his strength and reach the third-order saint realm was entirely by consuming the vitality of both himself and the saintess. Consuming vitality? Yang Kai nodded and explained carefully. Everyone has a different degree of vitality. Those with more vitality can live longer, while those with less vitality are the opposite. Moreover, as one's strength increases, the vitality of a cultivator will also increase. However, the secret art the Holy Master cultivates requires one's vitality as a price to cultivate. Therefore, every Holy Master is extremely talented and has profound strength, but they also have a short lifespan. And Ling Er's mouth opened slightly, as if she had just heard some incredible secret. "I'm not going to cultivate that kind of secret art, nor will I allow you to." Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Because I want to live longer. You and I are friends, and I don't want to see my friend die early." And Ling Er's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly moved by his words. "I don't have many friends, but you count as one. I hope we can cherish this relationship in the future. Holy Master and Saintess are only external identities, but in private, we can treat each other as equals. What do you think?" And Ling nodded repeatedly. Chapter 885. The secret art that 9 Heavens Holy Land's Holy Masters cultivated was not something Yang Kai was interested in. Seeking strength at the cost of one's own vitality was a bit of a waste. Yang Kai's pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao was not like this. As such, he had never intended to follow the footsteps of the previous Holy Masters. He had his own goals and pursuits. However, this required Ling Er's cooperation. Seeing her nod her head, Yang Kai also felt happy and relieved. But what if the elders ask? And Ling couldn't help worrying. They all seemed to be very anxious. A dog trying to catch a mouse, a busybody. Yang Kai muttered to himself. There was no need to ask. He knew the most anxious one should be that old man Su Hui. It was definitely him urging Ling to cultivate with him as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, and Ling giggled, the room suddenly becoming much brighter. "How about this? If they ask, just tell them that we're already cultivating." "That's fine, but that's only for a while." And Ling lightly pursed her red lips. "You won't have any problems. With your aptitude, even if you don't cultivate that secret art, your strength will increase rapidly. But if I don't break through for a long time, the elders will definitely become suspicious. I'll help you." Yang Kai grinned. "How will you help me?" And Ling was stunned. Yang Kai flipped his hand and summoned out a delicate jade bottle, handing it to her and saying, "This bottle contains a very strange spirit liquid. After you take it back, take a drop every day and your strength will slowly improve." And Ling took the bottle skeptically, opened it, and took a whiff of its fragrance. Her eyes couldn't help shining as she stared at Yang Kai. "Is this really useful?" "Of course it's useful." Yang Kai nodded affirmatively, adding, "When you're done with it, you can ask me for more. Then I'll take it back and try it. Thank you." And Ling giggled, seemingly having chatted with Yang Kai for a while. Her mood had become much better, no longer as sad as before. After chatting for a while, and Ling left, Yang Kai used his divine sense to inform Su Hui, Li Rong, and the others that he was going into retreat for a while and that they were not to disturb him. After receiving a reply, Yang Kai left the Holy Master Court and headed to the Holy Tomb alone. The Holy Mausoleum was an excellent place for seclusion. Other than Yang Kai using the Holy Lord Spirit Ring to open it, No one else could open it, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. Arriving in front of the huge blue stone, Xianxia placed the Holy Lord Spirit ring on his finger at a specific location, opened the holy tomb, and dove in. In the dim and gloomy environment, there were still traces of 9 Heavens Holy Land's disciples living here. Although the environment wasn't very good, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. After finding a random spot, Xianxia sat down cross-legged. Taking out the long shuttle artifact he obtained from the star field, Xianxia carefully examined it. He could feel that this artifact contained a mysterious power and that there were countless complex spirit arrays carved into it. But if he didn't refine it, he wouldn't be able to figure out what this artifact's function was. Holding his breath, Xianxia released his divine sense and scanned the long shuttle artifact, probing its material and structure, looking for a way to break through. If one wanted to refine an artifact, the first step was to leave their soul brand on it and engrave their life imprint. Only then could they begin to refine it. After leaving their life imprint, they would absorb it into their body and nourish it with their yuan qi and divine sense. After reaching a certain level, an artifact would resonate with one's body and become useful to them. Even if it was absorbed into one's body, it would still take a long time to nourish it before it could display its full power. Therefore, every cultivator would not easily replace the artifact they were using, because after a long period of refinement and nourishment, a subtle connection would form between them and their artifact. This connection would allow them to display the full power of their artifact in battle, greatly increasing their combat effectiveness. If they replaced it with an unfamiliar artifact, it wouldn't have such an effect. Unless there was no longer a balance between the growth of their strength and the grade of their artifact, a cultivator would choose to change their artifact. Even so, they would still look for artifacts that were compatible with their own secret arts and martial skills to refine. Most cultivators would search for materials and ask an artifact refiner to tailor an artifact for them. An excellent artifact refiner would tailor an artifact for a cultivator that was truly suitable for that cultivator. Xianxia had never struggled like this before, mainly because he generally didn't rely on the power of artifacts. If he found something useful, he would just casually refine it. He was too lazy to search for materials and asked someone to refine it for him. This long shuttle artifact had an owner a long time ago, but that owner may have lost his way in the star field or encountered an accident and died in the star field. The long shuttle artifact drifted with the asteroid sea and was accidentally discovered and obtained by Xianxia. Using his divine sense, Xianxia soon found a very subtle soul aura inside the long shuttle artifact. This was the soul brand that belonged to its original owner. It was necessary to erase it in order to engrave his own brand onto it. Feeling this soul aura, Xianxia couldn't help feeling shocked. Although many years had passed and the soul aura left inside the artifact had become very weak, Xianxia could still feel how pure and rich it had been before it had weakened. The original owner of this artifact was at least a third-order saint. Such a top master had fallen in the star field, causing one to sigh and sigh. Xianxia also realized the horror of the star field. He had entered the star field twice, but what he had seen was just a drop in the ocean. It was likely he hadn't encountered any real danger. That was a disaster that even a third-order saint couldn't resist. Using his divine sense, Xianxia released his conflagrated spiritual energy and began burning inside the artifact. *Chi. The soul brand left inside the artifact was erased in an instant. Xianxia's yuan qi surged and poured it into the long shuttle while his divine sense remained inside. This kind of thing was very time-consuming and couldn't be rushed, so Xianxia sat in place and maintained his yuan qi and divine sense, allowing the long shuttle to familiarize itself with his aura. Gradually, some subtle Zhen Yuan and spiritual energy were able to penetrate into the shuttle and stay there. This also meant that it was beginning to accept his aura. Xianxia's heart settled, knowing that this artifact and his yuan qi weren't mutually exclusive. If they were, then no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to refine it. Ignoring the long shuttle artifact in his hand, and allowing it to be eroded by his yuan qi and spiritual energy. Yang Kai sent his consciousness into the black book space. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, the divine tree faintly welcomed him, seemingly in a somewhat bad mood. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled and asked. "I feel a little lonely." The divine tree responded, "I'm the only one here, so when you don't come, I can only stare blankly." Lonely? Yang Kai's face went black, suddenly discovering that the divine tree's sentience had grown to a level he hadn't expected. In the past, it wouldn't have said such things. "I'm sorry." Kai Yang expressed his apologies. "I can't place living creatures of flesh and blood in this place. Otherwise, I could have found a few companions for you. There used to be a yin-yang monster ginseng, but unfortunately, it has disappeared." "Yin-yang monster ginseng? What's that?" "A kind of world spirit treasure." Yang Kai explained, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Right, world spirit treasures have some sentience. I can find some for you to accompany you." The divine tree was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find me a few." "No hurry." Yang Kai laughed. "I still have something to do here, so I'm in seclusion. I promise you, when I come out, I'll help you find them, and this kind of thing is very rare. It won't be easy to find. It will take some time." "Oh." The divine tree couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but soon recovered and said cheerfully, "Then I'll wait." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find them for you. I believe you." "Are there any changes to the two stones now?" Yang Kai asked again. "They're still the same. They've been eating other stones, and I found that their appetite seems to have increased a lot." "Oh." Yang Kai was surprised and hurried to the two pitch-black round stones, and found that it was as the divine tree said. Since a few days ago, he and Li Rong found a large number of ores in the star field and placed them here. The two pitch-black round stones had increased their absorption of mineral essence. In just a few days, they had consumed a month's worth of ores. The surrounding area was filled with crushed stones that had lost their essence. Looking around, Yang Kai could even clearly see the condensed essence of these ores continuously flowing into the pitch-black round stone, disappearing without a trace. Nourished by these ores' essence, the two pitch-black round stones exuded a faint glow, and the meridian-like lines inside them became clearer and more coherent, a large amount of energy flowing through them. "What the hell are these? Why are they eating stones?" The divine tree expressed curiosity. "Even if you ask me, I don't know." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, "But there will be a day when the truth comes to light. Keep watching them. If you find any big changes, remember to inform me immediately." A moment later, Yang Kai left the black book space, and his consciousness returned to his body. Time flew by, and half a month passed. During this time, Yang Kai had continuously allowed yuan qi and his spiritual energy to erode the long shuttle artifact, carving his own life mark and soul brand. But the progress was very slow. Yang Kai didn't know what grade this long shuttle artifact was, but it was even more difficult than refining the Saint grade high-rank silver leaf artifact. However, after half a month, Yang Kai finally succeeded in carving his own brand inside this long shuttle artifact and took it into his body. Next was a long period of nurturing. Only when he could resonate with this long shuttle artifact would he be able to understand its purpose and use it to fight his enemies. This was something Yang Kai didn't need to do deliberately. He just needed time to settle down, and after a certain point, it would naturally resonate with him. Chapter 886. After storing the long shuttle artifact into his body, Yang Kai came out of seclusion to take a look at the current situation of the Holy Land and found that everything was normal. After the last incident, the disciples of the Holy Land were now working very hard in their cultivation, and the elders had also made great progress. The ancient demon race, under the constraints of Li Rong and the other great commanders, were now able to coexist peacefully with the people of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The only thing that was of concern was the issue of cultivation materials. Although the wizard had delivered a lot of materials to them last time, with the thousands of people in the Holy Land, their consumption rate was quite high, and it wouldn't be long before they ran out of supplies. In the past, 9 Heavens Holy Lands cultivation materials had all been obtained by the disciples who went out to find them, by the 3 nearby forces, or by the old Holy Master who went to the monster race territory to exchange for crystal stones. Now that the crystal stone lode had been scrupulously mined by the monster race for 2 or 3 years, it was on the verge of exhaustion. There wasn't even enough for them to use, so how could they exchange for supplies with others? Xianxia took out the things he couldn't use from the Black Book space, but even that could only alleviate the situation for a while. The Holy Land's elders were worried about the future every day. Seeing them like this, Xianxia was really embarrassed to ask them to help him find world spirit treasures. World spirit treasures, regardless of their grade, were all extremely rare and valuable. At this critical juncture, how could the Holy Land have the spare energy to do such a thing? Xianxia also had no good ideas, so he simply threw this mess to Su Hui and the others and entered the Holy Tomb again to cultivate. Inside the Holy Tomb, Xianxia comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao, exploring the path ahead of him. Occasionally, when he was tired from cultivating, Xianxia would refine pills to relieve his body and mind. The original intention of learning alchemy was to cultivate his spiritual energy, because the true alchemic way, which contained a huge amount of precious information, was stored in Xianxia's mind. It was impossible to pry into it without using his spiritual energy. But gradually, after mastering a considerable amount of alchemy knowledge, Xianxia also embarked on this path. He didn't expect to go very far, but now he was able to refine Saint-grade mid-rank pills better than 90% of the alchemists in the world. The true alchemic way played an important role. In particular, Xianxia discovered that while studying alchemy, it was of great help to his martial Tao and cultivation. His understanding of the conflagrated knowledge, C, had also become more thorough. Xianxia decided that he would truly treat alchemy as a side branch of comprehending martial arts. Therefore, while raising his cultivation base, he also spared no effort to improve his alchemy skills. Unfortunately, since the last time he refined the mid-rank Saint-grade pill in Demon God Castle, Xianxia didn't have many Saint-grade materials on hand. With Xianxia's current level, if he didn't refine a Saint-grade pill, he wouldn't be able to improve his attainments in alchemy. After refining a few Saint-grade pills in the Holy Tomb, he was completely out of Saint-grade herbs, making him extremely helpless. There was no flowing time, Great Emperor, for cultivation. When Xianxia came out of seclusion again, it was already 3 months later. The scenery of the 9 peaks had undergone some subtle changes. Inside the hall, the elders were discussing something, the atmosphere dignified. Seeing Xianxia arrive, all of them wore shocked expressions and quickly stood up to greet him. "Sit down, I just came out of seclusion today, so there's no need to pay attention to me." Xianxia gestured. Everyone nodded lightly and sat down. "Holy Master has come at just the right time." Su Hui said, "We were just discussing whether we should sell some of the Holy Land valuables we can't use. Holy Master should give us some advice." "Sell what?" Xianxia was stunned. "Some artifacts we can't use, and some secret arts and martial skills that don't belong to my 9 Heavens Holy Land," Su Hui replied. "Why should we sell them?" Xianxia swept his eyes around. All the elders blushed slightly as they glanced around at each other, none of them saying anything. Xianxia was even more puzzled. Su Hui smiled bitterly and explained, "The main reason is that the disciples have been cultivating in the Holy Tomb some time ago and have made many gains and breakthroughs. In order to consolidate their current cultivation, they have consumed too much of their strength. The Holy Land's Yuan Qi has also been greatly damaged, so we don't have enough cultivation materials. If we sell what we have, we can exchange it for a lot of other things. Holy Master, please persuade Great Elder. He even wants to sell the Saint-grade low-rank artifact the old Holy Master gave him," Yuing said. Xianxia was taken aback and asked, "Is the Holy Land in such dire straits now?" "Its subordinates' incompetence," Su Hui said awkwardly, "but as long as we get through this difficult time, things will improve after a while. It's not your fault." Xianxia shook his head and said thoughtfully, "It's also related to the demons I brought with me." Didn't you distribute a lot of materials to them? Although Su Hui and the others had never told him this, Yang Kai had been able to observe it. Since the ancient demon clan moved into the Holy Land, the ancient demon race had always had an abundance of cultivation materials, all of which should have been given to them by Su Hui. The Holy Land could be self-sufficient, but the ancient demon clan could not. They could not leave the Nine Peaks at all. Once they were discovered, it would likely cause trouble. The extra 1,000 people would only become a burden to the Holy Land. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Hui did not deny it and simply nodded silently. This is my responsibility. Yang Kai gently nodded, taking the initiative to admit his mistake. I have neglected this issue. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Great Elder, allow me to ask something I shouldn't be asking. Do you elders who have reached the saint realm have a habit of collecting saint-grade materials? Su Hui nodded. Yes, since breaking through to the transcendent late stage, Subordinate has been purposefully collecting materials, refining pills, refining artifacts. Whatever I need, I will collect, and when the day comes, I will find a suitable alchemist or artifact refiner to help me refine it. I have also collected materials. Chung Yutong nodded. The other elders all chimed in one after another, each of them indicating that they had all done the same. Because saint-grade materials were not easy to collect, it took a long time to collect, so generally, when one reached the transcendent realm, a cultivator would do this with a purpose. However, the materials we have collected have all been used up. Unfortunately, Elder Yuing, the materials for the clear sky pill that she spent 10 years collecting have all been used up recently. Su Hui sighed. What are you talking about? Yuing smiled. Which one of you hasn't taken out the materials you worked so hard to collect? We're not the same. Luo Sheng sighed. We haven't collected all the materials yet, but all you need to do is find an outstanding alchemist to help you refine an emerald sky pill. If you're lucky, you might be able to refine an emerald sky pill and greatly increase your strength. In front of Holy Master, let's not talk about this. Yuing covered her mouth and smiled. It's as if we're crying poor. The other elders all laughed dryly. Holy Master, why do you ask this? Su Hui asked in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brightly. In other words, most transcendent realm cultivators in this world have a habit of collecting materials, and if they are lucky enough, they have already collected all of them. You could say that. Su Hui nodded slightly. He didn't understand how this had anything to do with the current situation of the Holy Land. Pausing for a moment before continuing. However, collecting all of these materials is of no use. Finding someone to refine and clear sky pill is very troublesome. Elder Yuing was unable to find a suitable person to help her refine the clear sky pill until now. Finding a good alchemist and artifact refiner is not easy, and there is also a risk of failure. That's good. Yang Kai chuckled. I have a way to alleviate the current situation of the Holy Land, The several elders couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised, all of them turning excited looks towards Yang Kai. Elder Yuing, I'll return you in clear sky pill someday. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Yu Ying's expression shook as her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. Yang Kai stood up and shouted, Great Elder, use all of the Holy Land's connections to spread the word that my Holy Land can help people refine pills. If anyone needs a spirit grade top rank pill or above, they can come to my Holy Land. Good, saint grade top rank pills cannot be refined. This point must be made clear. Those who succeed will pay the same price as the pill itself. Only crystal stones and herbs will be accepted. If the refinement fails, my Holy Land will compensate you in full. Inside the hall, all the elders' jaws dropped as they stared towards Yang Kai. None of them saying a word, none of them wondering what the Master Holy Land was up to today. Seeing Su Hui not react at all, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Isn't the reward a bit too high? Su Hui finally recovered and said with a wry smile, If the pill can be guaranteed to succeed, this reward is not high at all. Many people spend a huge amount of energy to collect materials and ask someone to refine them. If they fail once or twice, they will waste a lot of energy and money. Therefore, it is not excessive to ask for the same value of crystal stones or medicinal ingredients as the pill. On the contrary, this kind of reward is very easy to accept. Then why do all of you look like you've seen a ghost? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. Holy Master! Su Hui's face twitched. Our holy land doesn't have a saint-grade alchemist. Su Hui even suspected that Yang Kai had become muddle-headed from his seclusion and had even forgotten such a thing. Although Nine Heavens' Holy Land was not weak in Tongxian realm, it still did not have a saint-grade alchemist. The main reason for this was that such an alchemist was too rare. The Alchemist Guild generally did not allow such an alchemist to work for any one force. The only exception was if the alchemist was cultivated by that force and was not subject to the jurisdiction of the Alchemist Guild. Unfortunately, Nine Heavens' Holy Land had never produced a saint-grade alchemist after so many years. There wasn't one in the past, but that doesn't mean there isn't one now. Just release the news. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Su Hui's body trembled as he suddenly thought of something. What Holy Master means is, among those demons, but soon he frowned again. Demons were unable to perform alchemy because of the demonic qi in their bodies. You don't need to worry about who will refine them. Just do as I say. Yes. Seeing Yang Kai so confident, Su Hui no longer asked and immediately began making arrangements with the other elders. Although Nine Heavens' Holy Land had not received any help when it was in danger last time, and now they were embroiled in a public debate about colluding with evil demons, this did not prevent the news from spreading. The elders had made many connections in the outside world over the years, so each of them used their own methods to spread the news. Chapter 887. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai began examining the movement and internal texture of the long shuttle artifact, trying to figure out its purpose. Yang Kai didn't know what was so strange about this artifact, but not only was it extremely difficult to refine it into his body, it was also extremely time-consuming to make it resonate with him. It had been 4 months since Yang Kai had absorbed it into his body and nourished it with his Yuan Qi and divine sense, but it still hadn't shown any signs of activity. The artifact had been contaminated with Yang Kai's aura, but it still couldn't resonate with Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, some subtle movements came from outside, and a moment later, Su Hui's voice called out, "Holy Master, subordinate requests an audience." "Come in," Yang Kai called out. Along with the sound of footsteps, Su Hui quickly walked in and, with a strange look on his face, cupped his fists and said, "Holy Master, someone has come to ask the Holy Land for help in refining a pill." "Oh." Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he muttered, "You've finally come? And you've finally come." Su Hui smiled bitterly. A month had passed since the day Yang Kai had asked the elders to use their connections to release the news, and today, this was the first time someone had come to ask for alchemy services. The main reason was that although Nine Heavens' Holy Land was famous throughout the world, it had never produced a saint-grade alchemist, so when news of it spread, not many people believed it. Not to mention that Su Hui and the others had released news that even saint-grade mid-rank pills could be refined. This meant that there was at least one saint-grade mid-rank alchemist in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Saint-grade mid-rank alchemists were extremely rare in this world. One could count them on one's hand. The names of these grandmasters were all familiar, but none of them had anything to do with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The world didn't believe anyone here could refine such a pill. After waiting for an entire month, only one person had come. "Where is he?" Yang Kai rubbed his palms together, seemingly full of energy. "He's in the guest hall," Su Hui quickly replied. This is my first business deal. I'll go take a look myself," Yang Kai said, walking out with Su Hui and flying toward the mountain peak where the guest hall was located. "Did that person say what kind of pill he was going to refine?" Yang Kai asked as they flew. "A high-grade spirit level, soul, concentrating pill. Only high-grade spirit level." Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that the person who had specially come here to request for alchemy would at least want to refine a saint-grade pill. But who would have thought that it would only be a high-grade spirit-grade pill? This made him a little disappointed. But thinking about it, the Holy Land's reputation hadn't been established yet. It was already good enough for someone to come and ask for alchemy. Xianxia immediately raised his spirits and prepared to welcome the first guest to the Holy Land in his best condition. A month ago, when he learned about the predicament the Holy Land was in, a flash of inspiration came to him. If it was done properly, not only could it alleviate the current economic crisis in the Holy Land, but it could also sweep away the current depression in the Holy Land and restore the Holy Land's prestige. Most importantly, he could use this to help others refine pills to improve his own alchemy level. This was what Xianxia wanted the most. Saint-grade materials were incredibly difficult to find. If he were to rely on himself to find them and improve his alchemy skills, he didn't know how long it would take him. However, most cultivators in this world had a habit of collecting herbs. Using the herbs they collected for alchemy was a good way to improve his alchemy skills. Since he began studying alchemy, Xianxia had never failed except for the occasional failure at the very beginning. This was why he dared to let Su Hui make such a bold claim that if he failed, he would compensate the Holy Land in full in order to attract a cultivator in need to come to the Holy Land. A soul-concentrating pill. Xianxia muttered thoughtfully, this guy must have had a relative or friend whose soul was damaged. Holy Master has also studied alchemy? Su Hui looked at him in amazement. Knowing the purpose of a pill, just by hearing its name, was something Su Hui couldn't do. It's just so. Xianxia chuckled. A short time later, the two arrived at the guest hall together. There was a middle-aged man in a gray robe sitting in the hall. He seemed to be slightly reserved as he sat upright and still without moving. Inside the hall, several maids stood nearby. They had already served him a fragrant tea, but he had yet to drink it, instead wearing a heavy expression, his brow furrowed and his face filled with worry. Xianxia swept this man with his divine sense and found that he was just a first-order transcendent cultivator, immediately understanding why he had come to Nine Heavens' Holy Land for alchemy assistance. This cultivator's strength wasn't very high, and he didn't wear any high-grade artifacts, so he should be a cultivator from a small family or force. Such a cultivator wanting to collect the materials for a single spirit grade top-rank pill must have experienced a lot of setbacks and trouble. If he were to find an unreliable alchemist to refine a pill and failed, he would have to start all over again to find the required herbs. But coming to Nine Heavens' Holy Land was a different story. Su Hui had already announced that even if he failed, he would be compensated in full, so there was no need for him to worry. The condition of full compensation if he failed was the main reason why he had come here. Hearing the noise, the middle-aged man quickly got up and turned to Xianxia and Su Hui, cupping his fists and smiling wryly. Great Elder Su Hui, this one greets you. Sit, there's no need to be polite. Su Hui also appeared quite approachable. As a second-order saint, being able to show such an attitude towards a first-order transcendent cultivator really made the other party feel flattered. Blushing slightly, the middle-aged man sat down and stared at Xianxia suspiciously. Su Hui quickly said, allow me to introduce you. This is my Holy Land's Holy Master, Xianxia. The middle-aged man stood up again, showing a look of shock and envy as he exclaimed, so if it was Xianxia, I've heard so much about you. Bad reputation? Xianxia chuckled. Some time ago, the Holy Land had experienced a lot of trouble. Rumors had spread that this place had colluded with the demon race and a monster race, and some people had maliciously spread these rumors. As a result, Nine Heavens' Holy Land's reputation among the human race was not very good. Xianxia, the Holy Master who had colluded with the monster race and was willing to fall into depravity, was naturally well known. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have expected Xianxia to say such a thing, but after a moment of silence, he quickly smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. It's fine, I know what kind of rumors are circulating outside. And let's not talk about that today, we'll just talk about alchemy. How should I address you, friend? This one is Lu Qingjing. I heard you want to refine the soul-condensing pill. Have you brought all the herbs? I've brought them, Lu Qingjing quickly replied, picking up a small package on the table. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was even more certain that this person really wasn't rich. Because he didn't even have a universe bag, the herbs he brought were actually wrapped in a small package. Yang Kai gestured to Su Hui, who quickly took the package and handed it over to Yang Kai. Opening the package and carefully inspecting the herbs inside, Yang Kai nodded lightly. These herbs are well preserved. Their medicinal efficacies haven't deteriorated too much. Being able to perform alchemy shows you put a lot of thought into it. But next time you can't store them like this, at the very least you should prepare some special containers to store them. Lu Qingjing smiled awkwardly. Yang Shengzhu is right. Next time this Lu will pay more attention. But the herbs you've arranged are missing one. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Without the soul condensing grass, if you only rely on these materials to refine, the success rate will be greatly reduced. At most, you'll only have a 30% chance of successfully refining a pill. Lu Qingjing was shocked, a look of confusion appearing on his face. How could that be? The person who told you these herbs must have a poor alchemy level, Yang Kai said without any trace of politeness. Lu Qingjing nodded. It was a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist who told me. No wonder, with these materials, even if you were lucky enough to successfully refine a pill, the medicinal efficacies won't be enough to save your family or friends. Yang Shengzhu, how did you know? Lu Qingjing couldn't help trembling slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. This pill has the effect of condensing and dispersing one's soul. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Anyone familiar with alchemy will know. Which family member or friend of yours was seriously injured in a battle and is currently unconscious? Lu Qingjing's face filled with admiration as he nodded. Yang Shengzhu is right. To tell you the truth, the one who was seriously injured was my son. It has been half a year since he fell into a coma. This Lu has been collecting herbs for a long time and was just about to find an alchemist to help me refine a pill when I heard the news released by Nine Heaven's Holy Land. So I hurried over. If you look for another alchemist, not to mention whether or not he will succeed, he will definitely ask you to search for soul condensing grass again. Lu Qingjing suddenly looked at Yang Kai nervously, fearing he would also make such a request. This was only natural. Alchemists were only responsible for alchemy. The search for herbs was generally left to the cultivator. My holy land has soul condensing grass. There is no need for you to search for it. Hearing this, Lu Qingjing was overjoyed. Many thanks, Yang Shengzhu. Many thanks, Yang Shengzhu. Trivial matter. You wait here for a while. I'll have someone help you refine it. If nothing unexpected happens, it should only take half an hour or two, Yang Kai said before taking the herbs and leaving the hall. Inside the hall, only Lu Qingjing and Su Hui remained, as well as the maidservants who were standing indifferently. Su Hui wore a suspicious expression. Although he didn't know much about alchemy and had never been involved in this territory before, he still knew how difficult it was to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill. Would he be able to refine it in an hour or two? Was the Holy Master really such a powerful alchemist? What's more, the Holy Master had said this with absolute confidence, not at all worried about failure. Could that alchemist really have a 100% chance of successfully refining a pill? Su Hui couldn't understand. Lu Qingjing was even more anxious as he sat in his chair, feeling like his back was being stabbed by needles. He wanted to stand up and walk around to relieve the anxiety in his heart, but he didn't dare act too casually in front of Su Hui, so it was extremely difficult for him to do so. Seeing him like this, Su Hui smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. Since my holy land has released such news, even if the refinement fails, we will compensate you in full. You can go find another alchemist to help you refine it. My holy land will not cheat you of your precious herbs." Chapter 888. Great Elder is too serious. This Lu didn't mean that. Lu Qingjing quickly waved his hand, but after listening to Su Hui's words, he really felt relieved. Because even if the refinement failed, he didn't have to take any risks. Secretly, he felt that coming to Nine Heaven's holy land this time was indeed the right decision. Waiting anxiously, Lu Qingjing glanced out of the hall from time to time. Su Hui didn't say anything more and simply sat down silently. About half an hour later, Kaiyang once again arrived outside the main hall. Striding forward like a dragon or tiger, he strode in. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingjing and Su Hui both wore excited looks, knowing that the soul-condensing pill should have been successfully refined. Yang Shangzhu. Lu Qingjing pursed his lips and called out uneasily. Yang Kai chuckled and said casually, I didn't disappoint. The refinement was a success, although there was a small accident. Accident? Lu Qingjing's expression tightened, not knowing what Yang Kai was referring to. Take a look for yourself. You should be satisfied. Yang Kai handed over a jade bottle in his hand. Lu Qingjing quickly took it and opened the lid. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled his nose, causing him to feel a sense of enlightenment. Su Hui called out in surprise, also poking his head over to take a look. He felt that the medicinal efficacies contained in this spirit-grade top-rank pill were somewhat unusual. Compared to ordinary spirit-grade top-rank pills, they were much richer. Looking through the mouth of the bottle, Lu Qingjing's eyes bulged, his big hand trembling as he exclaimed, This is pill veins? Su Hui also exclaimed. The two of them glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins was no less valuable than a saint pill. Still unable to believe his eyes, Lu Qingjing quickly poured the pill out of the jade bottle and placed it on his palm to examine it carefully. This soul-condensing pill was full and round and contained a pure medicinal efficacies. Exquisite pill veins covered the pill like the meridians of a human body, flashing a faint fluorescent light. Feeling the warmth in his hand, LV Qingjing instantly confirmed that this pill had definitely just been refined. Yang Shangzhu this. Lu Qingjing seemed to be incoherent. He thought that being able to form a pill this time was already a stroke of luck, but he didn't expect that what he got was actually a soul-condensing pill with pill veins. This was completely out of his expectations, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, My luck is good. I managed to give birth to pill veins. My son can be saved. Lu Qingjing shouted, tears glimmering in the corners of his eyes. Not only can it be saved, but if your son consumes it, not only can it repair his damaged divine soul, but it may also allow him to have an unexpected improvement. If your son's cultivation is not high enough, I will need you to protect him. The efficacy of this spirit pill is not inferior to that of a saint pill, so you must use it carefully. Yang Shangzhu is right. I will keep that in mind. Lu Qingjing was ecstatic, his face radiant, as if he could already see his son recovering and his spiritual energy increasing greatly. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Su Hui also congratulated from his side. Many thanks, Great Elder. Many thanks, Great Elder. Many thanks, Yang Shangzhu. Lu Qingjing bowed respectfully. A moment later, though, Lu Qingjing's expression suddenly became tense as he awkwardly said, Before this Lu came here, he had only prepared a reward equivalent to a spirit-grade top-rank pill. I didn't expect this spirit pill to give birth to pill veins. His expression suddenly became serious as he quickly said, If Holy Master Yang and Great Elder trust this humble one, after this humble one has my son take the spirit pill, this humble one will collect enough gifts to pay a visit to you. Saying so, Lu Qingjing took out the rewards he had prepared. Unsurprisingly, they were all crystal stones. Su Hui looked towards Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled heartily and said lightly, You are the first person to come to my 9 heavens holy land to request alchemy. How about I discuss this with you? Lu Qingjing's expression became serious as he solemnly said, Yang Shangzhu, if there is something you need, this one will not refuse. It's not a big deal. I don't need any reward. This spirit pill can be considered a gift to you. Lu Qingjing was taken aback. Su Hui also didn't quite understand why Yang Kai was being so generous, but after thinking for a moment, he smiled lightly. I have a condition that I hope you can agree to. Yang Kai didn't keep him in suspense. Outside of my 9 heavens holy land, help me spread the news that one of my holy land's alchemy grandmasters helped you refine a spirit pill with pill veins. How about it? That's all. That's all. Lu Qingjing said solemnly. This one is duty-bound. Yang Shangzhu and Great Elder can rest assured. This Lu will do everything in his power to spread this news. Good. Hurry back, your son still needs this spirit pill to save his life. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Qing was moved to tears and thanked him profusely before leaving. Watching him leave, Su Hui couldn't help sighing, what a good start. I've been waiting for a month for such a good start. Yang Kai also nodded. But this transaction was a loss. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins. That's a rare sight. If I had sold it, I would have been able to exchange it for a lot of crystal stones, Su Hui said with some heartache. Soul-condensing pills were relatively high-end pills for repairing one's soul. Many cultivators needed them because during battle, if one wasn't careful, one's soul would be damaged. If such a thing happened, they would need these pills to repair it. It could be said that this spirit pill didn't need to worry about a market at all. On the contrary, it would be highly sought after. Don't be so short-sighted, Yang Kai chuckled. If this news were to spread, it would attract a lot of people. And Holy Master's vision is truly profound. Subordinate admires him greatly. Stop flattering me. Yang Kai curled his lips. Su Hui grinned meaningfully before whispering, Holy Master, those pill veins, were they really born out of pure luck? What do you think? Yang Kai glanced over at him. If Holy Master says so, then so be it. Su Hui tactfully didn't ask any more questions, but he was now even more curious about the identity of the alchemy grandmaster hidden inside the Holy Land. To actually use only an hour to refine such a spirit pill, this level of attainment was simply shocking. Su Hui had wandered the world for many years and knew many skilled alchemists. He had even made friends with several saint-grade alchemists, but he felt that none of those famous alchemists had such a level of skill. Who could it be? Su Hui was puzzled. 5 days later, another person came to the Holy Land to ask for help with alchemy. After asking around, Su Hui learned that this person had come to the Holy Land because he had heard about Lu Qingjing's experience. What's more, this person's purpose was surprisingly the same as Lu Qingjing's, asking to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill. However, this time it wasn't a soul-condensing pill, but a life-saving scarlet blood pill. Su Hui led this person to the Holy Land, and Yang Kai came forward to collect the herbs he had brought. Once again, half an hour later, a spirit pill was produced. That person left in a very agitated manner. This time, Yang Kai didn't ask for any reward and instead allowed this person to take away the spirit pill under the same conditions as Lu Qingjing. 3 days later, a third person came to the Holy Land to request alchemy. Yang Kai repeated the same process and even produced pill veins, causing the person who had requested alchemy to exclaim that he had never seen such a high-grade pill with pill veins before. Satisfied, he left. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing something with Li Rong at the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan resided. In the distance, the sound of fluttering robes quickly approached. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Great Elder Su Hui rushing over, and before he had even arrived, Great Elder Su Hui shouted excitedly, Holy Master, someone has come to request alchemy. What's the point of being so excited? Yang Kai was speechless. Li Rong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help chuckling. This time there are a lot of people, for 5 of them at once, and 2 of them are Saint Realm Masters. They seem to have come to request Saint Pills, Su Hui hurriedly reported. Oh, finally someone wants to refine a Saint Pill? Yang Kai grinned. Helping someone refine 3 pills for free, all of them spirit-grade top rank, and of the 3 pills, 2 had even formed pill veins. His reputation really was quite attractive. Has this person been arranged in the guest hall? Yes, Su Hui nodded. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai smiled lightly, ordering Li Rong before flying off with Su Hui to the guest hall. Inside the guest hall, 5 cultivators sat on chairs, each of them with a fragrant cup of tea at their table. Among these 5 cultivators, there were men and women, 2 first-order saints, 1 third-order transcendent, and 2 first-order transcendents. While waiting, the 5 cultivators all looked at each other, as if they didn't know each other. Only the two first-order saints smiled at each other, as if they had met before. One of them asked, "Why has Brother also come to Nine Heavens' holy land?" The person called Brother smiled lightly. "Naturally, I came here for the same purpose as Brother Xianxia. So, Brother also heard the news here and came to give it a try?" Of course, it said that 3 people who needed to refine spirit grade top-rank pills came here, 2 of them bringing back pills that formed pill veins, while the last one obtained a pill with condensed medicinal efficacies of quite high quality. Although it didn't have pill veins, it was still better than most pills refined by alchemists. If this news is true, perhaps the alchemists here can meet my requirements. The news can't be false. Among the 3 people who were listening, a middle-aged woman suddenly interjected. The 2 Saint Realm Masters couldn't help turning their eyes to her and asking suspiciously, "How do you know?" "Because the 3rd person who came here to request alchemy was my big brother." The woman smiled. "The pill that formed pill veins, I saw it with my own eyes." The other 4 people in the hall all looked shocked and quickly asked for more details. The middle-aged woman didn't hide anything from him and told him everything she knew. After listening, the 2 Saint Realm Masters glanced at each other. The cultivators surnamed when thoughtfully asking, "So, there really is a highly skilled alchemy grandmaster hidden here? 3 pills, 2 of them formed pill veins. Either that person's luck was good enough or his skill was superb. I don't know which one it is, but the saint pill I want to refine, can he refine it?" Chapter 889. While the 5 people in the hall were waiting, Xianxia and Su Hui arrived together. The 5 saints hurriedly got up, the 2 Saint Realm Masters constantly sizing up Xianxia, as if they hadn't expected the new Holy Master to be so young and couldn't help showing some contempt. However, when they saw Su Hui, though, their expressions became dignified. Su Hui's cultivation was a minor realm higher than theirs, a gap that they may never cross in their lifetime, so naturally they didn't dare act carelessly. Quickly bowing respectfully, Xianxia enthusiastically greeted them and waited for them to take a seat before asking, "Are you here to perform alchemy?" Everyone nodded. "Good. Give me the herbs you've prepared, tell me the name of the pill you need to refine, and wait a few hours." Seeing his casual expression, the 5 of them stared at him in a daze, and no one moved. Xianxia glanced over at them and chuckled. "What's wrong? Aren't you here to perform alchemy? Don't tell me you haven't even prepared the herbs." "Naturally, we have prepared the herbs, but dare I ask Xianxia, what is the success rate of her noble sex alchemy grandmaster in refining the saint pill?" One of them frowned. "What if I promise you a 100% success rate?" Xianxia grinned. The 5 people's expressions became strange, obviously not believing him. Even the middle-aged woman who had seen the spirit pill form pill veins. In this world, there was no alchemist who could guarantee a 100% success rate. Even the best alchemist would sometimes fail. This was the risk one had to bear in order to perform alchemy. Unless this statement was made by the old man of Heaven's Keep, there was no credibility. This new holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land, isn't he a bit too young and frivolous? The 5 people thought to themselves at the same time, their originally somewhat hopeful mood suddenly turning into one of worry. "What's wrong?" Su Hui observed the 5 people's hesitant expressions and suddenly became unhappy. "Do you think my holy land's alchemist can't refine the saint pill you want?" "We wouldn't dare." The man's expression changed and he frowned, but it wasn't easy for this one to collect these saint-grade materials. If the refinement fails, it won't be easy to collect them all again. That's why I was a little more cautious. I hope that Yang Shengzhu and Great Elder can forgive me. Xianxia nodded lightly. "I can understand your caution, but if you want to refine a saint pill, no matter which alchemist you go to, you will have to bear the risk of failure. Naturally, it is the same for me, but I can assure you that in my holy land, this risk is minimal, and there might even be some unexpected gains." "Pill veins?" Hearing him say this, the 5 people's eyes lit up. The middle-aged woman said, "Since none of you are willing to give it a try, then let me do it. What I want to refine is not a saint pill, but a high-grade spirit-level pill. Even if I fail, It won't take me much effort to collect the materials, and I won't have to worry about any losses." As he spoke, he took out the medicinal herbs he had brought. The other four didn't show any intention of snatching them, all of them preparing to see the methods of this Nine Heavens Holy Land alchemist with their own eyes before deciding what to do next. Knowing what they were thinking, Xianxia didn't care and simply instructed Su Hui to accept the herbs before leaving. The five people continued to wait in the hall. Half an hour later, Su Hui reappeared in the hall with a proud look on his face. The five people quickly stood up and stared at him eagerly, wanting to know what the result would be. Su Hui casually tossed a jade bottle over and said lightly, "Take a look for yourself and see what kind of level my Holy Land's alchemist has." The middle-aged woman took it and couldn't wait to open the bottle and pour out a dark blue pill. The next moment, a cry of surprise rang out. "Pill veins! Pill veins again!" This spirit grade top-rank pill had really been refined with pill veins, greatly increasing its medicinal efficacies and increasing its value several times over. The middle-aged woman couldn't contain her joy and squeezed the pill in her hand, her pretty face blooming like a flower. The two Saint Realm Masters glanced at each other and saw the amazement in each other's eyes. If the rumors were true, including the one in front of them, this alchemy grandmaster hidden in Nine Heavens Holy Land had only refined a total of 4 pills. All of them were spirit grade top-rank pills. Of these 4, 3 had pill veins, something that could only be discovered but not sought. The probability was almost 80%. Ordinary alchemists, even those famous saint-grade alchemists, would have to spend a great deal of effort to refine such a spirit pill. They might spend years or even decades before they could occasionally obtain one. But here in Nine Heavens Holy Land, pills with pill veins were, as if they didn't cost money, appearing one after the other. How sensational was this? My family's holy master said that Grandmaster is in a good mood today, so if he wants to refine a pill, he should hurry. After a few hours, if Grandmaster is in a bad mood, he may not be able to refine anything. Su Hui raised his head proudly and said faintly, "Great Elder, these are the herbs this one has brought." When the 4 of them heard this, they no longer hesitated and rushed forward, scrambling to be the first to hand over the herbs they had concocted, fearing that the mysterious master would really be in a bad mood and not feel good to the touch. Being able to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins, this Grandmaster was naturally capable of refining a saint pill. Su Hui didn't embarrass them too much and happily accepted the rewards handed over by the middle-aged woman before leaving calmly. This kind of business couldn't continue to lose money, so it was time to collect some kind of reward. The middle-aged woman was also honest and prepared a reward equivalent to the spirit pill she had requested to be refined. After half an hour, Su Hui returned again, bringing back 2 spirit pills which he handed over to the 2 saints who had requested to be refined. Although these 2 spirit pills didn't have pill veins, their quality was surprisingly high. So although the 2 saints felt somewhat regretful, they were still satisfied with the rewards and left. Only the 2 Saint Realm Masters remained in the hall, waiting anxiously, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. From time to time, they would stand up and look around, hoping Su Hui would appear and bring back the refined saint pills. However, they also knew that refining a saint pill was fundamentally different from refining a spirit-grade pill. The amount of time and energy required to refine a saint pill was exponentially greater, so there was no point in being anxious. So they decided to be patient. More than an hour later, inside the Holy Master Court, Xianxia summoned Su Hui, who had been waiting outside. Walking into Xianxia's room, Su Hui immediately smelled a rich pill fragrance, causing his expression to shake slightly as he began looking around. He wanted to know who was helping these people perform alchemy and who had such a miraculous method. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, Su Hui came up empty-handed. "The pills are refined. Take them first. Don't rush to give them to them. It won't be too late to hand them over to them tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Su Hui thought for a moment before nodding lightly, taking the 2 saint pills and asking, "Does Holy Master want them to know that refining saint pills is not easy?" Xianxia glanced over at him and said lightly, I just want them to know that if they doubt the level of my Holy Land's alchemist, they will be punished. Suhui didn't know whether to laugh or cry and didn't say anything more, but his eyes kept darting around. Seeing Suhui not willing to leave and instead looking around, Xianxia smiled and asked, Are you looking for that alchemy grandmaster? Suhui grinned meaningfully before lowering his voice and asking, Holy Master, when did my Holy Land receive such a grandmaster? How come even this old master didn't know about him? He has worked so hard to help my Holy Land survive this crisis, so I should offer my thanks to him. After all, I'm the Holy Land's great elder. Do you want to know who he is? Xianxia looked at him with a smile. Suhui nodded seriously. What if I told you that the one who refined these pills was me? Holy Master must be joking, Suhui said with a look of disbelief. Holy Master, at such a young age you have already reached the third order transcendent realm, a dragon among men. In the future, your achievements will not be inferior to those of previous holy masters. This old master firmly believes. But if you say that you're also proficient in alchemy while cultivating, this old master doesn't believe it. A grandmaster who can refine St. Pills must have at least been immersed in this field for 100 years. The flowing time, great emperor. Holy Master is still too young. Even if you began alchemy in your mother's womb, it would still be impossible for you to possess such skill. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Xianxia spat disdainfully, not bothering to explain further. Suhui was stunned, becoming more and more curious about this hidden alchemy grandmaster. But since Xianxia didn't want to say anything, he had no choice but to leave. Early the next morning, Suhui arrived at the main hall. The two First Order Saints had been waiting all night, their eyes bloodshot. So when they saw Suhui appear, they immediately rushed up and eagerly asked, Great Elder, how is it? As they spoke, their expressions became tense, fearing they would hear some bad news from Suhui. With their strength reaching such a level, they generally had a high status and didn't need to worry about crystal stones. However, as one of them had said before, the saint-grade materials they had painstakingly collected were not easy to find. Some of them couldn't be bought even if one had enough money. All of them had to be found by themselves, traversing mountains and rivers. Of course, luck played a large role in this. If the refinement failed, although the Holy Land would compensate them, it wouldn't compensate them with herbs, only a corresponding amount of crystal stones. They would then have to search for or purchase other materials. Seeing these two like this, Suhui felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart and proudly declared, My Holy Land's Grandmaster has taken action. How could he fail? I really don't know what you're worried about. So take this. Suhui handed over the 2 jade bottles to them before reaching out and brushing off the non-existent dust on his robes. If you need a Saint Pill refined next time, just come to my Holy Land. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The 2 men checked the pills in the jade bottles, and their expressions suddenly filled with surprise, one of them quickly praising. Your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster's methods are truly amazing. He will definitely come again next time. Right? I have many friends who are worried about not being able to find a suitable Grandmaster for alchemy. I wonder if your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster can help them refine Saint Pills? The other man quickly expressed that he also had many friends and relatives who were experiencing the same situation. Chapter 890. Saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare. Each one of them was a manager of the Alchemist Guild in a major city, and there were too many people requesting them for alchemy. Many people had to wait several years, or even longer before it was their turn. However, Nine Heaven's Holy Land was different. Its alchemy reputation had only just begun, so there were not many people requesting alchemy services yet. Seeing them express their intentions to introduce their friends and family to Nine Heaven's Holy Land for alchemy, Suhui found them pleasing to the eye and smiled heartily. Good, as long as you bring enough compensation, my Holy Land's Grandmaster will naturally act. Of course. The 2 nodded repeatedly before taking their Saint Pills and quickly leaving, preparing to inform their friends and family who were unable to find a way to obtain alchemy services here. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. Outside the 9 peaks, people were bustling with activity, and it was extraordinarily lively. These transcendent realm cultivators were lined up in a long line, waiting anxiously outside the 9 peaks, all of them wearing different expressions. All of these people had come here to ask the Holy Land for help in refining pills. Over the past month, more and more people had come to the 9 peaks to request alchemy services. At the beginning, only a few cultivators would come here to try their luck, 1 or 2 every 3 to 5 days. But as the cultivator who obtained a spirit grade pill and saint pill left, more and more people were attracted to this place. Gradually, people came every day. Sometimes it was 1 or 2 people who came alone, and sometimes it was a group of people who came together. Later, more and more people came, more and more frequently. This was how the current situation had developed. Outside the 9 peaks, there were at least a few dozen transcendent realm masters waiting. Holy Land Elder Luo Sheng and Meng Tian Fei led some Holy Land disciples to the side to maintain order. Those who had come from afar were guests, so the Holy Land disciples provided tea and a place to rest for these cultivators who were waiting to enter the Holy Land. However, if anyone dared to disobey the Holy Land's rules and tried to forcibly cut the line, regardless of their cultivation, they would be driven out. This was an order given by Yang Kai, and the 2 Holy Land elders spared no effort in carrying it out. Why isn't it our turn to enter yet? At the front of the line, a person raised his head and muttered anxiously. Soon, it will be our turn in the next batch. One of his companions said expectantly. That's right. Don't worry. We've only been waiting here for a few days. If we were to go somewhere else, we might not even get our turn after waiting for a few years. The third person also comforted him. That's true. The man's mood suddenly became much better, and he began chatting with a few people nearby. I heard that since this alchemy grandmaster of 9 Heavens Holy Land began, he has never failed. Whether it is refining a spirit grade pill or a saint pill, every time he succeeds, his customers will leave satisfied. That's not all. Many of those who concocted spirit pills obtained pills with pill veins. Are you serious? Is there really such a thing as pill veins? I also heard that there are indeed quite a few spirit pills with pill veins. Then wouldn't the reward be several times higher? 9 Heavens Holy Land seems to only accept an ordinary spirit grade pill as a reward. But if you give them more, they won't refuse. Of course, I have to give them more to leave a good impression. Maybe the next time I come to ask for a pill, things will go a bit smoother. Haha, I prepared a bit more reward. Maybe if my luck is good, the pill I want to refine will form pill veins. This Grandmaster is really amazing. With such skill, he should at least be a saint grade mid-rank alchemist, right? I'm afraid besides the old man of Heaven's Keep, he is the most powerful alchemist in this world. There seems to be more than one saint grade alchemist here. Why do you say that? Haven't you noticed how fast they can perform alchemy? Every day, they can refine at least 10 pills for at least one person. These pills are all spirit grade top rank and above. Many of them saint grade. How could a single grandmaster be so busy? Could it be that 9 Heavens Holy Land is hiding several grandmasters of this level? As soon as the statement came out, everyone was horrified. Saint grade alchemists were extremely rare. Every great force hoped to have such a master in their sect, but in this world, there were only a few. Even if there were, these alchemists would only work for their own sect, never helping outsiders in alchemy. What's more, these alchemists had a very high status, perhaps once every few months or even a year, spending most of their time leisurely enjoying the pleasures of life. On the other hand, the 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy grandmasters were so busy this past month that they didn't even have time to drink water. They were simply good people who benefited the world and were respected and worshipped by all. Such whispers spread throughout the waiting cultivator, all of them shocked by the heritage of 9 Heavens Holy Land. The only thing that made people feel a little regretful was that the grandmasters of 9 Heavens Holy Land would only refine 1 pill per person, no more than that. However, grandmasters were all eccentric people, so the cultivator who came to ask for pills could understand. After a long time, a group of people suddenly walked out from the 9 peaks. There were exactly 10 of them, no matter how high or low their cultivations were, whether they were male or female, old or young. All of them held their heads high and puffed out their chests, a look of satisfaction on their faces. "They're out. The group that went in yesterday has come out." Exclamations sounded from the group. A busybody asked, "Everyone, how is the refining of your pills?" Among the 10 people who came out, an old man laughed and said, "The Grandmasters of 9 Heavens' Holy Land are truly worthy of their reputation. All of the pills the 10 of us requested were successfully refined without a single failure. What's more, this old master's saint-grade low-rank pill even formed pill veins, ha!" Facing the heavens, this old man let out a hearty laugh, his face filled with excitement and pride. The other 9 people all stared at him with envious eyes. The others in the group were also dumbfounded, staring at this old man with bloodshot eyes, all of them wishing they could rush up and knock him out and snatch his saint pill. A saint pill that formed pill veins was a once-in-a-century treasure. Its value was immeasurable. However, upon realizing the level of this old man's cultivation, everyone had no choice but to dispel such thoughts. This old man was at least a second-order saint. "Everyone, please wait a moment. I wish you all the same good luck. This old master will take his leave first." The old man seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Normally, a master like him would act arrogantly. So how could he speak to others? But today, not only was he chattering endlessly, he was even trying to be polite. Saying so, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei, who were maintaining order outside, politely cupped their fists and quickly left. After he left for a while, the people waiting in line woke up from their stupor, all of them staring at him expectantly. "Two elders, can you let us in now? I've been waiting for several days now. It's finally my turn," the person at the front of the line called out. Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei glanced at each other and nodded lightly. Luo Sheng calling out, "The 10 friends at the front of the line, please follow my Holy Land's disciples into the guest hall. There will naturally be someone to entertain you there. After the 10 of you enter, please continue to wait. Everyone, please." A Holy Land disciple at the front of the line gestured. The 10 cultivators at the front of the line immediately swarmed and like they had been injected with chicken blood, pushing and shoving one another, none of them willing to back down, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The rest of the people continued to wait in the long line, their hearts burning with anxiety. The 2 elders walked to the side and looked at this exciting scene. They were very happy. "Brother Meng, do you think our holy master is an alchemy grandmaster? Isn't his level a bit too high?" Meng Tianfei shook his head. "If you ask me, who should I ask? I've also discussed this matter with Great Elder, but even Great Elder doesn't know what this grandmaster is like or where he came from, but he should be a friend our holy master has made outside." Amazing to be able to have such a grandmaster work for the Holy Land. The Holy Master's methods are extraordinary, and thanks to the alchemy rewards we received during this time, the Holy Land situation has suddenly improved, and the disciples no longer need to worry about cultivation materials. Haha, when we can ask those grandmasters to help us refine some saint pills, it would be even better. Don't worry, we'll just have to ask the Holy Master one day. There won't be any problems. That may be the case, but from the looks of it, I don't know when that master will be free. Saying so, the 2 elders turned their eyes to the distance where a group of people was approaching 9 Heavens' Holy Land. There is no doubt that this group of people were also here to request alchemy. As one group left, another group would appear. The number of people would only continue to grow. The 2 elders felt both happy and distressed, sighing heavily. This group of people was quite large, 4 or 5 in total. When they arrived, Luo Sheng stepped forward and instructed them to line up at the end of the line. Over the past few days, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei had to receive at least 2 or 3 waves of guests like this every day, and as time passed, the number of people coming increased. Just after arranging these people, the 2 elders saw Su Hui fly out from the 9 peaks. Immediately shaking, the 2 elders rushed over to greet him. A short time later, Great Elder Su Hui arrived outside the 9 peaks and glanced at the long line before him. So many people. Yes, great elder. The reputation of our Holy Land's alchemy is becoming more and more resounding. Luo Sheng smiled bitterly. That's only natural. The fact that there is no precedent of failure is already a legend. No alchemist in this world can achieve such a feat, except for the grandmasters of my Holy Land. Su Hui's expression was full of pride. Does Great Elder have something to say? Meng Tian Fei asked. Pass on the Holy Master's order. Su Hui nodded, turning to the long line of people and shouting. Everyone, this old master is Nine Heavens Holy Land's Great Elder, Su Hui. Greetings. Everyone quickly returned the greeting, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Su Hui's expression shook. He had never felt so spirited before. Even when the old Holy Master was alive, he had never felt such a sense of grandeur. Continuing to shout, pass on the Holy Master's order. May I ask if anyone has any world spirit treasures? Most people shook their heads, indicating that they did not have such a thing, but some whispered among themselves, guessing what the Holy Master wanted this thing for. Chapter 891. World spirit treasures were simply too rare and difficult to obtain. Some cultivators might not even see one in their lifetime. This was because world spirit treasures possessed a certain degree of sentience and could be regarded as a kind of sentient being that knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. When they sensed danger, they would flee, making them extremely difficult to find. Su Hui observed everyone's expressions and chuckled. You may rest assured, my Holy Land is not asking for your wealth. The Holy Master has said that if anyone has a world spirit treasure, regardless of its grade or type, as long as they hand it over to my Holy Land, the Holy Land's Grandmaster will refine 3 pills for them for free. What's more, the pills will be refined immediately. No need to wait in line. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. When a Grandmaster of Nine Heavens Holy Land helped someone perform alchemy, the reward wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. The reward was crystal stones or herbs of equivalent value to the pill being refined. Such a reward was something most people could afford. Because saint-grade materials were difficult to find, some people didn't lack crystal stones. However, if the reward was 3 pills, it was a considerable number, enough to tempt many people. Someone in the line asked, Great Elder, is there no limit to the grade of 3 pills you can refine for free? Su Hui smiled and shook his head. There is no limit to the grade, even if you want to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill. Your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster is quite bold, the man exclaimed, causing everyone else to be stunned. Although until now, no one had requested to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill. From Su Hui's words, it could be inferred that this Grandmaster was capable of refining such a pill and had full confidence in his own skills. So if you have world spirit treasures on hand, please don't hide them. This is a rare opportunity. Su Hui chuckled and persuaded. He didn't know whether this group of people had world spirit treasures or not, nor did he know why Yang Kai wanted them. But since the Holy Master had given him an order, he had no choice but to comply. At the end of the line, someone from the group who had just arrived hesitated for a moment before asking, Great Elder, can any world spirit treasure be refined? Anything is fine. Su Hui nodded firmly before turning his eyes to this person. The man's expression became solemn as he asked again, But what if I only want to refine 1 pill? As for the remaining 2 pills, my Holy Land will help you remember them. Whenever you want to refine them, you can come at any time. There's no need to wait. So that's how it is. The man's expression became somewhat eager as he carefully took out a jade artifact from his sleeve and jogged over to Su Hui, handing it over. Great Elder, please take a look at this. As he spoke, he had an expectant look on his face, but at the same time, he felt somewhat uneasy. This person was no more than 30 years old, and his strength wasn't high, only at the peak immortal ascension boundary. With such a cultivation, the pill he requested to be refined was at most a spirit grade top-rank pill. What's more, as a cultivator, he had never had the opportunity to speak directly with a master like Su Hui. So naturally, he was quite excited to have such an opportunity today. Su Hui's brow furrowed as he took the delicate jade artifact and was about to open it. That person hurriedly said, "Be careful, Great Elder. This thing runs very fast. If you don't pay attention, it will slip away." Back then, this one obtained it by chance. I don't even recognize what it is. It's really shameful to say this. Don't worry. Su Hui smiled confidently, wrapping up the jade artifact with his powerful divine sense, not leaving the slightest gap. Many people stretched out their necks, wanting to see what this world spirit treasure was. Even the two elders, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei, came over. When the jade artifact was opened, in an instant, a faint light bloomed from inside, like a crystal-clear moonlight. Seemingly aware that the jade artifact that had been closed for so long had been opened, the light rushed out. Su Hui chuckled lightly, his expression indifferent. Wrapped up by his divine sense, the light was unable to break through, constantly circling around a small area, seemingly quite anxious. After a while, the light gradually condensed into the shape of a three-leaved spirit grass. This spirit grass exuded a strong energy fluctuation and exuded a vigorous vitality. Its entire body was crystal clear, as if it had been carved from white jade, giving it a very delicate appearance. The three leaves were also tender and fresh, as if they were formed from water droplets. It really is a world spirit treasure. Su Hui's eyes lit up as he gently nodded. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that this spirit grass was indeed a world spirit treasure, because it already possessed a certain degree of sentience. Does anyone recognize what kind of world spirit treasure this is? Su Hui asked the people who had come to ask for alchemy pills. Most people shook their heads, only one person chuckling. "Great Elder, this is a shimmering moon grass. After absorbing the essence of the moon, it has developed sentience. Although it is a kind of world spirit treasure, unfortunately, its growth period is too short. Currently, it only has 3 leaves, so I'm afraid it won't be of much use. If it were allowed to grow for another 100 years and reach 5 leaves, its value would be completely different." "Oh, Your Excellency seems to be quite familiar with this." Su Hui looked at him with a smile. "My apologies. This one is quite interested in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. 30 years ago, I set my goal as an alchemist, but unfortunately, my aptitude was too low and I was unable to make any achievements in this field. So, I gave up and began cultivating the martial Tao. So that's how it is." Su Hui nodded. An alchemist's understanding of spirit grasses and spirit medicines was indeed more profound than the average person. Although this person hadn't become an outstanding alchemist, his knowledge of spirit grasses and spirit medicines was still incomparable to the average person. Is this not possible?" The owner of the shimmering moon grass scratched his head, somewhat uneasy. Others had said that this shimmering moon grass didn't have much value, causing him to hesitate. However, the other party had promised to refine 3 pills. Could a single shimmering moon grass offset that? No. To his surprise, Su Hui smiled and shook his head. Since this old master has already said that no matter what grade or species it is, as long as it is a world spirit treasure, naturally he will not go back on his word. Good, this old master will accept this shimmering moon grass. Little brother, come with me. Grandmaster can immediately help you refine pills. Excellent. The man was overjoyed. He had only just arrived here today, so if he had wanted to wait, it would have taken him at least 6 or 7 days, and he would have had to pay a reward equal to the value of the pills he requested. But a mere stalk of moonlight grass had allowed him to beat others to it, and even allowed that Grandmaster to concoct 3 pills, regardless of the grade. In the future, when he found the necessary materials, he would come here and ask the Grandmaster to refine 2 more saint pills. If he was lucky enough to produce pill veins, he would be able to sell them, and his life path would immediately change. This man fantasized in his heart, feeling as if his whole body was floating, as if a beautiful tomorrow was beckoning to him. Wait! Suddenly, someone in the group shouted. Su Hui frowned and glanced over at this person, discovering that it was a Saint Realm Master, causing him to become somewhat displeased. "What advice does your excellency have for me?" "No, no." The Saint Realm Master laughed dryly. "Great Elder, please wait a moment. Allow me to speak a few words with this little brother." Su Hui stared at him for a moment before nodding lightly. "Then please hurry. The Holy Master is still waiting for this old master's reply." "Many thanks, Great Elder." The man quickly thanked him and then walked over to the peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator and began speaking to him in a friendly manner. He deliberately lowered his voice so that even if others were suspicious, they couldn't understand what they were talking about. All they saw was that the owner of the shimmering moon grass was somewhat reluctant at first, but after the Saint Realm Master said a few words, he immediately became excited and nodded repeatedly. Among the crowd, many people wore pensive looks, seemingly having guessed what the two were talking about. After a while, the Saint Realm Master and the owner of the shimmering moon grass finished talking and seemed to have reached some kind of consensus, both sides seeming quite happy. Before Su Hui had time to call out to the other party to follow him into Nine Heavens' Holy Land, several more Saint Realm Masters surrounded the owner of the shimmering moongrass. A fierce quarrel broke out. The owner of the shimmering moongrass was in a dilemma. He didn't dare offend any of these Saint Realm Masters, so in desperation he could only shout, "Seniors, please make a bid. The highest bidder wins." Hearing this, the several Saint Realm Masters immediately put out their own bids, not willing to back down. Hearing this, Su Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, suddenly understanding what the owner of the shimmering moongrass was doing. The Holy Land had promised to help him refine 3 pills, regardless of grade, for free. Inspired by the first cultivator who had approached him, he actually wanted to sell these 3 chances. 3 chances meant 3 rewards. The benefits he could obtain were not small. Slowly shaking his head, Su Hui didn't stop him. Since the Holy Land had given him such an opportunity, it was no longer convenient for him to intervene in this matter. After a while, the owner of the shimmering moon grass ran over happily and flatteringly said, "I've made Great Elder wait a long time. Let's go in." Su Hui glanced over at him with a smile. "Are you satisfied with the benefits they gave you?" The man smiled awkwardly. Satisfied, very satisfied, but there shouldn't be any problem, right? Of course there's no problem. The Holy Land gave you 3 chances. How you use them is up to you. That's good, that's good. Such great benefits falling from the sky made him a little dizzy. Those Saint Realm Masters weren't willing to wait outside like everyone else, so the benefits they offered were almost the same as the Saint Pill's reward. It was equivalent to the owner of this shimmering moon grass taking away the reward that should have belonged to the Holy Land, while all he had to offer was a low-grade world spirit treasure. For an Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, this kind of thing was simply the greatest opportunity in his life. Leading this man into the guest hall, Su Hui took away the 3 sets of materials he had brought, then immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court. Inside a small room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as Xianxia sat in meditation, a small pill furnace in front of him. Su Hui walked in and reported the matter. Xianxia gently nodded, took the herbs and the shimmering moon grass, and said, "Come pick them up when I call for you." "Yes." After Su Hui left, Xianxia put the shimmering moon grass into the black book space and also sent his consciousness inside. A wisp of moonlight was shuttling back and forth inside the black book space, seemingly in a panic, trying to find a safe haven to take refuge in. The divine tree curiously looked at this wisp of moonlight, its divine sense locked onto it as it observed it. Chapter 892. The divine tree's actions caused the shimmering moon grass to become even more flustered, and after hiding for a moment, it plunged into the myriad drug liquid. In an instant, the shimmering moon grass calmed down, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, it absorbed some of the myriad drug liquid, causing its 3 leaves to glow with a brilliant moonlight. Xianxia's face went black, and just as he was about to pull the shimmering moon grass out of the myriad drug liquid, the divine tree acted first. An invisible force wrapped around the 3-leaved spirit grass and pulled it out. Immediately, Xianxia felt that the divine tree's divine sense seemed to be communicating with the shimmering moongrass. Smiling slightly, Xianxia paused. After a while, the divine tree replied, "I've already reprimanded it, and will keep an eye on it so it won't enter that place at will. However, this little thing's consciousness is the same as mine a long time ago, not complete, so communicating with it will be a bit difficult. Is this the world spirit treasure you mentioned before?" And Xianxia chuckled, "Take your time. One day you'll be able to communicate with it smoothly. If there's a chance, I'll find you some other world spirit treasures, so you'll have company." "Good," the divine tree responded. Xianxia had asked Su Hui to find those world spirit treasures and ask about them when he suddenly remembered that he had promised the divine tree before. There were many people who had come to ask for pills from all over the world, so there was bound to be someone who was lucky enough to obtain a world spirit treasure. Xianxia hadn't expected to succeed so quickly, but unexpectedly, his luck was quite good, and some people in this group really did possess such a thing and were willing to take it out. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no problems, Xianxia's consciousness left the black book space and continued his alchemy practice. For more than a month, Xianxia had been performing alchemy in this place, not leaving even half a step. Spirit grade top rank and saint grade low rank pills, countless of them had been refined by Xianxia without a single failure. Because of his conflagrated knowledge, and his mastery of many exquisite alchemy spirit arrays, Xianxia's alchemy speed was much faster than ordinary alchemists. With his current attainments, refining a spirit grade top rank pill would take less than a stick of incense worth of time, and a saint grade low rank pill would only take half an hour. Every day, no more and no less, Xianxia would refine 10 pills. The rest of the time was used to recover and comprehend the gains from the alchemy process. He was enjoying it. He didn't feel annoyed or depressed at all. With a large number of high-grade herbs to practice on, his previous conjecture about the elixir veins was also confirmed in practice. It was true that pill veins could be artificially refined, but it required a great deal of effort. Before the pill was formed, countless spirit arrays had to be fused together and refined into the pill. Once it was successful, it would form pill veins, and the pill would be able to last for a long time without deteriorating. He could now casually refine a spirit grade high-grade pill with pill veins, but for a saint grade pill, he still had to rely on luck. Sometimes, if he wasn't skilled enough, he wouldn't be able to form pill veins. During the process of alchemy, Xianxia frequently used his conflagrated spiritual energy. After more than a month, not only did he not feel tired, he even faintly felt that his conflagrated spiritual energy had become purer and denser. The insights gained from alchemy would also become a kind of cultivation experience, accumulating and fermenting, stabilizing one's cultivation base, and making one's strength increase by leaps and bounds. Alchemy and the martial Tao complemented each other and combined together, advancing hand in hand and progressing at a rapid pace. Even without deliberately cultivating, his cultivation was still steadily increasing. At this rate, within 3 to 5 years, Xianxia felt that he would be able to touch the threshold of the saint realm. If there were other opportunities, this time would be shortened even further. After reaching the third order transcendent realm, Xianxia was only one step away from breaking through to the saint realm. Unlike Yuan Qi breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary or transcendent realm from the immortal ascension boundary, this step into the saint realm was more difficult than ever before. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower could be used to assist a transcendent realm cultivator in their breakthrough. Xianxia still had 2 drops he had refined in the starry sky last time and had not yet used up. At that time, he had condensed a total of 6 drops of medicinal liquid, giving 4 to Xianxia and the others while keeping the rest in Xianxia's black book space. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower did not have any side effects. Xianxia, Fei Yu, and her other martial uncles had used it to break through to the first order saint realm, so their foundation had not been affected, nor would it hinder their future cultivation. However, Xianxia did not intend to use external aids for the time being, instead deciding to use his own strength to try to break through first. Only by comprehending and understanding one's own strength would he gain the most profound insights. Alchemy was the best support for this, allowing Xianxia to experience many unexpected gains during the process of alchemy, allowing his body and mind to be cleansed and his soul to sublimate. Days passed by. Nine Heavens Holy Land's alchemy reputation quickly spread throughout Tongxian realm. There was someone who had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and had spared no effort to come here just to ask the mysterious master in the Holy Land to refine a pill for him. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. Every day, there would be hundreds of people waiting, and more alchemists would join in. The unknown Grandmaster of the Holy Land was a master of alchemy. Ever since he began refining pills, he had never failed and had even managed to refine many pills with pill veins. Gradually, some people began to compare this Grandmaster with the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, wondering who would win if the two were to compete. However, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep was a legendary figure. Even among the demon race and monster race, this Grandmaster had a great reputation and was revered by all living beings in the world. This alone was not something the Grandmaster of 9 Heavens Holy Land could compare with. As his reputation spread, those who came to ask for alchemy were no longer limited to Spirit Grade top rank and Saint Grade low rank pills, but even Saint Grade mid rank pills. 9 Heavens Holy Land did not refuse anyone, allowing those who came to ask for alchemy to leave satisfied. Every time a pill was refined, the Holy Land would receive a reward equal to the value of the pill. Su Hui and the other elders were now grinning from ear to ear every day, all of their previous worries swept away. The Holy Land's warehouse was now filled with a variety of crystal stones and various cultivation materials, the amount of reserves reaching an astonishing level. This was especially true after the mysterious Grandmaster changed the rule of refining 20 pills a day from 10 pills a day, allowing the Holy Land to obtain more and more benefits. Many people who came to ask for alchemy were not only given a reward equal to the value of the pill they refined, but also more as a form of thanks. This caused Su Hui to wonder if there was more than one alchemy Grandmaster in the Holy Land. If not, how could a single Grandmaster refine 20 pills a day? There should be at least 3, perhaps even more. Su Hui secretly speculated. The ancient demon clan leaders were well aware that the current prosperity of the Holy Land was probably caused by Xianxia, but they did not mention this to Su Hui and the others. After receiving a lot of cultivation materials from the Holy Land, Xianxia focused on developing himself, never leaving the mountain peak where he lived so as to avoid being discovered and causing trouble. When it came to the cultivation materials provided to the ancient demon clan, Su Hui didn't show any intention of shortchanging them. On the contrary, he was extremely generous. If there was anything the ancient demon clan needed, he would bring it to them, causing Li Rong to feel very grateful. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a newly built stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion were several exquisite stone benches and a stone table with a pot of tea on top of it. The 2 elders, Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong, sat inside the stone pavilion, staring at the long line of people, sipping tea as they whispered to one another. With so many people coming to ask for alchemy pills, every day there would be 2 elders here to maintain order. Today, it was Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong's turn. The 2 beautiful women had different temperaments, but they had the same graceful figure, plump breasts, snake-like waists, slender and beautiful legs, and perky buttocks that outlined a beautiful arc that could captivate one's soul. It was as if they had become the most beautiful scenery outside the 9 peaks. The people who came to ask for alchemy pills were all bored. So many of them cast eager glances towards the 2 elders, looking for some spiritual comfort. Perceiving the strange gazes of these people, although Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong were not happy, they had no choice but to ignore them and order the Holy Land disciples to form a circle around the stone pavilion to prevent others from looking in. Although it was said to be maintaining order, there was actually no need to do anything. Most of the people who came here were very honest and did not try to cut in line or bully others. Occasionally, there would be some ignorant fellows who tried to take advantage of their status, to forcibly occupy a good spot, but the Holy Land's people didn't even need to take action. The masters at the front of the line would spontaneously make them obey. Most of the people who came to ask for alchemy pills were transcendents, but there was no lack of saints. Once something that provoked public anger was done, the result would naturally not be good. Therefore, Yu Ying and Cheng Yu Tong simply drank water and chatted inside the stone pavilion to pass the time. At the end of the long line, 2 women and a middle-aged man were waiting. The middle-aged man looked a little impatient, glancing around from time to time before sighing slightly. There were hundreds of people waiting in front of him. The Holy Land's Grand Master refined 20 pills a day, so when it was his turn, it would take at least a month. When one of the 2 women looked in the direction of the 9 peaks, her beautiful eyes seemed to contain some indescribable, complex emotions. After a long time, the middle-aged man suddenly whispered, "Xianxia, aren't you acquainted with the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land? Can you ask him to help your father refine pills first? That Grand Master is a member of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Shouldn't he listen to his orders? I only know him and don't have much of a friendship. How could I ask him for help? Perhaps he has already forgotten about me." The woman smiled bitterly. As soon as these words came out, the other woman next to her sneered, "Don't have much of friendship? Isn't that wrong? You're Xianxia." The woman glared at her companion, causing the latter to quickly raise her hand. "Fine, I won't say anything. This is your own destiny. You can choose for yourself. Don't regret it in the future." The middle-aged man observed her expression and chuckled. "Xianxia, whether it works or not, you should at least try. No matter what, that Holy Master used to be a member of my bold independent union. Shouldn't you at least consider some old sentiments? He's never been a member of bold independent union. Why do you always think he used to be a disciple of bold independent union?" The woman stomped her foot. "It's fine to say such things in front of me, but don't say such things in front of others. It'll make them think we're trying to curry favor with them." Chapter 893. Hearing his daughter say so, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. Bold Independent Union wasn't a very strong force, and as the Union Master of Bold Independent Union, he was only a 3rd order transcendent. In this world, any force without a Saint Realm Master would always be despised by others. As such, he had spent his entire life striving to reach the Saint Realm. A few days ago, he had finally seen a glimmer of hope, but because of his lack of aptitude, he was unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. So he wanted to find someone to refine a Heaven's Secret pill to see if he could use its power to break through to the Saint Realm. After expending a huge amount of financial resources and manpower to gather all the necessary materials, he was unable to find a suitable alchemist to help him refine this pill. The famous alchemy grandmasters of this world were all very arrogant and would not easily accept outsiders. Their schedule for alchemy was always 1 or 2 days later, so the middle-aged man repeatedly ran into a wall and was unable to meet any of the grandmasters. It was at this time that the reputation of 9 Heavens' Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster spread, shaking his spirit and secretly feeling that this was an opportunity. Because his daughter had some friendship with this holy master, he even suspected that the relationship between the two was not simple. Unfortunately, no matter how he probed, his daughter flatly denied it. Left with no choice, he could only come here first and make further plans. The long line outside the 9 peaks shocked the middle-aged man greatly. He had not expected that by the time he arrived here, so many people would already be waiting. Since persuading his daughter was of no use, he could only comfort himself and wait. In any case, it would only take a month or so. So, he decided not to say anything more. At that moment, 2 more people appeared from behind. One of them a young woman, followed by a 3rd order transcendent master, who seemed to be her bodyguards. When a young woman arrived, she was also startled, staring into the distance, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "So many people, are they all here to ask for alchemy?" The 3rd order transcendent cultivator beside her also glanced over and nodded. "Young lady, on the way here, I heard that the alchemy grandmaster here is extremely skilled. Ever since he began performing alchemy, he has never failed, and the quality of the pills he refines is surprisingly good. Naturally, there are many people here because of his reputation. Amazing, where did that bastard find such an alchemy grandmaster? The young woman chuckled lightly as she stared towards the 9 peaks, her expression casual. Young lady, should we also wait in line? The cultivator asked softly. I'll just go in and look for him. I don't think he'd dare to pretend that he doesn't recognize me. The young woman snorted softly. Her jade-like nose was high, and as she spoke, she walked forward without the slightest intention of waiting in line. After taking a few steps, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise and turned her head to look at one of the people at the back of the line. After seeing this person's face, her face lit up and she hurried over. Xianxia, why are you here? Xianxia had a preoccupied look on her face and didn't realize that this person was an acquaintance of hers. After hearing someone call out to her, she quickly raised her head and saw the young woman approaching. Shui Ling? Xianxia called out, a smile blooming on her pretty face. Why are you here? Come and see that bastard. I heard that he's now the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. After not seeing him for a few years, he's actually become a phoenix, not even bothering to inform me that he's safe and sound, causing me to constantly worry about his safety. This time I've come to settle accounts with him. Shui Ling began chattering away. Listening to her, Xianxia couldn't help smiling, her mood seemingly improving a lot. Are you here to find a grandmaster for alchemy? Shui Ling's eyes narrowed slightly as she guessed Xianxia's intentions. And, since you're here, why wait in line? Just go straight in, Shui Ling said with a puzzled expression. That's not good. Everyone is waiting in line, Xianxia said awkwardly. What's there to be afraid of? Others waiting is their business. You're not an outsider to him. Isn't it the same? We'll just wait here. Xianxia waved her hand. Seeing her acting like an outsider, Shui Ling's brow furrowed deeply as she suddenly reacted. Could it be that he's not going to admit it? Even if he's the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, how could he be so shameless? Don't speak so loudly. Xianxia blushed and quickly stopped her. The nearby 9 heavens' holy land disciples all turned their eyes towards them, their expressions gloomy. Shui Ling couldn't help sticking out her tongue, not daring to act rashly. In front of Yang Kai, Shui Ling could indeed act unscrupulously, but speaking ill of the Holy Master in front of these Holy Land disciples would only provoke hatred. Xian'er, this girl is... The middle-aged man who had been standing behind Xianxia stepped forward and asked, Oh, this is the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling. I've told father about her before. So it's Sister Shui Ling. The middle-aged man's expression shook, not daring to neglect, quickly cupping his fists and saying, This one is Bold Independent Union's Union Master, Yin Sheng. Hello, Uncle Yun. Shui Ling smiled sweetly and called out, Water Spirit Temple's little princess. Her reputation is well-deserved. So young, yet already a first-order transcendent. Her future is limitless. Yun Sheng's divine sense swept Shui Ling briefly and was able to determine her true cultivation, his eyes lighting up as he secretly admired Water Spirit Temple's heritage. Xianxia was older than Shui Ling, but in terms of cultivation, she was inferior. This was the difference in strength between the two great forces. Without good resources, the growth rate of young people was naturally slower. Uncle Yun is too polite. This niece only just broke through some time ago and has not yet stabilized her cultivation. Shui Ling put on a well-behaved appearance, her blue eyes extremely beautiful, constantly drawing the attention of those around her. Her name is Ruan Xinu. She's a friend of mine. Xianxia pointed to another woman next to her and introduced her. Shui Ling nodded lightly, greeting him back. Just now, I heard Sister Shui Ling say that you want to enter the 9 peaks directly to find the Holy Master. Yinxing lowered his voice and asked, I'm an old acquaintance of his. I haven't seen him for several years now, but I didn't expect him to actually come here to become the Holy Master. I also wanted to ask him to help me refine some pills. Does Uncle Yin want to join me? Speaking of which, Xianxia is also an acquaintance of his. Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Yun Cheng asked hesitantly. It's fine. I'm mainly here to see him. Unlike others, Shui Ling giggled. Then this Yin won't be polite. This trip will also benefit from Sister Shui Ling's light. Yunqing no longer acted polite, smiling widely. Uncle Yun is too polite. Saying so, Shui Ling turned and walked towards the stone pavilion, Yun Cheng hurriedly following behind. Yun Xian hesitated for a moment, but under Yuan Xianyu's urging, she had no choice but to keep up with the crowd. Inside the line, many people were constantly glancing over, their eyes filled with vigilance and disdain. The people waiting in line here were all here to ask for pills, so naturally, they couldn't bear to see someone not following the rules. However, without knowing the intentions of Shui Ling and the others, they couldn't say anything, so they decided to observe the situation first before making a decision. In front of the stone pavilion, Shui Ling entered and explained her intentions to Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong, the two elders frowning as they stared at her. Speaking of which, since Yang Kai entered the 9 Peaks and became the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, no one had come to see him, so the elders didn't know anything about the friends Yang Kai had made. However, now that 1 or 2 of them had come, Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong didn't show too much impatience, simply saying, "We must first consult with Holy Master about this matter. How about you wait here for a moment?" "Good." Shui Ling gently nodded, secretly deciding that when she met with Yang Kai, she would teach him a lesson. She had traveled more than 100,000 kilometers to see him, yet he still had to wait for instructions. This was too much of a bully. Immediately, the Holy Land's disciples rushed to the 9 Peaks. A moment later, before the disciples and the 9 Peaks could return, another group of people arrived. This group, like Shui Ling and the others, did not wait in line at the back of the line and instead headed straight to the stone pavilion. This group of people was a bit special. Each one of them had white hair and looked quite old, but the clothes they wore were quite exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious they were not ordinary people. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong glanced at each other suspiciously, not knowing who these people were. This group of old men didn't have high cultivations, all of them only 2nd or 3rd order transcendence. Not a single one of them was a Saint Realm Master, but their demeanor were quite arrogant, not even sparing a glance at the crowd in front of them, as if they didn't put them in their eyes at all. When they arrived at the stone pavilion, one of the old men walked in with a smile, turned to Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong, and asked 2 young ladies, "Dare I ask if this place is 9 Heavens' Holy Land?" The 2 elders frowned. Although the 2 of them didn't look very old, they were both Saint Realm Masters. No one with lower cultivation than them had ever dared to call them young ladies, making them feel like this old man was taking advantage of his seniority. However, when this sentence came out of his mouth, it sounded quite natural, without the slightest hint of pretense. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong didn't dare act arrogantly, and quickly stood up, the former nodding, "Yes. The owner of this place is called Yang Kai." "Indeed. Good. We've come to the right place." "Ha! These old bones. I'm so tired from all this walking." The old man breathed a heavy sigh of relief before turning his head and shouting, "We've arrived. We'll be able to rest soon." The expressions of the several old men behind him changed, and they all relaxed. "May I ask your honored names, and what is your relationship with my holy master?" Yu Ying asked softly. "Ah, send someone to inform your holy master that several like-minded old friends have come to see him." The old man didn't report his name, making him seem somewhat mysterious. Yu Ying's brow furrowed slightly as she exchanged a glance with Cheng Yutong, but didn't ask any more questions, instead ordering a disciple to send a message to the peak. Both of them also felt that this was quite interesting. The Holy Master had been in charge of the 9 Peaks for some time now, and no one had ever come to visit him. But today, wave after wave of visitors had arrived. It's best if they aren't here to ask for alchemy, the 2 elders thought to themselves as they secretly observed the 2 groups of visitors who claimed to be Yang Kai's friends. Chapter 894. After observing for a while, Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong felt that several of the beautiful young women in the first group were likely to have some kind of relationship with the Holy Master, especially one of them who was dressed like a young woman. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complex expression as she glanced towards the 9 peaks from time to time. Perhaps she was one of the Holy Master's love affairs. After all, the Holy Master was a young man. Which young man wasn't romantic? Considering all this, Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong couldn't help smiling. The later group of people were all quite old, and although their strength wasn't very high, the noble temperament they exuded could not be faked. These few old men were definitely famous figures in Tongxian realm. After observing for a while, the 2 Holy Land disciples who had left one after the other quickly returned, bringing the Holy Master's orders. Invite them in. Seems he knows what's good for him. Shui Ling was extremely satisfied, quickly informing Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong before leading the group from Bold Independent Union towards the 9 peaks. The several old men also did the same, following behind Shui Ling and the others, the 2 groups not interfering with each other. However, before they could leave, some of the cultivators who were waiting in line for alchemy didn't agree, shouting from somewhere, "2 elders, what are these people doing? Why are they allowed to enter the 9 peaks ahead of time after arriving here today? If it's convenient, can 2 elders explain this to us?" That's right, that's right. Immediately, someone echoed, "We've been waiting here in line for 10 days now, but now it's their turn, yet they can immediately enter the 9 peaks. Isn't this a bit unfair? Your 9 heavens holy land's reputation is illustrious. Bullying us immortal ascension boundary and transcendent realm cultivators isn't a big deal. We can't do anything to you, but there are many Saint Realm seniors waiting in line here. These seniors are all willing to abide by the rules set by your holy land. Do you want to break them yourself? If that's the case, even if we agree, I'm afraid those seniors won't agree, right?" This sentence seemed to resonate with many people, and the Saint Realm Masters who were waiting in line also wore disgruntled looks as they turned to look at Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong. When they came here, they didn't care about their identity or status, only thinking of themselves as guests here to ask for alchemy pills. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, strictly abide by the rules of 9 heavens holy land and wait in line. However, the scene in front of them made them feel uncomfortable. None of these newcomers had reached the Saint Realm, but after arriving today, they were immediately welcomed inside, naturally making them feel somewhat uneasy. As soon as this group of people shouted, Shui Ling and the group of old men also stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look back. Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong also realized the seriousness of the problem. They knew that if they didn't handle this matter properly, it was very likely that the prestige the Holy Land had built up during this period would be ruined, leading to many unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing this, a pleasant smile appeared on her face, and she said, "Everyone, please calm down. These people are friends of my Holy Master. This time, they are here to visit the Holy Master, not to ask for alchemy assistance." "Is that true? Why would I lie to you?" Yu Ying forced a smile. She also felt that this group of people was asking for alchemy from the Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster. However, since the Holy Leader had ordered them to quickly enter, they were definitely not outsiders. At this time, she naturally had to protect the Holy Land's reputation. If those women say they are friends of your Holy Master, I can understand. It is said that the Holy Master's master is around the same age as them, so it is only natural for him to make such friends. But who are those old fellows? How could your Holy Master possibly make friends with such people? Someone in the crowd shouted. This group of old men was not young and their strength was not high, so it was easy for people to assume they were mediocre cultivators who were bitterly pursuing the martial Tao, but were unable to find the right path. There were many such people in this world. In their current situation, what they wanted the most was a good pill to help them break through their current realm and extend their lifespan. Most of the people waiting in line had such thoughts. Everyone turned their eyes to the group of old men, even Yun Cheng and the others who were standing still. "You guys, aren't you a bit too meddlesome?" Since Xianxia invited this group of seniors to enter, naturally, he has his reasons. "Don't you think you're a bit too bored?" shouting like this in front of his holy land. Be careful you don't provoke them, and they won't help you with alchemy. Shui Ling scolded without any trace of politeness. Among the crowd, the few people who were shouting the most fiercely quickly shrank their necks and hid behind others, as if they were afraid Yu Ying and Cheng Yutong would remember their faces and settle accounts with them. Their shouting was simply to vent the unfairness in their hearts. They didn't have any real intentions. This could be considered a warning to Nine Heaven's holy land. Otherwise, if anyone came to ask for a pill and said they were Yang Kai's friends, they would be able to enter at any time, causing them to have to wait even longer. This was truly unfair to those who had to abide by the rules. You little girl, you really dare say such a thing? Among the group of old men, a pot-bellied old man who was the leader of the group looked at Shui Ling with a smile. Aren't you afraid they'll find trouble with you? What's there to be afraid of? Shui Ling giggled. Since you're Yang Kai's friends, you're also this young lady's friends. Although you're much older than me, I guarantee that no one here will dare bully you. Otherwise, Yang Kai will teach them a lesson. Oh, you seem to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Another old man smiled pleasantly, stroking his beard as he stared towards Shui Ling with a meaningful look. SOSO. Shui Ling frowned. Although that guy can be a bit of a bastard sometimes, he's still a righteous person. This young lady finds him pleasing to the eye. This old master also finds you pleasing to the eye. The pot-bellied old man smiled lightly before turning to the others and saying, Several old friends, what do you think we should do? These people seem to think we came to Nine Heaven's holy land with some kind of ulterior motive. If we don't explain ourselves, it won't be good for Yang Kai's reputation. Then we'll have to trouble Brother Chong. None of the others objected, indicating that he should do as he wished. The fat old man nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and shouting, Which one of you didn't have eyes and called this old master an old man? Stand up and let me see. No one admitted to it. The fat old man seemed to have expected this scene and didn't pursue it further, instead pointing to himself and declaring, This old man's surname is Chong Bao. Remember it. He wore an arrogant look, and his tone was not polite at all, as if he really was some kind of big shot. This caused many people to scoff at him. A mere second-order transcendent cultivator really wasn't enough to care about these 9 peaks. However, in the crowd waiting in line, many masters couldn't help narrowing their eyes as they stared towards the fat old man. Gradually, the image of a master in their minds overlapped with the fat old man in front of them. Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild Manager, Saint Grade Low-Rank Alchemy Grandmaster, Grandmaster Chong Bao. An exclamation rang out, causing an uproar. No wonder he looks so familiar. It turns out he's the Grandmaster from Lightning Flash City. Why is he here? He even knows the Holy Master here. Who are those people around him? There is a lot of discussion in the crowd, as if they had just been struck by some kind of divine skill. Everyone's expression towards Chong Bao changed, no longer showing any contempt and disdain, instead becoming extremely respectful. No one dared to underestimate a saint-grade alchemist. Among the cultivator waiting here, several had been to Lightning Flash City and wanted to meet this Grandmaster and ask for his alchemy services, but unfortunately, they had no chance to meet him and could only come here to seek opportunities. In the midst of their shock, the people around Chong Bao also reported their names. This old man is Hong Fong. This old man is Du Wan. This old man is He Feng. This old woman is Kong Ru Oyu. The only old woman gently nodded. As these names that shook the world spread, everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Shattered Star City, Three River City, Broken Moon City, Grand Boulder City, Lightning Flash City. The alchemist guild managers of these 5 cities had gathered here. 5 saint-grade alchemists. This lineup was so luxurious that it was amazing. No one dared to make any more noise, all of them simply staring at these 5 people dumbfoundedly. Everyone couldn't help feeling like this was not Nine Heaven's holy land, but the Alchemist Guild's guild. Otherwise, how could these 5 grandmasters have gathered here from all over the world? Duwan smiled heartily and stepped forward. The 5 of us are friends of the owner of this place. We came here today to visit, but we didn't expect there would be some misunderstandings We hope you won't take offense." "No, no, old man Du is too serious." Someone in the crowd immediately said humbly. The Saint Realm Masters didn't dare show the slightest contempt towards these 5 people and instead wore dignified expressions. Yu Ying and Chung Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up as they stared at the 5 people in front of them. They finally understood why these 5 people dared to take advantage of their seniority, even though their strength was clearly lower than theirs. What's more, the words they spoke shocked the 2 elders. These 5 people had come here to visit the Holy Master. Just the word visit was enough to make one think of many things. It had always been juniors paying respects to their seniors and juniors paying respects to their superiors, but now, these 5 had actually used the word visit. Both Yu Ying and Chung Yutong felt their blood boil. Yu Ying's eyes are poor. "I fail to recognize 5 grandmasters. Please forgive me." Yu Ying quickly converged her expression and humbly apologized. "It's fine. As long as your holy master understands, it's fine." Duan chuckled. "We aren't strangers to him." "Very well. Yu Ying will personally lead 5 grandmasters to see the holy master as an apology. Elder Yu Ying is too polite. 5 grandmasters, please." Duan and the others exchanged a glance before no longer paying any attention to the waiting cultivator and instead following behind Yu Ying. As they flew past Shui Ling and the others, Chang Bao winked at Shui Ling and said with a smile, "Little girl, what are you doing? Keep up with us." Shui Ling responded stupidly, seemingly still in a daze. Remembering how she had just shamelessly boasted that since they were Yang Kai's friends, they were her friends, Shui Ling couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. How embarrassing. Fortunately, these 5 grandmasters were magnanimous and didn't make fun of her, otherwise she would never be able to see anyone again. Chapter 895. Following behind these several grandmasters, Shui Ling still felt as if she was floating in the clouds, her entire body light. No matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't understand when Yang Kai had become friends with these grandmasters. What kind of honor was this? A short time later, the group arrived at the Holy Master Court. Yu Ying did not lead them to the guest hall, but instead brought them here directly. Ling and Su Hui immediately came out to greet them, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Hui called out, "Holy Master said he would be here soon. Please wait here for a moment." He's busy. Let's take a break first." Chang Bao waved his hand indifferently, finding a comfortable chair to sit down in and gasping for breath. Chang Bao's body was quite fat, making it difficult for him to move around. Normally, he would only stay in the Alchemist Guild in Lightning Flash City, never coming out. This time, if it weren't for him coming to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to find Yang Kai, he wouldn't have bothered himself like this. After bringing everyone here, Yu Ying excused herself and left. These 5 saint-grade alchemists had great backgrounds, so Ling and Su Hui didn't dare neglect them, carefully accompanying them. The 5 grandmasters were all easygoing and didn't put on any airs, simply chatting with Su Hui and Ling in a harmonious manner. On the other hand, Shui Ling and Yun Xian's group were quite nervous and uncomfortable. Shui Ling hadn't expected that the group of old men she had encountered outside were all alchemy grandmasters, so after learning their identities, she didn't dare speak casually. Yun Xian and the others also appeared quite restrained. Bold Independent Union wasn't a great force. Being able to enter Nine Heaven's Holy Land was all thanks to Shui Ling. In front of these 5 grandmasters, Bold Independent Union's Union Master Yun Chung sat solemnly, not uttering a single word. He couldn't get a word in edgewise, nor did he dare. Everyone here had a much higher status than him. Normally, it was extremely difficult to ask for an audience with any of them. Now that they were gathered together, it made Yun Chung feel a little pressured. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Seemingly seeing their awkwardness, Linger walked over and whispered to Shui Ling and Yun Xian, inquiring about their relationship with Yang Kai. Facing this saintess of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Shui Ling and Yun Xian both unconsciously lowered their heads and spoke cautiously. However, under the guidance of Enling, their expressions gradually relaxed, and when they talked about Yangkai, they would laugh from time to time. After waiting for about an hour, a heroic figure rushed in from the outside. Everyone cast their gazes over and smiled in unison. Junior Yang Kai greets the masters. Yang Kai is flattered to have several grandmasters come to visit. Yang Kai hurriedly saluted as he approached. The 5 grandmasters smiled and nodded, with Duwan saying, "There's no need to be so polite. Before, you were the one who called us grandmasters, but now we don't dare." He didn't say it too clearly, but the meaning behind his words was that only heaven and earth knew, and only you and I knew. Yang Kai smiled knowingly. Old Man Du is too kind. This junior, being able to achieve what he has today, is all thanks to the guidance of several grandmasters. Seeing him act so modestly, the 5 old men glanced at each other and felt relieved, thinking that Kai Yang hadn't become arrogant because of his current achievements. They hadn't misjudged him. "Hey, there's someone else here. Aren't you going to greet them?" Shui Ling smiled and called out. As soon as Yang Kai came out, Shui Ling's expression relaxed greatly, because no one here knew as much about Yang Kai as she did. She had followed Yang Kai to Tongxian realm from the central capital and had participated in the world-shaking inheritance war, as well as the life and death struggle with the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although Yang Kai was now the holy master of the Holy Land, Shui Ling did not treat him as an outsider. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted. "It's been a long time since we last met. Several beauties have become more and more beautiful." What a glib tongue. Shui Ling blushed and snorted. Xianxia also couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Yang Kai. Ruan Xanyu quietly poked her from the side and urged, "This is probably your last chance. If you don't grasp it, there won't be a next time." Xianxia just stared at Yang Kai faintly, not saying anything, causing Ruan Xanyu to feel like jumping off a wall. If she were Xianxia, she would definitely not let Yang Kai off so easily. He was no longer the same as he was in the past. Back then, he seemed like a little brat who had never seen the world, but now he was the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. His status was high and his strength was not low. How could she easily let go of such a golden opportunity? If she held on tight, she would be able to live a carefree life. However, this fool Xianxia had no intention of acting at all, causing Ruan Xanyu to become even more anxious. Junior greets Union Master Yun. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards Yuncheng. Yuncheng's body shook as his face filled with pride, quickly getting up and returning the courtesy. "Yang Shengzhu is too polite. Yang Shengzhu is too polite." Saying so, Yuncheng awkwardly added, "Last time, bold independent Union was deceived by a scoundrel and acted rudely. I hope Yang Shengzhu can forgive us." "A minor matter. There's no need to mention it." Yang Kai chuckled, his expression casual. Hearing this, Yuncheng finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would hold a grudge against him for what happened last time. If that really happened, he would no longer have the face to remain here. After exchanging some pleasantries and greeting everyone, Yang Kai found a seat and sat down. "Why have all of you come to my holy land together? Do you know each other?" Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. "It was just a coincidence." Changbao chuckled. "We didn't come together, we just met outside the mountain peak." I also met Yin Xian and the others outside." Shui Ling also nodded. "What a coincidence. No wonder I always felt like something good was about to happen today. It turns out several grandmasters and friends were coming." Yang Kai laughed happily. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Yin Xian, who was staring back at him. When their eyes met, Yin Xian quickly averted her gaze, her heart pounding rapidly. As time passed, she always felt that the distance between herself and Yang Kai was growing larger and larger. The last time she saw him, although he was high up in the clouds, she could still see him from afar. But this time, Yin Xian found that this man was already standing at a height she could never hope to reach. Her heart aching, Yin Xian knew that she would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai in this lifetime. only be able to look up to him. Such a man was not someone a woman like her could match up to. Did several grandmasters come to my holy land for sightseeing? Or do you have something important to do? Xianxia lightly coughed and quickly asked about the matter at hand. The 5 grandmasters glanced at each other, and soon the eyes of the other 4 focused on Du Wan, obviously waiting for him to answer. Old man Du helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "It's like this. And we heard that there was a grandmaster alchemist here, so we wanted to pay a visit." Xianxia let out a hollow laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching. Others might not know who this grandmaster alchemist was, but Du Wan and the others definitely knew. After all, Xianxia had refined a saint-grade low-rank pill with pill veins in front of them. At this moment, seeing Du Wan speak so modestly, Xianxia couldn't bear it and didn't know how to respond. "And if it is convenient for that grandmaster, we would like to study alchemy from him," Hong Fong continued. Xianxia's mouth twitched even more. "It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient." Du Wan saw the strange expression on Xianxia's face and thought he wasn't too willing. So he quickly waved his hand. "We don't covet the secrets of others. It's just that no one can teach us alchemy. Now that we have finally found one, we want to try our luck. Xianxia, you can discuss with that grandmaster. There's no need to rush to answer us. It won't be too late to give us an answer later. And if that grandmaster is willing to give us some pointers, we would naturally be happy. But if he doesn't want to, it's fine as well. After all, us old fogies were a bit shameless and forced him to do something he didn't want," Chang Bao comforted. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Xianxia, wondering what answer he would give. Even Shui Ling, Yun Cheng, and the others were watching nervously. They didn't know why, but they felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Xianxia took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "Several grandmasters are too serious. My holy land's alchemist also needs to communicate with others. The arrival of 5 grandmasters is nothing short of a blessing for him. How about this? On behalf of that alchemist, I agree to your request. Although it's not about pointers, it's about learning from each other." "Really?" Chang Bao excitedly asked. "Is that okay?" Du Wan also looked at Xianxia. "There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing shameful about it." Xianxia chuckled. The 5 grandmasters glanced at each other with excited expressions before turning to look at Xianxia again, their eyes filled with gratitude. Xianxia agreeing so readily was really beyond their expectations. On the way here, the 5 grandmasters had been a bit hesitant, feeling that such a request was a bit inappropriate, but they couldn't resist the temptation of learning the mysteries of alchemy and had come to the Holy Land together, thickening their faces to make such a request, mentally preparing themselves for rejection. Who would have thought that he would achieve his goal so easily? The 5 grandmasters were pleasantly surprised. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go meet that grandmaster now," Feng said, standing up. "No need to rush." Xianxia laughed dumbly. "Please wait a moment." Saying so, he turned to Shui Ling and the others. "What about you? Did you come here to see me, or to perform alchemy? If I said I came here specifically to see you, would you believe me?" Shui Ling asked with a smile. Xianxia grinned disdainfully. "Then I came here to perform alchemy. Ah." Saying so, Shui Ling took out a universe bag and tossed it directly to Xianxia, saying without any trace of politeness, "I want to refine 3 Azure Sky pills. All the materials are ready. You could decide for yourself." Xianxia caught the universe bag and swept it with his divine sense, nodding lightly. "Azure Sky pills. How long has it been since you broke through to the transcendent realm?" "It's only been 4 months. That's why I need these pills to stabilize my realm," Shui Ling replied, a somewhat distressed look on her face. Chapter 896. Shui Ling had only broken through to the transcendent realm 4 months ago, so she really needed to consolidate her realm. If she didn't want to meditate to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, she could only rely on the power of pills. Xianxia nodded, thought about it for a while, then said, "If you want to stabilize your realm, a single Azure Sky pill is enough." I'll help you refine some other soul-restoring pills with the remaining herbs you need to enhance your spiritual energy. In any case, the materials required for these 2 pills are similar. You know a lot about pills? Shui Ling was stunned. And I've been around that grandmaster for a long time, so I understand a little. Then I'll leave it to you. In any case, I know you won't treat me badly. Shui Ling seemed to have entrusted her life to Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. You woman. Yang Kai slowly shook his head before turning to Xianxia, his tone softening greatly. What about you? Xianxia seemed to be thinking about something, but upon hearing this question, her tender body trembled slightly, quickly replying, My father wants to refine a heaven's secret pill. Heaven's secret pill? Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look at Yin Cheng, smiling. So, Senior Yin is about to break through to the Saint Realm? Yin Cheng smiled awkwardly. I saw some hope, but was unable to comprehend its mysteries, so I came here to ask for a heaven's secret pill to peer into the mysteries of the heavens. Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Since Senior Yin is about to break through, I will ask Grandmaster to refine the best heaven's secret pill possible to help Senior Yin comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Hearing this, Yin Cheng's expression shook, and he was overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble Yang Shengzhu. Saying so, he signaled to Yun Xian with his eyes. Yun Xian understood, got up, and politely bowed. Many thanks. Holy Master Yang. Yang Kai nodded faintly, his expression slightly complicated. Inside the hall, the group of people watching seemed to have noticed something and began to ponder. Yun Cheng coughed dryly and handed over the herbs he had prepared. Yang Kai took it and ordered, Enling, help me greet my friends. I'll bring the materials over first. Yes, Enling replied. Grandmasters, please follow me. Yang Kai called out to Du Wan and the others. In the side room, the alchemy furnace was still placed there. Sets of alchemy ingredients were placed beside it, waiting to be refined. After arriving, Yang Kai said, Grandmasters, please feel free to do as you please. This junior is usually refining pills here, so there's nothing to entertain you all. Don't worry about us. We're only here to observe. How much we can learn is up to us. There's no need for you to teach us. Chang Bao quickly found a good spot and sat down cross-legged. Not bad. When we came here, we already discussed it. As long as you agree to let us observe, we won't do anything else. Duan nodded slightly. That's fine. Yang Kai nodded. When it came to alchemy, he had to give it his all, so he really didn't have the time to explain anything to others. Moreover, he had no experience in teaching, nor did he have the qualifications to do so. The 5 people in front of him were all masters who had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years and had their own unique understanding of alchemy. Rather than explaining alchemy to them, it would be better to just let them observe. Boy, are you having an affair with that girl named Yun Xian? Why do I feel like she's looking at you so strangely? Chang Bao suddenly asked with a smile, his small eyes flashing with light. You shameless old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Kong Ruo, you immediately glared at him. Heh, I was just asking. Chang Bao laughed awkwardly. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly and nodded. There really is something going on. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's focus on alchemy. Immediately, Yang Kai took out the herbs Shui Ling had brought and prepared to refine the Azure Sky pill and Soul Replenishing pill she needed. The grade of these 2 pills wasn't too high, only spirit grade top rank. Yang Kai planned to use them as a warm-up in preparation for refining the Heavenly Mystery pill. The 5 Grandmasters immediately raised their spirits and paid close attention to his movements, lest they miss the slightest detail. Time passed by little. Inside the Holy Master Court, Enling accompanied Shui Ling, Yun Xian, and the others, getting along well with each other. In the evening, Yang Kai, who had left a while ago, returned once again. Yun Cheng, who had been anxiously waiting, quickly got up and looked towards him, his body trembling slightly as he felt a little nervous. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai handed him a jade bottle and said, This is the Heavenly Mystery pill Senior Yun needs. Tossing another jade bottle to Shui Ling, Yang Kai said, "This is your azure sky pill and soul replenishing pill." Shui Ling smiled and took the bottle, opening it and taking a look inside. She couldn't help calling out in surprise, "You can really refine pill veins. I thought the rumors outside were all exaggerated, but it turns out it's true." Of these 3 pills, the Azure Sky pill, which was used to stabilize one's cultivation, clearly had pill veins. Its value was not something ordinary pills could compare with. Shui Ling's eyes filled with excitement and happiness. "Next time if you need anything, just come here. There's no need to be polite with me," Yang Kai said with a smile. "I won't be polite with you," Shui Ling pouted. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully and put the pills into her universe bag, carefully placing them away before turning her gaze towards Cloud City. "Why is Senior Yin like this?" At this moment, Yin Xian and Ruan Xinyu were also gathered around Yin Sheng. Seeing his hands trembling and his throat trembling, but unable to speak, neither of them knew what was wrong, causing their beautiful faces to pale with anxiety. Pill veins. After a long time, Yin Sheng finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, "A saint pill with pill veins." "Impossible?" Shui Ling was taken aback and quickly leaned over to take a closer look. Sure enough, she saw that the saint-grade low-rank pill had lines that resembled the meridians of a human body. She was also shocked speechless. A saint pill with pill veins. The value of such a thing was immeasurable. For a time, all of them stared at Yun Cheng with envy. If only they had known this would happen, they would have brought some materials for refining saint pills. In any case, there was no need to pay for refining saint pills in Yang Kai's place, and her father was also in need of saint pills. Congratulations to Senior Yun for achieving his wish. Shui Ling calmed herself down and congratulated him with a smile. "Congratulations, Union Master. There's hope for you to break through to the Saint Realm." Ruan Xinyu also quickly followed up. "You can't say that. Although these pills are rare, breaking through to the Saint Realm will depend on this Yun's efforts. But in any case, I must thank Yang Shengzhu for his help. Senior Yun is too polite." Yang Kai smiled lightly, glancing over at Yin Xian, who also nodded gently, showing a look of gratitude. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai must have asked that Grandmaster to go all out. Otherwise, how could he have so coincidentally refined a saint pill with pill veins? Now that the pill had been refined, Yin Sheng was in no mood to stay and couldn't wait to return to Bold Independent City so he could take this pill and explore the mysteries of breaking through to the Saint Realm. So he immediately said goodbye. Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. "Then I'll be going too. Seeing how busy you are, it seems you don't have time to accompany me. There's no point in staying here." Shui Ling thought for a moment and also said she wanted to leave. "I'll send you off," Yang Kai said. "That won't do. This Yin cannot afford." Yin Cheng was shocked, but before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by Ruan Xinyu, muttering under his breath, "It's none of your business. Union Master will leave first." Hearing this, Yin Cheng immediately came to his senses, excused himself from Yang Kai, and flew out of the 9 peaks. Shui Ling also gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before waving her hand. "If you have time, come to Water Spirit Temple to see me. Don't go missing for several years without any news." "I know," Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In an instant, only Yang Kai and Yun Xian remained in the hall. Even Su Hui and Enling had tactfully slipped away and disappeared. "Let's go," Yang Kai motioned. Yun Xian gently nodded and walked out side by side with Yang Kai. Along the way, Yang Kai was silently considering what to say. Although something had happened between him and this woman all those years ago, under those circumstances he had been forced to do so. If he refused to admit it now, it would be too much of an animal, so he could only remain silent. "I heard from your Holy Land Saintess that you haven't even accepted her." Yang Kai didn't say anything, so Yun Xian suddenly spoke up. "She even told you that?" Yang Kai was stunned. "There's a lot to be said between women," Yun Xian grinned. "Why is that? You're the Holy Master here, and she's the Saintess. Shouldn't you be together? Could it be you don't even like someone like her?" "It's not that I don't like her." Yang Kai shook his head, not knowing how to explain. That means you have another woman in your heart. Xianxia said decisively. Yang Kai couldn't help admiring this woman's keenness and nodded. Indeed. Isn't she outstanding? Xianxia asked faintly. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing back to Su Yin and Xianing Chong, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. Seeing him like this, Xianxia smiled sadly. Forget it, you don't need to answer. I already know the answer. And you don't need to worry about what happened between you and me. That kind of situation was really unavoidable. Just treat it as a beautiful memory that I will treasure in my heart. Yang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Can you not show such an expression? Xian's eyes became watery as her voice trembled slightly. Do you think you're going to take responsibility after taking advantage of me once? I didn't care at all. Why should you care? Xian. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared deeply at her, feeling helpless in his heart. Xian kept wiping the corners of her eyes, but the tears continued to pour out like pearls. Suddenly, she turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and bit down hard. Her silver teeth sank deep into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. Yang Kai remained motionless and just stared at her quietly. Up close, Xian also stared back at Yang Kai stubbornly. You hurt me once. I hurt you once, we're even. Suddenly, Xian let go of Yang Kai's hand, swallowed the blood into her stomach, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, turned around, and walked away. A rain of tears fell. Her voice gradually drifted over. You heartless man, you'd better maintain your current high and mighty position so that I can only look up to you. If one day you fall from the clouds, I will definitely not let you off easily. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Chapter 897. You're really heartless. And Linger floated out like a ghost and stared in the direction Xian left, sighing faintly. She's already like that. Can't you coax her? A few words of sweet talk is all it takes. That would only make the situation worse. Yang Kai shook his head. That's not necessary. Yang Kai glared at her. That's why I don't want to talk about love with you, otherwise you'll end up like this in the future. I won't. And Linger blushed and hurriedly left. Returning to the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. The 5 Grandmasters keenly noticed that Yang Kai's state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, causing his alchemy technique to frequently make mistakes, nearly ruining a number of good materials, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. But soon, this terrible state of mind was forgotten and Yang Kai regained his proficiency and self-confidence in alchemy, causing the 5 Grandmasters to look forward to seeing what he was capable of. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. The reputation of 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy Grandmasters had spread throughout the world, and no one could compare to them. The outside of the 9 Peaks was bustling with noise and excitement every day. There was an endless stream of people queuing up to refine pills. The Holy Land had obtained an unimaginable amount of wealth and cultivation materials, enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Su Hui and the other Grandmasters were grinning from ear to ear all day long. Inside the main room, Yang Kai and the 5 Grandmasters had been sitting there for several months, not leaving the door once. Every day, Yang Kai would refine 20 pills, no more, no less, and the 5 Grandmasters would watch him from beginning to end. They were shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy speed and fascinated by his exquisite alchemy technique. Refining 20 pills a day was something none of the Grandmasters here could accomplish. Refining spirit pills wasn't so bad, and if the 5 Grandmasters put their all into it, they could refine 7 or 8 pills a day. However, refining the holy elixir consumed a lot of mental energy and strength. All the Grandmasters asked themselves, if they tried their best, they would only be able to refine 2 holy elixirs a day before they would be exhausted. However, with Yang Kai, he only needed to spend 14 to 14 hours, or even less, to refine all 20 pills. The rest of the time was used to comprehend the gains from refining pills and to recover his strength. The Grandmasters were deeply aware of the terrifying effects of the conflagrated knowledge C in alchemy. When Xianxia was refining pills, they would observe. When Xianxia was resting, they would sit together and discuss the day's harvest. Often, they would argue until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They would always be in a deadlock over a technique or the use of a spirit array. Xianxia didn't care about them, nor did he express his opinion. The reason he could perform alchemy so quickly was entirely because of his conflagrated knowledge C. So sometimes the methods and insights he used were not suitable for the several Grandmasters. Amidst the noise and discussion, the Grandmasters felt that their understanding of alchemy had deepened and their alchemy skills had improved. Sometimes, when he couldn't bear the loneliness and his hands itched, he would take some materials from Xianxia and refine them into pills. With the help of the Grandmasters, Xianxia became more and more relaxed. Condensing medicinal liquids was basically something he didn't need to do himself. The Grandmasters were simply practicing their own insights, so Xianxia only needed to combine the different medicinal liquids and refine them into pills. It was as if the 5 Grandmasters were his assistants, but the Grandmasters were actually enjoying themselves, beaming with joy every day. Being able to have 5 great alchemists as assistants was probably the only Grandmaster in this world. As the reputation of the alchemy Grandmasters spread, 9 Heavens Holy Land's reputation also rose. Every cultivator who came here to ask for pills was extremely grateful to 9 Heavens Holy Land, because in any other place, it was impossible for them to obtain the pills they wanted so quickly. But here in 9 Heavens Holy Land, one only needed to wait 1 to 2 months at most before they could obtain what they wanted. On top of that, the news that Du Wan and the other 5 great alchemists had come to visit the Grandmasters here spread like wildfire, causing many people to mistakenly believe that the mysterious Grandmaster sitting in 9 Heavens Holy Land was the legendary Old Man of Heaven's Keep. As these rumors spread, the prestige of 9 Heavens Holy Land was further boosted. It could be said that besides the fact that 9 Heavens Holy Land did not have a third-order saint, it was now on par with any of the top forces in the world, and its prestige had reached an unprecedented height. The name of the Holy Land's Holy Master, Xianxia, was also widely known. The Holy Land had risen from the dead and was exuding a vibrant vitality, causing Su Hui and the others to be the happiest. A few years ago, when the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land passed away, a new Holy Master had yet to take over the Holy Land, causing the hearts of the disciples to become unstable. At that time, Saintess Nan had caused great trouble outside, causing countless masters to besiege the Holy Land. At that time, Su Hui had thought that the Holy Land's foundation would be destroyed in the hands of his generation, causing him to feel depressed, secretly feeling that he had failed the heritage left behind by the previous Holy Masters. But a few years later, this place had become the center of attention of the world. As a member of 9 Heavens Holy Land, not to mention great Elder Xianxia, even the disciples were extremely proud of themselves. This kind of pride created a kind of virtuous cycle, causing the disciples to cultivate more and more diligently, for fear that they would fall behind the cultivator of another force and bring shame to the Holy Land's reputation. Looking at the thriving Holy Land, Su Hui felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. On this day, Xianxia, who was in the middle of performing alchemy, suddenly noticed something and hurriedly finished what he was doing. Du Wan was keenly aware of this abnormality and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing his question, the other four also hurriedly cast concerned glances towards him. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that I refined an artifact into my body a few days ago, and only today did I feel some resonance with it. I was anxious to investigate the mysteries of that artifact. So that's how it is." Chang Bao nodded. "Then you go investigate. We'll help you refine the rest of the pills. Is that okay?" Xianxia was stunned. He had wanted to wait until he finished investigating before refining the rest of the pills, but he had not expected Chang Bao to propose such a thing. "What's wrong with that?" Chang Bao grinned meaningfully. "We're all great alchemists. What's wrong? Don't you think our skills are up to your standards?" "I wouldn't dare, for several grandmasters to be willing to help. I'm very grateful and have no doubts about your skills." Xianxia smiled flatteringly. Although during this time the grandmasters would refine 1 or 2 pills whenever they felt the itch, none of them had ever overstepped their boundaries or tried to steal the limelight. Usually, they would just observe, and only when they couldn't help themselves would they attempt to perform alchemy. So, they didn't refine many. Today's alchemy work had just begun, so in addition to the few pills Xianxia had refined, there were still a dozen or so pills left to refine. Dividing them evenly among the grandmasters, each of them had to refine 3 or 4 pills. Most of them were saint-grade pills. After refining these 3 or 4 pills, the grandmasters would likely be like lamps that had run out of oil. "Little brat, you sure know how to talk." Changbao laughed, very satisfied. "And we've been watching for a while now. It's time to really start. It's pointless to keep arguing with these old fogies. So let's see who has a better understanding of saint-grade alchemy." Hefeng also agreed with Changbao's proposal. "All right, don't worry about these dozen or so pills. Xianxia will help you refine them. Go ahead and examine the artifact carefully." Duwan waved to Xianxia. "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you grandmasters." Xianxia no longer refused. The grandmasters refining these pills wouldn't be a problem. Although there was a chance of failure, with the Holy Land's current heritage, compensating them was a trivial matter. Relaxing both physically and mentally, Xianxia left this place and went to another room. Sitting down cross-legged, Xianxia's mind flickered, and the long shuttle artifact he obtained from the star field appeared in his hand. Circulating his divine sense, Xianxia carefully examined it. What had just resonated with him was this long shuttle artifact. It had been almost half a year since Xianxia refined it into his body. During this time, although Xianxia had been focused on alchemy and had not paid any attention to it, his yuan qi and divine sense had been constantly nourishing it. Taking so long to resonate with it made Xianxia feel quite surprised. He still remembered that silver leaf artifact, from the time he refined it into his body to the time he truly understood its structure and purpose. It had only taken him 3 months. The silver leaf artifact was a saint-grade high-rank artifact, a top-level artifact. From this, it could be seen that either the structure of this long shuttle artifact was too complex or its grade was much higher than that of the silver leaf artifact. If not for this, it would have been impossible for such a time-consuming process to occur. If it hadn't resonated with him today, Xianxia would have almost forgotten about it. Using his divine sense to probe it, Xianxia immediately understood the structure of the long shuttle. Xianxia's expression suddenly became strange. He found that the structure of this long shuttle was different from what he had imagined. The spirit arrays engraved inside were not only not complex, but also somewhat simple. Although they were all traces of age, Xianxia didn't recognize what these spirit arrays were for. He didn't know much about artifact refining. The spirit arrays used in artifact refining and the spirit arrays used in alchemy were 2 completely different things. Vaguely, Xianxia could perceive the purpose of this artifact, but without actually using it, he couldn't confirm it. Pouring his yuan qi into it, the palm-sized long shuttle artifact suddenly burst into a golden light and flew out from Xianxia's hand, instantly reaching the other side of the room. Xianxia's face paled. At that moment, he had almost lost track of this long shuttle artifact. This artifact contained his soul brand and life imprint, so it was intimately connected to him. Logically speaking, he should be able to clearly see the movements of this artifact, as if he had attached himself to it. But he still had such an illusion. The only explanation was that this artifact was too fast, so fast that Xianxia didn't even have time to think before it had already completed its trajectory. Staring at the long shuttle artifact floating on the other side of the room, Xianxia frowned and tried to use his divine sense to control it. Chapter 898. Asterisk Shio, Shio, Shio. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. The long shuttle seemed to have broken through the shackles of space, constantly changing its position. After several attempts, Xianxia's eyes gradually brightened. He felt that he had figured out the mystery of this artifact. Reaching out, the long shuttle returned to his hand. Xianxia carefully examined it again. His divine sense wandered inside the long shuttle, observing its structure, not letting go of a single detail. Although the long shuttle was small, after his divine sense entered it, it was as if he had entered a vast and boundless space. No matter how Xianxia probed, he seemed to be unable to see the end. Suddenly, a trace of faintly discernible information flowed from the long shuttle into Xianxia's divine sense. Shuttle of Flying Apsara. This seemed to be the name of this artifact. Inferring from this name alone, it was the same as what Xianxia had sensed before. The purpose of this long shuttle was to fly. In other words, it was a special flight-type artifact. There were many kinds of artifacts, and according to their classification, their types were also different. In terms of function, artifacts were mainly divided into 3 categories: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. Of course, there were also artifacts that were both offensive and defensive. Xianxia's Silver Leaf was such an artifact. According to the power used, artifacts could also be divided into Yuan Qi-controlled artifacts and Soul-type artifacts. The value of the latter was generally much higher than the former and was more difficult to refine. Among the artifacts, there was a special kind that was specifically used for flight. If one used a flight-type artifact, they would generally fly much faster than a cultivator. Xianxia had also seen many flight-type artifacts in his time, many of them in different shapes, such as sword-shaped, foot-shaped, carriages, and so on, but this was the first time he had seen one in the shape of a long shuttle. At first glance, this thing looked a bit like a canoe. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara, there was no trace of a spirit array, which meant that it could not be used to attack. There should be a defensive spirit array, but he did not know how strong it was. His divine sense continued to probe deeper. Soon, Xianxia found a strange place. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsaras, specks of light were twinkling. When one's divine sense entered this place, it was as if they were in a star field, surrounded by countless stars that extended as far as the eye could see. The interior of the light was like a star field that had been shrunk countless times, and it was placed inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara. Among them, there was also a spirit line that was so small that it was almost undetectable. It was connected to many flickering light spots and extended to a very far place. Xianxia frowned. He didn't know what this was for. Xianxia's divine sense followed this spirit thread and began to feel more and more that what was stored inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara was very similar to a miniature version of the star field. However, what he found to be a pity was that the spirit line was broken at a certain point. It was probably because it had been drifting in the star field for a long time and had lost most of its spirituality. He did not know where it would eventually connect to. Shaking his head, Xianxia retracted his divine sense after confirming that there was nothing to worry about inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara. Although this artifact had lost most of its spirituality, after such a long time of nourishment, it was still able to play its most basic role. Driven by his curiosity, Xianxia immediately walked out of the Holy Master Court. Pouring his Yuan Qi into the shuttle of Flying Apsara, it suddenly expanded to several meters in length and quietly floated in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's face lit up with joy as he thought to himself. Since this flight-type artifact could carry people, it was impossible for it to be only the size of a palm. Xianxia didn't know who had refined this artifact and what kind of spirit array had been placed on it to allow it to freely expand and shrink. However, a few meters in length was its limit. Observing it with his naked eye, Xianxia estimated that this shuttle of Flying Apsara should be able to carry 7 or 8 people. Using his divine sense, the shuttle of Flying Apsara shrank a lot, becoming only 2 meters long. A layer of blue light began emitting from the inside of the shuttle of Flying Apsara, forming a protective barrier. Xianxia jumped up and the blue light enveloped him, leaving no gap, as if it was tailor-made for him. Cheering up, Yuan Qi surged even more violently. A blue light flashed, and in the next moment, Yongkai and the shuttle of flying Apsara disappeared. Atop one of the 9 peaks, the great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all sitting in meditation. During this time, Yongkai didn't have anything to do with them. So after obtaining a large number of cultivation resources from Su Hui, the great commanders spared no effort in improving their strength. Suddenly, Li Rong's brow furrowed, and she awoke from her meditation, her tender body flickering as she flew out of the room and stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a suspicious look appearing on her pretty face. Immediately, Han Fei and Hua Mo also appeared beside her. Is that Master's aura? Han Fei also stared towards the sky and asked softly. And it was Master who went out. Li Rong nodded lightly, but this speed, it's quite fast. Saying so, her expression changed slightly. I can't sense him anymore. As a second-order saint, Li Rong's divine sense could cover a range of several hundred kilometers, but from the time she detected Yongkai until now, it had only been 3 breaths of time. In that short time, Yongkai had already left the range of her divine sense. This kind of speed was simply sensational. In this world, no one could possess such a bizarre speed. Why did Master go out at this time? Hua Mo asked in confusion. I don't know. Then, should we follow and protect you? Hua Mo asked hesitantly. We don't even know where he went. How are we supposed to follow? Li Rong smiled bitterly. Forget it, with such a fast speed, I'm afraid no one can catch up with him. Hearing her say this, Han Fei and Hua Mo also relaxed. Since no one could catch up to Yongkai, he naturally wouldn't be in any danger. While the 3 great commanders who had noticed Yongkai's departure were speaking, many of the cultivator waiting in line outside the 9 peaks also looked up with dignified expressions. Just now, a flash of light had passed over their heads, and by the time they reacted and tried to investigate, their divine senses were unable to keep up with the speed of this blue light. This discovery shocked them to the extreme. Among the cultivator here, there were many powerful masters who were confident in their strength, but in front of this blue light, they were completely powerless. Their expressions couldn't help changing slightly as they tried to guess which powerful master had passed by and what method he had used. However, none of them were able to figure it out. Midair, Yongkai's expression was filled with excitement and ecstasy, almost unable to believe what he was experiencing right now. The scenery beneath his feet was like a surging river, rapidly receding, so fast that it was impossible to describe it with words. Yongkai's naked, I couldn't capture any of the scenery, and often, by the time he focused his eyes, the scenery would be thrown far away. The flying speed of the Flying Heaven shuttle was far beyond his expectations. Yongkai's speed wasn't slow, and if he used his wind and thunder wings, even a second-order saint wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to him. But now his speed had surpassed the limits of this world, almost comparable to using his ability to tear space to move his position. In a flash, he had crossed 100 kilometers. What was most incredible to him was that the amount of yuan qi required to operate the Flying Heavens shuttle wasn't too high. Moreover, because of the protection of the blue light barrier, there was no need to worry about the wind affecting his vision, allowing him to stand atop the Flying Heavens shuttle as easily as walking on flat ground. Feeling excited, Yongkai not only didn't show any intention of stopping, but instead increased his speed even more. Gradually, after familiarizing himself with this artifact, Yongkai was able to control it freely and had also become accustomed to its lightning-fast speed. Yongkai was ecstatic. Watching the ground beneath his feet recede like flowing water, he couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of excitement. It wasn't until half a day later that this sense of excitement gradually subsided and Yongkai began to slow down his flying speed. Looking around, Yongkai saw a world covered in white snow in the distance. The world below this snow gave him a faint sense of familiarity. A strange light flashed across Yongkai's eyes as he carefully examined this place. A moment later, a magnificent city appeared before Yongkai's eyes. Yongkai's expression became even stranger. Flying closer to this city, after an incense stick worth of time, Xianxia appeared on the streets of this city. Grand Boulder City. This was actually Grand Boulder City, which was more than 100,000 kilometers away from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Xianxia's expression fluctuated, as if he was in a dream. When he had led the ancient demon clan from here to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, it had taken him a full 2 months to reach the Nine Peaks. Although the ancient demon clan had a large number of people and their speed wasn't that fast, if Xianxia were to fly alone, it would have taken him 20 to 30 days to reach Nine Heavens' Holy Land from here. But now, it had taken him less than a day to return. Strictly speaking, it should have been about 20 hours. Comparing the two, the time it took was simply incomparable. At this moment, Xianxia deeply realized the terrifying speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle and also the preciousness of this flight-type artifact. With this artifact, it would be much more convenient for him to go wherever he wanted. Solemnly storing the artifact into his body, Xianxia arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Duan had already gone to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so now only Yixiong, Mina, and Wu remained in Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. Seeing Xianxia suddenly arrive, all of them were surprised, but they still happily welcomed him inside. Xianxia didn't stay for long and spent a day in the Alchemist Guild, teaching Wu and Mina some alchemy knowledge and leaving behind a few basic spirit arrays before leaving. Next, he went to Soaring Heaven Sect. Now that he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he had many trivial matters to attend to and didn't have time to visit. Now that he had come here by chance, naturally he had to visit his martial aunts and ancestral founder. Serene, resplendent peak. When Xianxia returned, his martial Aunt Feiyu's face was as red as a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes watery and seductive. Lying on a stone table in the cave, large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed, attracting the eyes of anyone who saw her. Feiyu's martial aunt cultivated a water attribute secret art, so she didn't drink for pleasure, but rather to refine the alcohol into her body to enhance the lethality of her yuan qi. Xianxia had long observed this, but he was still somewhat helpless when it came to her drinking. Chapter 899. Feiyu's martial aunt was still the same as always, her mouth full of nonsense, causing Xianxia's face to flush red and his blood to boil. Feiyu, on the other hand, was laughing so hard she couldn't even stand up straight. Sangyin and the others soon arrived and met with Xianxia, asking him about the situation with the demons, warning him to be careful and not be deceived by them. Feeling the care of his martial uncles, Xianxia's heart warmed, and he readily agreed. From Sangyin and the others, Xianxia also learned the number of masters had come to Soaring Heaven Sect some time ago to inquire about the situation with Chu Ling Zhao's group of demons. Some of them even angrily requested Chu Ling Zhao to kill Xianxia, who had colluded with the demons, and clean up the sect. Chu Ling Zhao didn't pay any attention to these people and instead entered secluded retreat, refusing to meet with outsiders. These people were helpless, and after staying in Soaring Heaven Sect for a while, they could only leave. However, as the reputation of Nine Heavens' Holy Land spread, no one came to visit Soaring Heaven Sect again. They didn't want to offend Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Otherwise, they may lose the opportunity to ask the Alchemy Grandmaster for help. Later, Xianxia went to visit ancestral founder Chu Ling Zhao and spoke with him for a while. After learning that Li Rong and the others were now obediently staying in the Nine Peaks, Chu Ling Zhao was extremely satisfied, but he still gave Xianxia a lot of advice, much the same as his martial uncles. After spending 3 days in Soaring Heaven Sect, relieving the fatigue he had accumulated from practicing alchemy for so long, Xianxia set foot on the road back home. For nearly a year, Xianxia had been constantly improving his alchemy skills, constantly helping others perform alchemy, gaining insights from alchemy to assist his own cultivation, not even taking a single day off to rest. This time, after a few days of coincidental rest, Xianxia suddenly felt that his cultivation had risen again. He immediately understood that this was the result of relaxing his mind. Nearly a year of accumulation and precipitation had turned into visible results over the past few days, becoming nutrients for his own growth. Less than a day later, Xianxia returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Just as he entered the Nine Peaks, Li Rong's divine thought transmitted to him, "My lord, that demon clan woman wishes to see you." A monster race woman? Xianxia paused mid-air, frowning. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Kai Dai?" "Yes, it's her. What is she doing here?" Kai didn't understand. "She didn't say. If you don't want to see her, I'll send her away." Li Rong quickly responded, "No need, I'll be right there." A moment later, Xianxia appeared on the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan lived. Strolling into the largest palace, Xianxia saw Kai Dai with 7 colored wings sitting there, waiting quietly with an indifferent expression like a statue, as if someone owed her money. The two great commanders, Inya and Xueji, glanced at her from time to time, both feeling great pressure from her. Although this icy monster race master was a feast for the eyes, and the 7 colored wings on her back gave her an even more alluring feeling, Inya and Xueji both knew that they had no ability to conquer this iceberg with their own abilities. Approaching her would only result in their bodies and minds freezing. Seeing Xianxia arrive, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes finally turned and fixed on him. Li Rong quickly stepped forward and came to Xianxia's side, smiling bitterly and whispering, "She's been here for 3 days now, just sitting there, not moving. When we called out to her, she ignored us, only saying she wanted to wait for you to come back." Xianxia nodded helplessly. "Thank you for your hard work." Saying so, he stepped forward and cupped his fist with a smile. "Sister Kai Dai." Kai Dai nodded gently in greeting, the indifference on her face not diminishing as she faintly said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xianxia chuckled dryly, thinking to himself that he wasn't the one who made her wait, calming himself down and asking, "Is Great Senior looking for me for some reason?" Kai Dai nodded. "Yes, Great Senior wants to invite you to Thunder Tree Palace." "Is there a problem with your beast transformation pond?" Xianxia frowned. This was the only reason he could think of for Great Senior looking for him. "It's not a problem with the beast transformation pond. Don't ask too much. Once you arrive at Thunder Tree Palace, Great Senior will naturally explain the situation to you." Xianxia suddenly choked and was rendered speechless, the other great commanders also rolling their eyes. Kai Dai didn't seem like she was inviting him at all. The words she spoke were filled with arrogance, as if she was ordering him around, making him feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's face suddenly became gloomy. Both of them were ice-cold beauties and second-order saints, so there was a faint sense of rejection between the two. Han Fei had long since found the other side unpleasant and couldn't wait to find an opportunity to teach this little girl a lesson so she would know how to treat her master with respect. Perceiving the subtle atmosphere, Xianxia quickly said, "Since Great Senior is looking for me, I'll go. There must be something important." Sister Kai Dai, please wait a moment. I just came back from outside and have some things to arrange." Kai Dai nodded faintly and no longer said anything. "Master, I'll go with you," Li Rong said immediately. Xianxia glanced at her, and although he felt that Great Senior wouldn't do anything to harm him, he still nodded. "Good. You also prepare." Leaving the mountain peak, Xianxia immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court. When he left a few days ago, he hadn't expected it to take him several days, so he didn't know how Du Wan and the others were doing. The pills he had refined these past few days must have been refined by them. Just as he entered the room, Xianxia saw 5 grandmasters sitting there, each of them with a pill furnace in front of them and a set of herbs placed beside them. The grandmasters were all staring at the pills in their hands, silently, their expressions dignified, the atmosphere a bit strange. Xianxia was taken aback and quickly asked, "Grandmasters, what happened?" Hearing this voice, Du Wan and the others seemed to awaken from their contemplation, all of them looking up at him and smiling. Xianxia was stunned. "Nothing happened. We just found that our alchemy skills have improved a lot," Du Wan explained with a smile. "Indeed, they've improved a lot," Chongbao agreed. "That's why every time we refine a pill, we check the gains and losses, Kong Ruo, you said with a chuckle. We were just checking. Is that so? Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that a few days of high-intensity alchemy had really exhausted these grandmasters. Boy, although you're not the best master, we are the best disciples. Hong Feng laughed. In the past, it would take us at least 2 hours to refine a saint pill, consuming a lot of strength and spiritual energy, but now refining a saint pill only takes half the time it used to do so, and the amount of strength consumed has also been greatly reduced. This is the result of observing your alchemy. Everyone smiled and nodded. They hadn't practiced alchemy too many times before, so none of them had noticed their progress. However, Yang Kai had been away for the past few days, so all the materials he had received had been refined by them. After experimenting again and again, they verified the gains they had made from observing Yang Kai's alchemy. In terms of alchemy, everyone found that they had made significant progress. Whether it was in terms of time consumed or of the quality of the pills they refined, they had all made a significant improvement. Duan was even confident that he could refine a mid-rank saint-grade pill. If he could really succeed, it would mean that he had truly set foot in the territory of a mid-rank saint-grade alchemist. Observing Yang Kai's alchemy for a few months had brought them greater gains than decades of research, causing the 5 grandmasters to be overjoyed. These past few days, they had spared no effort in alchemy, refining 20 pills a day without missing a single one. However, the 5 of them had worked together to refine 20 pills while Yang Kai could do it alone. In this regard, they had no choice but to concede defeat, feeling that they couldn't compare with an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea. But it's a shame that in these past few days, the 5 of us have more or less failed, wasting a lot of good materials, Duan said with slight regret. Alchemists not only valued pills as much as their own lives, but also precious herbs. They would never waste a single one, and every time they failed in refining, they would feel extremely distressed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had never failed in his alchemy. It doesn't matter. In any case, the Holy Land is now rich in materials, so it's not like we can't afford to compensate. Yang Kai grinned. It's fine as long as several grandmasters have a harvest. Since you're back, we wanted to discuss something with you. Duan smiled slightly. If several grandmasters have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. Can you increase the number of pills you refine every day? You'll still refine 20 pills a day, and the rest will be left for the 5 of us to refine. This way, we'll be able to observe your technique while verifying our harvest. And Feng nodded heavily. This is a rare opportunity. Us old fogies plan to stay here for the time being. I'm afraid you'll think the 5 of us are stupid. Chang Bao grinned. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, It just so happens that I have some matters to attend to and need to go out for a while. If you think it's all right, I'll leave the 20 pills per day to you. Oh, Duan raised his brow. You're going out again? Where are you going this time? Inside the monster race territory, the monster race great senior is looking for me, Yang Kai replied truthfully. The 5 grandmasters exchanged a glance, but although they were a little shocked, they didn't ask any questions. On the contrary, they were very relieved that Yang Kai had told them the truth. Then you'll have to come back quickly. If we can't observe your technique while we're here, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Chang Bao joked. It doesn't matter. I need some time to consolidate the gains I've made over the past few months. Kong Ruoyu smiled. I can't wait for that. You don't need to listen to him. Go do your own thing and come back when you're done. But you must be careful. After all, the monster race is the monster race. Duan solemnly exhorted. Then I'll have to trouble you all here. Yang Kai cupped his fists and hurried away. He was still thinking about what to do with the alchemy if he left. If the 5 grandmasters didn't help, he could only rest for a while. But the 5 grandmasters taking the initiative to ask for help was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. After finding Su Hui and exhorting him a few words, Yang Kai returned to the mountain peak, and, under the leadership of Kai Dai, he and Li Rong headed towards Thunder Tree Palace. Chapter 900. Beast Sea Jungle. This was the second time Xianxia had come here. Kai Dai silently led the way, her 7-colored wings flapping as she moved as fast as lightning. Xianxia followed behind her at a leisurely pace, not seeming to be strenuous at all. This caused Kai Dai to be a little surprised. She was a second-order saint, but in order to take care of Xianxia, a transcendent cultivator, she had deliberately slowed down her speed. However, after Xianxia was able to keep up without much effort, she had gradually increased her speed in order to arrive at Thunder Tree Palace as soon as possible so as not to keep Great Senior waiting. Even now, she was using her full strength, yet Xianxia was still able to keep up with her. Kai Dai's heart was filled with shock, but due to her cold nature, her expression remained unchanged as she continued to lead the way. This little brat, he's a bit strange, Kai Dai thought to herself. It was impossible for an ordinary third-order transcendent to keep up with her speed, but he was able to do so. No wonder he was able to become the new holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land and subdue so many masters from the demon race. Originally, Kai Dai had thought he was just lucky, but now she discovered that this little brat really did have some real talent. All the way, Xianxia's brow wrinkled slightly as he constantly glanced around. His actions naturally didn't escape the observation of Li Rong, the latter quietly sending him a message with her divine sense. "Master, have you found something suspicious?" Xianxia replied, "The aura here is a bit strange. If there's any danger, we shouldn't go." Li Rong couldn't help feeling nervous. Xianxia laughed and said, "It's not a dangerous aura. I just feel that this time the Beast Sea Jungle is a bit different from the last time, but I can't pinpoint what exactly is different." There was indeed an aura in the air that Xianxia was very concerned about, but if he wanted to investigate it, he didn't know where to begin. "Don't worry too much. Great Senior is still easy to get along with and is a trustworthy person. The change here is probably related to the matter he came to find me for. We'll know once we get there." Li Rong didn't say much, but she still warned, "If there is really any danger, Master must not be too far away from me." Yes, Xianxia kept replying. Now, Xianxia had many means at his disposal. He could tear through space, control the flying heaven shuttle, possess the wind and thunder wings, possess extremely high-grade artifacts, transform into a dragon, and even use the demon god transformation. It would be difficult for an average person to harm him, unless they could catch him off guard and incapacitate him with a single strike. Otherwise, even if he was surrounded by an army of thousands, Xianxia was confident he could escape. He didn't take Li Rong's warning to heart. Speeding the entire way, it only took them 2 to 3 days to arrive at the towering Thunder Tree Manor. When he arrived, Xianxia was shocked to find that countless Monster Clan experts had gathered here. They were either crouching or crawling, surrounding the area several times. There were also many experts who had taken human form and were standing on the tree trunks, resting with their eyes closed. "This is the Thunder Tree Manor?" Li Rong stared at the huge, ancient tree in front of her in amazement, a look of horror flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just like Xianxia when he first came here, he was also shocked by this ancient tree. For it to grow like this ancient tree was most likely at least 10,000 years old. It could even be traced back to an ancient era. The ancient tree contained the essence of thunder and lightning, from time to time flashing arcs of pure lightning. The monster race masters standing on the tree trunks weren't affected in the slightest, all of them casting their gazes towards Xianxia and Li Rong. All of them gently nodded, expressing their goodwill. The last time Xianxia came here, he had solved the problem of the beast transformation pond and received their unanimous approval. "Come with me." Kai Dai's figure flashed as she flew up. Xianxia and Li Rong hurriedly followed. Inside the treehouse that stood high above the clouds, Xianxia saw the Great Senior. The last time he saw him, it was also in this treehouse. The Great Senior grinned and welcomed Xianxia's arrival, motioning him to sit down and talk. At a small table, Xianxia and the Great Senior sat opposite each other, Kai Dai standing behind one, while Li Rong stood behind the other. Did you bring any cultivation materials for my monster race this time? The great senior asked with a smile. The crystal stone loads were almost completely mined by you. You don't need them for the time being, right? Xianxia rolled his eyes. The monster race had been acting like a tyrant in the Holy Land for 2 to 3 years now, and scrupulously mining the crystal stone loads, simply draining the goose that lays the golden eggs. This made Xianxia very annoyed, feeling like he had smashed his own foot with a stone. Not needing them for the time being doesn't mean we won't need them in the future. Crystal stones are a good thing. My monster race doesn't have any crystal stone loads here. We can't compare to your human territory. The great senior slowly shook his head. Besides, I heard that your holy land has made a lot of wealth recently. You have more crystal stones than you can use up. You're the one asking around. Xianxia was speechless. Those are all pills I refined. Forget it. Next time I'll bring you some crystal stones and pills. Good. Then I'll wait for the good news. The great senior's eyes lit up. Thinking that Xianxia was a straightforward person, it wasn't difficult to deal with him. Great senior specifically called me over this time. What is the matter? Xianxia's expression became serious as he asked in a deep voice. There is indeed a matter. The great senior's expression also became dignified as he pondered for a while, seemingly thinking about how to explain, eventually saying, Boy, have you ever heard of a void corridor? Xianxia's face went black. Great senior, you must be joking with me. The great senior's mouth twitched as he gave a hollow laugh. You're asking too much. Have you ever seen one with your own eyes? Xianxia nodded lightly. Although he didn't know about others, Xianxia always felt that the number of void corridors he had seen was too many. That makes sense, the great senior nodded. The great senior nodded and continued. Some time ago, something strange happened in my BC jungle. It was related to the void corridor. Xianxia just stared straight at him, not intending to interrupt. About 3 to 5 days away from Thunder Tree Palace, a very unstable void corridor entrance suddenly appeared. Speaking of which, I've also seen void corridors before. When I was young, I even entered a mysterious small world. However, the void corridor that appeared in the BC jungle was very different from the one I saw at that time. How was it different? Xianxia asked. It was very large and gave off a very strange feeling, the great senior said solemnly. Great senior's expression was heavy as he solemnly said, Its appearance seems to have changed the atmosphere of the entire Beast Sea jungle. Didn't you notice it when you came here? I noticed it, but I don't know why. It's because of it. The great senior nodded. Speaking of which, the entrances to void corridors are generally very well hidden and are rarely discovered. Even if they are opened by someone, they will close on their own after a short time. However, this void corridor entrance was different. It suddenly appeared on its own, and although it was very unstable, it showed no signs of closing. Oh, that's quite strange. That place is the intersection between this king's and the monster race's other great senior's territory, Earth-splitting Divine Ox. After the void corridor appeared, we investigated it together. Earth-splitting Divine Ox? Xianxia called out with a strange expression. What's wrong? Do you know him? The great senior asked suspiciously. Xianxia shook his head. I don't know him, but I learned a certain martial skill that was related to him. Saying so, Xianxia waved his hand and used a beast soul skill he hadn't used for a long time. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the roar of an ox, the golden tiger seal and ox seal suddenly appeared. The inside of the tree house suddenly became hot. The two beast souls were completely condensed from pure yuan qi and seemed to have a high level of sentience, their eyes moving about as if they were alive. The great senior was startled and quickly waved his hand, arranging a barrier around the tree house to prevent it from burning down. Heaven-splitting white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox? Kai Dai exclaimed, staring blankly at Xianxia along with the great senior. It's a beast soul skill I cultivated a long time ago, Xianxia explained. This isn't a simple beast soul skill. This is a real soul skill. The great senior muttered thoughtfully, Have you ever seen the remains of these two monster beasts? They seem to have fought a great battle, and in the end, they perished together, leaving behind only their respective inner cores. When I was absorbing the energy from the inner cores, I saw the scene of their great battle and comprehended this martial skill. That's right. The great senior nodded, sighing. A beast soul skill with a real soul has always been a powerful monster beast whose will did not dissipate after its death, condensing into its essence and finally being obtained by someone. It seems that the two remains you saw belong to my monster race's seniors. Unfortunately, Heaven-splitting White Tiger and Earth-splitting Divine Ox are both extremely noble bloodlines in the monster race, comparable to this king, but the more noble the bloodline, the fewer there are. The White Tiger clan seems to have gone extinct, and the Old Ox clan is the only one left. This king is also the same. After listening to the great senior's explanation, Xianxia understood just how precious this beast soul skill was. Because he had never used it before, it was only now that he discovered that this beast soul skill had become more and more powerful as his strength grew. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's get down to business, the great senior said after a moment of sadness. The strange appearance of the void corridor made me and the old Ox's subordinates unable to figure out its depths, so we decided to go in and investigate to see if there were any benefits. But unexpectedly, many of them died. In the end, the old Ox and I were alarmed and joined forces to enter, but even with our combined efforts, we were unable to decipher the mysteries of that place. Was it very difficult? Xianxia was stunned. It was unimaginably difficult, and we also found some very ancient characters there. As you know, my monster race doesn't have such things as writing. Were they from the human race? The great senior shook his head and muttered, "They were demon characters." Xianxia's brow rose as Li Rong, who was standing behind him, also showed a look of interest. The old Ox and I couldn't identify them, so we didn't dare act rashly. Now that he's standing guard over there, I've come to call for reinforcements. So you brought me here? Xianxia smiled lightly. What you're looking for isn't me, but rather Li Rong, right? Boy, you're smart. Even the old Ox and I felt like we were treading on thin ice because of that strange power. So what can you do to help? However, the madam behind you is the key to solving the puzzle. As he spoke, he turned a burning gaze towards Li Rong. Chapter 901. Li Rong's brow furrowed as she asked in a low voice, "What kind of demon characters are they?" "It's like this," Great Senior said as he condensed his Saint Chi into his fingertips and began drawing something on the table in front of him. A moment later, several complex characters appeared on the table, flashing with fluorescent light. Xianxia glanced over and found that these characters were like tadpoles, twisting and turning, completely different from the characters he knew, so he couldn't help turning his eyes to Li Rong. Li Rong stared closely at these characters, her expression dignified as she nodded. These are indeed demon characters, and very ancient ones at that. What does this mean? Great Senior saw that she seemed to recognize these characters and couldn't help smiling, quickly asking. It's similar to the signs set up in front of every sex-restricted area. It means a warning, trespassers will die. Great Senior gently nodded, feeling that this explanation made sense. Since these are very ancient demon characters, they should be from before the demon race. How could they appear in a monster race's territory? Xianxia frowned, not quite understanding. Great Senior smiled and explained, the demon land wasn't just a small place in the past. Today's monster race territory and human territory had a large area that belonged to the demon race a long time ago. But after the fall of the great demon god, the demon race was gradually forced to give up a lot of their territory and retreat to the current demon land. It's likely that this area was once part of the demon race's territory. So it's like that. Xianxia felt relieved. Although I don't know which branch of the demon race the ruins in the void corridor belong to, what I'm certain is that this branch was once very powerful. The one who carved these characters must have been one of the world's top masters. Old Ox and I both felt a kind of murderous intent from these characters, a murderous intent that has not dissipated for countless years. Xianxia paled slightly. Since it's so dangerous, why do you still want to go in? If such a strange place appeared in your nine heavens holy land, would you not go in to investigate? Great Senior didn't answer directly. Yonkai thought about it for a moment before nodding. Yes. Even if it wasn't for the sake of exploring the mysteries within, at the very least, they had to make sure that the place wouldn't harm the disciples. That's right. The Yao's territory isn't that big in the first place, and that void corridor appeared at the intersection of my and Old Cow's territories. If something unexpected happened because of this, we would have to give up on the Beast Sea Forest and retreat to other places. The space for survival would be even smaller. After explaining for a while, Great Senior turned to Li Rong and said, "So this time, this king would like to invite Madam to enter that place with me and explore it. What does Madam think?" "You'll have to ask the Lord." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. "I can't give you an answer." The Great Senior immediately turned his gaze to Yonkai. Yonkai grinned meaningfully. "If even you two monster race Great Seniors find that place troublesome, it's definitely not a good place. Junior's strength is too low. If I enter, I'm afraid I'll die 10 times out of 10. The Great Senior couldn't help rolling his eyes. "I'm not asking you to go in. I'm just asking the lady behind you to go in. You can stay in Thunder Tree Palace. My Monster Race's disciples will entertain you. If you feel bored, you can return to Nine Heavens' Holy Land now. No one will stop you." "How could that be?" Yonkai smiled. "Li Rong came out with me. Naturally, she will return with me." "You little brat." Great Senior helplessly took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, what conditions do you want in order to agree? You really won't act until you see the rabbit." Yonkai shook his head. "Your Monster Race's territory is so remote. Besides some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, there's nothing good here. I don't care about spirit grasses and spirit medicines right now." Yonkai's appearance made the Great Senior feel helpless. Just as he was feeling anxious, wondering what kind of excessive request Yonkai would make, the Great Senior's expression suddenly became serious as he turned to Li Rong and asked, "Do you want to go in?" Li Rong pursed her lips and whispered, "I'll follow Master's arrangements." Yonkai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. "Then let's go in." He could see that Li Rong was very interested in the ancient demon race characters and wanted to go in. Naturally, he wouldn't stop her. "What are the conditions?" Great Senior asked anxiously. "If I said there were no conditions, would you believe me?" Great Senior shook his head. "Good." Yonkai frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling, looking at Kai Dai standing behind Great Senior and saying, "Make her smile for me." Kai Dai froze for a moment before a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to cut Yonkai into 1,000 pieces, her gaze piercing. "You little brat." Great Senior was speechless, not knowing what to do. "Haha, I was just joking. Miss Kai Dai doesn't need to take it seriously." Saying so, Yonkai stood up. "Since we're going, let's hurry up and see the situation inside." Seeing that Yonkai really didn't have any more conditions, Great Senior was a little surprised and couldn't help looking at him in a higher light. "Then let's go." Great Senior also stood up and released his monster chi to wrap Yonkai before flying off. Li Rong hurriedly followed while Kai Dai stood in place and stared coldly at Yonkai's back for a moment before following. "Boy, next time don't tease Kai Dai. Be careful she doesn't turn hostile." As they flew, Great Senior whispered. Yonkai shivered and nodded solemnly. "I won't. I feel like there's a murderous intent behind me." "Serves you right." Great Senior took pleasure in Yonkai's misfortune and sighed. "Sometimes even this king has no way to deal with her. In this king's memory, I don't think I've ever seen her smile." "You really can stand this iceberg. You're the best. You've made your subordinates obedient," Great Senior said, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Li Rong next to him. A second-order Saint Realm Master obeying the orders of a third-order Transcendent Brat. Great Senior couldn't help feeling it was somewhat unrealistic. "What do you know? I conquered them with my personal charm." Young Kai spat disdainfully. "Shameless boasting." Great Senior laughed. After interacting with Yang Kai more often, Great Senior found that this boy's personality was the complete opposite of the old Holy Masters. although he didn't seem very reliable. After interacting with him, Great Senior felt like he was much younger. Time passed slowly, and Yongkai let Great Senior fly him forward, too lazy to use his own strength. However, as they approached their destination, the strange aura in the air became more and more obvious. It was the aura of void force. It was as if the entire Beast Sea jungle had been affected. Yongkai could hardly imagine how large this void corridor was and how it could affect such a large area. 2 or 3 days later, a small narrow crack in the sky appeared in Yonkai's vision. When he saw this crack, Yonkai's face suddenly changed and he muttered, "That wouldn't be the entrance to the void corridor, right?" "Yes, that's the entrance." "So big?" Yongkai exclaimed. Although he couldn't see the exact length of this crack from where he was standing, Yongkai estimated that it was at least 1,000 meters long, as if the sky itself had been torn apart, a terrifying sight to behold. Moreover, the crack was extremely unstable. Waves of void energy that made one's heart palpitate uneasily spread out from it. The crack also opened and closed intermittently, as if it could collapse at any moment. About 10 kilometers away from the void corridor, a group of monster race masters had gathered. Great Senior took Yongkai and flew straight towards this group. Perceiving Great Senior's aura, a burly man leading this group was shocked and turned his head. A moment later, he shouted loudly, "Thunder Dragon, why did you take so long? This old ox has been waiting impatiently." Great Senior smiled lightly. "It takes time to find someone. It's only been 7 or 8 days. Why are you so anxious?" As he spoke, the group of 4 landed. Yongkai glanced over at the man who had shouted and couldn't help shivering slightly, knowing that this was another Great Senior of the monster race, Earth-splitting Divine Ox. Like most monster race masters, even after assuming human form, this Earth-splitting Divine Ox still retained some of his monster race characteristics, such as the 2 dark red horns on his forehead that exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Yongkai didn't doubt the strength of these 2 horns. They were equivalent to top-grade artifacts. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's appearance was much rougher than Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon's. A few pieces of animal skin casually tied around his body, his thick black leg hair fluttering in the wind. His voice was low and muffled, like thunder rolling past one's ears. "These are the reinforcements you found?" Old Ox's eyes widened as he stared at Yongkai and then at Li Rong, nodding lightly. "This woman is not bad, but what is this guy doing?" Pointing his thick finger towards Yongkai, a puzzled look appeared on his face as he asked. "He hasn't even reached the Saint Realm yet. What is he doing here? Is he trying to die?" He looked down on Yongkai, as if he could kill Yongkai with a single slap. Li Rong's expression suddenly became cold, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light as she stared towards Earth-splitting Divine Ox. Anyone who dared to speak such words to Yongkai, Li Rong would not give them any face. If it weren't for Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon being present, Li Rong would likely have already started a fight. Yongkai smiled indifferently, his expression remaining unchanged. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon didn't have any intention of mediating, simply smiling and saying, "He really hasn't reached the Saint Realm, but if you look at him carefully, perhaps you'll find something interesting." "Something interesting?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox frowned, rubbing his chin as he unceremoniously circled around Yongkai, his eyes scrutinizing him from top to bottom as his divine sense swept over him. Suddenly, Earth-splitting Divine Ox's face changed, and he staggered back a few steps, his eyes overflowing with shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "Did you notice?" Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon chuckled. "Who is he? How can he possess such pure demonic chi?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked in a low voice. This demonic chi was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was quite pure, even purer than the demonic chi of Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and himself. To possess such pure demonic chi, one's bloodline must be extremely noble, one of the highest. However, Yongkai was clearly a human, causing Earth-splitting Divine Ox to be confused. Chapter 902. I don't know. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon shrugged his shoulders. It may be related to the beast's soul skill he cultivates. Previously, Great Senior didn't quite understand why Xianxia had monster chi, but after witnessing his beast soul skill a few days ago, he finally found a reasonable explanation. However, whether this was the reason or not, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon wasn't sure. Beast soul skill? What kind of beast soul skill is that? Earth-splitting divine, Ox asked, his eyes widening. Show this old Ox. He didn't seem to regard himself as an outsider, his character seemingly quite open-minded. Xianxia smiled lightly and didn't refuse, casually summoning his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. After seeing the majestic and lifelike white tiger and divine ox seals, this monster race Great Senior's eyes widened in an instant as he became extremely excited. Now that he was the only one left of the divine ox clan, feeling the aura of his ancestor from Xianxia's beast soul skill, he was naturally very excited. Wrapping his arms around Xianxia's shoulders, he patted Xianxia's back with his palm leaf fan-like hands, affectionately saying, "Little one, come to this old bull's territory some other day. We must get to know each other better." Xianxia almost coughed up blood from this slap. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon laughed. His beast soul skill does indeed contain the will of your ancestor. If you observe it carefully, it may be of great benefit to you, but this little brat is a bit greedy. Old Ox, you should be prepared to be slaughtered, ha-ha. Earth-splitting divine Ox's face went black as he muttered a few words before letting go of Xianxia. However, after listening to Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon's words, Xianxia finally understood why the other party had suddenly changed his attitude and wanted to get closer to him. It turned out that he wanted to figure out the meaning of his beast soul skill. Thunder Dragon Great Senior deliberately said this to remind Xianxia, not wanting him to be kept in the dark. Good. Enough of this small talk. If you want to get closer, you could discuss it after this matter is over. Thunder Dragon Great Senior said solemnly, Old Ox, first let me introduce you. This little brat is the new holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land, Xianxia. Oh, you're the new holy master? Earth-splitting divine Ox heard this and stared at Xianxia with a dignified look. The lady beside him is his subordinate, Li Rong of the demon race. This time, we still have to rely on her power to decipher the mysteries within. Old cow, don't act recklessly when you enter later. Understood. Earth-splitting divine Ox nodded firmly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior then turned to Xianxia and asked with a serious expression, Boy, let me ask you again, are you sure you want to go inside and not wait for us to come out? You have to be clear that there are many dangers in there. If you really encounter any danger, old cow, and I might not be able to take care of you. At that time, you'll only be a burden to this madam beside you. The two of you might even suffer. Great Sage, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You don't need to worry about me. Thunder Dragon frowned, but seeing Xianxia insist on going inside, he just sighed and didn't try to persuade him any further, simply nodding. Then let's do as we say. Without saying anything more, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting divine Ox both stared towards the void crack 10 kilometers away without blinking, seemingly looking for the best opportunity to enter. The 1,000-meter-long void crack was like the maw of a ferocious beast and was extremely unstable. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were also extremely chaotic. If one didn't choose the right time to enter, it was likely they would be caught off guard. Xianxia's divine sense also quietly extended in that direction, probing the void. Unlike the two monster race Great Seniors, Xianxia's understanding of the mysteries of space was quite profound. He was able to tear through space himself and had spent a great deal of time in the void's turbulent streams. Soon, Xianxia was surprised to find that behind the void crack, there seemed to be traces of turbulence. It was because of this turbulence that the entrance to the void crack was so unstable. His divine sense swept over like a tide. Like an invisible hand, it smoothed out the turbulent flows. Gradually, the unstable void crack stabilized. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up and without hesitation shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, His figure flew towards the void crack. The others also hurriedly followed. A few breaths later, the group of 6 had all entered the void crack. Of the 6, except for Xianxia, who was a third-order transcendent, the remaining 5 were all saints. The 2 monster race great seniors had each brought a second-order saint with them, as well as Li Rong. Thunder Dragon was naturally accompanied by Kai Dai, while Earth-splitting Divine Ox was accompanied by a monster race master named Jin Ni. Yongkai estimated that Jin Ni's true form should be a 9-nether golden beast, as his entire body exuded an indestructible aura. The strength of this lineup showed just how much importance the 2 great seniors attached to this matter. After rushing into the void crack, everyone was surrounded by darkness. Probing with their divine senses, everyone felt as if they were in a quagmire, the illusion that the ground beneath their feet was muddy, dragging them down and dragging them down. From all directions, there was also a chaotic energy fluctuation that pressed down on them like a mountain. Arriving here, everyone was pushing their strength to resist the pressure from the outside world. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest as his eyes lit up. This was because he found that the situation here was exactly the same as the transitional space he entered after tearing the space apart. He had spent a lot of time here and was more familiar with the environment here than anyone else. Old Ox, do you remember which direction we went the last time we entered? Standing in place, Thunder Dragon Great Senior didn't dare to act rashly and asked, "How am I supposed to know? It's completely dark here and there's no point of reference." Old Ox has no sense of direction, so there's nothing he can do here, Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted. "What about Kai Dai and Jin and I? Do you remember?" Thunder Dragon asked the other 2 great seniors. Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't remember. The space here is very chaotic. Even if you remember the direction you went at that time, it's not necessarily the right one. Anxiously, Yongkai suddenly said. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon's heart sank. The last time he had come here, he had seen a bright entrance, and after entering that entrance, he had arrived at a strange place. He had thought that this time would be the same, but now it seemed the opposite was true. Just entering the void crack and encountering such a problem caused Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expressions to become quite ugly, secretly feeling that this trip would be fraught with dangers and would not go smoothly. "Follow me." Kai Yang suddenly beckoned to everyone, and without any explanation, he rushed off in a certain direction. Li Rong didn't say anything and immediately followed, wrapping Yang Kai in her demonic qi to protect his safety. The other 4 monster race masters froze for a moment and stood in place, not knowing whether they should believe Yang Kai or not. "What do we do?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox looked towards Thunder Dragon and asked, "You were the one who brought him here. Should we say something? It's not too late to retreat." Thunder Dragon Great Senior hesitated, unable to make a decision quickly. He didn't know where Yang Kai had found such confidence to rush off in that direction. The space here was indeed, as Yang Kai had said, very chaotic. If they couldn't find an exit, they might be trapped in this void for the rest of their lives, unable to find their way back. "Say something." Earth-splitting Divine Ox was impatient, so seeing Thunder Dragon remain silent, he couldn't help urging, "Follow." Thunder Dragon Great Senior grit his teeth. That little brat seems to be very confident. He must have discovered something. Saying so, he and Kaidai both chased after Yongkai. Earth-splitting Divine Ox wrinkled his nose, hesitated for a moment before also following, cursing, "Damn it, if we die this time, it's all that bastard Thunder Dragon's fault." Yongkai and Li Rong walked in front, deliberately slowing down. A moment later, the 2 monster race great seniors and their people caught up. "Little brat, are you sure you'll succeed? Don't lead us to a dead end," Thunder Dragon asked worriedly. "Huh, I'm just trying my luck," Yongkai replied with a smile. Thunder Dragon's face went black, secretly feeling like he had been fooled, his intestines turning green with regret. However, with things having gotten to this point, it was impossible for him to return. The space here was constantly changing, making it impossible for him to find his way back. Following behind Yongkai, Thunder Dragon prepared to follow this path to the end. But soon, he discovered a strange situation. The space here was very chaotic, as if countless fragments of space had been broken up and then overlapped with each other, filling the surroundings with a strange turbulence. However, wherever Xianxia passed, this chaotic energy would all stabilize, allowing the group of 6 to walk on flat ground, no longer feeling any kind of traction or chaos. Thunder Dragon's eyes couldn't help lighting up, secretly feeling that Xianxia wasn't just trying his luck, but instead had a card up his sleeve, allowing him to act so unscrupulously. How did he know all this? The chaos here was something even 5 Saint Realm Masters were helpless about, so how could a mere third-order transcendent brat possibly do anything about? Following behind Xianxia, through the faint light radiating from Li Rong's body, Thunder Dragon observed Xianxia's expression, becoming more and more certain of his guess. After a stick of incense worth of time, Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned his head to look to the side. "What's wrong?" Thunder Dragon's heart tightened as he asked. "Are those people from your monster race?" Xianxia asked, pointing to the side. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see countless pieces of flesh floating in the turbulence, as if they had been sliced by a sharp weapon. The cuts were extremely smooth. A faint smell of blood filled the air. "They're this old Ox's people." Earth-splitting divine Ox's expression became gloomy as he shouted. "When we first entered this place a few days ago, Thunder Dragon and I lost a few of our men here. All of them were caught up in this strange turbulence and disappeared. But how did these bodies appear here?" Thunder Dragon was puzzled. Like I said, the space here is very chaotic. You think the place you enter is always the same, but that's actually wrong. Xianxia explained faintly. "The place you entered last time should be near where we are now." Chapter 903. Earth-splitting divine Ox heard this and couldn't help smiling. "Then isn't the entrance nearby?" "It should be." Xianxia nodded. Everyone glanced around, but none of them found the entrance they had encountered before. Just as they were feeling suspicious, Xianxia waved his hand again. "This way." Saying so, he turned around and walked towards the entrance. "Thunder Dragon, this little brat looks quite relaxed. Has he been here before?" Earth-splitting divine Ox quietly asked. "I don't know." Thunder Dragon shook his head slowly. "Anyways, let's just follow him. I thought he was just here to hold us back, but now we'll have to rely on his strength. How interesting. Could it be that he was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse?" Earth-splitting divine Ox mused. Thunder Dragon glanced over at him, but didn't say anything more, quickly keeping up with Xianxia's pace. Because he had discovered that although Xianxia was walking on flat ground, not long after he left, this sense of stability would collapse. If he didn't keep up, he would have to constantly use his strength to resist the pressure coming from his surroundings. Feeling the turbulence under their feet collapse, no one dared to relax. After about a stick of incense worth of time, a faint light suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "It's that entrance!" Earth-splitting divine Ox exclaimed, rushing past Xianxia without any trace of politeness, disappearing in a flash. After him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Kaidai also used their own methods to quickly pass through the entrance. Xianxia and Li Rong continued to walk forward unhurriedly. Once they were close enough, Xianxia sent his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger, he entered. Their vision blurred for a moment, and when their vision was restored, they found themselves in a strange space. There were no suns, moons, or stars above their heads, only a chaotic nothingness like a thick black cloud. From time to time, there would be wisps of energy shuttling back and forth like snakes. This was the structure of a standard mysterious small world. However, Xianxia frowned, feeling that this place was somewhat different from other mysterious small worlds. The 4 monster race masters who entered first waited for Xianxia and Li Rong to arrive safely before withdrawing their gazes. Standing in this mysterious small world, Xianxia glanced around, his brow furrowing even deeper. He found that this place was completely barren, without a trace of life, as if the entire mysterious small world was a desolate place. As far as the eye could see, the area around 1 mile in front of him was also a patch of gray. He couldn't see too far ahead. His divine sense was also restrained by an invisible force, so he couldn't see what was going on inside. Be careful. This place is very strange. When Old Ox and I arrived here before, we were forced to return after exploring less than 10 miles. Thunder Dragon Great Senior warned in a deep voice. There was no need for him to remind him. In such a strange place, he wouldn't act recklessly. This is the place where the demon's Thunder Dragon pointed to the front, a look of dread appearing on his face. But I advise you to only take a look. Don't stare too long. Otherwise, you may die. Xianxia was surprised and looked in the direction Thunder Dragon Great Senior was pointing. Sure enough, there was a stone pillar standing not far in front of them. This stone pillar seemed to have been placed here for many years. Having experienced the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, its surface was bumpy and uneven. This stone pillar was just an ordinary stone pillar, a material that could be found anywhere. However, the few demon characters engraved on it gave off a murderous aura. When Xianxia looked at these characters, he clearly felt a cold, murderous intent, causing him to shiver involuntarily. These demon characters were bold and powerful, obviously the work of a powerful master. However, the faint aura exuding from them caused Xianxia to be surprised and stare at them for a while longer. After a short 3 breaths, the several demon characters seemed to have come to life and turned into sharp attacks that shot out from the stone pillar, rapidly enlarging in Xianxia's eyes. Boy, you court death. Thunder Dragon Great Senior's complexion changed greatly as he quickly pulled Xianxia aside and stood in front of him. A huge burst of spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing the Great Senior to take a step back before stabilizing himself, a dignified expression on his face. Boy, didn't I tell you not to stare at it for too long? Thunder Dragon scolded. Xianxia knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything, just chuckling dryly as he exchanged a glance with Li Rong, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Although these demon characters have been engraved here for countless years, there was still a faint aura that belonged to the great demon god. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Ox didn't recognize them, but Xianxia and Li Rong definitely wouldn't mistake them. Moreover, a few words left behind after countless years were enough to cause the 2 monster race Great Seniors to treat them with such caution. In this world, besides the great demon god, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat. These words were definitely left behind by the great demon god. Xianxia instantly confirmed. Being able to see the real work of the great demon god in his lifetime made Xianxia somewhat surprised. But why would the great demon god come here? And why would he leave behind such words? Xianxia suddenly realized that coming here this time was the right decision. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Li Rong also had an eager expression, obviously very interested in the mysteries of this place. Don't look at it again, Thunder Dragon sternly ordered. Seeing Xianxia's obedient appearance, he thought he had learned his lesson and quickly said, "The murderous intent contained in those words is something even Old Ox and I don't dare underestimate. You're just a little brat at the 3rd order transcendent realm. If you stare at it for even a moment longer, you'll immediately die." I understand. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. I really don't know who left behind this handwriting, but this kind of method is really quite sensational. Earth-Splitting Ox sighed. Although this king doesn't know who this person is, he is certain to be a powerful master from the demon race, most likely the legendary great demon god. Thunder Dragon frowned and made a bold guess. He had hit the nail on the head and guessed correctly. Let's go forward and see what mysteries are hidden up ahead. Thunder Dragon waved his hand and volunteered to lead the way. The last time he and Earth-Splitting Ox had entered this place, after passing through the stone pillar, they had walked less than 10 kilometers before encountering some dangers and retreating cautiously. Thinking that Xianxia had some masters from the demon race around him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior asked Kai Dai to invite Xianxia over. although having an additional Saint Realm Master wasn't necessarily enough to completely avoid danger. If they encountered any demon characters they couldn't understand, Li Roan would be able to help them in time. Along the way, Thunder Dragon explained the situation he and Earth-splitting Ox encountered last time, intentionally or unintentionally asking, "Boy, what do you think of this place?" "I don't know anything about it." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "If there's anything you know, just say it. Don't try to hide it." It seemed that because of Yang Kai's strange behavior in the Void Crack before, Thunder Dragon was a little concerned about his thoughts and opinions. He secretly felt that this little brat might have been here before. On this point, Thunder Dragon was wrong. Yang Kai was only able to find the correct path through the Void Crack because he was familiar with the Void's turbulent current, so he really knew nothing about this strange, mysterious small world. "If I know anything, I'll definitely say it," Yang Kai nodded. After walking for about 10 kilometers or so, Thunder Dragon suddenly stopped and pointed forward. "Last time, Old Ox and I retreated from here. This place is so strange. I really wonder what kind of energy is hidden here." Earth-splitting Ox also shook his head and muttered. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. The road ahead seemed to be cut off all of a sudden, and the group of 6 arrived at the edge of a cliff. Below this cliff, there was a strange turquoise sea that seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that was extremely viscous. Bursts of ghostly wails and howls rang out from the bottom of the cliff, giving off a gloomy atmosphere that caused one's heart to tremble. Standing at the edge of the cliff and looking down, one could clearly see distorted and ferocious human faces bobbing up and down in the green and viscous sea. They struggled and wriggled, but were unable to break free from the pull of the green sea. Bubbles bubbled up from below, rising to the top and bursting with muffled sounds. Kai Dai's face couldn't help going pale. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Ox's expressions were also very dignified, as they secretly condensed their strength to resist the unwillingness and humiliation coming from the turquoise sea. These disturbing grievances were all being emitted by these strange faces, constantly creating an invisible impact on the group of 6. "Let me remind you, it's best not to use your divine sense to investigate below," Thunder Dragon said solemnly. "If I'm not mistaken, those floating faces down there are all soul avatars." "Soul avatars?" Yang Kai paled. "Yes." Thunder Dragon nodded heavily. "A human face is the soul avatar of a master. I don't know why it was exiled here. The last time I came here, I accidentally released my divine sense to investigate and was almost dragged in by them." Speaking of this experience, Thunder Dragon's face filled with lingering fear. Many of these people were masters not inferior to me when they were alive. Their soul avatars were extremely powerful, and although I don't know where their physical bodies were destroyed, their soul avatars were imprisoned here. Once they were infected, none of them could escape and would eventually become one of them. You're saying that many of them were masters not inferior to you when they were alive? Yang Kai was stunned. "Many? Where did so many masters come from?" "In today's world, there shouldn't be more than 50 masters who have reached the Third Order Saint Realm, right? This is the case now. Every era should be the same. However, in the turquoise sea below, there were tens of thousands of floating faces. Even if only a small number of them were masters like Thunder Dragon when they were alive, it was still a shocking number. As far as Yang Kai knew, there was no era in which the strength of a cultivator had reached such a level. On top of that, he could also feel the tyrannical strength of these soul avatars down below. Then I don't know. Perhaps a long time ago, there were countless masters on this continent. Thunder Dragon shook his head, unable to give a suitable explanation. Chapter 904. If we continue forward, we can only follow those stone platforms, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said as he looked up again. There was no path left to the left or right of the cliff, and in front of them was the strange green sea. But at the same time, there were several large stone platforms suspended mid-air. Like stone stairs, Each one was higher than the one before, stretching far into the distance with no end in sight. Above the dark green ocean, gusts of fierce and strange wind blew. It seemed to be mixed with some special power, which made people not dare to fly in the air easily. Should we continue? Earth-splitting divine Ox asked hesitantly, not knowing whether or not they should continue to explore. Although there was a path made up of stone platforms in front of them, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be more dangers behind them. Since we're already here, this king won't go back until we get to the bottom of this, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a deep voice, then stepped onto the first stone platform and walked up. Kai-Dai followed closely behind without hesitation. Boy, you follow Thunder Dragon. Old Ox will bring up the rear. Earth-splitting Divine Ox said kindly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, and together with Li Rong, he also stepped towards the stone platform. The stone platforms weren't too far apart and could be reached by simply raising their feet, forming a staircase that seemed to lead straight to the blue sky, leading deep into the endless void. Lei Long walked very slowly. As he walked, he vigilantly observed his surroundings in case any danger suddenly appeared. He was extremely cautious and cautious. After walking up about 100 steps of the stone platform, nothing out of the ordinary happened, so the group couldn't help but relax a lot. But it wasn't long before the numerous floating faces in the jade-green ocean below suddenly emitted violent howls, and they struggled free of the restraints of the viscous seawater before pouncing over like resentful spirits while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing them to be extremely terrifying and shocking. Countless soul avatars broke free from the shackles of the seawater at this moment, and, like cats that had smelled fish, charged straight towards Yang Kai's group. The cries of ghosts and howls became louder and louder as a gust of cold wind blew, and the transparent soul avatars flew towards them from all directions. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know why such an unforeseen event would happen. In the blink of an eye, the stone platform where the 6 soul avatars were standing was surrounded by these soul avatars, and a terrifying spiritual energy burst out from these soul avatars one after another, densely packed together. Even Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox, at this moment, couldn't help feeling as if their wills were being crushed, nearly losing their ability to move. With a roar, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's body flickered with arcs of lightning, instantly forming a cyan-light curtain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light of the lightning illuminated the world, and the divine sense attacks caused the cyan light to ripple. In just a moment, it showed signs of collapsing. Earth-splitting Divine Ox also released a layer of earth-yellow light as he joined forces with Thunder Dragon Great Senior to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The multicolored butterflies fluttered in the air, releasing a brilliant 7-colored light that shot out like arrows, preventing the soul avatars from approaching. Li Rong and Jean and I also did their best to display their own means. However, the power released by these soul avatars was mixed with a despairing aura that shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. "Let's go!" Thunder Dragon roared, his speed suddenly increasing. The other 5 also followed one by one, crossing the stone platforms as fast as they could. Asterisk Pooh. Asterisk, although the defensive barrier created by the 2 great seniors was powerful, it still couldn't withstand so many attacks, and after advancing about 300 meters, it shattered. The soul avatars flying around became more and more violent as they rushed over like a swarm of locusts. These soul avatars, who had lost their minds and were reduced to monsters, seemed to understand the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing how tyrannical Thunder Dragon and the others were, they actually targeted Yang Kai, who hadn't taken action yet and was the weakest of them all. The transparent soul avatars flew over, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Although some of them were blocked by the combined efforts of everyone present, a few still managed to reach Yang Kai. These soul avatars pounced straight towards him, imprinted themselves into his body, and disappeared. "Master!" Li Rong's beautiful face paled as she desperately rushed towards Yang Kai, not even caring about the soul avatars in front of her. A bolt of lightning shot out from the front and resolved Li Rong's crisis, but it couldn't save Yang Kai from the fate of being invaded by these soul avatars. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression became extremely pained, his eyes turning blood red as he shuddered all over. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that he was being affected by the resentment of these soul avatars. Each of these soul avatars was a master when they were alive, their strength at least of the Saint Realm. After being trapped in this green sea for countless years, their souls had not been destroyed, so the resentment and despair they had produced was not something a cultivator like Yang Kai could resist. Perhaps his soul had already been erased and his body occupied by these soul avatars. Thunder Dragon was also stunned for a moment, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of him. At that moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a brilliant light, as if he had just been released, relaxing greatly. Letting out a heavy breath, he shouted with some lingering fear, "Hurry up and leave. What are you waiting for? You all right?" Thunder Dragon asked in amazement. Yang Kai's soul avatar had rushed into his body in an instant, and his recovery had also happened in an instant. All of this had happened so fast that no one had been able to react. Thunder Dragon couldn't understand how Yang Kai was able to remain unscathed. There had been more than 1 or 2 soul avatars that had entered his body. "If you don't leave now, everyone will be in trouble," Yang Kai said solemnly. Thunder Dragon didn't ask any further questions and immediately used all his strength to open up a path in front of them. Arcs of lightning shot out from his body, forcing the soul avatars not to get too close as they strode forward, crossing one stone platform after another. Li Rong followed closely behind Yang Kai, resisting the soul avatars while quietly observing Yang Kai. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up as she finally understood why Yang Kai was safe and sound. Inside his knowledge, there was still great God's demon Eye of Annihilation. The golden light of the demon Eye of Annihilation was the most effective against souls. Those soul avatars that dared to rush into Yang Kai's body were simply seeking their own deaths. After this incident, the soul avatars seemed to instinctively feel the danger and no longer dared to approach the group of 6, only hovering nearby while letting out a burst of unwilling howls. Thunder Dragon and the others were puzzled, but they still easily crossed the stone platform. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, everyone stepped onto the stone platform and into the chaotic void. Stepping down from the last stone platform, everyone's expression became one of shock. This was because this wasn't some chaotic and empty sky at all. Instead, it was another piece of land. Just like when they first entered this place, not a single blade of grass grew under their feet. It was very desolate. Above their heads, however, was an expanse of brilliance. The brilliance overflowed with multicolored light. All kinds of strange lights flew past like arrows leaving the bowstring, as fast as meteors. It was as if they were within reach, but also impossible to detect. What a strange place. Earth-splitting divine Ox shook his head. Thunder Dragon carefully released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger around, he said, "Let's rest for a while." When crossing the stone platforms just now, everyone had consumed a huge amount of their strength, so in this kind of dangerous place, it was natural to maintain their peak state. Thunder Dragon Great Senior didn't dare to act carelessly. No one had any objections, and all sat down cross-legged to restore their spirit and physical strength. The 2 great seniors gathered together and began discussing something in low voices, both of them intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yang Kai. Although they were meditating with their eyes closed, their observations still couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai grinned and asked, "2 great seniors, do you suspect that Junior has been possessed?" Thunder Dragon frowned and no longer tried to hide anything, nodding. "An old Ox and I both have such a guess, but from the tone of your voice, it seems you haven't been possessed by those soul avatars." "Of course not," Yang Kai nodded. What evidence do you have to prove this? Thunder Dragon asked. Boy, this king really doesn't understand what method you use to resist the attack of those soul avatars. If you can't prove that you are still the same person as before, this king will have to seal your strength. I hope you understand. How does Great Senior want me to prove it? Xianxia frowned. It was natural for Thunder Dragon and the others to have such concerns, so he didn't feel wronged. Anything that can prove you are still the same person is fine. There's no need to prove it. I can guarantee that he is still master. I won't make a mistake about who I serve, Li Rong said from the side. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox glanced at each other, then at Xianxia, and then at Li Rong, nodding after a long time. Good. We believe in this lady's vision. To be honest, we also don't want to see you being possessed. Two great seniors have good intentions, I understand. Xianxia gently nodded. With this matter concluded, everyone continued to restore themselves. Half a day later, the group continued to explore. After passing through the Green Sea, everyone seemed to have arrived at a new world. From time to time, meteor-like streaks of light would flash across the sky, so fast that no one could catch them. However, to everyone's surprise, after walking for a long time, they didn't find anything unusual, let alone anything of note. Everyone felt as if they were walking on a never-ending path. They couldn't find a way out, nor could they see a way back. This strange sense of permanence caused everyone's hearts to gradually sink to the bottom. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time passed, no one had discovered anything. Earth-splitting Divine Ox, who was the most hot-tempered of the group, had become very impatient, constantly cursing and swearing all day long. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also had a look of regret. If he had known this would be the case, he wouldn't have come here to explore. Now, even if he wanted to return, he couldn't find his way back and could only continue forward, hoping to find something special. Chapter 905. None of the four monster race masters were in a good mood, but Xianxia and Li Rong were filled with anticipation. When they entered this place, they had already determined that this place was related to Great Demon God, so naturally, they wouldn't be discouraged halfway through. Since they hadn't found anything yet, it was likely they hadn't reached the right place yet. Once they reached that specific place, they would definitely find some clues. Xianxia and Li Rong were both filled with confidence. On this day, as they were walking through the boundless world, Xianxia suddenly noticed an unusual aura coming from behind him. Turning his head in amazement, Xianxia happened to see Li Rong staring up at the sky, a thoughtful look flashing across her beautiful eyes as the strength in her tender body pulsed, sending out a powerful fluctuation. A strange light flashed across the horizon, and Li Rong's tender body shook, her beautiful eyes lighting up as the energy fluctuations coming from her body became even more violent. Thunder Dragon, who was leading the way, also came to a halt and turned around, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Xianxia's expression also changed. At first, he didn't understand what was happening to Li Rong, but after seeing her pretty face glow, he suddenly realized something and muttered, "Epiphany." Not daring to disturb her, Xianxia quickly waved to Earth-splitting Ox and Jean and I, who were covering the rear. The two monster race masters also tactfully walked over and put some distance between them and Li Rong. She's on the verge of a breakthrough. Thunder Dragon stared at Li Rong with scorching eyes, confirming Xianxia's observation and speculation. Li Rong was now a second-order saint and had been stuck in this realm for many years. When Xianxia brought the ancient demon clan out of Demon God Citadel and set foot on Tongxian realm, all the ancient demon clan members had more or less gained some improvement in their strength. Han Fei and Hua Mo had even broken through a minor realm because of this. At that time, although Li Rong had also gained some improvement in her strength, it wasn't enough for her to break through. But today, she obviously felt something and was finally on the verge of breaking through the shackles that had shackled her. If she broke through, she would be a third-order saint. That was the highest level in this world. Perceiving this, Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Ox couldn't help feeling excited. Yang Kai grinned, silently excited. The stronger Li Rong was, the more help she would be to him. The next time he encountered that woman Shui Li, Yang Kai, she would never be able to escape from Li Rong's hands again. Li Rong was Shui Li, so after she broke through to the third test assessed, she was... I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a while. Yang Kai turned to the two monster race great seniors. It doesn't matter. We won't be able to find anything for the time being anyway. So let's just rest here. Thunder Dragon smiled slightly and said thoughtfully, but why would she break through at this time? Did she discover something beneficial to her growth? Earth-Splitting Ox thought for a while before saying, I've seen her stare at the sky these past few days. Could it be that there is some kind of mystery hidden in those flashing lights? The sky? Lei Long said, also looking up at the sky. Seeing the strange lights flying away like meteors, he nodded after a while. It's also possible. When one's strength has reached her level, often an inadvertent discovery can greatly enhance one's strength. Then this old ox should also take a look. Perhaps I can become even stronger. When that time comes, Thunder Dragon, you should bow your head. Earth-Splitting Ox's interest was piqued, and he immediately sat down cross-legged, his pair of eyes staring towards the sky, not even blinking for a moment. Thunder Dragon grinned, venerable laughed dumbly, but didn't stop him. Instead, he followed Earth-Splitting Ox's example and sat down cross-legged, preparing to comprehend the secrets hidden in those strange lights. Li Rong could discover something from them, so they might as well. Since they had no choice but to wait, naturally they had to give it a try. Kai Dai and Jean and I also sat down, not wanting to be outdone. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored them, closing his eyes and meditating. Li Rong's epiphany lasted for a long time. Although there was no way to calculate the passage of time, Yang Kai estimated that it had taken at least 10 days. During this time, Li Rong stood in place, motionless, her beautiful eyes staring at the strange lights passing by in the sky, growing brighter and brighter. Finally, her delicate body trembled, and a violent energy was released from her body, forming a gust of wind. With her, as the center, it spread out in all directions with a loud bang. The aura of a third-order saint overflowed from Li Rong's body. High up in the sky, a massive amount of world energy condensed, forming a terrifying world energy that shot towards Li Rong, who was at the center. With a muffled groan, Li Rong remained motionless, only allowing her body to bear this baptism of world energy. Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Divine Ox's expressions became extremely serious. Both of them had experienced this stage before and knew just how terrifying and difficult it was to resist the world energy when breaking through to this stage. At that time, both of them had transformed into their true forms and used their powerful monster beast physique to resist this destructive force. But even so, they had still suffered some serious sword wounds that took a long time to recover. However, Li Rong was just a woman. Yet she was even crazier than they had been at that time, causing the eyes of the two great seniors to almost pop out of their sockets. The world energy continued to fall, causing Li Rong to bleed from the corner of her mouth as her tender body trembled, seemingly unable to bear it. But she still grit her teeth and continued to absorb as much of the world energy as possible with her body, transforming it into nutrients for her own strength. As time passed, the four monster race masters who were watching from the sidelines were all on edge, Kai Dai biting her thin lip as she clenched her fists tightly, secretly worrying for Li Rong. Boy, this isn't good. Thunder Dragon suddenly leaned over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, if she continues like this, she'll be destroyed by the world energy. Earth-Splitting Divine Ox nodded. My monster race's physique is the hardest in the world. Even Thunder Dragon and I wouldn't dare absorb the world energy without any precaution. Her actions are tantamount to digging her own grave. Li Rong not resisting the world energy at all, instead opening her body and mind to it, naturally causing the two great seniors to tremble in fear. Haha, don't worry, she'll be able to bear it. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing any signs of worry. Thunder Dragon looked at him strangely, not understanding why he had so much confidence in Li Rong. If such a good subordinate were to fall here, you won't even have a place to cry, Earth-splitting divine, Ox reminded. She knows what she's doing. Yang Kai shook his head, no longer explaining. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting divine Ox glanced at each other and didn't say anything, instead turning to stare at Li Rong suspiciously, wanting to see how she would withstand the upcoming baptism of annihilation. As time passed, the intensity of the world energy grew stronger and stronger, each strike causing the world to tremble. Li Rong also began to lose her footing, as if she might die at any moment. But she still stood there, motionless. The four monster race masters all stared in shock. Regardless of anything else, the fact that she dared to face it head-on was enough to shock all of them. The world energy gathering in the sky calmed down for a while, but only became more and more violent, as if it was preparing for its final blow. Li Zhu's expression finally became dignified as her beautiful eyes stared towards the sky. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the world trembled as a destructive force fell from the sky and enveloped Li Rong, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stared intently at Li Rong's position. However, her beautiful figure still stood in place, and although she was trembling, she stood firm. Gradually, the violent power converged, as if it was being absorbed by Li Rong's tender body. The wind that had been stirred up and the rubble that had been sent flying from the ground also fell to the ground. A pair of bright eyes slowly opened, flashing with a strange light. Li Rong stepped forward, gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down. This earth-splitting divine Ox was speechless as he stared blankly at the approaching woman. Thunder Dragon Great Senior's eyes also narrowed as he stared at Li Rong's face. At this moment, her pretty face was covered with strange dark lines that converged to form an inexplicable spirit array. As Li Rong approached, these lines gradually disappeared, and the monstrous aura emanating from her body rapidly fell. Seemingly thinking of something, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression changed slightly as he stared at Li Rong with a dignified expression. After arriving in front of everyone, Li Rong stood still and smiled towards Yang Kai. Her aura was as deep as the sea. The light in her beautiful eyes was restrained, and her skin was crystal clear like jade, exuding a gentle luster, as white as a newborn baby. Her strength had undergone a tremendous change. Master, I've broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm. Li Rong calmly reported the good news to Yang Kai. Good. Yang Kai nodded heavily. This trip wasn't in vain. Many thanks for waiting here. Li Rong nodded lightly to the monster race crowd. A minor matter, not worth mentioning. Thunder Dragon Great Senior waved his hand. I must also congratulate Madam for successfully setting foot on this territory. Li Rong smiled and said humbly, in the future, I'll have to ask 2 great seniors to give me some pointers. No need to be so serious. If Madam has free time in the future, feel free to come to my Thunder Tree Palace so we can exchange pointers. Thunder Dragon Great Senior nodded slightly. Li Rong had broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm and was now in existence on the same level as him. So naturally, she was qualified to exchange cultivation insights with him. What a pity. This old ox has been sitting here for a long time, yet still hasn't found anything special, let alone an epiphany. Earth-splitting divine Ox shook his head, obviously a little dissatisfied, suddenly saying, but you're quite amazing, absorbing the power of heaven and earth with your body alone. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. What were those lines that crawled up your face just now? Why is it that when those things appeared, I felt that your aura and chi and blood power had increased tremendously? Hearing him ask this, Li Rong turned her eyes to Yang Kai, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai also felt a bit awkward, but just as he was hesitating, Thunder Dragon suddenly shouted, Why are you inquiring about other people's secrets? Old Ox, you talk too much. Earth-splitting divine Ox grinned meaningfully, I was just asking casually. If you don't want to answer, then don't. I was just curious. Chapter 906. I think you might be lost. Lei Long suddenly stopped and said with a bitter expression, "In this gray world, it was impossible to see too far, and even one's divine sense couldn't be extended, so the group of 6 stood in place, unable to move forward. It had been a long time since Li Rong broke through to the Third Order Saint realm. No one knew exactly how long it had been, only that during this time, Li Rong's cultivation had been thoroughly stabilized. Without a clear direction or goal, everyone could only follow their heart, leading to them having no idea where they were." Hearing Thunder Dragon say this, Earth-splitting divine Ox asked suspiciously, "The scenery here is the same. How do you know we're lost?" "Look over there." Thunder Dragon Great Senior pointed to a spot not far away, and everyone followed his finger, quickly discovering a set of bones left behind in the wasteland. "We passed by here a few days ago, but for some reason, we ended up back here. This set of bones is the best proof of that." Xianxia raised his brow and also remembered. When he saw this set of bones last time, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but if Thunder Dragon's observation was correct, everyone may have really taken a big detour around this area before returning to this place. "No way, what do we do now?" Earth-splitting divine Ox was stunned. "How do we get lost?" "I don't know. All of you think of a good way to get us out of here first. Even if we don't explore the mysteries of this place, we still need to find a way back, right? We've been here for a long time now. You lead the way. If you can't find a way, what can we do?" Earth-splitting divine Ox shouted. "It's not this king's fault. Do you still want to blame this king?" Thunder Dragon Great Senior snorted. It had been a long time since they arrived here, and besides Li Rong, who had obtained some kind of opportunity and broken through to the Third Order Saint realm, everyone else had gained nothing, so the 2 great seniors were naturally not in a good mood. Seeing that they seemed to be about to quarrel, Xianxia hurriedly tried to calm them down. "Calm down. No one expected this place to be so strange before we came here. Now that something has happened, there's no need to blame each other. We need to find a solution. How do we solve this? Did you notice anything special?" Lei Long looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia shook his head. "In my opinion, this place should be a maze set up by someone." Li Rong pondered and said, "The bones here should be the result of the cultivator who accidentally entered this place and was trapped here." "I think so too." Lei Long nodded. During this period of time, from time to time, they would come across 1 or 2 sets of remains. They should be the remains of those cultivator who accidentally entered this place after they died. "Who set up the maze?" Earth-splitting divine Ox's eyes bulged. "Who arranged this bewildering array that even 3 third-order saints couldn't break?" Even if one didn't understand spirit arrays, a third-order saint would be able to see through the illusions at a glance. But none of the masters here had noticed anything strange about this spirit array from beginning to end, so it was obvious that the person who arranged this spirit array was quite skilled. "This king feels more and more that this place may have something to do with the legendary great demon god," Lei Long said in a low voice. "Besides him, no one can accomplish this." Xianxia and Li Rong glanced at each other and remained silent. "Should we split up and find a way out?" Kai Dai hesitantly suggested. Both Lei Long and Xianxia shook their heads, the former saying, "This place is too strange. It's best not to split up, otherwise we may never find each other again. This time we were really unlucky. This old ox won't enter any mysterious small world again." Earth-splitting divine Ox said angrily. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head, but as he was contemplating, he suddenly noticed a message from the divine tree. His brow furrowed. Xianxia quietly informed Li Rong before sinking his consciousness into the black book space. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked, not knowing why the divine tree would suddenly call him at this time. "There's something strange here," the divine tree replied. "Is it those 2 black stones again?" Saying so, Xianxia turned to look at the 2 black round stones and found that they were still the same, constantly absorbing the essence of the other ores, the fluorescent lines on their surface becoming more and more obvious. "It's not them," It's something else. Just wait and see. You'll know soon enough. The divine tree replied. Xianxia didn't ask any more questions and simply waited quietly. A moment later, somewhere in the black book space, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Xianxia couldn't help feeling strange, quickly sending his divine sense to the spot where the light flashed. But after discovering what it was, he was stunned. Xianxia had a general idea of the things stored in the black book space, the most precious of which was the myriad drug milk series, the divine tree, and the shimmering moon grass he had previously obtained. Many of the artifacts he had obtained during his previous life experiences were also stored here, but the value of those artifacts wasn't great, so Xianxia hadn't paid them much attention. In addition, there were only the two strange black round stones and the ores he obtained from the star field. At this moment, however, the thing that was flashing was something Xianxia had never expected. The Heavenly Palace, the mysterious artifact that belonged to Meng Wuxia. In the past, when the Yang family launched the Inheritance War at the final moment, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land launched a massive invasion and Demon Lord Yang led the 6 great evil kings to storm War City. In an instant, War City was plunged into an abyss of misery and misery, turning it into a ghost town. Among the ruins, only Xianxia's mansion remained intact, unaffected by the disaster. All of this was thanks to this artifact that Meng Wuxia had taken out. The Heavenly Palace transformed into a barrier that enveloped Xianxia's mansion, rendering Bai and the evil kings, who were at the peak of their strength at that time, helpless. After that, there was the final battle beneath the central capital. Bai died tragically and the earth vein exploded. At that critical moment, Meng Wuxia took Xianxia and Su Yin through the Void Corridor and returned to Tongxian Realm. The Heavenly Palace was left behind in Xianxia's mansion and was eventually taken into the Black Book space by Xianxia. Because this was Meng Wuxia's artifact, Xianxia had never intended to refine it, nor erase its soul brand and life mark, planning to return it to Meng Wuxia when they met. It had been the Black Book space for many years now, and if not for the Divine Tree's reminder today, Xianxia would have almost forgotten about it. Why was the Heavenly Palace flashing? Although the frequency was very slow, it was indeed flashing, as if it was responding to something from afar. After contemplating for a while, Xianxia's brow furrowed as he thought of a possibility he wasn't certain about. Meng Wuxia was also here, and even if he wasn't, he must have been here before. The Heavenly Palace was his artifact and contained his soul brand. So if there was Meng Wuxia's aura here, the Heavenly Palace's reaction could be explained. Yes, according to the information Xianxia had inquired about, it was possible to infer that Meng Wuxia had taken Xianxia and Su Yin to Ice Sect, then entrusted Su Yin to Ice Sect's sect master Xianxia before disappearing. Soon after, the master and disciple duo appeared in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Nine Heavens Holy Land wasn't far from here, so if Meng Wuxia had come here for some reason, then go to Nine Heavens Holy Land was just a matter of passing by and not specifically to visit the old Holy Master. Everything could be explained. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct and couldn't help feeling excited. If Meng Wuxia was here, it meant that his little senior sister was also here. Li Rong called out softly at that moment, causing Xianxia's consciousness to return to his body, his eyes shining brightly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior observed Xianxia's expression for a moment before asking, "Boy, did you discover something?" "I don't know." Xianxia grinned and quickly took out the Heavenly Palace from the Black Book space, placing it on his palm. "I don't know if this counts as a discovery or not." "An artifact?" Thunder Dragon frowned as he carefully examined the Heavenly Palace. "The shape of this artifact is quite strange. It's actually shaped like a palace, very similar to an artifact I know of." Xianxia stared at him blankly. "Which one?" "An artifact owned by a human race master. Unfortunately, he died a few hundred years ago, so there's no need to mention it." Thunder Dragon waved his hand. At first, he didn't care much about this artifact, but after using his divine sense to investigate it, his expression changed dramatically. How did this artifact? This artifact was extremely high grade, most likely a saint-grade high-rank artifact, and the aura it exuded didn't belong to Yang Kai, instead belonging to someone else. This faint aura was rich and mellow, so Thunder Dragon could conclude that the owner of this artifact must have been a top master. Is this the Heavenly Palace? Thunder Dragon's expression became solemn as he asked, somewhat unsure. Artifacts shaped like palaces were not common, and this one's grade was not low, so Thunder Dragon immediately thought of a possibility. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression became dignified. Yang Kai raised his brow. Great Senior knows? Is this really the Heavenly Palace? Thunder Dragon's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Boy, where did you get this thing? Thunder Dragon, is this artifact very amazing? Earth-splitting divine Ox asked curiously. Thunder Dragon Great Senior let out a light sigh. This artifact isn't that important. What's important is that its original owner was. Who was its owner? Earth-splitting divine Ox didn't seem to be as knowledgeable as Thunder Dragon and knew very little about the Heavenly Palace. Its owner was the #1 master of the human race, Meng Wuxia. Thunder Dragon shouted as he stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to know if Yang Kai had anything to do with Meng Wuxia. Earth-splitting divine Ox scratched his head. Old Ox seems to have heard of this name before. Of course you have, Thunder Dragon snorted. Do you remember Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior? Of course I remember. Earth-splitting divine Ox nodded. Earth-splitting divine Ox nodded heavily. Before old Ox achieved human form, Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior's name shook the entire monster race. But later he died for some unknown reason. Right, Thunder Dragon. You were one of Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior's subordinates, right? Old Ox has some impression of you. Chapter 907. Yes. Thunder Dragon nodded. I was indeed one of the subordinates of Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior, and the death of Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior is related to the owner of this artifact. Was he killed by that guy named Meng Wuxia? Earth-splitting divine, Ox exclaimed. Thunder Dragon slowly shook his head. That's not the case. During the battle between the two, Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior was defeated within a stick of incense worth of time and was seriously injured. Finally, he died of depression. After Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior died, this king was able to take over the position of Great Senior and become the commander of this monster race territory. Earth-splitting divine Ox's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his voice rolling like thunder. Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior's strength should have been comparable to yours and mine, yet someone was able to defeat him within a stick of incense worth of time. And it was within a stick of incense worth of time. During the battle between the two, this king was watching from the sidelines. That Meng Wuxia's methods were truly earth-shattering. Later, this king specifically inquired about him and learned that he was the strongest master of the human race, one that no one could match. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he listened, the image of Treasurer Meng appearing in his mind, causing his face to twitch slightly. Treasurer Meng actually has such a glorious past. Although Yang Kai had long guessed that Meng Wuxia's strength was not low, he had still somewhat underestimated him. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai had a clearer understanding of Treasurer Meng's heritage. And this Heavenly Palace artifact was once owned by Meng Wuxia. Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked at the artifact in Yang Kai's hand with a complicated expression, sighing slightly. Because of the death of Bloodflood Dragon Great Senior, this king has been paying attention to his movements and whereabouts. But unfortunately, I heard that he later ran to the Demon Land to challenge the current demon commander, and in the end, died there alone. After a pause, he sighed. That guy was also a strange man. He didn't belong to any sect, and seemed to have cultivated alone without a successor. I don't know how he managed to cultivate to such a level, but even now, this king has no way to find someone to take revenge on. Boy, where did you obtain this artifact? If I told you that he left this for me, would you believe me? Yang Kai laughed dryly. Thunder Dragon frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that he's still alive? Yes. That's impossible. There hasn't been any news of him for hundreds of years. If he's still alive, how could he not cause any commotion? Lei Long didn't seem to believe him, so he asked suspiciously, "Why does the heavenly palace keep flashing?" "It's probably because it sensed the aura of its master." Xianxia also stared towards the heavenly palace. Since taking it out of the Black Book space, the heavenly palace had been flashing more and more frequently, allowing Xianxia to conclude that Meng Wuya might really be here. "Is he really still alive?" Thunder Dragon Great Senior exclaimed in shock. "Do I look like I'm lying?" Xianxia looked at him seriously. "It doesn't look like it." "That's right." Thunder Dragon's expression changed, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he shouted. "So, as long as we follow the Heavenly Palace's guidance, we can find Meng Wuya? Can we even leave this bewildering array?" "That's what I was thinking." Xianxia nodded firmly as he poured his yuan qi into the Heavenly Palace. In the past, Meng Wuya had used the Heavenly Palace to envelop Xianxia's mansion, preventing it from being destroyed by the demon lords and evil kings. In order to facilitate Xianxia's entry and exit, Meng Wuya had deliberately left a barrier around the Heavenly Palace so that Xianxia could use it. However, this artifact did not belong to Xianxia, so it couldn't display its full power. This was more than enough. As the yuan qi poured into the Heavenly Palace, it began to tremble, and Xianxia immediately noticed that this artifact was about to fly out of his hand. Immediately, Xianxia shouted, "Follow me!" Holding the Heavenly Palace in his hand and sensing the direction it wanted to fly, Xianxia rushed forward. Everyone followed, closely behind. As they flew, Xianxia's mood fluctuated. He wasn't sure if Meng Wuya was here, but it was possible that he had come here, left a trace, and then left. If that was the case, then this time he still wouldn't be able to find him and his little senior sister. However, this was still a clue and a ray of hope. Su Yin and Xianxia had already found the old demon, so he wasn't worried. As long as he could find Xianing Chong, his purpose for coming to Tongxian Realm would have been achieved. It had been more than 10 years since he left the central capital and came to this world. During these 10 years, his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes, but there was always one thing on his mind that made him sigh whenever he thought about it. "Once I find Meng Wuya, I'll definitely pluck that old hooligan's beard clean." Xianxia secretly swore to himself as he spared no effort in sprinting forward. After an unknown amount of time, some changes suddenly appeared in Xianxia's gray field of vision. There seemed to be something standing in front of him. At this point, the light emitted by the Heavenly Palace also became much stronger. Xianxia's spirit shook, and he rushed forward without hesitation. But after seeing what it was, he couldn't help frowning. The other 5 also stood still and stared forward with dignified expressions. About 10 meters away from the group stood a stone pillar. This stone pillar was so tall that it seemed to reach into the sky and was so thick that 3 people could wrap their arms around it. On the stone pillar, there were a few large characters written in demon script, just like the ones everyone had seen when they first entered. "Li Rong, what's written on it?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. Li Rong glanced at it for a moment before immediately withdrawing her gaze, not daring to stare any longer, quickly replying, "Tongxian Pillar." "Tongxian Pillar?" Xianxia frowned, not knowing what these words meant. However, there was indeed an extraordinary power surging within the stone pillar. This power was so strong that it made everyone tremble with fear. Following the Heavenly Palace's guidance, they didn't find Meng Wuya, but instead found such a strange stone pillar, causing everyone's heart to sink. However, Xianxia could still feel the Heavenly Palace's pulling force, still guiding them forward. "Let's go. No matter what, we've left that maze." Xianxia comforted. The 5 nodded lightly and continued to follow. Moving forward, everyone was on high alert, afraid of encountering any sudden danger. Half an hour later, Xianxia suddenly slowed down his pace and sniffed the air, asking, "Do you feel anything wrong?" "Blood stench." Lei Long immediately replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "There's a blood stench here, and it seems to be getting stronger." Xianxia nodded. "Wait, there's some movement." Lei Long shouted. Everyone quickly stopped and listened attentively. Some subtle sounds came from afar, like the sound of rolling waves and the ebb and flow of tides. The speed at which the sound was approaching was extremely fast, and in just a moment, it had already arrived in front of everyone. Looking around, the originally gray world in front of them now contained some dark red light. Gradually, the dark red light became more and more intense, and the sound of the tide also became clearer. The entire world instantly became as red as fresh blood. Not good. Thunder Dragon Great Senior shouted as he hurriedly circulated his strength, causing arcs of lightning to flash from his body as a blue light curtain enveloped everyone. At the same time, in front of them, a thick and boundless blood-red liquid surged forward like a dam bursting, instantly engulfing the group of 6. A strong smell of blood filled everyone's nose, and as far as their eyes could see, all they could see was a thick blood-red liquid. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly fallen into a monstrous sea of blood, losing their sense of direction and unable to find a way out. The red blood mist was pervasive and penetrated through Thunder Dragon Great Senior's defensive power. The heavenly palace in Xianxia's hand was only slightly stained by this blood mist before its light dimmed significantly. Without hesitation, Xianxia quickly put the heavenly palace into the black book space. Asterisk ci la la. Asterisk, a burst of light sounds came from all directions as the blood mist that had penetrated their bodies seemed to contain a strong corrosive property, causing everyone's skin to emit this strange sound as if they were in extreme pain. Xianxia grit his teeth and pushed his strength to resist the invasion of the blood mist, his yuan qi flowing away like water. What the hell is this? Earth-splitting divine Ox shouted, a yellow light enveloping his body. But under the corrosion of the blood mist, this light quickly dimmed, and he was forced to exert more strength to defend himself, consuming his strength at a rapid rate. The surrounding sea of blood and the blood mist seemed to have the effect of eroding his strength. We should have accidentally triggered some kind of barrier. Follow me out and leave this blood sea first, Thunder Dragon roared, pushing his defenses to the limit as he resisted the pressure of the blood sea. Great Senior, be careful. Kai Dai suddenly exclaimed, waving her 7-colored wings and sending out a burst of light. Looking towards the direction of her attack, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He found that from the sea of blood, there were countless blood people condensed from it. These blood people had vague facial features, and their bodies were extremely unstable, so Kai Dai's attack had no effect on them at all, directly passing through their bodies and disappearing into the sea of blood. While Thunder Dragon Great Senior was distracted, several blood-red people had already pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed as he sent out a bolt of purple lightning, piercing through the bodies of these blood people and turning them into puddles of blood. However, one of the blood people still reached out and grabbed Thunder Dragon Great Senior's wrist. As if his flesh had been branded by a hot iron, a tearing sound rang out as Thunder Dragon showed a pained expression, shaking his body and dispersing the blood hand. However, on his wrist, a bright red handprint was left, his flesh lacerated. Everyone's expression changed. Lei Long was a top-notch expert, and he was also a monster beast. His physical body was extremely strong, but he was still unable to withstand the power of this blood man's grip. It was clear how terrifying the power contained in the blood water was. What made everyone despair, though, was that the blood people who had been beaten into a puddle of blood by Thunder Dragon Great Senior actually gathered together and stood up again. They seemed to be immortal, impossible to completely destroy. Chapter 908. Surrounded by this sea of blood, the group of 6 used all of their abilities to fight back against the blood people who had emerged from the sea of blood while desperately trying to escape from this dangerous place. But no matter how they tried to escape, they were still surrounded by that thick red color. This blood sea seemed to have no end, as if it would follow everyone's footsteps, making it impossible for them to find a way out. Gradually, Thunder Dragon Great Senior was forced to stop and focus on dealing with the attacks of the Blood People. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, bolts of lightning shot out, shuttling back and forth through the Blood Sea in an attempt to break through its blockade and find a way out. Thunder Dragon Great Senior was a Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and was proficient in both fire and thunder attribute mysteries. His strength and cultivation were both profound, but even so, he was at a loss for what to do about the situation in front of him. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's earth-yellow light flickered from time to time, sometimes expanding and sometimes being eroded away. The sharp metal chi emitted from Genie's body also gradually dimmed. Kai Dai's seven-colored light and Li Rong's black demonic chi both surged through this blood sea. But was like this blood sea was a bottomless pit, swallowing up everyone's strength, making it impossible for them to see any hope of escaping. The Blood People who emerged from this blood sea didn't have strong attacks, and their bodies weren't very sturdy, so the few Saint Realm Masters could easily reduce them to a puddle of blood. What was even more frustrating, though, was that after being reduced to a puddle of blood, these Blood People would condense again and stand up to continue attacking. The blood mist that seeped in was constantly wearing down the strength of everyone present. It was unknown whether or not the restrictions here were set up by the great demonic god, but they possessed a terrifying destructive power and endurance. Yang Kai's strength was the lowest among this group of people, and it was precisely because of this that he was surrounded by 5 Saint Realm Masters that he did not need to worry about his own safety for the time being. While the 5 of them were struggling to resist, Yang Kai had been observing the energy fluctuations in the Blood Sea and the situation of the Blood People. Quietly spreading out his spiritual energy, Yang Kai took advantage of one of the Blood People rushing towards Li Rong to release his conflagrated knowledge sea. A scorching heat spread out in all directions, containing a concept that could incinerate all things in the world. Everyone, who was originally feeling cold in body and mind, could not help but feel a burning sensation on their skin after feeling this concept. The 4 monster race people took a break from their busy work and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, just in time to see the bloody man in front of Li Rong start to boil. The bloody man was made of blood. He had no bones, no flesh, and no blood. The thick and red blood seemed to have been boiled. Bubbles appeared all over his body and evaporated in an extremely short period of time, leaving nothing behind. Everyone's eyes lit up. Not bad, little brat. Earth-splitting Ox praised loudly. This was the first time they had completely annihilated a blood person since they had been enveloped by the sea of blood. Great sage, use fire. Yang Kai hurriedly looked towards Lei Long. Lei Long's reaction was also extremely fast. There was no need for Yang Kai to remind him, quickly restraining his thunder attribute power and releasing a scorching hot flame from his burly body. The attacks of the bloody men were greatly hindered. They seemed to be very afraid of the scorching power. The blood on the surface of their bodies kept bubbling, and their blurry facial features showed a ferocious and painful expression. They stopped in their tracks. Lei Long roared angrily, followed by a series of deafening roars as he sent out a series of fiery dragon-like attacks. Coordinating with Yang Kai's spiritual energy, these attacks instantly cleared out the blood people around them, allowing them to move freely. This isn't a long-term solution. We need to take this opportunity to think of a way to leave this place. Thunder Dragon Great Senior shouted. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to determine how large this blood sea was. The blood mist that had seeped in had eroded a great deal of everyone's strength, causing the energy fluctuations in their bodies to gradually weaken. Before this blood sea evaporated completely, everyone would likely die. Why don't you and this little brat stand at the front and burn a way out? Earth-splitting Ox proposed. We can't do that. This blood sea is very strange. It seems to follow us wherever we go. If we can't get rid of it, we'll never be able to escape. Lei Long slowly shook his head, pushing his fire attribute power to the extreme, evaporating a large amount of the blood water around him and Yang Kai. Listening to him say this, everyone else was at a loss for what to do and felt despair. That's right. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. Seeing his excited expression, Lei Long immediately shouted, "Boy, did you find a way out of here? If you find something, whether it works or not, we should at least try. It's better than waiting for death here." "I was just thinking about that." Yang Kai nodded before turning to Li Rong and asking, "What about the blood essence stone?" Li Rong was startled, but soon a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Quickly taking out the blood essence stone she had obtained from her universe bag, she handed it over. This blood essence stone was a product from the star field and had the ability to absorb blood and transform it into blood chi that could be used by anyone. It originally belonged to shattering mystical palaces Zhang Ao, but in the Snow Mountain Range, Zhang Ao was killed and the blood essence stone changed owners. Last time, the blood essence stone had absorbed a lot of blood and was used to heal the injured members of the ancient demon clan, so it had been kept by Li Rong. Yang Kai's eyes also flashed as he recalled the existence of such a thing. Blood essence stone? Lei Long muttered, "Is that the blood essence stone from the star field?" Yang Kai grinned. "Great Senior seems to know a lot. You also have such a thing?" Lei Long looked excited as he laughed. "We're saved. Let's give it a try." Yang Kai no longer spoke nonsense and began pouring his yuan qi into the blood essence stone. This product from the star field immediately exuded a dazzling light, and an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. Attracted by this suction force, the blood people surrounding Yang Kai's group roared fiercely and retreated back into the sea of blood. But it was too late. The attractive force of the blood essence stone was not something these blood people could resist. One by one, these blood people transformed into thick streams of blood that shot towards the blood essence stone like 10,000 swords. The blood essence stone did not refuse and absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind. A short time later, with the group as the center, there was not a single drop of blood left within a 10-meter radius. Even the blood that had seeped in had been completely absorbed by the blood essence stone. The huge suction force was still there, pulling the blood in the thick sea of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart calmed down, and they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. They knew that this time they had survived this disaster. As time passed, the blood-red light emitted from the blood essence stone became more and more intense. The fist-sized stone seemed to be composed entirely of blood, its dark red color causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The amount of blood chi contained within it was unimaginable. Yang Kai held it in his hand and could even feel the rhythmic vibrations coming from inside the blood essence stone, as if he was holding a heart. After an hour, everyone's vision gradually became clear and the sea of blood surrounding them thinned significantly. After another 2 hours, the sea of blood finally disappeared. At this moment, the vitality emitted from the blood essence stone was so strong that it caused even the two monster race great seniors to tremble. Even if they released all of their vitality, they would not be able to achieve such a level of vitality. "This thing is quite amazing. Where did you find it?" Earth-splitting divine Ox seemed to be interested in the blood essence stone and hurriedly inquired. Thunder Dragon laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. This kind of thing comes from a star field and can only be found by chance. This king has only heard of it. Today is the first time he has seen one." Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, "Boy, your luck is quite good. You even managed to obtain a blood essence stone. It's just SOSO." Yang Kai chuckled as he played with the blood essence stone in his hand, feeling more and more like it was a heart as he could clearly hear a strong heartbeat coming from it. "Are you willing to sell this thing? This king can offer you a high price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied," Thunder Dragon asked. Yang Kai quickly put the blood essence stone into his black book space and shook his head decisively. Thunder Dragon couldn't help rolling his eyes. "If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Why are you so vigilant? Why would this king steal something from you?" "Thunder Dragon, why do you want to buy this?" Earth-splitting divine Ox didn't quite understand the purpose of this blood essence stone. "You don't understand shit." Thunder Dragon curled his lips After this thing absorbs blood, it can turn into a kind of blood chi energy that can be used by anyone. It can be used to heal wounds and bring the dead back to life. During battle, it can also absorb blood chi to increase one's chi and blood power, temporarily increasing one's strength without any side effects. Is it really that amazing? Earth-splitting divine Ox couldn't help but stare towards Yang Kai with some interest, letting out a hollow laugh. Don't look at me like that. No matter what you say, I won't sell this blood essence stone. Yang Kai shook his head firmly. This holy master doesn't lack money. Saying so, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to them and took out the heavenly palace from the black book space. Sensing the direction it was flying in and waving his hand, let's continue. This little brat, Thunder Dragon, was speechless, simply taking out some pills and swallowing them, restoring the strength he had just consumed as he hurried along. As time passed, the light from the heavenly palace grew stronger and stronger. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited, more and more convinced that Meng Wuya was really here. If he had only left behind some kind of aura here to cause the heavenly palace to react, it wouldn't have changed as he approached it. For such a scene to occur, it meant that Meng Wuya was actually here. Yang Kai's heart filled with anticipation, and his speed also increased. A few hours later, when the light from the heavenly palace became brighter, it burst forth with a powerful force and broke free from Yang Kai's shackles, transforming into a stream of light that shot forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 909. After the heavenly palace flew out, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight, causing Yang Kai to freeze in place. It flew away. What's going on? Earth-splitting divine, Ox muttered. Meng Wuya is over there. Thunder Dragon narrowed his eyes and said decisively. Yang Kai sped up and followed the direction the heavenly palace flew off in, a look of excitement and nervousness on his face. Thunder Dragon Great Senior waved his hand and shouted, "Follow him. The human race's strongest master may really be here. The human race's strongest master. I must meet him." Earth-splitting divine Ox's eyes also lit up. Being able to be called the strongest, it was obvious that this guy named Meng Wuya had some kind of extraordinary ability, otherwise the human race would not have recognized him as such. It was a spacious and empty field, like a rocky hill, with many broken stones scattered on the ground. In the middle of this field stood a series of strange stone pillars, a total of 8 of them arranged in an octagonal formation, each of which exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Moreover, these energy fluctuations all had different attributes. There was a scorching flame aura, an icy cold aura, an all-pervasive toxic aura, and even a lightning energy that was as swift as flowing water. All kinds of different power concepts flowed in this place, converging to form an area that would shock anyone who heard of it. At this moment, on one of the 8 stone pillars, a white-haired old man was restrained by an invisible force. He could not move his body, and he could not speak. His head was lowered, and his clothes were tattered like a beggar's. His life aura was also weak, and he was about to die. Ka-cha-cha! Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. From time to time, waves of shocking power would erupt from the 8 stone pillars and surge towards the old man. This power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The old man seemed to have been struck by this power for a long time and was on the verge of death, but he still managed to hold on to his last breath, not allowing his vitality to fade away. Flames burned on the old man's body, charring his flesh while lightning pierced through his body, incinerating his 5 viscera. A highly toxic toxin spread through every inch of his body, causing his skin to flicker with a dark green hue. Outside the octagonal stone pillars, a woman with a veil over her face sat on the ground. Her eyes were as clear as crystal, and there wasn't a single blemish on them. A strange power burst forth from her delicate body. She aimed at the surging power of the 8 stone pillars and constantly waved her hands to help the old man absorb the terrifying damage. The woman was petite and her face was covered by a thin veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Her forehead was adorned with a sapphire, just as clear as her beautiful eyes. There were traces of tears on her pretty face, but no tears fell, as if her tears had dried up. Her tender body trembled as she constantly pushed her strength, trying to rescue the old man from the octagonal stone pillars, but she was unable to do so. He swallowed one pill after another to recover his lost energy. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk another bolt of lightning came from one of the stone pillars. It was as thick as a person's thigh, and it struck the old man's body. In an instant, the old man's flesh was split open and blood spilled out. After being stimulated by this bolt of lightning, the old man finally woke up from his coma. He raised his head slightly, and his dim eyes stared at the woman. He pursed his lips, trying to say something with difficulty, but no sound came out. The woman understood what he meant and kept shaking her head. The old man's eyes flashed with guilt, as well as a strong unwillingness and unwillingness. At this moment, the old man suddenly seemed to notice something and used all his strength to look to the side. Over there, a stream of light shot out and rushed into his body with lightning speed. The old man's body shook as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. His originally dim eyes suddenly flashed with an astonishing light. In the next moment, a palace-like barrier lit up and wrapped around the old man's body, blocking the power that was attacking him from all directions. It seemed that because of the return of the stream of light, the old man's complexion became a little ruddy and his vitality was restored slightly. The woman sitting outside the octagonal stone pillars let out a soft cry as her beautiful eyes widened. Turning her head to look in the direction the stream of light had come from, she happened to see a heroic and majestic figure gradually becoming clearer in her gray field of vision. For eyes met, and the woman's tears, which had long since dried up, suddenly began to flow down her cheeks. Xianxia also stared at her in a daze, feeling the blood in his body boil as his fingertips trembled. Grinning, he said in a gentle voice that seemed to be able to melt stone, "Little senior sister, I finally found you." Standing in front of him was none other than Xianxia, the one he had been searching for 10 years in Tongxian realm. She looked exactly the same as when she left the central capital, as if the flowing time great emperor had not left any trace on her body. The only thing that had changed was her figure, which was much fuller than before. "Junior brother?" Xianxia couldn't believe what she was seeing and muttered, "This isn't a dream, right?" Xianxia shook his head and stepped towards her. Xianxia's tender body trembled slightly until she was hugged by Xianxia and felt the warmth from his chest. Only then did she confirm that everything in front of her was not a dream, nor was an illusion. The junior brother she had been thinking about day and night had really found her. In an instant, Xianxia's mood calmed down, feeling that she had found someone she could rely on when she was at her most hesitant. Tears soaked Xianxia's clothes, which contained the warmth of his little senior sister. Xianxia took a deep breath and turned his eyes towards the old man, who seemed to be nailed to a stone pillar not far away. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia almost cried out in horror. Treasurer Meng Wuxia, who had given Kai Yang a lot of help when he was very weak, now had a withered appearance. His body was so thin that he was practically just skin and bones. It was impossible to tell that he was still a person. Xianxia couldn't imagine what kind of torture and pain he had suffered. How did it become like this? Xianxia asked solemnly. In his impression, Meng Wuxia always had an indifferent and calm demeanor, as if nothing in the world could stop him. He had always appeared in front of the world with an invincible attitude, which often shocked those who went against him and made them regret it. But now, the brave and invincible Meng Wuxia seemed to be on the verge of death, which made Xianxia somewhat unable to accept. Master and I entered the ruins of the demon race, then triggered some kind of restriction and was sent here. When I woke up, Master was trapped on a stone pillar. I don't know what happened to the 8 pillars, but they were constantly releasing energy to torment Master. I wanted to save him, but I was powerless. Junior brother, please save Master. If you don't get him out, he really will die. Xianing Chong was sobbing, constantly pleading. She had been picked up by Meng Wuya when she was very young, and it could be said that Meng Wuya had single-handedly raised her. Her strength was also taught by Meng Wuya, so she regarded this master as her most important family member. Seeing Meng Wuya being tortured every day, Xianing Chong felt the same way, and it was extremely painful. Yang Kai nodded and reached out to pat Xianing Chang's head, injecting a subtle amount of energy in her body as he softly said, "Don't worry, since I'm here, I will save him. You should rest." Xianing Chang's eyelids suddenly became heavy. Yang Kai's words were like a curse, causing her to instantly fall into a deep sleep. Xianing Chang was also at the end of her rope. How could Yang Kai not see this? The two of them had been trapped here for an unknown period of time, and during this time, little senior sister had not rested at all. Using her energy without restraint was very likely to bring about hidden dangers to her body. She had to rest. Trapped on the stone pillar, Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai with a look of gratitude in his cloudy eyes. He transmitted his divine sense to Yang Kai, telling him to leave. As long as Yang Kai safely brought Xianing Chang out of this place, Meng Wuya would be able to die in peace. He had been tortured for so long, but he was still holding on to his last breath because he was worried about his precious disciple. Their eyes met, but Yang Kai did not say anything. He simply turned around, picked up the unconscious Xianing Chang, and walked back the way they came. At this moment, the 4 monster race masters and Li Rong had also arrived not far away. They all stopped and stared blankly, not quite understanding what was going on. "Master, this girl..." Li Rong saw that Yang Kai's expression was not quite right, and quickly asked in a soft voice. "She's my senior sister," Yang Kai replied as he placed her in a safe place. "Master's senior sister?" Li Rong couldn't help feeling shocked as she secretly observed Xianing Chang, quickly discovering that although this veiled woman wasn't very old and the Saint Chi in her body was somewhat chaotic due to overexertion, her cultivation was actually the same as Yang Kai's, a 3rd order transcendent. The 4 people from the monster race also noticed this. The 2 great seniors looked at each other and were both horrified. They had thought that it was already incredible for a young 3rd order transcendent like Yang Kai to appear in this world. But now this senior sister of unknown origin was also the same. Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven sect. So was this woman from Soaring Heaven sect? Was this sect cultivation method really so amazing? After putting down Xianing Chang, Yang Kai turned around and continued to stare at Meng Wuya, a moment later quickly saying, "Thunder Dragon Great Senior, I know that Treasurer Meng has some grievances with your monster race, but I hope you won't find trouble with him at this time." "That guy's at Meng Wuya, is he?" Thunder Dragon frowned as he stared forward. If it weren't for Yang Kai's reminder, he wouldn't have been so certain, but upon closer inspection, he did find that the old man trapped on the stone pillar was somewhat similar to the one he had met in the past. "This is the human race's strongest master? How'd he end up like this?" Earth-splitting divine Ox also frowned. Meng Wuya's current situation was really quite distressing. "Yes, he is Meng Wuya." Yang Kai nodded. "I want to get him out. I won't ask you monster race masters for help, as long as you don't disturb me." Chapter 9:10. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon snorted, "Little brat, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think this king is the kind of despicable villain who would add insult to injury? Xue Jiao Great Senior did die because of Meng Wuya, so this king would like to find him and compete with him, but I will wait until he is restored to his peak state. Of course, that is only if you can really rescue him. Being able to trap a character like Meng Wuya, the mysteries contained in these 8 stone pillars must be extraordinary, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's arrogant words. Although this little brat repeatedly surprised everyone, in the end, he was still only a 3rd order transcendent. "Whether or not I can save him, I have to try. Xianxia took a deep breath and released his divine sense towards the 8 stone pillars. He had just arrived here, so he didn't know what kind of danger Treasurer Meng had encountered or why he was bound to these stone pillars, so naturally, he had to investigate first. Xianxia's movements were extremely cautious to avoid triggering any kind of barrier. Seemingly aware of Xianxia's divine sense spreading out, Meng Wuxia, who was still trapped on the stone pillar, shook his head with difficulty, his dry lips trembling slightly as he tried to stop Xianxia's actions, his eyes flashing with anxiety. At that time, he had been inexplicably trapped because he was trying to investigate. However, Xianxia's divine sense was fast and silent, so Meng Wuxia had no time to stop it. As soon as his divine sense touched the 8 stone pillars, Xianxia's face paled. The terrifying power contained in these stone pillars was far beyond his imagination, a power that could almost sweep away the entire world. In the next moment, the heavens and earth began to tremble. A wave of pressure that caused everyone to be extremely terrified descended from the sky. The 5 Saint Realm Masters all felt their blood boil and their breathing become difficult. None of them had expected such a terrifying pressure to exist in this world, one that even they didn't dare resist. A golden light bloomed, and from the void, a giant hand strangely stretched out and grabbed hold of Xianxia's body like a bolt of lightning. Immediately, the 5 golden fingers contracted and transformed into a rope that bound Xianxia and dragged him forward. Xianxia couldn't resist at all. In front of this giant hand, his strength was almost completely sealed, making it impossible for him to exert even the slightest bit of strength. Looking around in amazement, Xianxia discovered that none of the masters who had come here had managed to escape. All of them were being dragged towards the octagonal stone pillars, all of them using their divine senses to investigate. Only Xianxia, who was still unconscious, was lucky had managed to escape. Seeing this scene, Meng Wuxia's eyes dimmed. He knew it was all too late. Pung Pung. The 4 monster race masters, plus Li Rong and Xianxia, a total of 6, were all bound to the stone pillars, unable to move. In the next moment, Meng Wu of Yang, Meng Wu of course, Meng of Yang. Even the 2 monster race great seniors couldn't bear this terrifying torment, their faces twisting with pain as Kai Dai and Li Rong screamed out in pain. A violent power erupted from everyone's bodies as the 4 monster race masters all transformed into their monster beast forms, desperately trying to break free from the bindings of the stone pillars. Scarlet Flame, Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, 9-Nether Golden Beast, 7-Colored Illusionary Butterfly. Each of these monster beasts was a noble monster race bloodline, rarely seen, but now they had all gathered together. Li Rong also displayed her demon god transformation, strange dark demon crests crawling all over her cheeks, giving her a wild sense of beauty. But no matter how they struggled, in front of these 8 stone pillars, they were as weak as ants. Xianxia's face also became extremely pale. The moment he was bound to the stone pillars, he finally understood the pain Meng Wuxia was enduring. Each of the 8 stone pillars contained a different kind of power. These 8 different kinds of power converged into a terrifying territory, intertwining into a giant net, lashing out at everyone's mind and body. What shocked Xianxia the most, though, was that this stone pillar was also quite strange. It was actually rapidly absorbing the strength and physique essence from his body. Everyone's vitality was rapidly drained, and the fluctuations of their strength were gradually weakening. Master, use your demon god transformation. Li Rong suddenly shouted. Xianxia, who had been gritting his teeth and enduring the terrible destruction, immediately displayed the divine skill he had inherited from the great demon god. The world trembled as a rich, evil energy surged out from the unyielding golden skeleton, replacing the original Yang Yuan Qi in Xianxia's meridians and physique. The demon crests merged into his physique and disappeared, converging into a spirit array invisible to the naked eye. In the next moment, Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of relief. It turned out that after using the demon god transformation, The damage to his body had disappeared, and the stone pillar that had bound him no longer extracted his flesh and blood essence and strength. At the same time, he also felt an unusual aura flowing within the octagonal stone pillar. Shocked, Xianxia muttered, "Is this the great demon god's method?" On the other side of the stone pillar, Li Rong nodded heavily. Like Xianxia, after using the demon god transformation, she was safe and sound. It was because she had noticed this abnormality that she had anxiously warned Xianxia. These 8 stone pillars contained the aura of the great demon god. This was the result of the great demon god's method. The demon god transformation and the ancient demon clan had a deep relationship with the great demon god. So, after using the demon god transformation, they were able to avoid physical pain. Although this was only a guess Xianxia had made in a flash, it should be the truth. Turning his head, Xianxia saw that the 4 monster race masters were still clenching their teeth and struggling to hold on. After 10 breaths of time, they automatically returned to their human forms. All of them looked haggard as they stared blankly towards Xianxia. It wouldn't be long before they all ended up like Meng Wuya. Xianxia struggled, trying to break free from the shackles of the stone pillars, but soon found that he was powerless. Just as he was feeling anxious, though, Li Rong suddenly called out, "Master, there's movement." Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he stared in front of him. At the very center of the 8 stone pillars, an illusory figure was slowly condensing. Gradually, this figure began to take on a corporeal form. This figure was tall and majestic, and his expression was dignified. A pair of bright eyes stared at Xianxia and Li Rong suspiciously. Seeing the appearance of this person, Xianxia suddenly grinned, silently and mysteriously. Li Rong's beautiful eyes also widened as she stared at the figure in front of her, gradually overlapping it with the image of a certain person in her mind. She couldn't help calling out, "Great demon god?" The illusory figure in front of her was clearly the same as the statue in front of Demon God Citadel. The statue in front of Demon God Citadel was carved by the ancestors of the ancient demon clan. These ancestors had served Great Demon God before, so naturally they knew what he looked like. Hearing Li Rong's call, the faces of the 4 monster race masters paled. Even if Great Demon God had fallen countless years ago, his name was still enough to shock the world. He was a legend of his generation, a height no one had ever reached. "It really is you," Xianxia shouted. "But didn't Great Demon God Master fall long ago?" Li Rong couldn't believe that this strange figure in front of her was Great Demon God, but the aura emanating from his body was indeed not fake. "He's not Great Demon God's main body. He's just a soul clone. Can't you see that he doesn't have a physical body?" Xianxia stared at the figure in front of him. "A soul clone? What's that?" Li Rong exclaimed. Xianxia just shook his head and didn't explain. He had obtained a drop of pure demon god golden blood and comprehended a demon god divine technique, the soul clone technique. He had also cultivated this divine technique, but the soul clone he created was still being nurtured in his knowledge sea and was of no use for the time being. However, Great Demon God was different. Since this divine technique was his, it meant that his soul clone was extremely powerful, perhaps even comparable to his main body. As soon as Xianxia saw the figure in front of him, he immediately understood his origins. "Oh, boy, you seem to know quite a lot, worthy of being this senior's chosen successor." Great Demon God's soul clone suddenly turned to Xianxia and smiled faintly, his voice echoing directly in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. "It seems that your understanding of me isn't shallow." Great Demon God's soul clone snorted. "If I hadn't sensed the appearance of this senior skeleton, how could I have appeared so easily? As for this woman, she should be a descendant of the bloodline that served me back then, right? The Demon God transformation isn't something just anyone can learn." "Are you really Great Demon God?" Li Rong was so shocked that she was rendered speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with fanatical worship and excitement. As the successor of the ancient demon clan, She had fantasized countless times about what kind of existence Great Demon God was, but seeing him with her own eyes today made her realize just how weak her imagination was. She was now a top master in the Third Order Saint realm, but in front of the means laid down by Great Demon God countless years ago, she had been directly captured without being able to resist. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to appear, she and Xianxia would likely be no different from the four monster race masters right now. She couldn't imagine what kind of shocking divine technique Great Demon God possessed when he was alive. Since we have such a deep connection, shouldn't we have a good talk? Xianxia looked at him and asked, "What do you want to talk about? How about letting my friend go? They were simply implicated by me, as well as that old man who came in before. He also has some sort of relationship with me." Great Demon God stared at him calmly for a moment before suddenly snorting, "Boy, are you mistaken? Do you think because you are this senior's chosen successor, you can negotiate terms with me? If you really think so, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Why did you capture them? Why did you arrange such a thing here?" Xianxia frowned, faintly feeling that things weren't so simple. "It's not that I wanted to capture them. It's just that they entered a place they shouldn't have." Great Demon God slowly shook his head. "Anyone who enters this place shouldn't even think about leaving alive. This place is the hub of the entire world." "What do you mean?" Xianxia asked anxiously. "It's too early to tell you this now. Since you possess this senior skeleton, sooner or later you will reach this senior's level. And when that time comes, you will understand." Great Demon God said, seemingly a little impatient, "For the sake of you inheriting this senior's will, I can let you and this woman leave, but don't enter this place again. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy." Chapter 9:11. Saying so, the Great Demon God's soul clone stretched out his hand and summoned a void corridor not far away, one that was dark and deep enough to accommodate several people walking side by side. "Use your own demonic chi to break free from the shackles of this profound divine pillar, and then leave." Great Demon God waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Li Rong turned her eyes to Xianxia, waiting for him to make a decision. Xianxia just stared at Great Demon God quietly, not saying a word, his eyes as deep as the stars in the sky. "Why haven't you left yet?" Seeing Xianxia not moving, Great Demon God's soul clone shouted, his dignified voice echoing in Xianxia's mind like a sledgehammer pounding his heart, causing his blood to tumble and his face to flush red. However, Xianxia soon calmed down and shook his head. "I want to take them with me." Great Demon God coldly snorted, "You overestimate yourself. I have given you a chance. If you don't take it, you can stay here forever. Although you are the inheritor of this senior skeleton, you must pay the price for intruding here." Xianxia's expression remained unchanged as he glanced around and asked, "These 8 stone pillars are called profound divine pillars?" "We also encountered one on the way here, one that was much longer than these 8 and had the words profound divine pillar engraved on it. What does it have to do with this place?" Trapped in this prison, not only was Xianxia not anxious, he even had the leisure to chat with Great Demon God's soul clone, causing Great Demon God to feel somewhat surprised. Even Li Rong stared at Xianxia in surprise, not knowing what he wanted to do. "There are many profound divine pillars here, but these 8 are the central ones. Why do you ask?" Great Demon God lightly replied, "Nothing." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and grinned. "I was just thinking that since this place was left behind by Great Demon God, it shouldn't have anything to do with you. You were just a guard left behind by this senior to guard this place." Great Demon God's eyes flashed brilliantly as he looked at Xianxia with approval and nodded lightly. "Your thoughts are quite astute." "I'm just guessing, hee." Xianxia smiled indifferently. "On the way here, we encountered a green sea where the soul avatars of countless masters resided. We also encountered a strange blood sea. I think these were all barriers that the Great Demon God left behind in the past to prevent anyone from approaching these 8 stone pillars, right? So what if I am?" The great demonic lord nodded in acknowledgement. Xianxia's calm demeanor and confident manner suddenly made him feel somewhat interested. Nothing. Xianxia's smile suddenly became strange. It's just that I find it a little strange. Since you're so good that you can instantly imprison and bind the masters who come here regardless of their cultivation, why did the great demon god set up so many barriers in the past to prevent others from coming here? Isn't that a little unnecessary? What do you want to say? The great demon god's eyes narrowed as a feeling of unease suddenly appeared in his heart. I just want to say, you appear to be incomparably powerful, but in fact, you're just a soul clone and don't have much strength at all. What's binding us here are the 8 stone pillars, something the great demon god set up in the past. It has nothing to do with the current you. Xianxia's voice became low as he finished speaking. Hearing him say this, Li Rong's expression also froze as she suspiciously glanced towards the great demon god's soul clone, wanting to probe it with her divine sense, but quickly discovering that with her soul bound to the stone pillars, she couldn't use it at all. Are you so sure? The great demon god's soul clone stared coldly at Xianxia, as if his greatest secret had been exposed, his expression changing slightly, but the look in his eyes was still very firm. You were in a hurry to let me and Li Rong leave because you didn't want the two of us to remain here. I believe that when the great demon god set up the restrictions in this place, he had already left behind a secret door. Those who can use the demon god transformation will not have to suffer any physical pain. Coincidentally, Li Rong and I just happen to meet this condition, right? The great demon god suddenly burst into laughter. You're so fat and you're so full of yourself. Speaking so much, it's all just your own imagination. Xianxia shook his head. After a person dies, their spiritual energy won't be able to remain in the world for long. It won't be long before it disappears, even if you are the great demon god's avatar. You don't have a vessel for this avatar of yours. You probably escaped the fate of vanishing by residing in these 8 stone pillars. However, after so many years, how much power do you have left? You can test for yourself how much power I have left. The great demonic god's avatar sneered. Of course I want to test it, because you can't control the power of these 8 stone pillars, so there's no way you can release them. Xianxia shouted. In that case, I can only destroy these 8 stone pillars myself. Boy, you dare. The great demon god's avatar roared. Open your eyes wide and see if I dare or not. Xianxia laughed, the power in his body surging madly as his vitality soared. The world trembled and everyone's vision changed, as if the entire world was being distorted. This kind of violent power even caused the 2 monster race great seniors to pale slightly. They didn't know how a mere transcendent cultivator like Xianxia could erupt with such power. Asterisk ka. Asterisk, as if something had been broken free. Xianxia walked down from the stone pillar he was tied to, his hands, feet, and neck shaking as a series of crackling sounds rang out. Li Rong, come down and help. Xianxia shouted. Li Rong gawked, glancing between Xianxia and the great demon god's avatar, not knowing what to do. Great demon god held an irreplaceable position in the hearts of every demon race cultivator. This kind of worship and reverence came from deep within their bones, making it impossible for Li Rong to oppose him. However, Xianxia was also the master of her ancient demon clan. If Xianxia gave orders, she had no choice but to obey. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. He's not the great demon god. The great demon god's true body fell long ago. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. But Li Rong hesitated. Forget it, you stay there. Xianxia no longer forced her, instead turning to the great demon god's avatar and saying, I'm going to start destroying this stone pillar now. If you have any way to stop me, quickly use it. The great demon god's avatar just stared at him with a dignified expression, not showing any intention of stopping him, only asking after a long silence, do you really want to destroy this place? Do you think I'm joking? Do you know what the consequences of destroying this place will be? I only know that if I don't destroy this place, my friends and elders will all die. However, you should know a lot about the mysteries of this place. So, can you tell me what it is? I just heard you say that this place seems to be the center of the entire continent. What does it matter? The great demon god's avatar smiled faintly. When you destroy this place, you will naturally understand what the consequences are. I hope you can afford the price. Yang Kai frowned and said impatiently, "Stop being so mysterious." Regardless of why the great demon god had placed so many barriers here in the past, regardless of whether this place was the center of the continent or not, since Meng Wuya was trapped on this stone pillar, Yang Kai had no choice but to free him. Saying so, demonic chi surged from his right fist, sending out a strong energy fluctuation. Looking at it, it was as if his right fist had turned into a deep black hole, causing anyone who saw it to feel uneasy. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk Yang Kai's fist slammed into the stone pillar he had been trapped on, causing it to shake violently. Soon after, cracking sounds were emitted as numerous densely packed lines appeared on the entire stone pillar. It seemed as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected this stone pillar to be so easily destroyed. He had been prepared to fight a protracted battle. Seeing him really begin, the great demon god's avatar was no longer in a hurry and instead laughed heartily, nodding as he said, "Your temper is as tough as this senior's. No wonder you were able to inherit this senior skeleton. You won't stop me?" Yang Kai turned to look at him and shook his fist. "With the next blow, this stone pillar will be broken." The great demon god's avatar shrugged his shoulders. "You said I didn't have the strength to stop you. So how could I stop you? Forget it. This world has been sealed for too long. It's time to see the light of day again. Boy, if you have time, you should go to the demon capital. Once you get there, you will naturally understand the mysteries of this place." "Speak clearly." Yang Kai frowned. The great demon god's avatar simply smiled without saying anything, putting on an unfathomable expression before his figure faded and gradually disappeared. No matter how Yang Kai called out to him, he did not show any intention of reappearing. "Boy, hurry up and get us out of here. We can't stay here for long." Thunder Dragon Great Senior stared blankly at Yang Kai and said weakly. Nodding, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time and threw another punch at the stone pillar. The stone pillar shattered with a loud bang, and the fragments of stone flew in all directions. The enormous amount of energy sealed within the stone pillar also surged out like a river bursting through a dam. Yang Kai did not panic as he summoned his silver leaf artifact. Like the Milky Way, a silver light enveloped everyone in it. At the same time, the grand heavenly shield appeared, blocking the energy damage. Like a chain reaction, after the first stone pillar was destroyed, the remaining 7 all cracked, and the power that bound everyone disappeared in an instant. Everyone fell to the ground. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the 7 stone pillars all made a cracking sound and seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The energy sealed inside the stone pillars was also beginning to stir. "Hurry up and leave," Yang Kai shouted. If one stone pillar exploded, he would have to resist with all his strength. But if all 7 were to explode at the same time, no one present would survive. Li Rong wrapped everyone in her Yuan Qi without hesitation and flew towards the entrance to the void corridor opened by the great demon god's avatar. Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived next to Xian Ningchong, picked her up, and followed closely behind Li Rong and the others. Just after entering the entrance, the world behind him began to buzz. Yang Kai glanced back and his face suddenly paled. The world behind him seemed to have been disintegrated and suddenly became fragmented, the fragments quickly spreading towards the void corridor. In the position where the 8 stone pillars originally stood, the great demon god's avatar once again appeared, quietly staring in the direction Yang Kai and the others left before being swallowed by a ray of light. Chapter 9:12. In midair, a pitch-black hole appeared, and a moment later, Li Rong flew out with the 4 monster race masters and Meng Wuya. After determining the direction, they began to descend. Yang Kai followed closely behind with Xianxia in his arms. Just as the two of them left the void corridor, a flash of light appeared behind them, and the entire void corridor began to wriggle before shrinking into a small black dot and disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that if he had been just a moment slower, he and his little senior sister would have been trapped in there forever. Looking down, Yang Kai saw a dense forest below, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. The scenery was very pleasant. Li Rong stood in the open space below and waved to Yang Kai. "Master, over here!" Yang Kai nodded and flew down. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense and became vigilant of his surroundings. Yang Kai originally thought that this was still a part of the BC jungle. After all, he had entered through the BC jungle. But after a careful investigation, he found that there was not a single monster beast within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Puzzled, after confirming that there was no danger nearby, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense. Placing Xianxia to the side, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "How are they?" "It's not too serious. After all, they haven't been bound for too long, so they'll be fine after a while." But this old man... Li Rong looked at the withered and emaciated Meng Wuya with pity and sighed. According to Lei Long, this was once the strongest master of the human race, but now he had become so miserable. If he wasn't treated with his current vitality, he wouldn't be able to live much longer. "It's fine with me here. He won't die," Yang Kai said as he walked over to Meng Wuya and helped him up. Treasurer Meng's miserable appearance made Yang Kai's heart ache. Having known him for so long, Yang Kai had never seen Treasurer Meng in such a miserable state. Meng Wuya stretched out his bony hand with difficulty and used all his strength to grab Yang Kai's clothes, his pair of turbid eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes as his dry lips trembled. "Don't say anything. I know what you mean. I'll take good care of little senior's sister." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Meng Wuya's eyes brightened for a moment. He was gratified by Yang Kai's understanding of his worries, a smile appearing on his face. Yang Kai quickly took out a jade bottle filled with myriad drug milk and poured out a little for Meng Wuya to drink. The myriad drug milk had a very obvious effect on treating serious injuries. Although Meng Wuya was gasping for breath, this would at least allow him to preserve his last breath. Immediately, Yang Kai took out the blood essence stone. A powerful, thumping sound came from inside the blood essence stone. As if feeling the huge amount of blood qi contained inside the blood essence stone, Meng Wuya's eyes brightened. The stone pillar had the ability to absorb the essence of those who were bound, so Meng Wuya's vitality had almost been completely drained by the stone pillar. What he needed most now was to replenish his vitality. As long as he had enough vitality, he would be able to regain his vitality. The blood essence stone was undoubtedly the best choice. With the myriad drug milk and the blood essence stone, Yang Kai didn't believe he couldn't save Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai poured his yuan qi into the blood essence stone and poured it into Meng Wuya's body. As the blood qi entered his body, Treasurer Meng also felt his vitality begin to recover, so he cooperatively closed his eyes and allowed Kai Yang to heal him. Time passed slowly. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Meng Wuya's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Like a deflated balloon being blown up, Meng Wuya's flesh and blood gradually filled up, and his withered body became full again. The countless wounds on his skin quickly healed, and his skin became much smoother, no longer as wrinkled as before. After a full hour, Meng Wuya suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Yang Kai, his voice hoarse as he said, "I'll do it myself. You go take care of Ning Chong." Yang Kai nodded and handed the blood essence stone to Meng Wuya before turning around to assess the situation of the others. The 4 monster race masters were all sitting motionless in meditation, but after an hour of recovery, their complexions had become much better. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out a drop of myriad drug liquid and hiding it in a pill he carried with him, giving one to each of them. The four monster race masters didn't hesitate and immediately stuffed the pill into their mouths. Xianxia then came to Xianxia's side. Li Rong had been guarding this place all this time, seemingly knowing that this veiled woman was very important to Xianxia, so she had not left even a single step. Xianxia's situation was much better than Meng Wuya's, but because she had used too much of her strength, it had caused her to collapse. Xianxia gave her a drop of myriad drug liquid before sitting down and waiting. "Master," Li Rong suddenly whispered. Before, Li Rong did not listen to Master's orders and violated the oath my clan made before, bringing shame to our clan's loyalty. "Master, please punish me." Xianxia was staring at Xianxia, but after hearing her say this, he couldn't help looking up at her, thinking for a moment before suddenly understanding why she had said such words. "That matter. You don't need to worry about it. It was me who didn't think clearly and ordered you to act against great demon god soul clone. It's not your fault. But Master, since my clan has sworn to serve you, we cannot hesitate in the slightest to your orders. Don't be so rigid. That was great demon god soul clone. It's inevitable that you would hesitate. And if one day great demon god suddenly came back to life and ordered you to deal with me, would you hesitate?" Li Rong was startled, not knowing how to answer. Xianxia smiled. "That's right, you hesitated because I am your master, but in the end, great demon god is great demon god. His position in your hearts is incomparable. Let bygones be bygones. There's no need to mention it again." Li Rong pursed her red lips for a long time before nodding lightly. "Yes." Suddenly, she smiled sweetly. "Master, this girl is your beloved woman, right?" Kai Yang admitted without any hesitation, being extremely frank. No wonder Master looks at her with such a gentle gaze. Li Rong smiled tenderly. "I've never seen Master reveal such an expression when looking at a woman. Although this young lady's face is covered by a thin veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance, I'm certain she is an outstanding beauty." "Outstanding beauty." Xianxia raised his brow and laughed. "Whether she is an outstanding beauty or not, I don't know because I have never seen little senior sister's true appearance." Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, somewhat incredulously, "You haven't seen her true appearance?" Xianxia shook his head. The thin veil covering Xianxia's face should also be a mysterious artifact. Before, Xianxia didn't know what it was and didn't know the mysteries behind it, but now he had discovered it. With this thin veil covering her face, even if someone wanted to use their divine sense to investigate her, they would be unable to see anything. Then Master's feelings for her must be very deep. Li Rong said decisively. If not for this, why would Xianxia be so obsessed with a woman whose true appearance he had never seen? When he saw her, he wouldn't have lost his composure. The impression Xianxia gave to Li Rong had always been a calm and tough person, rarely showing such excitement. "Boy, if she is ugly, what will you do?" Thunder Dragon Great Senior suddenly asked. Xianxia turned his head and found that the two great seniors had almost recovered while Kai Dai and Gina and I were still meditating. The two great seniors obviously heard the previous conversation and couldn't help joking. "No, little senior sister's heart is very pure. In my eyes, she is a beautiful woman." Xianxia smiled lightly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior frowned, but suddenly nodded. "And what does it matter if she is ugly or beautiful? But don't you want to see what she looks like?" Earth-splitting Ox interjected. "Now that she's unconscious, it's a good opportunity to do so." "No, when little senior sister lifts her veil one day, I'll take a look." Xianxia shook his head. "If I look at her now, it'll only benefit your eyes." Thunder Dragon laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so protective of your beloved. Can't others see your beloved woman?" "None of your business." Xianxia spat disdainfully. He didn't mind Xianxia's true appearance being seen by others, but this time he had to see it for himself, right? "But this king is curious. What sect do you come from? Why do you have such high cultivation at such a young age? Don't tell me you're from Soaring Heaven sect. Soaring Heaven sect can't do such a thing. I also have a senior sister who is also like this. Xianxia grinned meaningfully, clearly very proud of himself. Thunder Dragon's face twitched. If there's a chance, I'd like to see what kind of place raised monsters like you. If there's a chance. Xianxia's expression dimmed, not knowing how to return to the central capital. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Thunder Dragon changed the subject, his expression becoming serious. What did you say to that person in front of those 8 stone pillars? What was his background? Before, the communication between Xianxia and Great Demon God Soul Clone had been entirely through divine sense. So the monster race masters had only seen the changes in their expressions, but not the content of their conversation. What his background is, didn't Thunder Dragon Great Senior already have some guesses? Xianxia looked at him with a smile. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. So, he really is Great Demon God? Great Demon God? Earth-splitting Ox exclaimed. How could that be? Didn't that guy fall thousands of years ago? How could he appear in such a place? It's probably a remnant soul. Thunder Dragon quickly explained, because he doesn't have a physical body. Just a remnant soul is so powerful. Just what level is Great Demon God's true body? It was rumored that Great Demon God had cultivated to the peak of this world. However, from the various signs, it was clear that he had more than just a third-order saint. Three peak third-order saints and 2 second-order saints, in front of Xianxia's arrangements, were completely powerless to resist. If Great Demon God's true body was really just a third-order saint, it would be impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 9:13. Recalling what they had experienced in that strange space, the 2 monster race great seniors couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Whether it was the Green Sea, the monstrous Blood Sea, or the final 8 stone pillars, all of them contained unimaginable power. Even if a third-order saint could resist the first 2 barriers, they would be powerless in front of the final stone pillar. If the methods arranged countless years ago were so powerful, just how high was the Great Demon God's true cultivation? Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox couldn't even begin to imagine. In front of such a legendary figure, they suddenly felt as weak as children, deeply realizing their own shortcomings. Who knows how strong he really is? Xianxia smiled. Perhaps he's not just a third-order saint. Perhaps there's an even higher realm above the saint realm. An even higher realm? Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed. Why has this king never heard of it? 10 years ago, I didn't even know there was a transcendent realm above the immortal ascension boundary. In our world, the top masters don't even know the name of the transcendent realm, let alone the saint realm. Thunder Dragon Great Senior stared at Xianxia in surprise. After a long time, his brow twitched. What kind of remote place did you come from? How could you be so uninformed? Let's not talk about this. How are you 2 recovering? Xianxia asked. We're almost done. Do you still have any of the pills you gave us? They don't look like much, but their effects are surprisingly good. Give some to this king. In any case, your 9 heavens holy land doesn't need to worry about alchemy, Thunder Dragon asked without any trace of politeness. This time, when they entered that strange world to explore, the 4 monster race masters had traveled far and wide, but hadn't obtained any benefits and had even nearly lost their lives. On the other hand, Xianxia's side had reaped a bountiful harvest. Li Rong had obtained a trace of opportunity and broken through to the third-order saint realm, while Xianxia had found and rescued a senior and his senior sister he hadn't seen in 10 years. Thunder Dragon felt that if he didn't obtain some benefits, he would be letting down this arduous journey. Let's wait until we get back. I'll give you some spirit pills when we get back. Xianxia was also very generous. He knew that they didn't get any benefits, so they were a little upset. All right, then I'll be waiting for the good news. Lei Long laughed in satisfaction. Don't forget old Ox's share. Earth-splitting Divine Ox poked his head over. I won't. Xianxia nodded. From now on, We'll be neighbors, and everything will depend on you two great seniors. You're welcome. Ha ha. After talking for a while, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox continued to adjust their breathing while waiting for Kai Dai and Jin and I to recover. Yang Kai stayed by Xianxia's side. From time to time, he would check on Meng Wuya's situation. He was in a good mood. It had been 10 years, but the little senior sister hadn't changed much. However, her breasts had become much fuller. Her black robes accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. Lying on the ground, her breaths rose and fell seductively. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. Smelling the sweet fragrance of his little senior sister's body, Yang Kai felt refreshed. Master, this girl seems to have woken up. Li Rong suddenly sent him a divine sense message. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before carefully examining her. Sure enough, he found that his little senior sister's long eyelashes were trembling slightly. Her breathing was uneven, and her heartbeat was stronger than usual. When did you figure it out? Yang Kai asked back. When you were talking to Thunder Dragon and the others. At that time, Yang Kai thought for a moment before smiling in surprise. Just pretend I didn't notice. And Li Rong gently nodded, not knowing what Yang Kai and his senior sister were talking about. After not seeing each other for 10 years, if she had really woken up, it was only natural that they would be reunited. So how could she not open her eyes? Yang Kai, on the other hand, looked at Xianxia with a gratified expression, a smile on his face. Little senior sister really hasn't changed much. After 10 years, her ability to pretend to be asleep is still the same. There's still room for improvement. Half a day later, Kai Dai and Jin and I recovered. However, when they remembered the torture and helplessness they had suffered in that stone pillar, they still felt some lingering fear. Neither of them had ever thought that with their cultivation and ability, there would be such a dangerous place in this world. Jin and I went out to inquire about the situation and confirmed that this place was not the BC jungle. After returning and informing everyone of this, everyone was stunned. Then what is this place? Yang Kai asked. There is a small town 100 kilometers away. I went there to inquire and learned that this place is about 2 months away from your Nine Heavens Holy Land. And if we calculate with the speed of a transcendent's legs. So far, Yang Kai exclaimed. Thunder Dragon and the others also couldn't figure out the reason. Everyone had clearly entered the Beast Sea jungle from the other side, but when they came out, they ended up in this place. In the end, they could only blame it on the void corridor they had left through. Most likely, it wasn't the same void crack they had entered. That place is very strange. This old master entered from the demon land. At that moment, Meng Wuya's voice called out. It seemed that because he had just regained his strength, his voice was slightly hoarse. Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he quickly turned to him. Meng Wuya smiled and nodded. I didn't expect that the one who rescued this old master this time was actually you. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to thank you properly some other day. Yang Kai grinned. We're family. There's no need to be so polite. Meng Wuya's face went black as he coughed a few times. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. When did we become family? He obviously wasn't willing to admit that Xianxia had a soft spot for Yang Kai. These are... Meng Wuya straightened his face and turned his eyes to Thunder Dragon and the others. The 4 monster race masters all stared at Meng Wuya with dignified expressions, not daring to take him lightly. The one in front of them was known as the strongest master of the human race in the past. It only took him a stick of incense to defeat the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, and not all humans were like Yang Kai, regardless of race. If this old man hated the monster race, they had no choice but to be on guard. These 4 are my friends from the monster race. Yang Kai immediately introduced them to Meng Wuya. So you're from the monster race. No wonder your demonic chi is so strong. Meng Wuya nodded lightly before looking at Thunder Dragon suspiciously. Have we met somewhere before? Why do I feel like you look familiar? Thunder Dragon Great Senior quickly said, 500 years ago, in the Beast Sea jungle. Meng Wuya frowned when he saw Thunder Dragon's disdainful expression. He wondered how he had offended Thunder Dragon, but after thinking for a while, his eyes lit up. So you're one of Blood Flood Dragon's subordinates? It's good that your excellency remembers. Thunder Dragon smiled gently. This king will definitely avenge the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior. Meng Wuya laughed. It wasn't this old master who killed him. He was too narrow-minded and couldn't think straight after losing for a while. Who can he blame? You're not allowed to insult the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior. Thunder Dragon stood up and shouted. Seeing the two disagreeing, Xianxia hurriedly tried to mediate. If they really fought at this time, he would only be caught in the middle, and Meng Wuya had just recovered, so it was not suitable for him to fight. Not even half a word is enough. Thunder Dragon Great Senior coldly snorted and looked at Xianxia. Boy, we'll be going first. Don't forget the spirit pills you promised this king. I'll remember, Xianxia nodded. The four monster race masters quickly left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meng Wuya had a bored expression on his face as he sneered. Smelly brat, I haven't seen you for 10 years, but you've grown so much. You actually managed to get acquainted with such a powerful character. It's all thanks to Treasurer Meng's guidance, Xianxia quickly said. Don't flatter this old master. Meng Wuya rolled his eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Boy, you're naturally restless, always causing trouble everywhere. I can't rest easy with Ning Chong following you around. It's not safe to follow old master, Xianxia teased. Meng Wuya suddenly choked on his words and quickly changed the topic, turning to Li Rong and asking, How should I address this madam? Xianxia hurriedly introduced her to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya glanced at Li Rong a few times, the suspicion on his face growing stronger. Why do I feel that this madam's secret art is somewhat unusual? Meng Wuya's words were implicit, but how could Li Rong not understand his deeper meaning? Pursing her lips into a smile, she said, Senior's observation is very sharp. I'm actually from the demon race. Meng Wuya's expression instantly stiffened, sending a message through his divine sense. Boy, what the hell are you doing? Why are you associating with both the monster race and the demon race? Haven't you heard of the saying, those not of my race are bound to have different intentions? Before Xianxia could answer, Li Rong cut in. Senior, if you're worried that I'll harm His Highness, then you're wrong. My race has already sworn to obey His Highness's orders and serve him for the rest of our lives. His Highness! Meng Wuya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at Li Rong and then back at Xianxia, he asked with uncertainty, You called him His Highness? Yes. Li Rong nodded seriously. Meng Wuya's expression fluctuated, and after a long time, he turned to Xianxia and said, If there's a chance, we should have a good talk. After not seeing Xianxia for 10 years, seeing him associate himself with demon beasts, Meng Wuya couldn't help but worry. In particular, the strength of these monster demons was much higher than Xianxia's, so they could easily kill him with just a wave of their hand. Let's talk about it when we return. Xianxia grinned, knowing that Meng Wuya was worried about him. This thing is for you, but the blood chi inside it has almost been completely consumed by me. Meng Wuya handed over the blood essence stone. Xianxia took it and examined it, his expression changing slightly as he asked, Treasurer Meng, what's your cultivation now? Such a huge amount of blood chi. How did you manage to absorb so little? Meng Wuya smiled. Before entering that place, this old master was only a first-order saint, but now, I've recovered. This is all thanks to the torture and whipping I endured on that stone pillar. The energy inside destroyed the seal on my body, saving me the trouble of finding a way to undo it myself. Xianxia's expression shook as he asked with joy, So, your seal has been completely lifted? Meng Wuya nodded and admitted. Xianxia's eyes lit up and his expression became excited, sincerely feeling happy for Treasurer Meng. Chapter 9:14. Back in High Heaven Pavilion, Meng Wuya had always been mysterious, and this sense of mystery had lasted all the way to the central capital. Yang Kai had never known Meng Wuya's true cultivation and heritage until he came to Tongxian realm and had a chat with his ancestral founder Chu Xiao. Only then did he vaguely determine Meng Wuya's true cultivation, third order saint. Chu Xiao had said that Meng Wuya had fought a great battle with the current demon commander, and after that, his fate was unknown. After learning about Meng Wuya's situation from Yang Kai, Chu Xiao speculated that Meng Wuya had been struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, which was why his strength had fallen to the peak immortal ascension boundary. The profound heavenly seal had a total of 3 seals, each stronger than the last. Meng Wuya had been searching for a way to lift these seals. When he left the central capital, he had successfully lifted the first seal and restored his strength to the peak of the second order transcendent realm. After returning to Tongxian realm nearly 10 years ago, he had lifted the second seal and restored his strength to the first order saint realm. After being tortured and whipped on that stone pillar, the third seal had broken by itself, and now he had returned to his peak strength. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. This old master has only restored his original strength. There's no need to be so surprised. As for you, little slick brat, after not seeing you for 10 years, how did your cultivation grow to the same level as Ning Chang's? Just how many opportunities have you encountered? Meng Wuya swept Yang Kai with his divine sense and understood his current realm, marveling repeatedly. He was well aware of how terrifying Xia Ningchang's aptitude was and had spared no effort in teaching her over the years, allowing her to achieve what she had today. However, Yang Kai's cultivation progress was not any worse than his apprentice's, catching up step by step and even showing signs of surpassing her. When he left the central capital that year, his apprentice's cultivation was higher than this little brat's. This discovery shocked Meng Wuya. My luck was just good. Yang Kai scratched his head. Meng Wuya sneered, but didn't point it out. If Yang Kai had only obtained an opportunity and improved his strength, then it was indeed pure luck. But a person being able to reach such a level in 10 years was inseparable from their aptitude and hard work. This little brat, he's desperate. Meng Wuya's mind was clear as day. If Brother Ling knew of your recent situation, he would definitely be very pleased. Meng Wuya sighed, thinking of his old friend Ling Tai Su from the central capital. Treasurer Meng, do you know how to return to the central capital from here? Hearing him mention his grandmaster, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, You want to bring Brother Ling and the others here as well? Meng Wuya guessed Yang Kai's thoughts. Yes, the cultivation environment here is much better than the other side. If Grandmaster was born here, he would have entered the Saint realm by now. You're right, but unfortunately, this old master doesn't know how to return to the central capital. Meng Wuya sighed softly. Back then, this old man only came to your world by chance. I was also muddle-headed. Now, it's impossible for me to find the void corridor I passed through back then. Hearing this, Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. Your idea of bringing them here is good, but do you have enough capital to settle them down? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai with a smile. There are so many people in the central capital. If they really come to Tongxian realm before I say anything else, do you have the strength to protect them? In addition, where they live is also a problem, and the materials they need for cultivation are even more so. It's impossible for you to take care of so many people. If you can't do these things, it's better to let them stay in the central capital. At the very least, they can cope with the situation on the other side without worrying about encountering any danger. But here is different. Old Sir doesn't need to worry about this. Li Rong chuckled and explained, Master is not alone now. He is fully capable of protecting everyone's safety. HM? What do you mean? Meng Wuya glanced at Li Rong suspiciously. Because Master is now the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Meng Wuya's expression changed as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. After getting his affirmation, his face couldn't help twitching slightly. You actually became the Holy Master of that place? Is their saintess blind? How could she have taken a fancy to you? Yang Kai rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling. Meng Wuya's expression suddenly became serious. So you mean to say that the old holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land is dead? Not long after you and little senior sister left the Holy Land, Meng Wuya sighed. Sure enough, when I met him last time, I could see that he didn't have much time left, but I didn't expect him to pass away so quickly. However, boy, your strength increasing so quickly. Could it be because you cultivated one of their Holy Land secret arts? No, that's right, don't cultivate it. As far as I know, that secret art consumes one's vitality in order to increase one's strength. The faster one's strength increases, the shorter one's lifespan. This old master doesn't want to see Ning Chong crying every day. With your aptitude, if you cultivate diligently, sooner or later you'll reach this old master's level. Living for 1,000 years won't be a problem. There's no need to sacrifice everything for rapid growth. What Treasure Meng says is right. I also think so. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Good. Meng Wei seemed to have rested enough, his face glowing and his aura as deep as the sea. Slowly getting up, he said, since you found a place to settle down, this old master and Ning Chong will live with you for a while. It's been hard on this little girl these past few years, always running around with me without a stable life. Saying so, he glanced over at Ning Chong, who was still pretending to be asleep, and shook his head helplessly. His precious disciple was good at everything, but she was too fond of this little bastard and was easily embarrassed. After not seeing him for 10 years, she didn't even dare open her eyes to look at him. If she followed this little brat around all the time, wouldn't he bully her to death? Thinking of this, Meng Wuya couldn't breathe, as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. He couldn't wait to choke Yang Kai to death right now. Yang Kai didn't hesitate to carry Ning Chong in his arms, the softness of her soft body causing his heart to sway. His little senior sister's tender body also gradually exuded an amazing amount of heat. Lead the way, Meng Wuya said lightly, out of sight, out of mind. When the monster race masters were still here, he had also heard their conversation and knew that this place was about 2 months away from Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of flying through the air, instead waving his hand and summoning a blue light. This light was like a long shuttle, suspended in front of the crowd, quickly growing longer and longer until it was 10 meters long before coming to a stop. Oh, this artifact's grade is quite good. Meng Wuya was a knowledgeable person, and seeing this long shuttle, his eyes couldn't help shining as he praised. It seems that the treatment of Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master is quite generous. He naturally thought that this artifact was a treasure left behind by the previous Holy Masters of Nine Heavens Holy Land. Li Rong, on the other hand, recognized the origin of this long shuttle and exclaimed, "Isn't this that thing?" And, after refining it, I learned that it was a flight-type artifact. A flight-type artifact? Meng Wuya raised his brow, quite rare. Its speed is also quite amazing. How amazing can it be? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai in amazement. You'll know once you try. Yang Kai grinned, not bothering to explain. The speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle could only be believed after experiencing it with one's own eyes. No words could describe its swiftness. Two friends, please board. Meng Wuya and Li Rong didn't say anything else and jumped onto the Flying Heaven shuttle. Yang Kai carried Ning Chong to the back of the shuttle and sat down cross-legged, letting his little senior sister settle into a comfortable position before saying, "Sit tight." With a single thought, the Flying Heavens shuttle turned into a stream of light and, as if it had broken through the shackles of space, instantly crossed 100 kilometers. Sitting at the front of the Flying Heavens shuttle, Meng Wuya couldn't help but stare in shock, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. After discovering just how astonishing the speed of this artifact was, his body couldn't help shaking. Li Rong also covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Little brat, how can this artifact have such a strange speed? Who refined it?" After a long time, Meng Wuya's divine sense transmitted over, his voice filled with disbelief. The Flying Heavens shuttle's flight speed was several times faster than a peak master like him flying at full strength. I don't know who refined it, but Li Rong and I accidentally found it in the star field a year ago. Xianxia briefly explained how he obtained the Flying Heavens shuttle. He didn't feel the need to hide anything from Meng Wuya, so naturally he would tell him everything. Star field? You went deep into the star field? Meng Wuya asked in shock. If you want to go, I'll take you there some other day. Xianxia thought Meng Wuya had some interest in the legendary star field. No need. Unexpectedly, Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, his expression dignified as he pondered for a moment before saying, "This old master should have been to the star field before." "Old sir, what do you mean by should have been?" Li Rong was puzzled and asked with a light smile. "Because this old master was also in a daze when he was bound to that stone pillar," Meng Wuya explained. Meng Wuya recalled and explained, "I always felt that that place was extraordinary. When I was being tortured there, this old master's soul seemed to have left his body and gone to many places, the starry sky being one of them. Those places were scattered all over Tongxian realm, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. However, because of the torment, my mind was somewhat muddled and I couldn't remember them clearly." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Little Xianxia, I always have a bad feeling that you shouldn't have destroyed that place." Treasurer Ming also said that. Xianxia was surprised. "Who told you that?" "Great demon god's soul clone. He said that place was the hub of the entire world, and that if I destroyed it, I would have to pay an unimaginable price." "Hub?" Meng Wuya frowned and asked again, "What else did he say?" Xianxia thought about it for a moment before replying. "He also said that this world had been sealed for a long time, and that it was time to see the light of day again." Meng Wuya looked pensive, but didn't say anything, as if he was contemplating something. Chapter 9:15. Seeing his dignified expression, Xianxia hurriedly asked, "Treasurer Ming, what is the hidden meaning of his words? What is this sealed world he spoke of?" "This old master doesn't know." Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, "But don't tell anyone else about this for the time being. Let me think about it carefully." "Oh," Xianxia nodded, recalling the words of the great demon god's soul clone. He also recalled that the great demon god had told him to go to the demon capital, where he would naturally learn the secret. However, how could a place like the demon capital be so casually visited? Flying forward, the Flying Heavens shuttle moved as fast as lightning. Meng Wuya calmed his thoughts and was amazed by the speed of this artifact. Xianxia hugged his little senior sister as they sat at the very back of the Flying Heavens shuttle. Smelling her fragrance and feeling the softness and warmth of her body, his mind and body suddenly relaxed. Hugging her even tighter, the little senior sister's tender body trembled slightly, her long eyelashes trembling as her aura became hot and her delicate face flushed red. Being hugged by Xianxia, the two of them could feel each other's body temperature rising and their heartbeats becoming stronger. For the pure and innocent little senior sister, this was undoubtedly a bit too stimulating. Xianxia didn't wake her up, simply enjoying this moment of tranquility as he stared at his little senior sister's face and whispered softly, "Little senior sister, you are so beautiful." Sitting at the front, Meng Wuya couldn't help but shudder and angrily spat. Shameless. When those explicit words of love entered his ears, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Even Li Rong's eyes were watery as she pursed her lips and moved forward a bit, distancing herself from Xianxia and Xianxia. She tried to find something to say to Meng Wuya. "Old sir, if you don't have anything else to say, why don't you tell me about Master's past? Our faction's understanding of him is still very shallow." "You want to know about his past?" Meng Wuya raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. "This old man knows a basket full of his past. Come. This old man will tell you in detail. I will let you know how shameless this master of yours is, and how much of a hoodlum he is. This guy is purely a lecher." Wherever he goes, he'll flirt with women. Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled. She did not interrupt and only listened attentively. Meng Wuya immediately started talking nonstop, as if he was afraid that Yang Kai would hear his bad words. He waved his hand and created a barrier around him and Li Rong. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and became even bolder. Holding the little senior sister's soft hand, Yang Kai gently rubbed it and leaned close to her face, gently blowing in her ear. For 10 years, I wanted to see you every day. Now, I finally got what I wanted, and we met under such circumstances. Little senior sister, don't you think this is fate? It should be the heavens who arranged for me to go to that place and save the most important woman in my life. The little senior sister's eyelashes trembled even more violently, seemingly moved by Yang Kai's words. Her slender neck rose slightly, her white skin glowing with an attractive luster. Thinking about it now, Junior Brother is very glad. If I hadn't gone with Li Rong, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to see you this time, Yang Kai said, a trace of fear appearing on his face. The two monster race great seniors had mainly asked Li Rong to go to that place, and Yang Kai had only volunteered to follow them, but he had not expected to meet Meng Wuya and Xianxia there. This was a bit too much of a coincidence. In the past 10 years, I've met all kinds of women here, many of them beautiful, but none of them were as touching as you and Su Yan. You've left an unforgettable brand in Junior Brother's heart. As long as you're safe and sound, Junior Brother is satisfied. These worthless words of love slowly flowed out from Kai Yang's mouth. They were as gentle as water, and like a sweet spring, they flowed into Xianxia's heart. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to hug Kai Yang tightly. The strength of her two small hands was great, as if she wanted to melt into Kai Yang's body. Yang Kai raised his head and looked towards the little senior sister, only to see the little senior sister's beautiful eyes watery, her cheeks flushed red, her neck flushed, and her breath fragrant. As their eyes met, the little senior sister shyly averted her gaze and murmured, "What you say is so beautiful. Say a little more." After making this request, she quickly closed her eyes and buried her head in Yang Kai's chest, not daring to look at him. No problem. Naturally, Kai Yang wouldn't disappoint her, so he racked his brains to express his feelings of lovesickness. Those explicit words of love were like a curse, fiercely attacking Xianxia's heart, causing her heart to tremble and her tender body to tremble. Feeling Yang Kai's body temperature and listening to his voice, Xianxia was satisfied. Even if she died immediately, it wouldn't matter. Smelly brat. Meng Wuya ground his teeth, his eyes flashing an ominous light. Li Rong chuckled. "Old sir, you don't need to worry too much. With Master's aptitude, he can definitely give that girl happiness." "Huh." Treasurer Meng sighed faintly. "That girl has grown up. I can't keep her. Forget it. This old master will go to Nine Heaven's holy land and retire in peace." "Old sir, what are you saying?" "You're old, but vigorous. Master will need you to assist him in the future." Meng Wuya sneered, turning his head to look at Li Rong. "You're quite loyal to that little brat. With you by his side, this old master can feel at ease. However, you should be careful. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Otherwise, you'll end up like this old master's treasured disciple. He may look like a human, but in fact, he's worse than a beast." Li Rong blushed. "Old sir must be joking. My ancient demon clan is Master's blade. No one dares disobey Master's orders. Don't call me old sir. You and I are both third-order saints, so we should be friends of the same generation." Meng Wuya chuckled. "That won't do. You are Master's senior, so naturally you are my senior." Li Rong quickly waved her hand. Seeing her like this, Meng Wuya felt bored and immediately closed his eyes to meditate. Behind him, the whispers of Yang Kai and Xianxia could be heard, the two seemingly having a very pleasant conversation. In just 2 short days, the 9 peaks came into view. The Flying Heavens shuttle's flight speed was terrifying to the extreme. A blue light flashed across the sky and rushed straight into the 9 peaks. A group of people appeared, and upon perceiving the auras of these masters, the Saint Realm Masters of the Holy Land all rushed over. Meng Wuyi, on the other hand, frowned, releasing his divine sense, and asking suspiciously, "Little Yonkai, why are there so many people outside your Nine Heavens Holy Land? What are they doing here?" "They're here to ask for alchemy," Yonkai grinned. "Ask for alchemy?" Meng Wuyi raised his brow disdainfully. "Does your Nine Heavens Holy Land have an alchemy grandmaster?" "Master is a saint-grade alchemist," Li Rong quickly explained. "The people here are all here because of his reputation, but outsiders don't know the true identity of this alchemy grandmaster." "Oh, you know alchemy?" Meng Wuyi stared at Yonkai in surprise. "It's just so-so. Of course I can't compare to little senior's sister." Yonkai glanced over at Xianxia, who was standing next to him. "At least you have some self-awareness." Meng Wuyi nodded. Li Rong raised her brow as she stared at Xianxia in amazement, a look of suspicion filling her face. She knew Yonkai's alchemy level better than anyone else, but listening to what he said, it seemed his little senior sister's alchemy skills were even better than his own. How was that possible? As the three of them were talking, many Saint Realm Masters flew over from all directions, including several elders of Nine Heavens Holy Land and several great commanders of the ancient demon clan. After seeing Yonkai return, everyone was overjoyed. Su Hui and the others quickly stepped forward and bowed, a look of relief filling their faces as they shouted, "Holy Master, you've finally returned. If you hadn't returned, this old master would have committed suicide." "What's wrong? Did something happen in the Holy Land?" Yonkai was taken aback. "It's nothing serious. It's just that those grandmasters have been inquiring about your whereabouts all day long and want you to return as soon as possible. Moreover, you were gone for 3 months, during which time those grandmasters were almost exhausted from performing alchemy and were constantly looking for you. I couldn't avoid them." Yonkai was stunned. He had almost forgotten about Du Wan and the others. When Su Hui said this, Yonkai remembered that after he left, the Holy Land's alchemy had been handed over to the 5 grandmasters. After 3 months of refining pills, they must have been exhausted. Those grandmasters were all quite old, but now they were working for free in the Holy Land. Yonkai suddenly felt a pang of guilt. "Pass down my orders. The Holy Land will not be providing alchemy services for the next 10 days. Let the grandmasters rest." Yonkai ordered. "But more and more people are coming to ask for alchemy services. If we stop now, won't that provoke public anger?" Su Hui showed a worried look. It was because of this concern that after Yonkai left, they hadn't dared to rest. "Just say that my Holy Land's grandmasters are ill and need to recuperate for a while. Since they have come to ask for alchemy services, they must be patient. If they don't have the patience, they can just leave. Just tell them to wait for 10 days. I didn't say we wouldn't be providing alchemy services, so they won't dare complain. On top of that, if they went elsewhere to ask for alchemy services, the wait would only be longer." "Yes." Su Hui nodded and quickly ordered the disciple next to him to pass the message to the elders outside. After arranging everything, Su Hui turned his eyes to Meng Wuyi and exclaimed, "Isn't this the friend of the old Holy Master?" The last time Meng Wuyi came here with Xianxia, he had only spoken with the old Holy Master. Although he had been a guest in the Holy Land for a few days, Su Hui and the other elders didn't know his origins, so naturally they didn't know his name, only his appearance. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my sect senior, Meng Wuyi," Yonkai said. "Pleased to meet you." Su Hui cupped his fists and greeted, feeling the strength of this newcomer. His expression became extremely dignified. He felt that the person in front of him was much stronger than the last time he had come. However, this person's name, Su Hui felt like he had heard it somewhere before, but after carefully thinking about it, he couldn't remember where, slowly shaking his head in confusion. Chapter 9:16. In a large square inside the Holy Land, a large crowd of Saint Realm Masters had gathered. Yonkai introduced Treasurer Meng and Xianxia to them. The elders of the Holy Land and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan all nodded in greeting. Hearing that Xianxia and Yang Kai were from the same sect and were even senior sister and junior brother, everyone's expression suddenly became dignified, none of them daring to show the slightest neglect. Especially after seeing the intimacy between Yang Kai and Xianxia, all of them immediately had a clear guess about the relationship between these two. I thought our holy master wouldn't be tempted by a woman, but it turns out his heart already belongs to someone else. Elder Yuing stood on the periphery and chuckled. Poor Ling Er. Cheng Yutong couldn't help feeling distressed for Ling Er. The elders of the Holy Land all thought that she and Yang Kai had begun to cultivate their secret art, but little did they know that Ling Er had already colluded with Yang Kai. Ling Er should know about this, Yuing smiled. For a character like the Holy Master, it's normal for him to have several women. Ling Er isn't a petty person, so why should I be afraid she won't be tolerant? On top of that, I can see that this girl is a docile person. She won't compete with Ling Er for favor. I hope so, Cheng Yutong nodded lightly. Meng Wuya. At that moment, Su Hui suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared towards Treasurer Meng, a look of excitement filling his face. Great Elder, what's your name? Didn't I just introduce him to you? Yang Kai was stunned. I remember this name. The human race's strongest master, several hundred years ago, also had this name. You couldn't be. Strongest master? Treasurer Meng frowned and smiled bitterly. The world is too kind. This Meng is nothing more than a reckless man. He really doesn't deserve to be called the first or second. It's really you? Su Hui was shocked. The other elders were also stunned as they stared at Meng Wuya blankly, as if a sledgehammer had struck all of them unconscious. After being reminded by Su Hui, they finally remembered the name Meng Wuya. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I never thought that I would be able to meet Brother Meng in this life. It is truly an honor of 3 lifetimes. When Yang Kai had introduced Meng Wuya to him just now, he had just casually greeting him. After all, the current 9 Heavens Holy Land was at the height of its prestige, and as the Holy Land's great elder, Yang Kai's status was extremely high. He didn't put ordinary people in his eyes. Because he was Yang Kai's senior, Su Hui took the initiative to greet him. However, at this moment, after confirming the identity of the person in front of him, his attitude immediately changed. There was even a hint of worship. Good. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister will be living in our 9 Heavens Holy Land from now on. There will be plenty of time to communicate. Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Su Hui's chatter. Oh, if Brother Meng wishes to stay in the Holy Land, you are most welcome. Su Hui's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister can live in the Holy Master Court. That is where I usually live. What do you think? Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya and asked. Good. As long as it is peaceful, Meng Wuya nodded. Then come with me, Yang Kai beckoned. Holy Master, let Elder Yuing handle this matter. Subordinate still has something important to report. Su Hui saw Yang Kai about to leave and quickly stopped him. Can't you speak about it later? It's a matter of great importance, Su Hui said seriously. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before helplessly nodding. Good. Elder Yuing, I'll have to trouble you to take them to the Holy Master Court and have Ling make arrangements for them. Yes, please come with me, Yuing said. Xianxia glanced over at Yang Kai with some reluctance before leaving with Yuing. Master, there's nothing else to do here. I'll go back and rest first. Li Rong excused herself and left with the other great commanders of the ancient demon clan, returning to the mountain peak where they lived. Soon, only Yang Kai and the Holy Land's elders remained in the square. What made all of you so nervous? Yang Kai was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Hui disturbing his reunion with little senior sister and asked, It's the Holy Tomb. Su Hui quickly replied, There's been some problems with the Holy Tomb. Holy Master should come and take a look. What could possibly happen in the Holy Tomb? Yang Kai didn't care. The Holy Tomb was one of 9 Heavens Holy Land restricted areas, the resting place of all the previous Holy Masters. But since Yang Kai entered it last time, it had become empty. Later, the Holy Land's 3,000 disciples had taken refuge in it for 2 or 3 years. Such a deserted, mysterious small world had almost no other purpose besides being used for secluded cultivation. Xianxia didn't know what could possibly have happened to it. In front of the holy tomb, a group of people came to a stop. Xianxia stared at the huge blue stone, his expression becoming dignified. There was a barrier on this huge blue stone that required the Holy Master Spirit ring on Xianxia's hand to open the entrance to the mysterious small world. But at this moment, at the center of the huge blue stone, a dark void corridor was silently opening, like the maw of a great beast. 1,000 meters away from the holy tomb, several elders had joined forces to arrange a barrier, preventing ordinary disciples from approaching. "What's going on?" Xianxia asked. "Why did the holy tomb suddenly open?" Subordinate and the others don't know the whole story, but it suddenly opened on its own. In order to prevent disciples from entering without knowing the depth of the situation, we set up a barrier around it with the other elders. "Have you gone in to investigate?" Xianxia turned to Su Hui. "Subordinate and Elder Shikuan have been inside." "What did you find?" "Nothing. The holy tomb doesn't seem to have been affected." "I'll go in and take a look." "You wait here," Xianxia ordered before diving in. After a stick of incense worth of time, Xianxia returned from the holy tomb with a strange look on his face. Just as Su Hui said, besides the entrance to the holy tomb opening on its own, there was no change inside the holy tomb. The world energy aura was as rich as ever, and there was no sign of danger. After observing for a long time, Xianxia still couldn't figure out what was going on and asked, "When did this happen?" "About 2 or 3 days ago." 2 or 3 days ago? Xianxia's eyes narrowed, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. "What's wrong, Holy Master? Did you discover something?" Xianxia shook his head. 2 or 3 days ago seemed to be when he rescued Treasurer Meng and Xianning Chang. However, there shouldn't be any relationship between the two, right? After all, the distance between them was simply too great, a 2-month journey. Was it a coincidence? Don't let the disciples get close to this place for the time being. There may be some kind of danger. Let's observe for a while first. Xianxia was also somewhat helpless about this. The entrance to the mysterious small world had suddenly opened, but he couldn't figure out the specific reason for it. All the elders received this order and quickly arranged the deployment. Returning to the Holy Master Court, Xianxia just stepped inside when he felt many pairs of eyes turn towards him. The 5 grandmasters were all standing there, seemingly having heard the news of his return and had come out to greet him. "Little brat, you're too unkind. You've been gone for 3 months. You've caused this old master and the others to suffer." Chang Bao shouted as soon as he saw Xianxia. He was the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild and a Saint-grade alchemist. His status was extremely high. Normally, when he helped others perform alchemy, it would depend on his mood and whether or not the person requesting it was to his liking. Only occasionally would he refine 1 or 2 saint pills. However, there had never been a time like this where he had to refine pills for 3 months in a row. What's more, he had to refine a certain number of pills every day. It was as if he had come to 9 Heaven's holy land to work for Xianxia without any benefits. After 3 months, Chang Bao had lost several dozen kilograms of fat, and his figure was much slimmer than before. And we were discussing a few days ago that if you didn't come back, we would just throw away our responsibilities and leave. How could we care about the reputation of your 9 Heavens holy land? Hong Fong also chimed in. Enough. The 2 of you don't need to act like you haven't received any benefits. Kong Ruoyu glared at them. Thanks to these 3 months of alchemy, which one of you hasn't gained a lot? Not to mention that Du Wan has become a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. But haven't you all seen some hope? It's been tiring, but your harvest has also not been small. Being reprimanded by Kong Ruoyu, neither of them dared to refute, simply glaring at Yang Kai. Hastily stepping forward, Kai Yang apologetically cupped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't think that this trip would take so long. I originally thought that it would only take a few days, but there were so many accidents." This junior must also thank several grandmasters. Thanks to all of you, the Holy Land has been able to maintain the reputation it has accumulated during this time. It's good you know. He Feng nodded with satisfaction. He Feng nodded in satisfaction. You left this old man here to do manual labor. Tell me, what do you want to do to satisfy us? Yang Kai's eyes darted around for a moment before he noticed his little senior sister sitting nearby, whispering to Enling, or his eyes lighting up as he grinned meaningfully. I've ordered all those outside to wait for 10 days. During these 10 days, the Holy Land will not be providing any alchemy services. Several grandmasters should take advantage of this opportunity to rest. Resting alone won't satisfy our appetites. Chong Bao shook his head. 10 days. After 10 days, this junior will certainly satisfy several grandmasters. Good. Chong Bao's fat face filled with a smile. We don't have any other requests. As long as you perform alchemy in front of us, we will be satisfied. Grandmasters, please wait and see. I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai grinned. The several grandmasters looked at each other, wondering what kind of medicine Yang Kai was trying to sell. Duwan smiled and said, Don't force yourself too much. There's only 10 days left. You should take a good rest. I see you're anxious to talk to that girl, so us old fogies won't disturb you. Since arriving here, we haven't enjoyed the scenery here. Several old friends. Do you have the leisure to go sightseeing? Good. Sitting in the house all the time, it's time to stretch my bones. Chapter 9:17. You guys chat. I'll leave first. Little sister Ning Chong, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come find me at any time. I also live in the Holy Master Court. Seeing that the 5 masters had left, and Ling Er tactfully left as well. I'll have to trouble big sister in the future. Xianning Chong gently nodded as she watched Ling Er's back disappear. In the next moment, she felt herself being carried by Yang Kai. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry as her 2 small hands tightly wrapped around Yang Kai's neck. She hurriedly said, Junior brother, what are you doing? I have a lot of things to tell you. Yang Kai smiled as he carried her toward his room. I also have things to say. Xianing Chong rested her head on Yang Kai's shoulder. In the side room, on the fragrant bed, Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed while his little senior sister was placed on his lap, maintaining an extremely intimate position. The two's bodies were closely pressed together, their chests touching. Yang Kai's eyes were burning like fire as the corners of his mouth curved into a mischievous smile. His 2 large hands were wantonly mischievous. The little senior sister was wearing a pitch-black dress. Her beautiful figure was exquisite and childish, and her soft breasts were full and full. Feeling Yang Kai's hands moving across her waist and between her thighs, those 10 fingers brought forth waves of shuddering numbness. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and her delicate face was blushing with shyness, not daring to look directly at him. Her breathing gradually became heavy, and the heat emitted from her delicate body was scorching hot. Yang Kai turned a blind eye as he continued to take advantage of her. His mood was extremely carefree, and he became more and more unrestrained. Junior brother, don't be like this. Xianing Chong lightly bit her red lips. Her voice is soft as a mosquito's. Like what? Yang Kai mischievously asked. He didn't know why, but when he saw his little senior sister's expression, he was especially excited. It was as if he wanted to see the limits of his little senior sister's shyness. That's it. I feel so uncomfortable. Xianing Chong gathered her courage and held Yang Kai's hand to stop it from moving around her waist. The sensation from her thighs became even more acute, and she couldn't help but clamp her legs together. At this moment, the little senior sister suddenly felt her senses increase by several hundred times. She could clearly feel every change in Yang Kai's body. In her chest, her heart was beating violently. The powerful thumping sound was like the beating of a war drum. Xianing Chong had never experienced this kind of spiritual and physical throbbing. For a moment, Her heart was in a mess, and she didn't know how to deal with it. She was at a loss. "Didn't you bring me here to talk to me?" Xianxia tried her best to keep her mind clear, but there was an irresistible feeling that attacked her mind like a tidal wave, causing her to be confused and bewildered. "Aren't we talking right now?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Oh." Xianxia couldn't refute. She couldn't take it anymore. She felt her whole body go soft, as if she had been thrown into a volcano. The heat in her body rolled, and the forbidden area unknowingly became hot and humid. "Little senior sister, what do you want to say?" Yang Kai asked again. I don't know. It's fine like this." Xianxia closed her eyes. Her whole body's weight was leaning on Yang Kai's body. It seemed that she had never been so satisfied before. Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel restless. He almost couldn't control himself. He hurriedly operated his secret art to dispel the evil thoughts in his heart. His hands stopped moving, and he quietly looked at her, waiting for her to calm down. After a while, Xianxia opened her shy eyes. She couldn't help but show an expression that she wanted to continue. Yang Kai sat up straight and said seriously, "When everything is settled, we will continue the next thing." Xianxia gently nodded. She lowered her head and said softly, "Junior brother, whenever you want." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He hugged her even tighter. For the shy little senior sister to say such words, she must have mustered up her courage. "Now let's talk properly. I have a lot of things to ask you." Yang Kai was satisfied. "Junior brother, what do you want to ask?" Xianxia asked softly. "How did you survive these past 10 years?" "I just followed Master everywhere." Xianxia leaned on Yang Kai's chest and recalled her experiences in the past 10 years. Yang Kai listened quietly. It was as if he was experiencing the hardships of his little senior sister in the past 10 years. After a long time, the little senior sister finished and asked about Yang Kai's situation during this time. Yang Kai naturally didn't hide anything. As time passed, the two seemed to have endless whispers of love. They chatted softly, enjoying this quiet time that belonged only to the two of them. "Right, senior sister Su Yin is in a place called Ice Sect." Xianxia suddenly remembered something and raised her head. "I know. I want to look for her." Yang Kai grinned. "The environment there is very suitable for her cultivation. When I went there, she was still in retreat. After communicating with her divine sense for a while, she left. I don't know how she's doing now." "Junior brother, do you want to find her and bring her back? Let's wait until we're done here. When we're done, we'll go and pick her up together." "Good." Xianxia nodded heavily and leaned forward again. "What about the old demon? Do you have any news about him?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. Xianxia shook his head. "When we came here together from the central capital, Senior Old Demon separated from us. He said he was going to the Demon Land, but Master and I also went to the Demon Land and didn't hear any news about him. We also don't know where Senior Old Demon is now. That old demon, there's no need to worry about him. It won't be easy for others to kill him." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "The old demon's cultivation may not be very high right now, but his physique was extraordinary. It belonged to a demon general. It was the body of a peak third-order saint. Only masters in the same realm could hurt him. As such, Yang Kai had never been worried about the old devil. After all, there weren't many third-order saint realm masters out there. The days I spent in High Heaven Pavilion are more nostalgic. At that time, there was nothing to worry about. Although I was very weak, I didn't know the mysteries of transcendence," Xianxia whispered softly, a look of nostalgia flashing across her beautiful eyes. And Yang Kai also sighed. "As my strength increased, so did the things I encountered." As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Right, little senior sister, I have something good for you." "What is it?" Xianxia sat up straight and looked at Yang Kai. Kai Yang had already taken out a jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle were 2 drops of crystal clear liquid. As soon as she saw these 2 drops of liquid, Xianxia's eyes became dignified, seemingly realizing that they were extraordinary. What is this? The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. Xianxia replied. Xianing Chong couldn't help covering her mouth. Obviously, she had also heard of this thing before and exclaimed, "Is this the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower that bloomed in Floating Cloud City in the neutral territory?" Yes, little senior sister also knows about it. And at that time, Master said that he would take me there to see if I could encounter some kind of opportunity. But because there were too many people and it was too dangerous, Master wasn't sure he could protect me. So we left midway. Xianing Chong said so, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. So, Junior brother was also there at that time? Xianxia said with a pained expression. So you were there too? Xianing Chong gently nodded. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, both wearing looks of regret. At that time in Floating Cloud City, neither of them had known of the other's existence and had simply brushed past each other, resulting in them meeting again many years later. So it turns out that this thing was obtained by Junior brother. Although I obtained it, there was another person who took the credit. You should know him. Xianxia smiled and didn't keep her in suspense, continuing, a young man named Zhai Yao. Do you remember him? Li Lao's apprentice? Little senior sister really had an impression of him. I remember him. I even competed with him in alchemy. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Zhai Yao seemed to be quite unconvinced and said that the next time he saw you, he must compete with you again, but I believe that he is not senior sister's opponent. I don't know. I only won by a narrow margin at that time. He has Li Lao's guidance, so his alchemy is not bad. Xianing Chong was very modest. You have the sacred spirit medicine body. When it comes to alchemy, no one can compare to you. Xianxia said, taking out an empty jade bottle and extracting a drop of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, handing it to little senior sister and saying, when the time is right, refine this medicinal liquid. It should help you enter the saint realm. The sacred spirit medicine body can refine all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the world without any side effects. You're more suitable than anyone else to use this thing to enter the saint realm. Thank you, Junior brother, but I still need some time to accumulate my current cultivation. Xianing Chong did not act politely with Xianxia and solemnly received the bottle and put it into her universe bag. Come, I still have a gift for you, Xianxia said as he picked her up and jumped onto the bed. Placing her opposite him and sitting down cross-legged, Xianxia quickly said, release the defenses of your knowledge, see. Xianing Chong did not hesitate and immediately did as she was told. The next moment, she felt Xianxia's divine sense pouring in. Inside Xianing Chang's knowledge, see, there was a beautiful scenery, just like her pure nature. The world inside one's knowledge, see, often reflected one's heart. The two soul avatars appeared and stood opposite each other, Xianxia asking, do you still remember the true alchemic way I taught you before? Of course I remember. Thanks to it, my alchemy technique has improved so quickly. The last time I taught you in War City, I hadn't fully comprehended the true alchemic way, so I only taught you half of it, but now I can teach you all of it. Hearing this, Xianing Chang's face lit up with joy. Little senior sister, what is your current level of alchemy? Xianxia asked again. I haven't been certified by the Alchemist Guild, but I can refine saint-grade mid-rank pills. Xianing Chong replied, a look of annoyance appearing on her face. But after reaching this point, there is no way to improve further. Saint-grade materials are too difficult to find, so there isn't much opportunity to practice. Although Xianxia had some faint speculations, when his guess was confirmed, he was still shocked by Xianing Chang's alchemy aptitude. Chapter 9:18. Xianxia and Xianing Chong were both saint-grade mid-rank alchemists, but the amount of time and resources they spent on alchemy were completely different. For the past 10 years, Xianing Chong had been running around with Meng Wuxia and rarely had a stable day to spend on improving his alchemy technique. On top of that, Treasurer Ming could not easily gather the materials needed for alchemy like Yang Kai and constantly squander them to practice alchemy. It could be said that Yang Kai's alchemy technique had grown to its current level entirely due to the accumulation of time and a large number of materials. Little senior sister, on the other hand, had extraordinary talent and a special physique, so the amount of time she spent on alchemy and the number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines she consumed was only a fraction of what Yang Kai had. She had also reached the level of a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Shocked, Yang Kai was also full of joy. The more powerful his little senior sister was, the happier he was. Unlike other men, who were afraid that the woman they liked would surpass them in some territory, Yang Kai felt a sense of accomplishment. Rest assured, in the future, you will have a lot of herbs to practice with here. I believe your alchemy technique will soon improve, and it won't be long before you reach the same level as Li Lao. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand, sending a white light towards Xianxia's soul avatar. This light contains all the knowledge of the true alchemic way. Little senior sister, take some time to comprehend it. I know. Xianxia opened his mind and body, allowing the light containing the true alchemic way to integrate into his soul avatar, and immediately began comprehending it. Yang Kai didn't disturb him and quietly left. Leaving his room, Yang Kai came to the main hall of the Holy Master Court. Ling was holding an account book and seemed to be counting the harvest of the Holy Land during this period, her pretty face filled with joy. Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm her. She was still immersed in the work in front of her, constantly recording something. It wasn't until Yang Kai sat in front of her and poured himself a glass of water that Ling looked up at him. She pursed her lips and smiled. What? It's been a long time since we last met. Shouldn't we spend more time together? Why did you come out in just 2 days? Yang Kai's expression became awkward. I've said what I should say. What else do you want? Just saying? Ling curled her lips. What do you think we're doing inside? Yang Kai found that her expression was quite strange, and immediately understood that she must have some strange thoughts in her mind. Who knows? It's normal for a single man and a single woman to be together for a lifetime, and Ling teased. She seemed to be in a good mood. You're not jealous, are you? Kai Yang stared at her in amazement, and Ling snorted. Don't flatter yourself. The elders all think that we have that kind of relationship. Don't take it seriously. You should be the first saintess to dare speak to the Holy Master in such a manner. Yang Kai chuckled. Who told you to be different from the previous Holy Masters? It was you who gave up this opportunity. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. All of the Holy Land's income is here. Do you want to take a look? Let me see. Yang Kai casually picked up the account book in front of her and skimmed through it. It was densely filled with records of what kind of pills the Holy Land's grandmasters refined and what kind of rewards they received. Everything was recorded in detail. Most of those rewards were crystal stones of equal value, but there were also many rare materials and even secret treasures, secret manuals, and cultivation methods. There were all kinds of strange things. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and tossed the account book back. Forget it. Just keep recording. Sweeping the Holy Master Court with his divine sense, Yang Kai asked in surprise, Where's Treasurer Ming? Why isn't he here? Hearing him ask this, and Ling replied, If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Senior Ming said that he would be going out for a while and that you should take good care of his disciple. He also said that if you dare bully her, you won't be able to bear the consequences. He went out. When did he go out? Did he say when he would be back? He left yesterday and didn't say when he would be back, and Ling shook her head. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Although he didn't know why Meng Wuya had left the Holy Land as soon as he arrived, he could faintly guess that there was some unusual information. It was probably related to the strange world he had entered before, and even the words Great Demon God's Soul Clone had said. However, Treasurer Ming's strength had now been restored to its peak. So as long as he didn't go to the demon capital to challenge the demon commander like before, he shouldn't be in any danger. While contemplating, though, Su Hui suddenly rushed in from the outside and called out, Holy Master, Wizard Tribulation requests an audience. Xianxia raised his brow. Wizard Tribulation. Something seems to have happened. His expression is a bit strange, Su Hui reported. Let him in, Xianxia hurriedly said. It had been several months since Xianxia last saw Wizard Tribulation, but from what Su Hui and the others said, after absorbing many elites from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had greatly increased its strength and was now developing well. A moment later, the black-robed Wizard Tribulation appeared and cupped his fists. Holy Master, Master, Sect Master Wizard. Xianxia nodded lightly. Has something happened? Wizard Tribulation nodded lightly and quickly said, There is something. It's related to the stone forest in Shattering Mystical Palace. Xianxia's expression changed. What happened to that stone forest? Holy Master, Master, if it's convenient, please follow me to have a look. Wizard Tribulation did not explain. However, from his demeanor and tone, Xianxia faintly guessed something and no longer said anything, nodding and stepping out of the Holy Master Court, sending a divine sense message to Li Rong. The three of them flew towards Shattering Mystical Palace. Master, is there a problem? Li Rong asked in confusion. Wizard Tribulation said something happened in that stone forest and asked me to go take a look. Stone forest? Li Rong raised her brow. That stone forest that leads to Star Field. What happened there? I don't know. Xianxia shook his head. After a stick of incense worth of time, the three of them arrived above the stone forest where they had last arrived. Looking around, Xianxia couldn't help narrowing his eyes. In the center of the stone forest, a dark entrance opened silently, just like the situation in the Holy Tomb. Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, Who opened the entrance to Starfield? Wizard Tribulation shook his head. It was accidentally discovered by one of my disciples. Because this wizard knows that this place is important to Holy Master. Master, since last time, I order my disciples not to enter or leave Shattering Mystical Palace. However, yesterday, a few disciples were flying nearby when they suddenly discovered the situation below. Curious, several of them went in to investigate but never returned. The remaining disciples hurriedly returned to the sect and told me what had happened, after which I immediately rushed to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Listening to his story, Xianxia nodded lightly. You should be glad you didn't go in to investigate yourself. Wizard Tribulation smiled. This wizard knows his place. So, is that really the entrance to Starfield? And last time Li Rong and I went in to investigate, it really does lead to the legendary Starfield. Anyone below the Third Order Saint realm who enters will die without a doubt. Your disciples shouldn't have been able to return. Wizard Tribulation paled slightly. Only Third Order Saints can enter. The Starfield has a terrifying pressure that only Third Order Saints can resist. Li Rong also nodded. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling some lingering fear. Secretly rejoicing, it was fortunate that he had rushed to inform Kai Yang the moment he received the news and had not rashly ventured in. Otherwise, with his current level, he was afraid that he would have ended up like those disciples, never to return. It's just who opened this entrance. Li Rong muttered with a confused expression. Maybe it opened by itself, Xianxia said thoughtfully. Opened by itself. Li Rong and Wizard Tribulation both looked at him with some surprise. There's also a mysterious small world in the Holy Land called the Holy Tomb, which was originally the resting place of the previous Holy Masters. However, some time ago, the entrance to this mysterious small world opened by itself, causing Great Elder and the others to panic for a while. Even now, there's no way to close it. Xianxia explained casually, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger. The entrance to the Holy Tomb had opened, and the entrance to the Starfield had also opened, and all of this had happened in the past few days. Strictly speaking, it should have been the day he brought Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchong back. Could it really have something to do with that strange world? The distance between them was too far, so how could it be related? Holy Master, Master! How should we deal with this place? Do you need to arrange some people to watch over it? No. Go back and warn your Netherworld sect disciples not to intrude. I'm not joking. Anyone below the Third Order Saint realm who enters this place will not be able to return. Yes, this wizard firmly believes Holy Master's words. Wizard Tribulation nodded solemnly. I will also warn the Holy Land's disciples not to come here. As for outsiders, if they want to enter, let them. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Xianxia snorted lightly. That's all. Go back first. Then this wizard will also take his leave. This time, I went to the Holy Land mainly to inform Holy Master of this matter. And do as you wish. By the way, if you have any saint pills you need to refine, feel free to come to the Holy Land and find me, Xianxia said again. I can help you refine them first. Wizard Tribulation was overjoyed when he heard this and thanked Xianxia profusely, claiming that he would go back to prepare the materials and visit Xianxia again in a few days. In fact, he had long wanted to go to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to ask for Saint Pills, but because his relationship with Xianxia was quite good, he was a bit embarrassed to do so at this critical juncture. He didn't want to fall victim to rumors and damage the reputation of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. However, since Xianxia had taken the initiative to ask, how could Wizard Tribulation refuse? So he immediately left excitedly. After parting ways with Wizard Tribulation, Xianxia and Li Rong rushed back to the Holy Land. Along the way, Xianxia's mind was racing, recalling what great demon god Soul Clone had said in that strange world, trying to find any clues or useful information. Chapter 919. Xianxia and Li Rong returned the way they had come. Seeing his contemplative look, Li Rong didn't say a word, not daring to disturb him, simply following behind him. After a short while, they returned to the 9 Peaks. Li Rong suddenly called out softly, Master, there seems to be a situation with the people who came to request alchemy pills. HM? Xianxia awoke from his contemplation and looked down. Sure enough, he found that there was some commotion down below. Many of the cultivator who had come to request alchemy pills had gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to one another. Some of them even stopped waiting and left the 9 Peaks to fly away. Seeing their hurried appearance, it was as if they had made some kind of incredible discovery. Because the Holy Land had been ordered not to provide any alchemy services for 10 days, the cultivator waiting outside the 9 Peaks had become somewhat bored, but they couldn't give up on this alchemy trip and leave just because of this. What's more, the number of cultivator who had left was simply too high. Xianxia frowned, not knowing why such a scene had occurred, quickly turning around and flying towards the stone pavilion below. Inside the stone pavilion, Meng Tianfei and Luo Sheng, the 2 Holy Land elders, were sitting there, maintaining order. At this moment, they were also looking at the commotion in the crowd in confusion, not knowing what was going on. In a flash, Xianxia and Li Rong appeared. The 2 elders quickly stood up and saluted. What happened here? Xianxia motioned for them to remain silent and asked softly. Subordinate doesn't know. A stick of incense ago, a cultivator who came to request alchemy pills joined the group and said a few words to the other cultivators nearby. Many of them left. Luo Sheng replied. Where is that person? Xianxia asked. The one at the back of the group. Luo Sheng pointed. Xianxia looked over and found a middle-aged, transcendent realm man standing at the back of the group with a shrewd look on his face. His eyes were shining brightly. As the cultivator and the team continued to leave, he also slowly moved forward. There was even a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Do you want this subordinate to investigate the situation? Luo Sheng asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Luo Sheng immediately obeyed. A moment later, walking back with a strange expression, he reported, Holy Master, that guy said that he found an entrance to a mysterious small world on the way here. Those who left all went to explore that mysterious small world. The entrance to the mysterious small world? Xianxia muttered. Yes, his words are very convincing. It doesn't look like he's lying. Since he found the entrance to this mysterious small world, why didn't he explore it instead of coming here to spread the news? Let the others go forward. If there were any benefits inside, wouldn't it be taken away by someone else? Meng Tian Fei had a suspicious look on his face. Is this guy planning something? He said that he was weak and alone. I don't dare to enter recklessly. Luo Sheng shrugged. Yang Kai fell into deep thought as his expression became dignified. Turning his gaze towards the direction of that person, he asked after a while, have you found where the entrance to that mysterious small world is? About 2,000 kilometers from here, to the east. Luo Sheng pointed. Li Rong, let's go take a look. Yang Kai immediately stood up. Holy Master, do you want me to inform Great Elder and ask him to go with you? Luo Sheng asked. No need, we're just going to take a look. If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be anything good inside that mysterious small world. Yang Kai said confidently before leaving with Li Rong again. Once there was no one else around, Yang Kai summoned the Flying Heaven shuttle, turned into a streak of blue light, and disappeared. Aboard the Flying Heaven shuttle, Li Rong asked, Master, do you believe what that person said? The entrances to mysterious small worlds have always been extremely well hidden and generally can't be found. What he said is very suspicious. In this world, there were many hidden spaces of varying sizes. These spaces were called mysterious small worlds by the world. Some mysterious small worlds were completely barren, while others were inhabited by living creatures. There were even some mysterious small worlds that contained ancient ruins that contained shocking wealth. Once discovered, one could become rich enough to rival an entire country and live a carefree life. Therefore, in Tongxian realm, there were some cultivator who specifically searched for mysterious small worlds, exploring them in order to obtain treasures and make a living. However, as time passed, the number of mysterious small worlds that remained undiscovered became fewer and fewer. Those that were easy to find had already been explored by the cultivator, leaving behind only the most well-hidden mysterious small worlds. The cultivator who came to ask for a pill said he had found the entrance to a mysterious small world, which naturally aroused suspicion. However, everyone in the world was here for profit, so it was inevitable that some people would be confused by his words and rush to the location, he said, to investigate. If there really was a mysterious small world, they could enter it and perhaps find something. Even if there wasn't, there wouldn't be any losses. I know, but this time I'm afraid it's different. His strength isn't high, so if he really dares to spread such rumors, when those people return, they will take his life. With his shrewd appearance, how could he dig his own grave? Listening to what Yang Kai said, Li Rong suddenly felt that it made sense and nodded. So he really found it? His luck is really good. Yang Kai shook his head. It may have nothing to do with him. Maybe the entrance to that mysterious small world opened on its own, and he was just passing by, so he discovered it. Open on its own? Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Is it the same as the entrance to the Holy Tomb and the Starfield's entrance? It's just my guess, so I need to see it with my own eyes, Yang Kai nodded. I wonder if there's anything good inside. Li Rong couldn't help but look forward to it. There shouldn't be anything inside. Yang Kai laughed. That person must have already investigated it, or someone else must have gotten there first. It's not like he said that he didn't dare to rush in because his strength was too low. It was precisely because he was sure there were no treasures inside that he spread the news and let the cultivator in front of him leave, so he could reduce the time he had to wait to ask for pills. Master, your observation is quite detailed. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. The main thing is that guy's eyes are always looking at others, and when he sees someone leave the line, he shows a look of joy. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His thoughts are written all over his face. It's difficult for me not to see them. Those cultivators who left the line didn't notice this because they were blinded by greed. After talking for a while, the Flying Heavens shuttle had already traveled 2,000 kilometers away from the Nine Peaks. The blue light stopped midair as Xianxia and Li Rong released their divine senses and spread out. After a while, Xianxia's expression changed, and he controlled the flying heaven shuttle to fly in a certain direction. After a dozen breaths, the two appeared not far from the entrance to a dark void corridor. Just as Xianxia had expected, this place had already been occupied by someone else. Many cultivators were gathered outside the entrance, vigilantly looking around, secretly condensing their strength, making it clear that no one was allowed to approach. Xianxia secretly observed them and found that their strength wasn't high, only at the immortal ascension boundary. There wasn't even a single transcendent, so he no longer concealed himself and strode over with Li Rong. "Who goes there? Stop." As soon as they saw the two of them reveal themselves, those martial artists that guarded the entrance instantly seemed as if they were facing a great enemy, and one of them shouted with a grim voice, "This is the restricted area of my Chan clan, and outsiders aren't allowed to trespass. If you still don't stop moving, then we won't hold back anymore." "Master, do you want to?" Li Rong inquired. "Be gentle." Xianxia nodded lightly. An invisible spiritual energy burst out from Li Rong's knowledge sea, causing all the cultivators gathered around the entrance to stare blankly in place, as if they didn't see Xianxia and Li Rong at all, allowing them to pass by and enter the entrance. With Li Rong's means, dealing with these immortal ascension boundary cultivators was a simple matter. Deceiving their perception was a piece of cake. However, since Xianxia didn't order them to kill, Li Rong also showed mercy. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared from the edge of the entrance that the cultivators suddenly woke up. Looking around, they found that the man and woman from before had disappeared, immediately realizing how terrifying their opponent's strength was, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Inside the mysterious small world, Xianxia and Li Rong leisurely appeared. When Xiao Chun spread out his spiritual sense, he discovered that there were many cultivators moving around. They seemed to be searching for something. Xianxia summoned the flying heavens shuttle again, and together with Li Rong, transformed into a blue light and disappeared. Half an hour later, the pair returned to the entrance. There was indeed a ruin inside this mysterious small world, but there were no signs of life. The cultivators should have entered later and were currently searching for treasures inside. Moreover, this mysterious small world wasn't very large, only about a third the size of Demon God Citadel. However, the Qin family should have gained a lot this time. This family didn't have any masters, and even the most powerful cultivator was only a transcendent realm cultivator. It was almost the same as the central capital's 8 great families. The artifacts and martial books obtained from this ruin could be used as capital for the family's growth. "Let's go. There's nothing to see here." Xianxia took a light breath and returned with Li Rong from the entrance. When the cultivators outside saw this man and woman appear again, all of them widened their eyes, but they no longer dared to be as aggressive as before. Instead, they were a little frightened. The methods of these two were too amazing, they could see it clearly. What made them feel slightly relieved, though, was that this man and woman didn't intend to embarrass them. After walking out of the mysterious small world, they walked straight into the distance. Right, there are many saint transcendents heading this way. They should arrive here in half a day at most. You should inform the elders of your families to quickly withdraw from this mysterious small world, otherwise there may be a bloody disaster waiting for you. Xianxia turned back and kindly reminded them before leaving with Li Rong. It wasn't until the backs of the two disappeared that the cultivator who had shouted angrily at Xianxia wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly entered the mysterious small world. Apparently, he was going to inform the elders of his family about the words Xianxia had said before he left and let the patriarch and elders decide. Chapter 920. Back in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, after Xianxia returned, he immediately called Su Hui and asked him to send people out to inquire about the situation. Xianxia didn't tell him what kind of information he needed to inquire about. only ordering him to send out a lot of disciples in all directions and tell them to pay attention to the places they passed through to see if there were any major events, then to return to the 9 peaks within a month. Su Hui did as he was told and didn't ask any questions. From the dignified expression on Yang Kai's face, Su Hui also smelled an unusual aura. The Holy Master must have discovered something, otherwise he would never have acted like this. A few days later, early in the morning, Yang Kai came to his room and quietly walked over to his bed. On the bed, Xianxia still had her eyes closed, her tender body motionless, obviously still digesting the information in the true alchemic way. Yang Kai waited quietly for a while, but seeing that she didn't respond, he broke into her knowledge sea. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the little senior sister slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, giving her a beautiful appearance. "How is your harvest?" Yang Kai asked. "Almost all I need to do is familiarize myself with it," Xianxia gently nodded. Yang Kai nodded. He had wrapped the information in the true alchemic way with his spiritual energy and directly sent it to the little senior sister's soul avatar. With her aptitude and comprehension of alchemy, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fully understand the true alchemic way in a few days. "Come, let's start alchemy now. I'll introduce you to a few grandmasters while we're at it." Yang Kai grinned and took the initiative to withdraw his soul avatar. The next moment, both of them woke up. Inside the private room dedicated to alchemy, Yang Kai and Xianxia walked in together. The 5 grandmasters had been waiting for a long time. Each of them had their own alchemy furnace placed in front of them. These alchemy furnaces were small and exquisite, with fluorescent lines flowing across their surfaces. None of them were ordinary. All of them were saint-grade alchemy furnaces and were the most important artifacts of each grandmaster. After 10 days of rest, the 5 of them were in high spirits and full of anticipation. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the 5 grandmasters couldn't help but smile and nod. Chang Bao leaned his fat body against the wall and joked, "I haven't refined any alchemy for 10 days, so this old man is starting to miss the feeling of refining alchemy. Boy, let's hurry up and start." Yang Kai smiled. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Alchemy is one thing. But why did you bring your beloved woman here? Don't tell me you can't bear to part with her for even a moment?" He Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Young people are so hot-blooded. Don't kiss in front of us old guys later. We're not young anymore. If the scene is too exciting, we won't be able to take it." Hong Fong also laughed. Xianxia was at a loss of what to do. With a face full of embarrassment, her tender face turned bright red. She kept glancing at Kai Yang, as if she was too ashamed to show her face. "Come, little girl. Come sit with this old woman. Don't pay attention to these old men." Kong Ruoyu beckoned to Xianxia affectionately. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai, and after Yang Kai nodded, she walked over to Kong Ruoyu and sat down cross-legged. A very docile little girl, her eyes clear and flawless, untainted by the ways of the world. "Yang Kai, you can't mistreat her in the future," Kong Ruoyu said sincerely. "Senior, please rest assured, this junior has nothing but love for senior sister and will never mistreat her." The 5 grandmasters were startled, none of them having expected Yang Kai to say such blatant words in front of so many people. However, if he didn't speak from the bottom of his heart, he wouldn't have said such words. Now that they realized how deep Yang Kai's feelings for this masked girl were, all of them couldn't help showing praise. Xianxia eyes also couldn't help flashing a look of happiness. "All right, let's not talk too much. Let's start now." Duwani smiled and didn't interrupt. Only now did he open his mouth. Yang Kai called out towards the door, "Great Elder." Su Hui pushed open the door and entered, his expression solemn as he said, "Subordinate has been waiting for a long time." As he spoke, he put down the medicinal ingredients he had prepared and said, "These are the ingredients for today's 20 batches of pills. I'll have to trouble the Holy Lord and the Masters. When evening comes, this subordinate will come back to collect the pills." "Great Elder," Go outside and bring in 10 more batches of pill materials, Yang Kai ordered. Su Hui was stunned. Bring in 10 more batches. The 5 grandmasters also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Changbao said, "Little brat, alchemy is a matter of balance between work and rest. If you're in poor condition and force yourself to refine pills, it is very likely that you will fail or the quality of the pills you refine will be poor. You can refine 10 batches a day by yourself. We've already seen it. But all of us old fogies can only refine 10 batches a day. How are you going to deal with the extra 10 batches? And if you can't refine good pills, you might as well not refine them at all." Duwani also tried to persuade him. Outstanding alchemists also had strict requirements for the pills they refined. If the quality of the pills they refined wasn't good enough, it was very likely they would ruin their reputation. Therefore, outstanding alchemists would not allow inferior pills to circulate outside. If they refined such pills, they would personally destroy them. Yang Kai glanced over at them and laughed. "I understand what several grandmasters are trying to say, but don't worry. The extra 10 batches won't need to be refined by me, nor will the several grandmasters need to refine them." "Then who will refine them?" He Feng's eyes widened as he suddenly turned to Su Hui, a look of suspicion filling his face. The great elder quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Grandmaster, don't look at me like that. I only know how to take pills. The alchemic way is 9 out of 10. I still don't understand one thing." Yifeng nodded lightly. "You don't look like you know how to perform alchemy." Su Hui's face went black, secretly thinking that these alchemy grandmasters were quite direct with their words. Yang Kai, Kong Ruo, you thoughtfully glanced over at Xianning Chong a few times. "You don't mean to say that the extra 10 batches will be refined by your senior sister, do you?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone turned to look at Xianning Chong. Yang Kai chuckled. "That's exactly what I meant. She can also refine saint pills?" Chong Bao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out, "That's impossible. She's only a little older than you. Even if she started learning alchemy in her mother's womb, it's impossible for her to have the ability to refine saint pills." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I didn't start learning alchemy in my mother's womb either." The several grandmasters looked at him angrily. "You're different. You can't be judged by common sense. Can she really refine a holy elixir? This old master doesn't believe it. Little brat, don't make fun of us. Be careful, or these old fogies will get angry with you." This was the territory they were most proficient in and the territory they held the most authority over. Being surpassed by Yang Kai was one thing, but there were always 1 or 2 such geniuses in this world. But if they were also surpassed by his senior sister, who knew how these grandmasters would feel, they would definitely be very disappointed, perhaps even suffering a blow and never be able to recover. "I will," Xianning Chong suddenly said. Du Wan's brow furrowed as he suddenly remembered something, staring towards Yang Kai and asking, "She's the senior sister you mentioned before, the one whose alchemy skills are even better than yours?" Back in Grand Boulder City, Yang Kai had casually mentioned to him that there was a senior sister whose attainments in alchemy were even better than his own. At that time, Duwan didn't believe it, but now he suddenly remembered. Yang Kai nodded. Duwan took a deep breath and quickly said, "Seeing is believing. I'll have to trouble Great Elder to bring me 10 more sets of materials." Sui didn't say anything more and quickly left. A short time later, 10 more sets of materials were brought over. The door to the room was closed, leaving only the 7 grandmasters sitting cross-legged. The 5 grandmasters didn't rush to begin alchemy, but instead stared towards Xianning Chong, seemingly wanting to know if this little girl could really refine a saint pill as she claimed. Being stared at by the 5 grandmasters like this, Xianning Chong couldn't help turning a timid look towards Yang Kai. However, she soon discovered that Yang Kai had already begun to refine pills, causing her to purse her lips. "Little girl, what kind of pill furnace are you using? Can you take it out and let this old woman have a look?" Kong Ruo Yu asked pleasantly. Seeing that Xianning Chong seemed a little nervous, she deliberately tried to ease her mood. "I don't have a pill furnace," Xianning Chong replied softly. "You don't have a pill furnace?" The 5 grandmasters were all shocked. Chang Bao shouted. "How can you perform alchemy without a pill furnace?" This smelly brat really wanted to make fun of this old master, but this old master was naive enough to be fooled by him. It really makes this old master angry. "Don't be noisy." Kong Ruo, you glared at him before turning to Xianning Chang with a smile. "Don't you use a pill furnace to perform alchemy?" Xianning Chang gently nodded. This time, even Kong Ruo, you couldn't help showing a strange expression. Although she couldn't quite believe it, she vaguely felt that this little girl with such clear eyes must have a pure heart and couldn't possibly be lying. Patiently, she said, "Then how do you usually perform alchemy? How about we observe it now? The few of us aren't interested in anything else but alchemy, so we'd like to see how you can refine a saint pill without a pill furnace." Xiaoning Chang nodded her head and slowly closed her eyes, as if she was trying to calm herself down. A moment later, when she opened her eyes again, the Grandmasters were shocked to find that this little girl's temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. The original Xiaoning Chang was extremely shy, but now she exuded an aura of self-confidence. There was no trace of panic in her eyes, and her every movement was extremely calm. A set of alchemy materials was placed in front of her, and she meticulously examined them one by one. "Saint pill materials." Kong Ruo, you whispered softly. "She's already eyeing the saint pill materials. Could it be that she can really refine them?" The 5 Grandmasters all paid close attention to Xianning Chang. But the little senior sister was no longer nervous. At this moment, she seemed to have escaped into another world, leaving only the set of saint pill materials in front of her. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a gentle power burst out from Xianning Chang's body. The moment they felt this power, the 5 Grandmasters were all stunned. Chapter 921. What stunned the 5 Grandmasters wasn't the strength of Xianning Chang's strength. Although she was a third-order transcendent, the Grandmasters didn't care much about her and only thought of her as a martial Dao genius like Yang Kai. Most importantly, the energy in her body was not of the fire attribute, nor was it of the yang attribute. Whether it was alchemy or artifact refining, one needed to use a burning hot energy to fuse medicinal efficacies with the essence of ores in order to refine pills and artifacts into their desired shape. Therefore, alchemists and artifact refiners must cultivate fire or yang attribute secret arts, and the yuan qi in their bodies must also contain a certain degree of heat. However, within the power that Xianning Chang released, there was only a very gentle aura that was close to nature. How was she supposed to perform alchemy like this? The 5 Grandmasters were all stunned. But in the next moment, they were all shocked. The saint-grade herbs were wrapped in an invisible force as they floated in front of Xianning Chang. Under the gentle force of nature, the herbs were all decomposed and the essences of the herbs condensed together, forming drops of incomparably pure medicinal liquid, while the useless impurities were all expelled from the liquid. Xianning Chang's body remained motionless, but the strength in her body continued to circulate, her 2 jade hands forming a series of strange seals as she sent them towards the herbs. The expressions of the Grandmasters all changed, each of them wearing an expression of disbelief as they stared at Xianning Chang for a moment, afraid they would miss any of her actions. With the eyesight of the 5 Grandmasters, they could naturally see that this little girl in front of them had extremely profound attainments in alchemy. Her technique of condensing medicinal liquids had reached the point of perfection. Even if they were to do it themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do a better job than Xianning Chang. None of the medicinal efficacies in the herbs were wasted, and under her wondrous technique, they were all condensed and gradually gathered together. Drop after drop of the medicinal liquid floated in front of Xianning Chang like pearls. She pointed with her jade finger, and the power in her body continuously burst forth. Xianning Chang used her finger as a brush and yuan qi as ink to inscribe exquisite spirit diagrams in the air. His speed was extremely fast. Everyone keenly discovered that the spirit diagram she used was almost exactly the same as the one Yonkai used. It was obvious that they were taught by the same person. Gradually, the 5 grandmasters were drawn in. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Xianxia. They no longer doubted whether or not Xianxia could concoct pills. The miraculous scene in front of them clearly explained this problem. It was impossible for someone who couldn't concoct pills to understand the spirit arrays used in alchemy, and it was impossible for them to perfectly condense medicinal liquids. Moreover, Xianxia's alchemy technique had a kind of aesthetic feeling to it that made them intoxicated, forgetting their own existence. Following Xianxia's movements, the 5 grandmasters all discovered that they seemed to have fallen into a magical world, a world that belonged to alchemy. A broad road lay beneath their feet, and the light in front of them was bright. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls had been baptized, and their alchemy skills that had soaked in silver for 100 years seemed to show signs of sublimation. Gradually, a complex and profound spirit diagram took shape. The lines on the diagram flickered with light, guiding the medicinal liquids to gather at the center. Clearly, the medicinal liquids were fusing and clashing with each other, producing a delightful change, faintly forming the shape of a pill. The 5 grandmasters all stared with wide eyes, looking very excited. They had been alchemists for so many years, but never once had they clearly seen a pill take shape right under their noses. The pills they refined were all formed inside their pill furnaces, so they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only when the pill was formed could they see the true appearance of the pill. It wasn't until this moment that they realized the formation of a pill was so fascinating and eye-catching. It was like the birth of a new life, exuding a vigorous energy aura. The Grandmaster's emotions fluctuated, and they were almost unable to speak. All of them stretched out their necks, seemingly wanting to get closer and observe more carefully. As the pill slowly took on a beautiful appearance, the Grandmasters poured their minds into the pill, feeling extremely nervous as it was born. After a long time, a pill fragrance suddenly filled the air, shaking everyone's spirits. They felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts, and their bodies and minds relaxed. Xianxia reached out and grabbed the pill in front of her, her slender white fingers pinching it as she carefully examined it for a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she wasn't very satisfied, but she still put it into a jade bottle prepared in advance. At the same time, Yonkai also refined a saint pill. He reached out and patted his pill furnace, causing the saint pill to fly out and fall into the jade bottle in his hand, where he sealed it. 2 slightly different pill fragrances filled the air in this room, making people feel refreshed. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the strong thumping of the 5 grandmasters' hearts could be heard. Xianxia finally awoke from the world of alchemy. As soon as she raised her head, she saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at her like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow. Several seniors. Xianxia was startled and hurriedly turned to Yonkai for help. Yonkai grinned, knowing that they had all just recovered from their shock and had yet to recover. So he simply said, "Several grandmasters believe this junior's words now, right?" Duan glanced at him and nodded with a wry smile. Really, seeing is believing. Everyone finally recovered, with Chang Bao frowning and a puzzled look on his face. But I still don't understand. Without the fire and yang attributes of Yuan Qi, how could she condense the pill's efficacies? It's fine if she doesn't use a pill furnace, but this Yuan Qi's attribute isn't right. I'm not too sure. Does alchemy not require a burning power? Feng also shook his head. Although watching Xianxia perform alchemy was a huge gain, it also subverted their long-held understanding of alchemy, causing them to begin to doubt their own knowledge. Han Ruo, you seem to be deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, she said, Have you heard that there's a special physique in this world that is specially born for alchemy? A special physique? Duan's expression shook as he suddenly remembered. You mean sacred spirit medicine body? Hong Fong exclaimed. Yes, it is the sacred spirit medicine body. Kong Ruoyu stared at Xianning Chong with a burning gaze. This little girl may possess the sacred spirit medicine body. If that's the case, then it explains why she can perform alchemy without using a pill furnace or burning power. Duan nodded in agreement. As top alchemists, the several grandmasters had naturally heard of the sacred spirit medicine body and knew just how miraculous this special physique was. Comparing it with Xianning Chang's performance, they became more and more certain of their speculations. Boy, does your senior sister have a special physique? Chang Bao asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. No wonder. It turns out to be the legendary physique. The eyes of the several grandmasters became brighter as they stared at Xianning Chong, as if they were looking at the greatest treasure in the alchemy world, their expressions filled with warmth and friendliness. You senior sister and junior sister really know how to shock others. Duan smiled bitterly. This old master no longer has any confidence in his alchemy skills. And I also wonder if I've lived in vain for so long. He Feng also couldn't help sighing. But if we really compare, this junior isn't as good as this little girl. Hong Fong laughed. Both of them are refining saint-grade pills, but in terms of time, this little girl has the upper hand. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. Senior sister's attainments in alchemy have always been better than mine. No, junior brother seems to have only studied alchemy for a short time. He didn't even know how to perform alchemy before. Xiaoning Chong quickly waved his hand. You don't need to praise each other. Hurry up and continue refining. There's still 30 pills to refine today. Chong Bao couldn't wait to watch them again and urged them. But let's make it clear first. After being shocked by you, us old fellows won't be refining today, so as to avoid wasting herbs, He Feng added. Good. Today's 30 pills will be handed over to me and little senior sister. Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chong exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, no longer saying anything, and continued to immerse themselves in their alchemy. Time passed by. The 5 grandmasters had been gathered around Xiaoning Chong, not missing a single detail of her movements. Yang Kai was completely ignored. They had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for some time now, and now that Xiaoning Chong had joined them, naturally, they weren't willing to miss out on these new techniques. Yang Kai was also happy to see this, and Xiaoning Chong was even happier. She didn't have many saint-grade materials to practice with before, but now that she had come to 9 Heaven's Holy Land, she no longer needed to worry about materials, so she spared no effort in refining. On top of that, with her sacred spirit medicine body's special constitution, when she performed alchemy, the speed at which her strength improved was countless times faster than when she meditated. Xiaoning Chong herself had said before that alchemy was a form of cultivation, so she didn't feel tired at all. After busying herself for a long time, the 30 pills were finally refined. Yang Kai felt a little exhausted, but Xiaoning Chong was still full of energy, seemingly wanting to continue. Su Hui came forward and took the 30 pills, brought them out of the Holy Land, and handed them to the cultivator waiting outside the 9 peaks. The cultivator was full of praise, praising the Holy Land's grandmaster's methods. After 10 days of cultivation, the number of pills he could refine had actually skyrocketed. This made the people who were waiting in line to ask for pills extremely happy. The number of pills refined by the Holy Land's grandmasters increased every day, so the time they needed to wait became shorter. At this moment, Yang Kai, Xiaoning Chong, and the 5 grandmasters had all returned to their rooms, closed their eyes, and meditated, comprehending the day's gains. The next day, the same continued. It wasn't until 3 days later that the 5 grandmasters began to perform alchemy, sharing their own insights in the process. Inside the room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as one after another spirit grade and saint grade pills were produced, creating a pleasing scene. Chapter 922. Time flew by, and a month later, the Holy Land disciples, sent out by Su Hui to inquire about the situation, returned one after another. After listening to their reports, Great Elder also faintly realized that something had happened in this world and immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court to request an audience with Xianxia. Xianxia had also been waiting for this day to come, so he had not gone to perform alchemy. Inside the hall, Su Hui said with a strange expression, "Holy Master, the disciples we sent out recently discovered a very strange phenomenon after a month of traveling and inquiring about the various major events that occurred along the way." What? Many entrances to different mysterious small worlds suddenly appeared throughout the world. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. After the opening of the Holy Tomb, the opening of the Star Field, and the appearance of an entrance to a mysterious small world 2,000 kilometers away, Xianxia faintly had a bad feeling in his heart, which was why he had asked Su Hui to send out disciples to investigate. The results of this investigation were basically the same as what he had guessed, making him feel a little uneasy. Su Hui continued. After the disciples' investigation, they found that the entrances to these mysterious small worlds all opened at the same time, all by themselves. During this time, all the cultivators in the world have fallen into a frenzy of entering these mysterious small worlds in search of treasures. Countless people have entered and exited these mysterious small worlds one after another. But according to the disciples, most of these mysterious small worlds are empty and devoid of life. Occasionally, one or two of these mysterious small worlds do contain ancient ruins and treasures. Did you find out when these entrances opened? Su Hui nodded. It seems to have been about a month and a half ago. A month and a half. This further confirmed the suspicions in Xianxia's heart. This was when Xianxia rescued Meng Wuxia and Xianxia. Could the strange space where great demon god's soul clone was located really be related to these mysterious small worlds? Great demon god had said that this place was the center of the entire world, and if it was destroyed, unimaginable events would occur. Could he be referring to the current situation when he said that? It was precisely because this place was the center of the world that, after it was destroyed, the mysterious small worlds hidden all over the world were able to reappear. However, this didn't seem to be a bad thing. Why was the great demonic god's divine clone so cautious? Moreover, the tone of his voice at that time was as if a great disaster was about to befall, which made Xianxia very concerned. Seeing Xianxia's expression fluctuating, Su Hui didn't dare to say anything and simply stood aside, waiting for further instructions. After a long time, Great Elder tentatively asked, "Holy Master, should our Holy Land also search for mysterious small worlds? Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The disciples have been cultivating for a while now, so it's time for them to go out and walk around." Xianxia looked up at him, pondered for a moment, then suddenly nodded. "Good. The Holy Land's disciples can go out at will to explore this mysterious small world, but I want them to help me keep track of some news. Saint Lord, please instruct me. If any mysterious small world appears in the central capital, Ash Gray Cloud Evil Land, or Tianlang Dynasty, report it immediately. Don't delay." Yes. Su Hui didn't ask much about the significance of these places. Just by looking at Xianxia's expression, he knew these places must be very important to him. "Also, help me find Wizard Tribulation. Tell him I have something I need his help with." Xianxia ordered again. Only then did the Grand Elder depart respectfully. Sitting on a chair in the hall, Xianxia's mood fluctuated. Although this time's events were unexpected, perhaps it was an opportunity to return to the central capital. For a long time, he had been very worried about his relatives in the central capital, but he had never been able to find a way back. In the past, he had wandered around aimlessly and his strength was low. But now that he had finally settled down and grasped a huge amount of power in his hands, he naturally wanted to bring his family and friends here so that they could enjoy a better cultivation environment. This time, the entrances to all the hidden, mysterious small worlds across the continent had all opened on their own, and some of these entrances would definitely lead to the world he came from. Because the central capital, strictly speaking, was also a mysterious small world. However, it was slightly different from other mysterious small worlds, as the central capital's world was much larger. If some saint realm master with bad intentions headed to the central capital, with the heritage of the 8 great families, they would not be able to resist. He had to find a way back as soon as possible and return to the central capital one step ahead of everyone else. An hour later, Wizard Tribulation hurried over. Xianxia asked him to use the current strength of Netherworld Sect to help him keep an eye out for news from the central capital. Wizard Tribulation readily agreed and hurried back to deploy his forces. Since establishing a relationship with Xianxia, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld Sect had become much smoother, so he naturally would not refuse Xianxia's request. After doing all this, Xianxia gave some instructions to Xianxia before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle alone, transforming into a streak of blue light and disappearing into the 9 peaks. A day later, he appeared in Soaring Heaven Sect. Inside Serene Resplendent Peak, he found Feiyu Martial Ant and asked her to use the power of Soaring Heaven Sect to help him keep an eye out for news. Without much delay, Xianxia left again. 2 days later, Dragon Phoenix Palace. Inside Dragon Pavilion, Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor, sat cross-legged, cultivating the most precious secret martial skills of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Since Sun Yu successfully entered the Dragon Valley restricted area a few years ago and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, he had become the most eye-catching existence in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Palace Master Chen Zhou and the elders also regarded him as the greatest hope for revitalizing the sect, providing him with the best cultivation environment and abundant materials. It had been a year and a half since he safely escaped from Dragon Valley, and during this time, Sun Yu's cultivation had made some progress, but it was not enough to satisfy him. Because when Sun Yu entered Dragon Valley, it took him 2 years to soar from the Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, crossing an entire great realm. But now, after a year and a half, he had only reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, making his progress somewhat disappointing. However, because of his identity as the Dragon Emperor, the Palace Master and the elders did not say much and simply waited patiently for him to soar to the heavens. Only Sun Yu knew in his heart that the real Dragon Emperor was someone else. During the 2 years he spent in Dragon Valley, his strength had grown rapidly because of the guidance of that senior. More than a year after that senior left, Sun Yu had diligently cultivated, but the only thing he could do was ensure that his strength grew faster than others. However, this kind of speed had undoubtedly disappointed the Palace Master and his master. Coupled with the fact that the Palace Master had been constantly trying to help him find the Phoenix Empress, Sun Yu was so annoyed that he could only enter secluded retreat. The search for the Phoenix Empress was thus put on hold. While meditating, Sun Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him, and the aura in the room also changed. Opening his eyes, Sun Yu shouted, "Who is it?" A person was standing in front of him, looking at him with an amiable smile as he praised, "Your vigilance is not bad. It seems you've grown quite a bit." Hearing this person's voice and looking at his physique and appearance, Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly got up and called out, "Senior Yang?" Xianxia gently nodded. "Why are you here? When did you arrive?" Sun Yu was extremely excited as he rushed over to Xianxia and asked. "I just arrived." Xianxia replied casually, "Speak softly. There are 2 transcendents guarding this place outside." Sun Yu glanced outside and couldn't help shrinking his neck, lowering his voice as he politely brought over a chair. "Senior Yang, please sit." After Xianxia sat down, Sun Yu respectfully poured him a glass of water before standing to the side and looking at him with a smile, as if he had just seen the person closest to him. Sweeping Sun Yu with his divine sense, Xianxia gently nodded. "Your cultivation has progressed quite well. You've been cultivating hard this time, right?" Sun Yu's expression became bitter as he said, "Senior Yang, please don't make fun of me. This progress may be very good compared to the average person, but compared to the expectations Palace Master and Master have placed on me, it's far from enough. Moreover, I'm not satisfied with it. Don't worry, strength is something you grow slowly. Senior Yang, when can you explain everything to Palace Master? I've been under a lot of pressure lately, Sun Yu said with a bitter expression. I understand, Yang Kai nodded, but now is not the time. Sun Yu had suddenly changed from an ordinary disciple to the hope of the entire sect. Perhaps at the very beginning, Sun Yu would have been secretly delighted, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. But after he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders, he understood what it meant to not be in a position where one should not be in a position where one should not be. Being under a lot of pressure was normal. Wait a while, Yang Kai comforted. He planned to wait until he found Su Yin and brought her back to inherit the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest before explaining this matter to Dragon Phoenix Palace's people. When the time came, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress would both appear. Presumably, they would be happy to accept. Then, what business does Senior Yang have with us this time? There is indeed something I need your help with. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he explained to Sun Yu about his request to the wizard Jie and his marshal Aunt Feiyu. Sun Yu naturally did not refuse. Half a day later, under the command of Palace Master Qin Zhou, many of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elites were dispatched from all directions. Yang Kai bid farewell to Sun Yu and left Dragon Phoenix Palace. Standing atop the Flying Heavens shuttle, he released his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. Yang Kai had used all the connections he could to inquire about news from the central capital as soon as possible. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to go to Water Spirit Temple again, but after thinking about it, Shui Ling knew his origins. If they really did find the entrance to the central capital, Shui Ling would send someone to deliver the news to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even if he didn't say anything. Flying at a high speed, Yang Kai released his divine sense. Once he detected any void force fluctuations nearby, he would immediately investigate to see if there was an entrance to a mysterious small world. If there was, he would enter directly and see if this mysterious small world was his home. Disappointment after disappointment and emptiness after emptiness made Yang Kai extremely anxious. The central capital's 8 great families were second to none, but compared to Tongxian Realm, they were nothing. If some great force really did find this place and set their sights on it, it was likely they would make a big fuss. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Is there something else, Great Elder? Su Hui had just reported to Yang Kai the news his disciples had gathered, but now he had hurriedly returned. Obviously, there was something he needed to report. Holy Master, there are 2 women outside who want to see you. Su Hui carefully glanced at Xia Ningcheng's expression before lightly coughing and reporting. Women? Yang Kai frowned. What kind of women? And very beautiful and very young. Su Hui didn't hesitate to ask. Su Hui didn't even blink as he reported bluntly. He spoke in a serious tone, clearly thinking that these 2 women were Yang Kai's love debts from outside and were now looking for him. Xianing Chong also thought the same and couldn't help smiling, her beautiful eyes faintly staring towards Yang Kai as she whispered, Junior brother, I'll return to my room first. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he righteously said, I don't know any beautiful young women outside. Are they Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu from Bold Independent Union? When those 2 came to the Holy Land last time, Great Elder also saw them. Not them. Su Hui shook his head, his eyes lighting up as he said, Right, those 2 girls should be twins. They look the same, but their temperaments are somewhat different. One is charming, while the other is like a fairy. And both of them are rare beauties. From his expression, it seemed Yang Kai's luck with women wasn't shallow. Obviously, he had determined that these 2 women had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stood up and muttered, Twins. Su didn't know why Yang Kai's reaction was so strong and stared at him in amazement before continuing. And according to this old master's observation, these two girls should be cultivating some kind of special secret art. Their life auras are exactly the same. Even the auras they exude are exactly the same. As for their strength, they should be around the first order transcendent realm, but they give off a feeling that they can't be ignored. It's really a bit strange. Even if they're twins, their life auras and auras shouldn't be the same. Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened, and a strange light flashed across his eyes, while Xianxia also stopped in her tracks, covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and joy. The senior sister and junior brother glanced at each other, and both thought of the same possibility. Were they? Yang Kai quickly asked, releasing his divine sense at the same time. Just outside the mountain peak. Take me to them. I'll go too, Xianxia hurriedly said. Su Hui was speechless as he stood in place, secretly feeling anxious for Yang Kai, wondering if this senior sister of the Holy Master was planning to embarrass these two women. But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she would do such a thing. What are you gawking for? Yang Kai shouted before flying off with Xianxia. Su Hui braced himself and followed, secretly deciding that if these women started fighting, he would immediately run away and leave the Holy Master to deal with. Good luck with women wasn't easy to enjoy. Su Hui, as an experienced man, naturally knew how terrifying a woman could be once she started making a scene. Outside the 9 peaks, 2 women with graceful figures were quietly standing there. Both of them were outstanding beauties with ample breasts and graceful waists. However, their temperaments were different. The one on the left had a charming expression, while the one on the right was a little more lively. When the two of them stood together, they couldn't help but give birth to a kind of captivating visual impact. The several Holy Land disciples guarding this place constantly stole glances at these 2 women, secretly marveling at their stunning beauty. None of them dared to stare too excessively, from time to time taking advantage of the 2 women's distraction to sneak a peek. Elder sister, these people are really annoying. They keep stealing glances. The woman on the right pursed her red lips and whispered softly into the ear of the woman on the left. Don't pay attention to them. The woman on the left shook her head and smiled. Can't they just steal a few glances? In any case, it's not like they'll lose anything. All men are like this. There are many more people who are more annoying than them. But that person is different. That person. The elder sister's face also became dignified, revealing a look of reminiscence. That person has been gone for more than 10 years without any news. I wonder if the person here is him. I think so. The elder sister glanced over at her younger sister and sneered. Although I also hope so, I still feel like it's impossible. According to others, this 9 heavens Holy Land's Holy Master is a 3rd order transcendent. The 2 of us sisters have only been able to reach our current cultivation because we obtained a supreme inheritance. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to increase his cultivation faster than us. With the 2 of us working together, our cultivation speed is twice that of an ordinary person. Elder sister, have you forgotten all the miracles he created in the central capital and War City? Anything that is impossible is possible with him. I hope so. But if it really is him, how could he become the master of this place in just 10 short years? This kind of force is not something the 8 great families can compare with. The elder sister sighed. Although she still held out some hope, she still felt it was somewhat unrealistic. I wonder what the situation with the sect is like. The younger sister wore a worried look. No matter what happens over there, we can't go back now. Our only hope is to find him quickly and ask him to think of a way. Someone's coming. While speaking, the elder sister raised her head and looked into the distance, just in time to see 3 figures rushing towards them. The speed of these 3 people was extremely fast, so even with her current cultivation, all she could see was a series of afterimages. When the 3 people landed in front of them, the beautiful eyes of the 2 sisters lit up. They couldn't believe their eyes, but they also felt relieved as they looked in front of them. Disciple greets Holy Master, greets Great Elder. The Holy Land disciple guarding this place respectfully saluted. Great Elder waved his hand, but didn't say anything, simply standing behind Xianxia and observing his expression. He found that when he saw these two girls, the Holy Master smiled, and although it was silent, it was obvious he was reuniting with an old friend. It really is you. Xianxia also covered her mouth and exclaimed. Xianxia. The two sisters also seemed to be a little too excited and shouted in unison. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the Great Elder, they rushed over and gave Xianxia a big hug. Their movements were so orderly that it was as if they were the same person, hugging left and right. Their tender bodies were soft to the extreme, and their breasts were shockingly flexible. Kaiyang stood there at a loss, obviously also stunned. Too enthusiastic. After not seeing each other for 10 years, these two sisters had become so enthusiastic, even taking the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, making Xianxia feel overwhelmed. Xianxia just stood to the side and chuckled, not seeming to mind at all. Great Elder looked up at the sky with a focused expression, as if there was a great mystery in the sky. Chapter 924. Outside the Nine Peaks, Xianxia held two identical beauties in his arms, and a young senior sister with a veil covering her face stood next to him. The Holy Land disciple in charge of guarding this place stared at Xianxia with wide eyes, a look of admiration and envy filling his face as he thought to himself, Holy Master is truly a holy master. Even such beautiful sisters have been conquered by him. He really is a role model for all men. That's enough. What are you two doing? Xianxia was almost out of breath from being hugged so tightly, and the amazing softness of their chests made him restless for a moment. So he quickly touched the waists of the two women. The two sisters released him and glared at him while gnashing their teeth. What? Xianxia looked vigilant. It was you who delivered yourself to me, not me who wanted to take advantage of you. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still so annoying. The charming woman snorted. We've been worried about your safety all these years, but it turns out you've already become a holy master here. We've been worried about you for so long in vain. Are you worried about me? Xianxia looked at them in amazement. Then I'm really honored. I'm not. It's Mayor who keeps talking about you. The woman blushed and denied. Elder sister has. No. Okay. Don't quarrel as soon as you see each other. Let's go inside and talk. Xianxia also recovered and said. Xianxia grinned and beckoned to the two sisters. Come with me. Since you're already here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. I won't. The elder sister snorted and pulled her younger sister along with Xianxia, taking the lead into the Nine Peaks. Xianxia shook his head with a smile as he stared at their backs, his expression gradually becoming serious. The two sisters were none other than the Hu sisters of Blood Battle Gang, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. Because Xianxia had been inquiring about the central capital during this time, when he heard the great Chief Chalk report that a pair of twins had come to see him, the figures of the Hu sisters involuntarily appeared in his mind. The words of the great Chalk elder after that also confirmed his guess. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Xianxia and Su Yan had obtained the final inheritance, which was Dragon Phoenix Palaces. However, the Hu sisters also had their own opportunities and obtained a set of twin chi-shared branches divine technique. After cultivating this technique, their life, aura, and energy waves would be exactly the same. Since they had appeared here, it meant that the central capital and Tongxian realm had really been connected. Perhaps something had happened that made him worried. Holy Master, those two girls. Su Hui stammered, wanting to inquire about the origins of the twins and their relationship with Xianxia, but also feeling that he was being too nosy. It's not what you think. Xianxia glanced at him. Subordinate understands, Su Hui nodded quickly. After entering the Nine Peaks, the two sisters looked around as they walked, constantly exclaiming in amazement. Nine Heavens Holy Land was a top force even in Tongxian realm, and the scenery inside the nine peaks was pleasant and the world energy aura was rich. The central capital simply couldn't compare. When they arrived here, they immediately felt as if their horizons had been broadened. The two sisters were like two village girls who had entered a bustling city. It was too much for their eyes to take in. In the Holy Master Court, Xianxia arranged for the two sisters to sit down while Yang Kai personally poured them a cup of tea. And Ling also served them a plate of rare spirit fruits. The Hu sisters seemed to have not had a good rest for a long time. Their pretty faces filled with exhaustion and their strength had been greatly consumed. Smelling the fragrance of these spirit fruits, they couldn't help feeling hungry. Hu Jiao unceremoniously picked up two fruits and handed one to Hu Mei before taking a big bite. Yang Kai and Xianxia sat next to the two sisters, waiting for them to recover. After eating several spirit fruits, the two sisters seemed to have recovered, and Yang Kai asked, "Looking at how travel-worn you are, have you been traveling for a long time?" The Hu sisters nodded together. "About 3 months." Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "You've worked hard." The two of them were now first-order transcendents, so traveling for 3 months had consumed a great deal of their strength, so it was inevitable they would feel exhausted. "Yang Kai, you have to hurry back to the central capital. Something may have happened there." Hu Jiao suddenly frowned and said anxiously, "I know." Yang Kai gently nodded. "You know." The Hu sisters looked at him in amazement. "To be honest, some things have happened here recently. I've been looking for a way back, but haven't been able to find it. It just so happens that you came here today. So tell me in detail, how did you get here?" The Hu sisters glanced at each other before Hu Jiao said, "Do you remember the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened? That was one of my Hu family's mines." "Of course I remember." Yang Kai nodded. "About 3 or 4 months ago, some strange phenomena suddenly appeared there." After listening to Hu Jiao's story, Yang Kai understood why the two sisters had come to Tongxian realm and why they had traveled so far to find Nine Heavens Holy Land. 3 or 4 months ago, in the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared, a dark cave suddenly appeared. The Hu sisters received a report from a disciple and went together to investigate. Because in today's blood battle gang, or even the entire world, the Hu sisters' strength was considered top-notch. It was precisely because they had some confidence in their own strength that the Hu sisters were not afraid of danger. They entered the pitch-black cave, intending to carefully investigate what was inside. After all, the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared there, and they mistakenly thought that the cave was similar to the Heaven's Cave inheritance. But they didn't know that it was the entrance to the Void Corridor that led to Tongxian Realm. In a moment of carelessness, they had arrived in Tongxian Realm. The two sisters investigated the surroundings for 2 days and found that the world here was completely different from what they had imagined. There were actually many traces of cultivator activity, and among those cultivator, there were many masters that even they couldn't see through. They immediately understood that they had come to an extraordinary place. Just as they were about to return to Blood Battle Gang, they were shocked to find that the entrance they had come through had been surrounded by cultivator activity from another force. That force had countless masters, and the two sisters were alone, so they couldn't get close. Once they got close, they would be intimidated and forced to retreat. As a last resort, the two sisters could only stay nearby and see if they could find a chance to return. But they were unable to do so. At this time, they remembered Yang Kai, who had left the central capital 10 years ago, and with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one. They inquired about Yang Kai, wanting to know if he was also in this world, and if so, if there was any way to return to the central capital. They didn't have much hope, but when they asked, they found out the truth. In today's world, the prestige of Nine Heavens Holy Land was unparalleled, and the name of the Holy Master, Yang Kai, was widely known. After some inquiries, they discovered that the age and appearance of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land was very similar to the one they knew, so they hurried over to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The reason why the two sisters were so excited and enthusiastic when they saw Xianxia was entirely because this Xianxia really was the one they knew. The burden that had been hanging in their hearts for several months suddenly fell to the ground, causing them to lose their composure. I didn't expect you to really be the holy master of this place, but now it's easy. Since you're in charge of the Holy Land, you must have the ability to communicate with that force and prevent them from harming Blood Battle Gang and the central capital, right? Hu Jiao looked eagerly at Xianxia, pinning all her hopes on him. Do you remember where you came from? What's the name of the force that drove you away? I don't remember where we came from. Hu Jiao slowly shook her head. This place is too big, but I heard from a nearby cultivator that the force we encountered was called free and unfettered. Free and unfettered? Xianxia frowned, vaguely feeling that he had heard this name before. That place isn't close. Ling, who had been sitting nearby and listening, interjected, "These two girls should have taken a detour, otherwise they should have been able to reach my holy land within 2 months. Do you know this force?" Xianxia turned his eyes to her. Ling pursed her lips and smiled. The saintess' knowledge is very diverse, naturally including the strength of the world's forces and their geographical distribution. This free and unfettered force isn't weak. It has several saint realm masters, the most powerful of which should be a second-order saint. That means it's on par with my holy land. You could say that. And Ling smiled and nodded. However, in terms of reputation and prestige, it naturally can't be compared to the current holy land, but still can't be underestimated. Listening to her, the Hu sisters' expressions became dignified. In their opinion, this Nine Heavens Holy Land was already quite tyrannical, but it could only fight to a draw with the free and unfettered force. They didn't know if they could rely on the strength of this place to resolve the crisis in the central capital. That depends on whether they are sensible or not. If they are, I will naturally treat them well, but if they are not, then what will you do? Just wait and see. Xianxia grinned, a cold light flashing across his eyes, as sharp as a sword. The beautiful eyes of the Hu sisters shone with extraordinary splendor. This man is still as strong as he was in the past. Anyone who dared to underestimate or oppose him would pay a heavy price. The two sisters' hearts instantly relaxed, secretly thinking that as long as Xianxia took action, they would no longer have to worry about the situation in their sect. A divine sense spread out from Xianxia's knowledge. And a moment later, the sound of fluttering robes rang out outside the hall. The Holy Land's 6 Chalk elders and the 4 great commanders of the ancient demon clan all appeared. "Holy Master! Master!" Everyone saluted as they stared solemnly towards Xianxia. They didn't know why he had summoned all the elders of the Holy Land, but they could faintly smell an unusual aura. Feeling the tyrannical strength of these 10 people, the Hu sisters didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the central capital, their strength was top-notch, and when the sisters joined forces, they could be said to be invincible, but at this moment, they were shocked to discover that none of the people standing here was someone they could resist. While they were shocked, they also felt inspired by the power Xianxia had grasped. Chapter 925. Master, is there a reason you have summoned us all here today? Inside the hall, Li Rong asked while sizing up the Hu sisters, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. With her strength, she could naturally see that although the strength of these 2 sisters was not high, the secret art they cultivated was quite strange. Even if they were twins, there shouldn't be no difference between their vital signs and auras. The other Saint Realm experts also noticed this interesting phenomenon, and all of them took a few more glances at the Hu sisters. "I'm going out." Xianxia swept his eyes over the crowd and said casually, "Li Rong and Han Fei will come with me." The 2 great commanders of the ancient demon clan nodded. "In addition, I need an elder who is familiar with the way to lead the way." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he turned his eyes to the 6 elders. Which one of you knows the way to the free and unfettered? Subordinate knows. Shikuan stepped forward. Then Elder Shikuan will also come with me. Everyone else will remain in the Holy Land. Holy Master, is there some kind of dispute between you and the free and unfettered? Suhui frowned and asked. Yang Kai's expression and tone were somewhat different from usual, causing Suhui to feel that something was wrong. There's no dispute, but there may be, so I need to take a few masters with me. Then Subordinate will also. Great Elder, you don't need to go. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting. There needs to be someone in the Holy Land, so you should stay here and deal with the situation here. Suhui thought about it for a moment and felt that Yang Kai was right, so he didn't insist. Little senior sister, you should also stay. Yang Kai turned to Xianxia. Treasurer Meng may return soon. I won't go, I'll stay here and perform alchemy while waiting for Master. Xianxia nodded obediently. We want to go, the Hu sisters said in unison. Yang Kai looked at them and noticed the determination in their eyes, nodding lightly. Only then did Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er smile. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Yang Kai waved his hand and walked out without delay. Outside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai gave a few simple instructions to the elders and great elders before summoning the Flying Heaven shuttle. After the group of 6 people boarded it, the shuttle turned into a blue light that instantly disappeared. The shuttle of Flying Apsara was about 30 feet long, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to carry 7 or 8 people. Moreover, because the shuttle of Flying Apsara was equipped with a defensive barrier, no matter how fast it flew, it wouldn't feel the wind blowing against it. However, Yang Kai's heavens, Yang's was as Yang, and the holy heavens elders in Yang. The elders, and the elders, elders and elders, and elders and elders and elders was a sect. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the Hu sisters' origins and the purpose of this trip to the free and unfettered. Li Rong and Han Fei finally understood why Yang Kai was being so cautious. Yang Kai grew up in the central capital, so Yang Kai naturally had special feelings for it. Now that all the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened, the free and unfettered elders who entered the central capital's world might not take advantage of it. If they relied on their strength and didn't put the central capital's cultivator in their eyes, they might oppress and enslave the cultivator there. Yang Kai's friends and family were there, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? During the flight, Shikuan glanced back from time to time with a strange look on his face. Elder Shikuan, do you have something to say? Yang Kai couldn't help asking when he saw Shikuan's hesitant look. Shikuan smiled and said, It's nothing. I just feel that the auras of these 2 girls are very similar. Oh, that's because they cultivate a special secret art. So that's how it is. Shikuan scratched his head. But if Holy Master hadn't said so, I'm afraid I would have thought the 2 of them were from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Twin Spirit Pavilion? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering the name of this great force. The last time he was in Dragon Phoenix Palace, when Sun Yu had come out of Dragon Valley, his master Ling Jian had told him to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a while, saying that Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship. Senior, why do you think we're from Twin Spirit Pavilion? Hu Jiao Er asked. Because in Twin Spirit Pavilion, there are many twins like you, Shikuan explained with a smile. Shikuan smiled and explained, This faction is very special. The disciples they take in are all twins, without exception. Although there aren't many of them, because of the special cultivation method they cultivate, if sisters or brothers join forces, they can often fight above their level. When they cultivate to the extreme, their life, aura, and energy fluctuations will gradually transform into the same, but not as thoroughly as you 2. The 2 of you are basically indistinguishable from each other. When I was young, I went out for life experience and once met a pair of brothers from Twin Spirit Pavilion, so I had some understanding of that place, so I thought you were from there. We've never heard of it. Hu Jiao Er shook her head and shook her head. The 2 of them had been here for a few months and had been constantly on the move, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai's eyes, on the other hand, lit up and after a moment of hesitation asked, Elder Shi Kun, was Twin Spirit Pavilion very powerful in the past? It wasn't very powerful. Although there were Saint Realm Masters in Twin Spirit Pavilion, their strength wasn't very high. Oh right, that pair of brothers said that a long, long time ago, Twin Spirit Pavilion was indeed a great sect, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, its inheritance was severed and it slowly declined. What they said was true, but who knows if they were telling the truth. Their inheritance was severed. Hu Jiao Air exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing, apparently thinking of something. Yang Kai also had a rough idea. He was basically certain that the twin Shi shared spirit divine art, the whose sisters cultivated, should have originated from Twin Spirit Pavilion. The situation of the two of them was similar to his and Su Yan's, both having obtained inheritances from long ago. If this was the case, then there was a reason why Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always been on good terms. The two sects were both top forces a long time ago and had a good relationship, but now that their inheritances were severed and they had both declined, it was only natural for them to share the same fate. If there's a chance, I'll have to visit this Twin Spirit Pavilion, Hu Jiao Air whispered, obviously curious about this Twin Spirit Pavilion. After we're done with the central capital, I'll take you there, Yang Kai said. And Hu Jiao Air nodded, suddenly moving her head closer and whispering into Yang Kai's ear. By the way, Yang Kai, these people you brought with you were their cultivations. Why can I sense their depths? Saint Realm. Saint Realm. The Hu sisters stared at him in amazement. Above the transcendent realm is the Saint Realm. Li Rong interjected with a smile. You two are now first-order transcendents, and it seems you're about to reach the second order. Above that is the third order, and above that is the Saint Realm. It seems that the world master came from didn't have any Saint Realm masters. Don't mention it. 10 years ago, they didn't even know what the transcendent realm was. They only called it the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai also blushed with shame. What about those above the Saint Realm? Humayer's beautiful eyes widened as she asked curiously. Above the Saint Realm, Li Rong and Yang Kai glanced at each other and slowly shook their heads, Li Rong smiling and saying, I don't know. No one has ever reached the Saint Realm. The Hu sisters fell silent. It was as if the existence of the Saint Realm had given them a huge shock, causing them to slowly digest the information they had just heard and try to integrate themselves into this world. In the central capital, when the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible, but as soon as they arrived here, they were shocked to discover that there were many masters they were no match for. This change in their perception of the strong and the weak had a huge impact on their perception. They had no choice but to re-examine themselves in Tongxian realm. As they flew, most of the time, everyone remained silent. Yang Kai asked Shi Kun about the free and unfettered carefully. 2 days later, the Flying Heavens shuttle came to a stop midair, and Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation around them. Hu Jiao Air suddenly called out, I remember the town below us. Mei Air and I only walked for 2 days before arriving here. Which way should we go now? Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiao Air looked around carefully and pointed in a certain direction. This way. The blue light flashed again. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw the entrance to a void corridor in the distance, about a dozen meters above the ground. Near the entrance to the void corridor, many cultivators were standing guard, guarding the entrance while remaining vigilant. Once someone tried to approach, they would immediately chase them away. It's here. Humayer bit her red lips and whispered, Elder sister and I came from here. Yang Kai gently nodded and controlled the Flying Heavens shuttle to descend. The group of 6 strode towards the entrance. Master, there are 5 Saint Realm Masters guarding this place, but they are only first-order cultivators. There is nothing to be afraid of. Li Rong spread out her divine sense and instantly understood the number and realm of masters here. It seems that it's not just the free and unfettered sect here. Shi Kun said thoughtfully, they should have found some helpers. It seems that there are at least 3 forces involved. Yang Kai nodded. The central capital is a big piece of meat. One family can't eat it all. What should we do? Li Rong asked in a low voice. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. Yang Kai quickly said. The arrival of the 6 people had obviously attracted the attention of the cultivators, all of them staring at Yang Kai and the others. Among the cultivators scattered around, 5 of them had their eyes flashing and were secretly condensing their strength, ready to attack at any time. One of them pondered for a moment before slowly walking out and blocking Yang Kai and the others, raising his hand and shouting, Halt! This is the small sealed world discovered by the free and unfettered sect. Your Excellency, please explore elsewhere. Because all the entrances to the small sealed world had opened during this time, almost every force and cultivator was exploring and trying their luck. Often, the first sect to discover a small sealed world would send disciples to guard the entrance, preventing outsiders from approaching. The powerful forces naturally wanted to monopolize the benefits of the small sealed world, and the free and unfettered sect had this ability. He didn't know what was wrong with this Yuchun, but after learning Yang Kai's identity, he seemed to be targeting the Holy Master, which made him very unhappy. Of course I remember. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the Holy Land was also blessed by your religion master. Before my Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster became famous, it was lively for a while. What do you mean by that? Yuchun's face changed slightly as he shook his head. I don't understand. You know what I mean? Yang Kai smiled coldly. In the past, the Holy Land had many strange cultivator loitering around the 9 peaks in an attempt to find secret treasures, so it was obvious that someone was behind all of this. Yang Kai suspected that Wu Zheng was behind this, and seeing Yu Chun's expression at this moment, he immediately confirmed his guess. However, this was a small matter, so Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue it. Yu Chun seemed to feel that there was no need to discuss this issue any further, so he glanced sideways at Yang Kai and asked, Then dare I ask, Yang Shengzhu, why did you bring your Holy Land's elder to my free and unfettered? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this woman should be a demon, right? A demon? The cultivator guarding the entrance to the void corridor suddenly paled, all of them turning their eyes to Li Rong. Yu Chun laughed loudly. Yang Xingzhu's courage is quite big. Colluding with evil demons is one thing. But he actually dares to bring a demon with him. Does he really think there is no one in my human race that can stand up to him? Following his shout, the other 4 Saint Realm Masters also wore unfriendly expressions. Humans and demons were irreconcilable enemies. Regardless of whether they had any grudges with Li Rong or not, upon seeing a demon in human territory, their first thought was to kill her. Yang Kai's expression became impatient as he shouted, I didn't come here to embarrass you. I just want to enter this entrance. You think we can enter just because you say so? Yu Chun waved his hand. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Not to mention my free and unfettered sect isn't afraid of your 9 heavens holy land. Isn't Yang Shengzhu too arrogant? Whether you're afraid or not has nothing to do with me. I'm going in now. If you dare stop me, I'll take action. Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking a step forward and walking straight towards the void corridor. Yu Chun's expression became cold as he signaled to the other 4 Saint Realm Masters. The 5 of them all stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Kai, pushing their strength as one of them shouted, Yang Shengzhu, if you dare take another step forward, don't blame us for. Halfway through his sentence, Yu Chun's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, as if there was an invisible hand pinching his throat, causing him to be unable to make a sound. His entire body trembled, and sweat dripped down his forehead. Chapter 9:27. At the entrance to the void corridor, one by one, Storm Hall's disciples were escorted out, their eyes dim, each of them wearing a look of extreme shame and humiliation. The free and unfettered cultivator stood in front of Yu Chun and made a report, but when he found that Elder Yu didn't respond at all, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Did your religion master say that?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the disciple. "Who are you?" The disciple glanced over at Yang Kai and found him unfamiliar, frowning as he asked. Yang Kai grinned. "It doesn't matter who I am. Let me ask you, did your religion master instruct you to arrange for this group of people? And what's the problem?" This group of barbarians was quite dishonest and actually tried to resist, but after killing a few of them, they had no choice but to cooperate. The disciple replied matter-of-factly. When he saw Yang Kai standing here, he thought he was a guest of the spirit religion, so naturally he would speak as if it was one. "Good." Yang Kai nodded lightly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. "Master," seemingly feeling his murderous intent, Li Rong's face also became cold as she called out inquisitively. "Kill them all," Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded lightly, not saying a word as a monstrous demonic qi gushed out from their bodies, causing the world around them to suddenly become pitch black without a trace of light. In that instant, everyone felt a strong sense of death flowing through their hearts. At the same time, there was also a kind of coldness that penetrated their hearts. No sounds of fighting could be heard, nor were there any screams or cries of alarm. In a short 10 breaths of time, when the darkness that had shrouded the world dissipated and light returned, all the cultivators who were related to free and unfettered Spirit Temple were frozen in place, all of their vitality drained away, each of them staring with wide, bloodshot eyes, as if they had seen something horrifying before they died. The 5 First Order Saint Realm cultivators were relatively stronger, and even though they were imprisoned by Li Rong's aura, they did not immediately die. Yu Chun stared at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth, and said, "How dare you?" It was only at this moment that he realized how vicious Yang Kai was. Once there was a disagreement, he would immediately kill without leaving any leeway. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out as the 5 Saint Realm Masters were covered in ice crystals and turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Han Fei snapped her fingers, and the 5 lifelike ice sculptures exploded, transforming into 5 fluorescent lights that scattered across the surrounding area. The disciples of Stormhouse who came out of the void corridor were scared silly, and all of them looked at this inconceivable scene with pale faces. They were fully aware of the strength of the cultivator who had captured them. However, these seemingly invincible enemies were actually powerless in front of the other cultivators. They were crushed to death like ants. Then what kind of heaven-defying and earth-shattering cultivation did these people have? While they were frightened, they were also excited as they all turned to look at Yang Kai's group. Soon, many of the Stormhouse disciples' eyes flashed with surprise. "It's the 2 Hu family sisters. Are they the helpers they found?" "Hey." The man leading them looks familiar. "Yes, I also think he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before." A burst of whispers began to spread among the Stormhouse disciples. Some of them began to vigorously call out to the Hu sisters, thanking them profusely. Many of them also began to look at Kai Yang suspiciously. Some of them had already recognized his identity, causing a storm to rise in their hearts. Somewhere on the ground, Du Yishuang supported Feng Ziki and slowly stood up. The disciples were holding thorny whips in their hands, constantly lashing out at the several old elders, causing their skin to split open. In the middle of these elders was a young man. The treatment of this young man seemed to be somewhat different from the others. Not only was his strength imprisoned, but his body was also tied up. His body was riddled with scars, and he sat paralyzed on the ground, staring at the free and unfettered disciples with hatred in his eyes. His eyes were red, but he was powerless to resist. "Sassafras," Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know why this young man was being treated like this, he didn't say anything. Pushing his strength, a brilliant spear appeared in his hand, and he fiercely threw it downwards. Asterisk Shio. Asterisk, a whistling sound rang out as the heaven-punishing spear directly pierced through the body of one of the free and unfettered disciples who was whipping the high heaven pavilion elder. The violent force from the spear blew his body apart, sending it flying in all directions. His companions who were standing next to him couldn't dodge in time and were all riddled with holes, blood gushing out of their bodies as they fell to the ground dead. The clamor suddenly died down as countless pairs of eyes looked up at the same time. Deep in the night, the moon shone like a silver plate. In front of this bright moon, a figure stood, the wind howling around him causing his clothes to flutter in the wind, his body exuding a terrifying chill. "Who goes there?" A loud shout rang out as several transcendent realm cultivator flew up into the air, shouting as they charged towards Yang Kai. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk a few muffled sounds rang out as the several transcendents who had flown over were severely injured and fell to the ground, all of them dying inexplicably. Inside the void corridor, Fong Ziki took the lead and appeared behind Yang Kai, the power in his body exploding as he roared towards the heavens. "Yang Kai is back. Brothers and sisters, kill these bastards for me." As he shouted, he had already sent out a series of martial skills towards the nearby enemies. One figure after another appeared from the void corridor and followed behind Fong Ziji. Like frenzied beasts, they launched suicidal attacks at Fong Ziji. Yang Kai is back. The cultivator from the three sects was stunned for a moment, only waking up when the two sides began fighting, all of them turning their burning gazes towards the sky, wanting to confirm with their own eyes whether or not this person was Yang Kai, who had disappeared 10 years ago. A moment later, shouts shook the heavens as all the people who had been escorted here began to move, roaring like they had been injected with chicken blood. Even if they couldn't use the power in their bodies, they still acted like ordinary people and attacked the nearby free and unfettered disciples. "Li Ron, help!" Yang Kai shouted, his figure flickering as he condensed his yuan qi into a tangible form and blasted towards the enemy. The free and unfettered disciples were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why, after hearing Yang Kai had returned, these people would attack without any regard for their lives. What did this Yang Kai mean to them? There weren't many masters among the free and unfettered cultivator here, and after the few transcendent realm cultivators were killed, the rest were insignificant characters. In just 30 breaths of time, before Elder Shikuan and Han Fei arrived, all the free and unfettered cultivators had been killed. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river, but everyone who was still alive wore a look of excitement as they glanced around, searching for something in the crowd. After a while, everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. There, Yang Kai was walking towards the high heaven pavilion elders. Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xianwu, Third Elder He Bei Shui, Fifth Elder Yuzi Zai, and with the exception of Fourth Elder Zhou Fei, who was killed by the Demon Lord, all the other high heaven pavilion elders were here. They still couldn't believe their eyes, but after Yang Kai arrived in front of them and saluted them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shitong burst into tears and said, "It's good that you're back. The sect can be saved." Yang Kai stared at him deeply and said, "Disciple came back late, causing several elders and the sect to suffer. Chapter 928. Not at all. Not at all. You came back just in time. Su Xianwu wiped the corners of his eyes and said with relief. At their most critical moment, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and helped them resolve the crisis. Just like more than 10 years ago, the events of the past were still vivid in their minds. Although things had changed over time, What remained unchanged was the absolute confidence everyone had in Xianxia. It seemed that as long as he was here, there was nothing to worry about. Brother-in-law, Su Mu, who was still tied up, stood up shakily and grinned at Xianxia. He was a little ashamed, but more than that he was excited. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Sassafras had already grown to the first-order transcendent realm. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Long time no see. Your strength has grown quite well." As he spoke, Xianxia had already broken the ropes binding him and unlocked the seal on his body. Sassafras's growth was much faster than Feng Ziqi's. This was most likely related to the benefits he obtained from Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sassafras had also obtained some benefits from Heaven's Cave inheritance, but no one knew what he had obtained. Moreover, the myriad drug liquid that Xianxia had given to Su Yin had also been shared with Sassafras by his elder sister. With the myriad drug liquid improving his physique, it was not an exaggeration for him to grow to his current level in 10 years. Where's elder sister? Did she come back? Sassafras looked around, but did not find Su Yin among the people who had come, so he could not help feeling a little disappointed. "No, don't worry, Su Yin is now in a very safe place." Xianxia comforted him. Sassafras nodded. While Xianxia was talking with these old acquaintances, Li Rong and the others had already unlocked all the seals on the cultivators from the three forces and restored their strength. Many of the cultivators wore looks of surprise and excitement as they gathered around. Li Yintian and Zhao Hu, who were familiar with Xianxia, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Their strength hadn't grown much, and they hadn't reached the Heaven's Gate realm yet. All of them were only at the Yuanqi realm. After all, they didn't have the opportunities and aptitude of Sassafras and Xianxia. Even if they spent their whole lives, their achievements would still be limited. "Where's Grandmaster?" Xianxia frowned. He didn't see Ling Tai Su's figure, so he asked worriedly. "Grand Secmaster went to the central capital a few months ago to ask for help, but the situation there may also be," Su Xianwu explained sadly. "Grand Secmaster?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Who is the Secmaster now?" Sassafras chuckled and pointed at himself. Xianxia looked at him in surprise and gently nodded. With Sassafras's current strength, he was qualified to assume the position of High Heaven Pavilion's Secmaster. After all, none of the elders had reached the transcendent realm yet. Sassafras said bitterly, "Brother-in-law, you don't know, but after you left, Grand Secmaster began to wander the world and didn't care much about the sex affairs. A few years ago, he suddenly returned and passed the position of Secmaster to me. I had no choice but to accept. And no wonder you're the only one tied up and treated differently. It's because your status is different." Kaiyang laughed heartily. "Brother-in-law, don't make fun of me." Sassafras scratched his head awkwardly. "How could I compare to you?" "Right, brother-in-law. What's your current cultivation? Why do I feel like I can't see through you?" "Third order transcendent realm." "Ah!" Everyone cried out in alarm, inexplicably horrified. Ling Tai Su was still only a second-order transcendent, a dragon that rarely showed itself. The Hu sisters, who had been called the world's #1 master in recent years, were only first-order transcendent realm, but Xianxia had already reached the third order. When he left the central capital that year, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. Now only a little more than 10 years had passed. This kind of progress was simply shocking. "What about my sister? She shouldn't be too bad, right?" Sassafras asked excitedly. "She should also be a third-order transcendent." Xianxia smiled lightly, "But I haven't seen her for several years, so I'm not too sure about her current situation." After a pause, Xianxia asked, "What's the situation with the sect now? Has it been occupied by someone else?" "Yes." Sassafras smiled bitterly. "Not only has our High Heaven Pavilion been occupied, the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall have also been occupied. There aren't many of them, only a few hundred at most, but there are many powerful masters among them, so we can't resist at all." Everyone talked at once about the current situation. Just as Xianxia had guessed, The entrance to this world had appeared near the free and unfettered. So naturally, the free and unfettered had come to investigate. When they discovered the vastness of this place and the potential wealth it contained, they immediately sent out a large number of masters to suppress the three nearby forces. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm Hall, and Blood Battle Gang were all imprisoned. In order to ensure that they could swallow this big, fat piece of meat, the free and unfettered had also called in 2 or 3 people from other forces to help them. Then, using this place as a springboard, they marched towards the central capital. This was already a month ago, and the current situation in the central capital was still unknown. The people here hadn't heard any useful news. However, judging from the strength of these enemies, the central capital had no ability to resist at all. Otherwise, Ling Tai Su would not have left without returning. It was very likely that Ling Tai Su had also encountered some kind of accident. The cultivator from the 3 nearby sects also resisted, but every time they resisted, many people were killed. They didn't treat us as human beings at all, killing and plundering as they pleased. Many people were killed without even knowing why, as if they were slaughtering pigs and dogs. Sassafras said angrily, "Many of my Blood Battle Gang's female disciples have been harmed by those beasts." Human also rushed up and shouted angrily. Listening to him, the Hu sisters' eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. They also rejoiced. When the entrance to the void corridor opened, if the 2 of them hadn't gone 1 step ahead to investigate, perhaps they would have also suffered a disaster, not to mention finding Yang Kai as reinforcements. "Nephew Yang, what are you going to do? We'll listen to you." Storm Hall's Lord, Xiaorua Han, walked up and looked at Yang Kai. "Are they really going to bully us like this?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes cold. "Fine, I didn't want to make such a big fuss, but since they're so despicable, there's no need to have any scruples." Li Rong, "Master." Li Rong also felt a little angry hearing this, her chest heaving up and down. "You and Han Fei go out and clean up all the invaders from the 3 nearby forces. Don't miss a single one." "Yes." Li Rong nodded, and together with Han Fei, their tender bodies flickered and disappeared. The group of people were all stunned, and before they could even react, Li Rong and Han Fei had already left. "Nephew Yang, don't be rash." Xiao Ruahan was startled and quickly tried to stop him. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so rashly, not even bothering to inquire about the enemy's strength before directly attacking. There are a few powerful masters among those people, and there are more than a dozen transcendents among them, many of them 2nd or 3rd order transcendents. I even heard that one of them is a Saint Realm Master, apparently even stronger than Transcendent. Human also chimed in. "Isn't it a bit too rash for you to just let those 2 girls go?" "Saint Realm?" Yang Kai grinned and shook his head. "Don't worry. Even if there's a Saint Realm Master, they aren't worth mentioning in front of those 2. What realm are those 2 in?" Wei Shitong's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai. "They're also saints, but they should be much stronger than the enemy. Not to mention, there's only 1 Saint Realm Master here. Even if there were 100 of them, they still wouldn't be their opponents." Everyone was suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Not to mention his own cultivation, which had grown from the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage to the 3rd Order Transcendent Realm in just over 10 years, creating a legendary miracle. He had actually brought 2 such women with him this time. From the way the 2 women addressed Yang Kai before and the way Yang Kai treated them, it was obvious that Yang Kai held absolute dominance over them, ordering them around like a master. Not only did they not have the slightest complaint, they even obeyed Yang Kai's every command. Weren't their strengths much higher than Yang Kai's? Why were they so obedient to his orders? This strange phenomenon left everyone baffled and unable to explain it. "Good girl." Human quietly walked over to the Hu sisters and whispered, "It looks like you 2 still have a long way to go." "What way?" Humair looked at her father suspiciously. Human said, "Those 2 girls are strong, beautiful, and obedient. You 2 can't compare to them." "Why should we compare to them?" Humair became more and more confused. Hu Jiao Air rolled her eyes and suddenly understood something. Glaring fiercely at Hu Man, she said, "Who asked you to speak so much?" Hu Man smiled meaningfully. "Isn't this because I'm worried about the lifelong happiness of my two daughters? Don't miss out on such a good husband. And Father supports you. I will always support you. Just find an opportunity to throw yourself at him. You must take the initiative. Don't be too passive. A person like him won't lack women." Humayer finally reacted and said shyly, "What are you talking about?" Hu Jiao Air smiled sinisterly. "If you still want someone to take care of you in old age, then shut your mouth." "I won't say it, I won't say it." Hu Man immediately shut up and sighed faintly, thinking to himself, "This old man has more than 10 wives, working hard every day, but why do I only have 2 daughters? Why can't I give birth to a son like Xianxia? Now, when I want someone to take care of me in old age, I have to look at my daughter's mood." Everyone, Xianxia stood in place and talked to the people of High Heaven Pavilion for a while. Suddenly, he said in a clear voice, "It's almost time to return to the sect." If you feel unsafe, you can temporarily stay in High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras. Can High Heaven Pavilion accommodate people from 3 sects? Sassafras seriously thought about it and said, "It shouldn't be a problem to squeeze in a little, but the conditions may be a little worse." In Tower Master Xiao, clan leader Hu, whether you want to come to High Heaven Pavilion or not is up to you. I will return to the pavilion with several elders first. Yang Kai said to them, and then walked towards High Heaven Pavilion. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan looked at each other and followed without saying a word. The invasion of the free and unfettered had really left a psychological shadow in their hearts. They secretly felt that if they didn't follow Yang Kai, they wouldn't feel at ease. Chapter 929. High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Group Gang, and Storm House's invaders were all swept clean. All of them fell to the ground dead. With Li Rong and Han Fei's methods, how could the free and unfettered people be a match for them? Before they could figure out the situation, they had all died. In the face of absolute strength, their resistance seemed futile and powerless. Before they died, they could understand how High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall felt these past few months as they were bullied and humiliated. This kind of hopeless despair filled their hearts, making them wish they could die sooner rather than later. At this moment, Li Rong and Han Fei were standing in an open space inside High Heaven Pavilion, curiously looking around, wondering if this was the land where their master grew up. They couldn't see anything special about this place, but it was actually able to cultivate such a miraculous person like their master. It was really strange. Not all of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples had been escorted to the Void Corridor. A large number of them were still inside the sect. Li Rong and Han Fei were like divine soldiers, cutting off the free and unfettered people like a bolt of lightning. These disciples couldn't help looking at them in amazement, not understanding why they had saved them and even unlocked the seals on their brothers' bodies. A large group of people majestically galloped in from the main entrance. After seeing the appearance of the people leading the group, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had stayed behind immediately shouted excitedly, "It's the sect master and several elders. They're back. Hey, isn't that person beside the sect master junior brother Yang Kai? It really is junior brother Yang Kai." The shouts spread out, and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been hiding in the dark came out from all directions, crying bitterly as they rushed forward. Sassafras comforted them for a while before calming the excitement of his many brothers and sisters. This time, brother-in-law, N, Brother Yang has returned. From now on, we don't need to be afraid of those bastards anymore. We'll kill our way to the central capital and drive them all away. Chase all of them away. The shouts of the disciples echoed Sassafras's call. Among the excited crowd, there was one person whose expression changed. He quietly slipped to the back and hid in the dark, as if he was preparing to secretly leave. Sassafras suddenly looked in that direction and shouted, "Brother Jia, where are you going?" Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples stopped shouting and followed the direction Sassafras was looking, only to see Xianxia standing there helplessly. All sorts of disdainful gazes were cast on Xianxia, causing him to look extremely embarrassed, unable to show his face. The several High Heaven Pavilion elders also shook their heads and sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. "Brother Jia?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he also turned to Xianxia. This brother of his was the second strongest master of the sect's younger generation, second only to Su Yin. He had also had a number of disputes with Yang Kai. However, as Yang Kai became stronger and stronger, Xianxia no longer cared about this person. But at this moment, seeing the disdainful looks of the sect's elders and brothers, Yang Kai faintly understood why he had angered so many of them. After not seeing him for many years, Xianxia had also grown to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage, neither low nor high. "Brother Jia," Sassafras sneered softly, walking towards him step by step, gritting his teeth. "Brother Jia's care these past few months, my pavilion's brothers and sisters are deeply grateful. Junior brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." Xianxia stepped back step by step, feeling the murderous intent and hostility from Sassafras, his body and mind turning cold, as if death was beckoning to him. "Do you think someone like you is worthy of calling me junior brother?" Sassafras shouted. "Sect Master." Xianxia's legs went soft, and he almost fell to his knees, pleading, "Brother, I had no choice but to submit to those bastards in order to show weakness to them. I wanted to see if there was a chance to save everyone. But brother had no choice but to endure humiliation." "Endure humiliation?" Sassafras suddenly burst into laughter. "Brother, no matter how I look at it, you are like a dog obeying the orders of those bastards, reporting all the secrets of my sect to them. Not only that, you even killed a junior brother to show your loyalty. Sun Huan, junior brother, died at your hands, right? Don't try to deny it. Many people here saw it with their own eyes." Xianxia was speechless, feeling the determination and murderous intent of Sassafras. He panicked and quickly looked at the elders, kneeling on the ground and begging, "Elders, this disciple knows his mistake. Please spare this disciple's life." The 4 elders looked at him coldly. Wei Shitong shouted, "Spare your life? I can't wait to cut you into pieces, Xianxia. You have disappointed this old man. This old man raised you as the hope of the sect, but I didn't expect you to be such a heartless and unscrupulous person. This old man was really blind." The other 3 elders also looked like they wanted to kill Xianxia. In a sense, this person in front of them was even more hateful than those invaders. He deserved to be killed. Junior brother Yang," Xianxia saw that the elders were not speaking up for him. So he looked at Yang Kai. "I know you have the most face. You saved my life. I, Xianxia, will repay this kindness." Yang Kai looked indifferent and said lightly, "Brother Xia, you talk too much." Xianxia was stunned. "I, Sassafras, was ordered by the Grand Master to take charge of High Heaven Pavilion. When the sect was in danger, disciple Xianxia, for his own selfish desires, killed his junior brother and lived an ignoble existence. He recognized a thief as his father. His crime is punishable by death. Today, this sect master is here to clean up the sect. I hope that all brothers will take this as a warning and work hard every day to shake the prestige of High Heaven Pavilion." Sassafras shouted loudly, slowly raising his hand and looking down at Xianxia, his eyes cold and piercing. The yuan qi in his palm surged, forming a terrifying tornado. The palm gradually enlarged in Xianxia's eyes, and a violent wind engulfed him. None of the surrounding High Heaven Pavilion disciples showed the slightest sympathy. Instead, they showed a look of extreme satisfaction. As the wind blew, Xianxia softly fell to the ground, his eyes turbid, his body turning into a pool of blood and then exploding. Master's junior brother really does look like a sect master. Li Rong chuckled to the side, looking at Sassafras with some surprise. Sassafras didn't look old, slightly younger than Yang Kai, but now he had the demeanor of a sect master. Yang Kai also gently nodded. Sect master, please make arrangements for the disciples of our two sects. Human and Xiao Ruohan walked up together and said to Sassafras. Sassafras nodded and first asked the junior brother to dispose of Xie Hongchen's body, then hurriedly discussed with the elders to make arrangements for the disciples of the other two sects. Everyone busied themselves, while Yang Kai walked alone through High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed once before. At that time, the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, came with a number of masters. After a fierce battle with her Grand Master and several elders, she set fire to the sect. The current High Heaven Pavilion had been rebuilt. However, the structure was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai went to the small wooden house he had lived in before. This wooden house carried many of his memories. When he was weak and helpless, he lived here. He still remembered that when he was a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, he had to eat 3 meals a day. In this small wooden house, Yang Kai obtained the wordless black book, and since then, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. The wooden house had been renovated, and the tables and chairs inside were the same as when Yang Kai left, but because no one had lived here for a long time, they were all covered with a thick layer of dust. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai remembered that night when he returned from outside, where he saw his senior sister, Xianxia, sleeping soundly on the bed. The moonlight pouring down, Yang Kai was stunned. It was from that moment onwards that a beautiful figure was left in his heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart was filled with sweetness. It was a brand that could never be erased. After sitting in the wooden house for a while, Yang Kai went to Su Yan's small loft. It was in this loft that Yang Kai inadvertently saw the scene of Su Yan changing her clothes. That enchanting curve of her back was something he could never forget. At that time, Su Yan was furious and used her ice attribute to seal Yang Kai in ice. It took several days for Yang Kai to break free and use this opportunity to comprehend the mysterious martial skill, Unyielding Will. Xianxia and Su Yan, the two most important women in his life, had met here, gotten to know each other, and gotten to know each other. His heartbeat quickened, and he became flustered. High Heaven Pavilion held many of Yang Kai's memories and emotions. Walking along this road, just like when he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion many years ago, he stepped on the familiar path he had once walked, reminiscing about everything from the past. The contribution hall was still the same contribution hall. Kai Yang seemed to be able to see Treasurer Meng clasping his hands together, squinting his small eyes, lecherously looking at the beautiful bodies of the female disciples who passed by. Looking at those plump breasts and perky buttocks, he commented. The Martial Skill Pavilion was still the same Martial Skill Pavilion, containing many of High Heaven Pavilion secrets. However, these things no longer had any value to the current Yang Kai. He once again arrived at the Coiling Dragon Stream. Next to the Coiling Dragon Stream, the wind howled, and the bottom of the stream was immeasurably deep. Several fruit trees stood there, swaying in the wind. These were the fruit trees Yang Kai had planted in the past. At first, they were only as tall as a person, but now they were full of leaves and branches, enough to provide shade. Jumping up, Yang Kai allowed his body to fall into the Coiling Dragon Stream. Chapter 930. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as if they were filled with lightning. However, a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. He was a little confused about his current situation. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion and seeing the familiar scenery, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a strange state. At first, he thought he was about to break through, so he let nature take its course. But after waking up, he discovered that he had not broken through to the Saint Realm at all. His cultivation was still only at the third-order transcendent realm, but the yuan qi flowing through his body was very different from before. Closing his eyes and examining himself with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the yuan qi flowing through his meridians and physique had become more condensed and pure than before. If his previous yuan qi was like a gurgling river, now his yuan qi was like tiny and subtle crystals attached to his physique and meridians. When not in use, this yuan qi no longer flowed freely, but once it was used, it became more fluid and filled with more destructive power than before. The yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's dantian also seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, turning into a dazzling golden gem that dazzled the eyes of all present. Yang Kai was confused and didn't know what was going on. Carefully examining his physical condition, Yang Kai didn't find anything wrong with his body. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed, as if the change in his strength was a positive one. Not only was there no harm, but there were also huge benefits. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that he had become stronger. Sending out his divine sense, Li Rong and Han Fei flew over together and entered the secluded home, bowing respectfully. "Master, what instructions do you have for us?" These 2 days, Li Rong and Han Fei had also been guests in High Heaven Pavilion, helping out with the current mess. Both of them had noticed that Yang Kai was cultivating here, so naturally, they hadn't come to disturb him. It wasn't until Yang Kai took the initiative to summon them that they hurried over. "I have some questions to ask the two of you." Yang Kai gestured for them to sit down and speak slowly. The two of them glanced at each other and smiled, even Han Fei showing a faint smile, causing her ice attribute domain to melt slightly. In their impression, Yang Kai seemed to be omnipotent. This time, Yang Kai actually said that he had something to ask them, which made them feel very surprised. The two of them sat down. Li Rong asked, "Is there something that Master doesn't understand about cultivation?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and relaxed his body and mind. "Use your divine sense to check the energy in my body and see if you can find anything wrong." "Inappropriate?" Han Fei was surprised. "Then we'll be offending you." Li Rong did not waste time and released her divine sense to investigate Yang Kai's body. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up and she muttered, "Yuan Qi holiness?" Han Fei also showed a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai happily, chuckling, "Congratulations, Master. With Master's cultivation speed, I'm afraid he's not far from the Saint Realm. Master has already reached the point of Yuan Qi holiness. Master's growth rate is incredibly fast. I estimate that it will take him at most 2 or 3 years to break through to the Saint Realm. If he has some kind of opportunity or epiphany, I'm afraid that time will be even shorter." "Stop!" Yang Kai stretched out his hand, frowning as he stared at the two of them blankly. "Explain first. What do you mean by Yuan Qi holiness? Why are you so certain that I'm not far from the Saint Realm?" Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, but soon the two of them burst into laughter, their giggles like silver bells ringing throughout the cave mansion. Yang Kai's stomach was filled with disgust. Li Rong laughing so heartily was one thing, but even Han Fei, who had always maintained a cold expression, was also laughing so hard it was obvious she had found something funny, and this discovery was definitely related to him. However, Yang Kai didn't know anything about it. "Are you two done laughing?" Yang Kai glared at them angrily. Noticing that Yang Kai seemed to be a bit angry, Li Rong and Han Fei quickly restrained their laughter, but they still couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands as their shoulders trembled slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead helplessly. After a while, Li Rong and Han Fei's expressions finally became serious, the former asking, "Master, have you not been systematically taught anything about the Saint Realm?" "Why do you ask?" "Because if someone had systematically taught you, you should know what Yuan Qi sanctification is, and that it is the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm." "The key to breaking through to the Saint Realm?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "Tell me more about it." Li Rong and Han Fei immediately began explaining one sentence after another. In this world, there are many transcendent realm cultivator, but of these transcendent cultivators, less than 1% can successfully break through to the saint realm. Why is it that so many transcendents are unable to comprehend the mysteries of the saint realm? The biggest reason is that Yuan Qi sanctification. A cultivator, from the very beginning of their cultivation to the saint realm, progressing step by step, every major breakthrough is extremely difficult. It can be said that every breakthrough to a great realm is a baptism from the inside out. However, during this process of growth, there are two major changes in the strength of a cultivator's body. The first time is when a cultivator breaks through from the separation and reunion boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary. The Yuan Qi in the cultivator's body transforms into Yuan Qi. Comparing the two, the disparity in strength between them is something Master must have deeply experienced. Yang Kai nodded gently. Before reaching the separation and reunion boundary, a cultivator would have Yuan Qi flowing in their body, but after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, the energy flowing in their body would be Yuan Qi. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Disregarding the improvement of one's cultivation, just from the transformation of strength, when Yuan Qi transforms into Yuan Qi, a cultivator's combat effectiveness will suddenly soar. The second time is when a cultivator breaks through from the transcendent realm to the saint realm. Li Rong said excitedly, because what flows in the body of Saint Realm Master is not Yuan Qi. It's not Yuan Qi? Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat unable to accept this. No one had ever told him about this before. And what flows in the body of Saint Realm Master is Saint Qi, which is not on the same level as Yuan Qi. Yang Kai was shocked and was unable to speak for a long time. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, for example, between two crystal stones of the same volume, high-rank crystal stones naturally contain much more energy than low-rank crystal stones, and Saint crystals contain much more energy than high-rank crystal stones. In comparison, Yuan Qi is inferior to low-rank crystal stones. Yuan Qi is high-rank crystal stones, and Saint Qi corresponds to Saint crystals. Such an obvious truth. How could Yang Kai not understand? The Yuan Qi in Master's body, because of some kind of opportunity, has begun to transform into Saint Qi. Once this transformation is complete, Master will understand the mysteries of the Saint Realm and break through to the Saint Realm. Li Rong looked at him excitedly, feeling sincerely happy for his rapid growth. Has no one told Master about this before? Han Fei asked in surprise. The reason why they hadn't told Yang Kai about this was because they thought Yang Kai knew about this common knowledge, but Yang Kai was completely ignorant. It's normal that no one told Master about this. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Master's growth is too fast. Those seniors and elders probably didn't expect that he would already be undergoing the process of true Qi sanctification. Even if Master doesn't ask now, someone will mention it to you in the future. At the very least, the Holy Land's great elder will tell you. Kaiyang gently nodded. After understanding the cause of his current situation, he was able to let go of his worries. Then what should I do now? Kaiyang hesitated for a moment before asking. Nothing, just maintain your previous appearance and do what you need to do, Li Rong replied with a smile. Is there no other way to speed up the progress of Yuan Qi's sainthood? Yang Kai frowned. I remember that when Yuan Qi is transformed into Yuan Qi, one can use some kind of medicine to assist in the process, making Yuan Qi more condensed and pure. That was when one's foundation was still being established. Those who can reach the Yuan Qi sainthood have already begun to develop their foundations. Now, there's no way to speed up the process. We can only let nature take its course. I understand. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little bit of excitement in the depths of his heart. When all Yuan Qi was transformed into Saint Qi and comprehended the mysteries of the Saint Realm, one would be able to reach that realm. Yang Kai wasn't worried about comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Perhaps for others, this would be a challenge, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. He had absorbed too much of a Saint Realm cultivator's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. These insights had become his own nourishment, so breaking through to the Saint Realm was naturally not a problem. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the Saint Qi in his body to transform. So the time it would take was much shorter than Li Rong had estimated. After a while, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about the Saint Realm, stood up, and asked, "How is the situation in High Heaven Pavilion?" "Everything has been settled," Li Rong replied. "Good. Then we should go." Yang Kai said so and took the lead to fly out of his secluded home. He had planned to revisit his old haunts and immediately rush to the central capital. But because of Yuan Qi's sainthood, he had been delayed for 2 days. High Heaven Pavilion was overcrowded with disciples from all 3 sects gathered here. Sassafras could only arrange a place for them to rest, but he still couldn't find enough space. Many people could only sit on the ground, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Inside the main hall, Sassafras and several of the pavilion's elders were present.